Congratulations! You have drawn the Primordial Time Travel Experience card, but this system does not support a 7-day unconditional return policy. Upon awakening, Qian found himself immersed in chaotic spiritual energy, a notification hovering above him. Newbie task. Master the square dance before Pangu's creation reward. Innate treasure, stainless steel basin. Warning. If Hongjun discovers you are a time traveler, it will automatically trigger the 9-year compulsory education of Zishao Palace remedial package. The most unfortunate part Ishi's true form is actually a leak, with the system kindly noting, "Dear, it is advisable to cling to a powerful figure before the 3 Pure Ones achieve sainthood, otherwise, the function list will lack a cannon fodder." Chapter 1. Ancestor Qian. The azure sky was adorned with drifting white clouds, while the boundless sea shimmered under the sunlight, undisturbed by winds, creating gentle 3-foot waves. Amidst the rolling surf, one could vaguely discern a black reef, roughly the size of a square yard, steadfast against the tempest. This seemingly ordinary rock concealed a vast island world within. The island boasted lush vegetation, exotic flowers and grasses, with deer galloping and cranes soaring, jade stones carpeting the ground, and fine liquor forming lakes truly a paradise, a celestial abode. At the center of this celestial island, amidst the shimmering 5-colored lake, wisps of 5-colored mist rose, revealing a radiant spiritual root tree, its fruits resembling dragon eyes, totaling 365, symbolizing the cosmic cycle. Each fruit gradually absorbed the 5-colored mist emerging from the lake below. The tree did not grow in the lake, but rather on a small island at its center, formed entirely from innate spiritual soil, providing the necessary nutrients and energy for its growth. It is well known that innate soil is the most fundamental spiritual earth with boundless applications. This innate spiritual soil was derived from primordial soil, second only to it. Wherever innate spiritual roots flourish, innate soil will invariably exist. Without the nurturing of innate soil, even innate roots would gradually transform into acquired roots. Only the innate energy contained within innate soil can ensure the preservation of the innate essence of the spiritual roots. On this small island formed from innate soil, aside from the spiritual root tree, there stood a large black square cauldron with 4 legs. The cauldron emanated a chaotic glow, hinting at the birth of a world, the evolution of sun, moon, and mountains truly profound and extraordinary. Suddenly, a distant, ethereal wail echoed from within the cauldron, a sound abrupt yet fleeting, as if it had never occurred. Inside the cauldron lay a vast world, enveloped in chaos, with a mingling of pure and turbid energies forming a space. In the center of this space floated a flat, gray-black stone, resembling an island of rock. Above this stone sat an old Taoist clad in a gray-blue robe, wearing a purple crown, with 3 long beards cascading down his chest. He sat cross-legged, head tilted, brow furrowed, seemingly trapped in a nightmare, occasionally shuddering, his expression shifting continuously. After an indeterminate time, the old Taoist finally awoke with a start, exclaiming, "What is this place? Qian? Ancestor Qian? Am I Qian or Ancestor Qian?" With a bewildered expression, he muttered to himself, glancing at his robe and stroking his lengthy beards, momentarily stunned, then breaking into an odd smile, unsure whether to laugh or cry. No way. Ancestor Qian? I, Qian, have actually traversed into the primordial world and become Ancestor Qian? Heaven, what jest are you playing on me? This is no jest, it is the arrangement of the system. My master, welcome to the primordial path system. A cold, emotionless voice resonated suddenly in Qian's mind, or rather, Ancestor Qian's mind. Startled, Ancestor Qian exclaimed, "Who are you? What system? What nonsense is this?" "Not nonsense, but the primordial path system." The mechanical voice continued. "Dear, do you know why you have come to the primordial world? To attain the Tao. Why else would you come here?" Ancestor Qian felt tears brimming. "Damn it, I never wish to come to this wretched primordial world. You must have dragged me here." Let me reiterate, the system is not a ghost, it merely exists to assist the master in attaining the Tao. The system clarified. "How do you assist me in attaining the Tao?" Ancestor Qian asked, his spirits lifted. Now that he found himself in the primordial world, he had no choice but to accept reality. As the system stated, since he was here, it was for the purpose of attaining the Tao, to become a formidable immortal, a powerful sage, living freely. Yet, the path to becoming a sage was not an easy one. The system replied calmly, The paths to attaining the Tao are manifold. If the master seeks freedom, he must become a powerful sage, relying solely on his own enlightenment to achieve the path of the primordial great, Luo, golden immortal. What you said is akin to saying nothing at all. Ancestor Qian felt a wave of frustration. First, tell me how I became Ancestor Qian. He recalled not long ago, he had been a reclusive programmer, diligently writing a game system. Perhaps exhaustion from staying up late had caused him to fall asleep, leading to a long dream where he seemed to enter a chaotic world. Subsequently, a colossal axe-like light severed the chaotic realm, birthing the world, and he vividly recalled many events, as if he had experienced them firsthand. Upon awakening, he found himself in a new identity. The master should know, the old Taoist ancestor Qian previously suffered grave injuries while combating the demon ancestor Luo, who alongside ancestor Yin ancestor Yang Mei, and ancestor Hongjun, and was chosen by the system as the host for the master, inheriting ancestor Qian's identity, memories, and understanding of the Tao, the system explained. Ancestor Qian, slightly dazed, mumbled, "So that's why I suddenly have so many peculiar memories and images in my mind. They are indeed the memories of Ancestor Qian. The Master Soul has now merged with Ancestor Qian's primordial spirit from now on. The Master is Ancestor Qian. The system continued. Ancestor Qian? This identity seems rather appealing. Ancestor Qian chuckled to himself, then stood up to gaze at this world, his eyes gleaming. This must be the world within the Qian cauldron. Truly worthy of being an innate treasure, it contains a world of its own. I remember my other magical treasures and rare items should also be within this Qian cauldron, right? As he spoke, a thought crossed Ancestor Qian's mind, and amidst the boundless chaos surrounding the Qian cauldron, streams of light swiftly approached, carrying refining materials, spiritual herbs, exotic fruits, and even some innate spiritual treasures. The other innate treasures mattered little. Yet the two treasures that caught Ancestor Qian's eye were a diagram and a ruler indeed, the exceptional innate treasure Qian diagram and the high-grade innate treasure Qian ruler, one for defense and one for offense, the finest among his innate treasures. As for the remaining treasures, most were of inferior innate grade, with a few of medium grade that Ancestor Qian found unworthy of his attention. Both the Qian diagram and the Qian ruler had been refined by Ancestor Qian himself and were his regular tools now. Using them felt second nature. After familiarizing himself with the Qian diagram and ruler, he stored these two treasures within himself for nourishment with his spiritual energy and proceeded to tidy up the other materials before making his exit from the Qian cauldron. Under the celestial roots of the ancient spirit tree, upon the island of innate spiritual soil, the venerable ancestor of the cosmos, appearing abruptly, fixed his penetrating gaze upon the resplendent and extraordinary Qian cauldron. With a gentle touch, he caressed it, and then, as if summoned by an inner thought, he absorbed the cauldron into his being. This Qian cauldron was indeed a treasure of the innate realm, the cornerstone of his future existence in the primordial world. First, let me organize my memories and insights into the Tao, murmured the ancestor of the cosmos, as he settled cross-legged beneath the tree, closing his eyes in contemplation. Chapter 2. A Journey Beyond. Since the time of Pangu's creation of the heavens and the earth, over a myriad of epochs had passed specifically, more than 130,000 years. In the initial chaos, the majority of the 3,000 innate gods and demons perished in the calamity of creation, leading to the rampant proliferation of the fierce beast lineage in the primordial realm. Subsequently, the three clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Qians rose to prominence, vying for dominion over the primordial expanse, thus igniting the flames of the Dragon Han calamity. The conflict among the three clans persisted for millennia, resulting in grievous losses and extensive slaughter throughout the primordial realm. The bloodshed incited the heavenly Tao to respond, awakening the murderous intent of the heavens and facilitating the rise of the Western demon ancestor, Rahu, who sought to annihilate all living beings and transform the primordial world into a domain of demons. Rahu's audacious ambitions drew the attention of several of the most formidable beings in the primordial realm. Hongjun, Qinkuan, Yin and Yang Maiho united to confront him. In the western primordial realm, a cataclysmic battle erupted. The Yin and Yang Mei ancestors fell one after another, while Qinkuan was forced to retreat in disarray. Only Hongjun, through a fierce struggle against Rahu, compelled him to self-destruct, obliterating the western spiritual meridians and shaking the very foundations of the primordial world. Though Rahu was vanquished, the instigators of this calamity, the dragon, phoenix, and Qian clans also faced ruin, with the deaths of the ancestral dragon and the Qian king, alongside the celestial phoenix's suppression of the southern Ming volcano. As Qian and Hongjun retreated to heal their wounds, the primordial world quietly transitioned into a new era. On an island that appeared as a modest rock of the size of a square measurement, the Qian ancestor, seated in silent reflection, slowly opened his eyes, revealing a depth of experience within. I am one of the 3,000 innate gods and demons, naturally endowed with a physical form at the Quasi Saint level. However, since Hongjun has yet to expound upon the method of severing the 3 corpses at the Zishao Palace, I remain merely a great Luo golden immortal. It is only due to the robustness of my physique that I possess combat prowess equivalent to that of a Quasi Saint, the Qian ancestor reflected, gaining clarity regarding his current level of Dao cultivation. In terms of cultivation, the Qian ancestor stood at the pinnacle within the primordial realm, surpassed only by Hongjun. Even the 12 ancestral witches of the Witch clan, though possessing Quasi-Saint physicality, lacked profound insights into the Tao, making it unlikely for them to contend with him, even in unison. My comprehension of the Tao of space is quite profound, and I have some understanding of other paths, albeit not comparable to that of space, he mused. After all, my greatest expertise lies in the Tao of space. However, no matter how deep my understanding of the Tao of space, without knowledge of the severing method, I cannot elevate my realm. It would be prudent to venture out and familiarize myself with the primordial world. As this thought arose within him, a cold, mechanical voice resonated within his consciousness. Your inclination to explore is indeed wise. Solitary cultivation rarely leads to the grand Tao. Only by venturing forth can one encounter greater treasures and opportunities. Your desire for exploration has triggered the exploration task. The system will provide rewards based on your progress. Will you accept the task? There are rewards for exploration? Very well, I shall accept. The Qian ancestor replied, slightly astonished, and continued, by the way, system, upon traversing this primordial world, must I issue a vow to the heavenly Tao, declaring myself the Qian ancestor? The system responded in a stern tone, no need. The system has concealed your origins from the heavenly mechanisms. You need not worry about being discovered. Incredible. The system can even obscure the heavenly Tao. The Qian ancestor exclaimed, wide-eyed with surprise. Curiosity then compelled him to inquire, what rewards will I receive for the tasks you assign? There is no need for further questions. You shall learn of your rewards in due time. The system's reply left the Qian ancestor feeling slightly vexed and speechless. Before departing, the Qian ancestor cast a curious glance at the spirit root tree adorned with 365 celestial fruits. This tree was no ordinary specimen. It was among the finest of the innate spirit root, 5-element fruit trees in the primordial realm. The fruits it bore could assist cultivators in consolidating the 5 energies within their chests, facilitating a deeper understanding of the 5-element Tao, rivaling the preciousness of Zenyuanzi's ginseng fruit. Regrettably, these 5-element fruits are not yet ripe. The Qian ancestor sighed in mild disappointment, yet a smile graced his face. Nevertheless, with this island serving as my Taoist sanctuary and such an innate 5-element fruit tree at my disposal, I consider myself quite fortunate. In high spirits, the Qian ancestor employed his spatial techniques to breach the innate array's restrictions surrounding the island, soaring into the skies above the vast ocean. Indeed, just as I remembered, this island appears as a modest rock from the outside. Observing the black rock beneath the water from his aerial vantage, the Qian ancestor's heart stirred. Could this island be one of the 3 great islands of the Sea Fangzhong Island? Regardless, it matters not. From now on, I shall refer to it as Fangzhong Island. Yes, the Qian ancestor's sanctuary, Fangzhong Island splendid. The primordial world, the Qian ancestor have arrived. With a hearty laugh, the Qian ancestor departed Fangzhong Island, not soaring through the clouds, but employing his spatial techniques, traversing dimensions with his signature spatial evasion technique toward the western primordial continent. During this journey, the Qian ancestor beheld the vastness of the primordial realm. Despite the swiftness of his spatial evasion technique, it took him several days to journey from Fangzhong Island to the primordial continent. Traveling over the ocean proved quite monotonous, And with the climate-wielding demon tribes hidden in the depths of the sea, it was challenging for the Qian ancestor to find any sentient beings to converse with. However, the ocean teemed with fish, and their succulent flesh offered him a delightful feast. Yet, after several days of fish, he found a repetition somewhat tiresome. Fortunately, upon reaching the primordial continent, he discovered a plethora of delectable offerings on land. Once on the primordial continent, the Qian ancestor did not rush onward, taking his time to meander leisurely. In a short span, he gathered a bounty of flying creatures from the skies, swimming beings from the waters, and terrestrial animals, along with various spiritual herbs and fruits, all becoming culinary delights for him. Perhaps the exquisite ingredients of the primordial realm had sharpened his culinary skills. Of course, beyond indulging in food, the Qian ancestor also collected numerous spiritual herbs, refining materials, and rare treasures during his travels. Such treasures were never unwelcome after all. His Qian cauldron and Qian map contained spatial realms capable of harboring vast quantities. In the current primordial realm, the Dragonhan calamity had only recently subsided, and the witch and demon races had yet to fully rise, rendering the primordial world relatively tranquil, yet simultaneously chaotic. Slaughter and conflict had never truly ceased within the primordial expanse, where the law of the jungle prevailed. However, the beings and cultivators in the primordial realm refrained from provoking the Qian ancestor. Those who dared to challenge him quickly discovered the futility of their actions. Initially, he would show restraint, offering mild reprimands. Yet, as he witnessed the incessant bloodshed in the primordial realm, his mindset gradually shifted, and he occasionally resorted to harsher measures. In this primordial world, conflict and slaughter were simply the norm. However, the venerable ancestor of the universe adheres to his own principles and does not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Those he eliminates are solely those who bear the weight of grave sins and truly deserve their fate. Chapter 3. The Disciple by Zay in the blink of an eye. More than half a year had passed. The venerable ancestor of the universe, Qian, finally arrived at the majestic and endless unraveled mountain of the primeval wilderness. What a magnificent sight it was! From a distance, the towering, unraveled mountain emanated an overwhelming and intangible aura of power, leaving Qian in awe. As the celestial pillar transformed from the backbone of Pangu, it retained its vigorous essence even after over 100,000 years, making it nearly impossible for ordinary beings to withstand its oppressive presence. Even those with considerable cultivation found it challenging to approach the mountain. Thus, while there were some spiritual plants growing on Unraveled Mountain, it was eerily quiet, devoid of any life. Upon reaching the foot of Unraveled Mountain, Qian ascended the mountain step by step, feeling the Pangu essence it radiated. In a moment of reverie, he seemed to witness the grandeur of Pangu's creation of heaven and earth, as the primordial demons fell one after another beneath the divine acts of creation. As Qian climbed the mountain, he had not yet begun to harvest the celestial herbs and materials when he sensed a violent fluctuation of energy. Could it be that a battle was taking place on this mountain? The aura was quite strong. The combatants were likely formidable. Intrigued, Qian hastened toward the source of the energy disturbance. In a valley within Unraveled Mountain, a thick white mist enveloped the area where two phantoms, one red and one white, were engaged in a fierce struggle. Soon, the white phantom vanished into the mist, while the red one seemed disoriented, desperately trying to find its way amidst the swirling fog. At the valley's exit, amidst the churning mist, a young man clad in a white robe, elegant and refined, emerged, wielding a feather fan. With a cold smile, he glanced back, preparing to take flight. "Hold on, young friend," rang out a clear, cheerful voice as Qian descended gracefully before the young man in white. Startled, the young man instinctively took 2 steps back, regarding Qian with caution. "Who are you? Why do you stop me?" "I am Qian, the ancestor of the universe," he introduced himself. Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes widened in surprise. And before Qian could finish, he rushed forward, kneeling respectfully. "Little immortal pays respects to the ancestor. I have long admired your renown, and to meet you here today is truly unexpected. After cultivating for tens of thousands of years, I have yet to encounter the true words of the Tao. Meeting you is indeed a great fortune. I wish to serve you as a disciple and humbly request your guidance in the Tao." Taken aback by the young man's fervent eagerness to pay respects and seek mentorship, Qian was momentarily astonished. Initially, he had been curious about the young man's abilities after observing him skillfully trap his opponent with formations during their battle. However, it seemed he had underestimated his own reputation in the primeval wilderness. As Qian regained his composure and met the young man's fervent gaze, he felt a stirring within. This lad's cultivation was impressive. The cultivation hierarchy in the primeval wilderness had become relatively established. Below the quasi-saint level, there were 6 tiers: Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, Mysterious Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, and Deluo Golden Immortal. The young man in white was evidently at the Golden Immortal level, which was commendable in the current era of the primeval wilderness. Due to the previous calamity of the Dragon Han era, many top-tier experts had perished, making Tai Golden Immortal and Deluo Golden Immortal practitioners exceedingly rare. A Golden Immortal practitioner was indeed considered an expert in today's primeval wilderness. Moreover, the young man exuded an extraordinary demeanor, clearly possessing both intelligence and potential. Although Qian sensed a trace of demonic energy within him, he lacked the typical ferocity associated with demonkind, instead appearing as a figure of ethereal grace, akin to a high-ranking Taoist. Contemplating this, Qian thought, what a rare find. Such an excellent disciple is hard to come by, and it would be a pity to let this opportunity slip away. What harm is there in accepting a disciple? Although this offer came unexpectedly, when a good disciple presents himself, refusing would surely invite misfortune. After a moment's deliberation, Qian, with a smile of delight, nodded and said, "Very well. I, Qian, have never taken a disciple before. Since you sincerely wish to join my fold, I shall accept you as my first disciple." Disciple Baizé pays respects to the master. The young man in white, filled with joy and excitement, quickly bowed deeply. However, upon hearing the name, Qian couldn't help but widen his eyes, the smile on his face faltering slightly. "Baizé? Master, what is the matter?" Baizé, noticing the expression on Qian face, inquired with confusion. "Oh, nothing. Qian, regaining his composure with a somewhat forced smile, silently lamented. "Heaven help me. Strike me with lightning. Impulsiveness can be a devil. What was I thinking to take on a disciple?" Baizé is none other than the foremost among the 10 great demon saints. By accepting him, I would inevitably become entangled in the calamity of the witch-demon conflict. Just as Qian wrestled with his thoughts, the cold, mechanical voice of the primeval wilderness enlightenment system echoed in his consciousness. "Congratulations, Master. You have accepted the future demon saint Baizé as your disciple, and have earned 50 system points as a reward." System points? What on earth is that? Qian was momentarily taken aback, instinctively pondering. The system promptly explained, "System points are the value used by you, the Master, to exchange for items through the system. Allow me to briefly introduce the current list of available exchanges. 1. 1/10 of the merit of creation, requiring 100,000 system points. 2. A piece of chaotic goldstone, requiring 100 system points. 3. The top-tier celestial fruit, ginseng fruit, at 30 system points each. 4. One-time travel to the world of starry transformation, requiring 500 system points." What? I can exchange for merit? Qian was astounded, and upon hearing the latter part, his heart raced. What? Travel to the world of starry transformation? I can traverse to other worlds? This means I could explore the wonders of other civilizations of cultivation, accumulate knowledge, and achieve even greater heights. The status of a saint in the primeval wilderness may not be the ultimate goal for me. How intriguing. Realizing the system's remarkable potential, Qian perspective shifted entirely. What does it matter to take on a demon saint as a disciple? Since I am in the primeval wilderness, what is there to fear or hesitate about? If I remain overly cautious, how can I aspire to comprehend the Tao? Cultivators should inherently be fearless and determined to defy fate. With these thoughts clarified, Qian felt a renewed sense of purpose, as if his understanding of the Tao had ascended to a new level. Looking at Baizé, who was still kneeling before him, he smiled and stepped forward to assist him up. "Haha, my good disciple, rise." "Yes, Master," Baizé replied respectfully, standing up with great joy. Seeing Baizé before him, Qian's satisfaction grew, and he curiously inquired, "Baizé, what conflict do you have with that individual trapped in the valley? Why were you engaged in battle?" "Master, it is quite the tale," Baizé began, gesturing to the exquisite feather fan in his hand with a wry smile. "I came to Unraveled Mountain on a whim and fortuitously discovered this newly emerged feather fan of superior quality. However, that Zhu Yin suddenly appeared, seeking to seize it from me." Chapter 4. Zhu Yin and Unexpected News. A feather fan of superior quality? Qian glanced at the fan Baizé held with mild surprise. While he was aware that the demon saint Baizé possessed a feather fan artifact, he was unaware of its origins. Now it seemed that possessing a superior quality primordial treasure suited Baizé's status perfectly. Baze, you seem to possess quite a fortunate destiny. Since the dawn of creation, I, your master, have traversed the vastness of the primordial realm for countless years. Aside from a few treasured artifacts, I can only present a handful of mid-grade innate spiritual treasures. The master of the universe smiled and declared, "However, since you have chosen to become my disciple, I shall bestow upon you 2 artifacts for your protection. As he spoke, the Master of the Universe revealed two orbs, one azure and one emerald. Upon the appearance of the blue orb, the surrounding water energy began to converge, making the air feel damp and viscous. When the green orb manifested, invisible whirlwinds materialized, encircling the space. The water spirit orb and wind spirit orb are both mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, birthed from the primordial energies of water and wind. They possess profound mysteries, akin to the wind and water fan in your possession, both capable of assisting you in comprehending the intricacies of the paths of water and wind. The Master of the Universe chuckled as he handed the two orbs to Baze. Upon receiving them, Baze's eyes sparkled with delight, and he knelt respectfully, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master. Although these are merely two mid-grade innate treasures, they are still innate artifacts, infused with the essence of primordial Tao, aiding in the cultivation of enlightenment, and their power vastly surpasses that of many postnatal treasures. Upper-grade innate treasures are exceedingly rare. Even the most powerful beings, such as the great Luo Golden Immortals, seldom possess more than a couple, typically reserved as hidden treasures, even as a Golden Immortal. A formidable figure in the primordial realm, Baze possessed only a single inferior innate treasure before acquiring the wind and water fan. After bestowing the treasures, the Master of the Universe strode directly into the valley shrouded in mist. The illusionary formation you have laid out is quite remarkable. It appears to be a water-based array, the Master of the Universe remarked as he observed the surrounding mist. Following closely behind, Baze responded, "Master, this formation is something I inadvertently discovered during my time trapped in a misty valley years ago, where I gleaned insights from the innate mist array. During that experience, I was fortunate enough to unravel some of the array's mysteries, allowing me to escape, and I also stumbled upon an inferior innate treasure, the ice mist spike. This unique artifact unleashes a chilling aura, accompanied by rising ice mist, making it a potent tool for deception in combat, serving as an instrument for stealthy assassinations. Though it may be classified as inferior, it is likely more valuable than many mid-grade innate treasures. It is precisely because I possess the ice mist spike that I have navigated numerous dangers in the primordial realm and attained my current level of cultivation. Indeed, you possess remarkable fortune," the Master of the Universe acknowledged, nodding slightly as he and Baze pushed through the mist, finally revealing a crimson figure ensnared within the fog. The creature, having been trapped, exhibited a wild ferocity, and upon spotting the Master and Baze, it let out a deafening roar and lunged toward them. Accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a heavy impact, the creature struck an invisible barrier in the space, coming to a halt just shy of the Master of the Universe, only to be violently repelled back to the ground. It was then that the Master of the Universe discerned its form, resembling a white-furred ape, its body cloaked in white fur, save for its enormous feet adorned with crimson hair. Its red eyes glowed with malice, surrounded by a palpable aura of bloodthirst and violence. Although it possessed formidable strength, it was evidently a ferocious beast, brimming with savagery. A red-headed, barefooted figure resembling an ape. Could this be the legendary beast Qian? Truly, it lives up to its fearsome reputation. Such a heavy aura of blood and malice, how many lives has it claimed? Observing Zhu Yan's frenzied, mindless state, the Master of the Universe couldn't help but furrow his brow, lamenting, "What a pity for such cultivation, all in pursuit of power, neglecting the heart of the Tao. The greater the strength, the greater the threat to the denizens of the primordial realm. Such a ferocious beast is of no benefit to us. Since fate has brought us together, I shall eliminate it." With a resolute decision, the Master of the Universe extended his hand toward Zhu Yan, exerting a vacuum-like force that caused the surrounding space to warp, making Zhu Yan thrash in a futile struggle, its aura of malice intensifying. Witnessing Zhu Yan's frantic attempts to escape, the Master of the Universe's gaze turned cold. The space around them rippled subtly, and Zhu Yan's form began to tear apart in the distorted space, blood gushing forth. As Zhu Yan faced this imminent death, its frenzied screams suddenly revealed a flicker of clarity in its crimson eyes. A mysterious aura of the path of slaughter descended, augmenting its power dramatically, and beams of red light erupted from its body, disrupting the surrounding distorted space. Its comprehension of the path of slaughter has remarkably surged. The Master of the Universe was taken aback, his heart softening as he retracted his murderous intent. With a mere thought, the pressure on Zhu Yan dissipated, and the Master appeared before the blood-soaked and injured Zhu Yan, placing a finger upon its brow. A flash of golden light emanated from his fingertip, penetrating Zhu Yan's mind. In an instant, Zhu Yan trembled, surrounded by a shimmering golden light, as the aura of bloodthirst rapidly dissipated. Simultaneously, the Master of the Universe felt a shift, causing him to close his eyes in contemplation. In his mind's eye, he caught glimpses of blurred images. Amidst a cataclysmic energy storm, a black stream of light shot forth, traversing great distances before plunging into a blood-soaked sea. A Zhu Yin beast, upon sighting that black stream, pursued it, yet before entering the blood sea, it was assailed by the overwhelming aura of blood and malice, losing its mind and becoming a mere killing machine. So Zhu Yin has this history. The master of the universe soon regained his clarity, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he pondered, what was that black stream? It resembled a small black flag. Could it be the Northern Qian Yuan flag from the innate 5 elements flags? The innate 5 elements flags are unparalleled defensive innate treasures. And the master of the universe had seen both the Northern Qian Yuan water controlling flag and the Southern Li Di flame flag before, as they once belonged to the Yin Yang ancestor. It was through these two treasures that the Yin Yang ancestor comprehended the mysteries of water and fire, becoming a top-tier power in the primordial realm. Alas, even with such divine artifacts, the Yin Yang ancestor ultimately fell victim to the demonic might of the demon ancestor Luo Ho, leading to the disappearance of the flags. Could it truly be the Northern Qian Yuan water controlling flag? Regardless, it seems I must venture into the abyssal sea of blood. The master of the universe contemplated. As his thoughts raced, Zhu Yin, now with clear eyes, first displayed a look of confusion before realizing its situation and hurriedly kneeling before the master of the universe in profound gratitude. Thank you, great sage, for your assistance, allowing Zhu Yin to break free from the influence of the bloodthirst. Under the heavenly Tao, there lies a glimmer of hope. There is no need for gratitude. The master of the universe replied, casting a glance at Zhu Yin. Zhu Yin, encountering me this time is indeed fortunate. In the future, focus on cultivating your heart of the Tao, and do not let the aura of bloodthirst cloud your judgment. Otherwise, beneath the heavenly Tao, you shall ultimately face tribulation. Chapter 5, The Legacy of Pangu. Zhu Yin nodded earnestly. Zhu Yin understands. I am grateful for your guidance, great sage. I shall dedicate myself to cultivation and refine my heart of the Tao. Very well, you have no further business here. You may depart. The master of the universe instructed with a nod. Zhu Yin hesitated momentarily before respectfully acknowledging the command, then turned to Baze with a slight bow before departing. Just as Zhu Yin left, the voice of the primordial system resonated within the master of the universe's consciousness. By assisting Zhu Yin and altering his fate, you shall receive a reward of 30 system points. Furthermore, Zhu Yin has developed a desire to take on a master, yet alas, his master shows no inclination towards this, thus missing the opportunity to gain another talented disciple. What? I exerted a portion of my virtuous power to help him dispel the malevolent blood aura, and this is the meager reward I receive? The grand ancestor of Qian felt a twinge of frustration. He wishes to be my disciple? This fellow wants to become my pupil yet remains silent. I possess no ability to read minds. Never mind, I currently lack the leisure to accept disciples anyway. The system's mechanical and unyielding voice then chimed in. The master has received news of the Northern Qian Yuan water control banner, which is indeed a significant gain. This information triggers the opportunity to seize the Northern Qian Yuan water control banner. Would you like to accept it? Certainly. The grand ancestor of Qian did not hesitate. He had long desired to seek out the Northern Qian Yuan water control banner. Once found, not only would he obtain the banner itself, but he would also receive system points as a reward. What is there to lose? However, the system's subsequent words left the grand ancestor feeling a bit disheartened. Should the master fail to acquire the Northern Qian Yuan water control banner and complete the task, 30 system points will be deducted as punishment. What? A penalty? If I fail to obtain the Northern Qian Yuan water control banner, then the system points I earned from assisting Zhu Yin would be for naught, meaning I would have wasted a portion of my virtuous power. The grand ancestor of Qian clenched his teeth in silence. It seems that to preserve his system points, or even to acquire more, securing the Northern Qian Yuan water control banner is imperative. Whatever the case, when the gods block the way, I shall slay the gods. When the Buddhas block the way, I shall slay the Buddhas. In the primordial chaos, it is not so easy to obtain treasures without contention. One must say that virtuous power is indeed a precious commodity. The grand ancestor of Qian had also, alongside Hongjun, the ancestor of Yin and Yang, and the celestial master Yin Mei, besieged the demon ancestor Luo Hu, thereby ending a great calamity in the primordial chaos, earning him a considerable amount of virtuous power. However, once this virtuous power is expended, it is gone. Even a slight waste of it is a source of heartache. After resolving Zhu Yan's matter, the grand ancestor of Qian continued his journey up to Mount Buzhou with his newly accepted disciple, Bai Zhe. Mount Buzhou is abundant in spiritual materials and is seldom visited, offering the grand ancestor ample rewards. Although the rarest spiritual treasures are hard to come by, everything produced by Mount Buzhou is extraordinary. Should he miss this opportunity, acquiring these precious spiritual materials in the future would not be so easy. However, as he gradually ascended to the mountainside, The Grand Ancestor of Qian distinctly felt the oppressive aura emanating from Mount Buzhou intensifying. Baizhe began to struggle under the pressure. "Master, my cultivation is too shallow. I cannot ascend any further," Baizhe said. His face pale and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The Grand Ancestor of Qian glanced back at him and nodded slightly, instructing, "Very well. You shall wait here for my return." After parting with Baizhe, the Grand Ancestor of Qian quickened his pace, braving the increasingly potent pressure of Mount Buzhou as he pressed onward. At the mountainside, where it becomes increasingly difficult for ordinary people to reach, various rare spiritual materials become more plentiful. Yet, to the Grand Ancestor's disappointment, after a thorough exploration of Mount Buzhou, he found no top-tier spiritual treasures. No significant rewards that truly stirred his heart. The Sentient, it seems, was born upon Mount Buzhou. This is their old nest, and likely the true treasures have already been claimed by them. As the Grand Ancestor of Qian employed his void evasion technique to search for fine spiritual materials across Mount Buzhou, he pondered silently. While lost in thought, the Grand Ancestor of Qian suddenly sensed something and raised his gaze towards the peculiar, jagged peaks ahead, feeling that they bore a unique quality. Upon closer inspection, however, he momentarily struggled to discern what was amiss. Furrowing his brow in confusion, the Grand Ancestor of Qian flew closer, directing his will to manipulate the surrounding spatial vibrations. Instantly, the previously tranquil space distorted, revealing a vortex-like dark passage from which a faintly surging and mysterious aura emanated. Hiss. This aura is powerful. It feels somewhat familiar. The Grand Ancestor of Qian inhaled sharply, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. After a moment's hesitation, he advanced and entered the dark vortex passage, whereupon the space twisted again, causing the passage to vanish from sight. Exiting the vortex, the Grand Ancestor of Qian found himself before a cavern, inside which the surging mysterious aura became even more distinct. Sensing this increasingly familiar essence, the Grand Ancestor of Qian could not suppress his curiosity and hurried deeper into the cave. The cave was long and imbued with an intangible power that prevented the Grand Ancestor of Qian from utilizing his void evasion technique. He could only proceed by flying. After some time, having ventured deep within Mount Buzhou, the Grand Ancestor of Qian finally arrived at the end of the winding passage. At the passage's terminus lay a vast cavern space, shrouded in crimson mist, with a surging blood aura that seemed bound by an unseen force. Within the blood mist, two objects could be vaguely discerned: a blood orb, roughly the size of a football, shimmering with a diamond-like crimson glow, and a blood-glowing bone jade slip. Is this the essence of Pangu's blood? The Grand Ancestor of Qian was instantly captivated by the blood orb, instinctively stepping forward to stand before it. Simultaneously, he felt the surrounding blood mist actively surge into his body, causing his blood energy to churn, his entire being tingling with warmth. And he could even faintly sense his quasi-saint-level physique strengthening slightly. Could it be that this place is filled with the essence energy left behind by Pangu's spine? Looking down at the thick blood mist below, where a viscous, magma-like dark red liquid was slowly swirling, the Grand Ancestor of Qian was struck with astonishment. No wonder the aura felt so potent and familiar from the outside. It turns out to be the aura of the Great Pangu. This Mount Buzhou is infused with the essence of the Great Pangu. Although it felt familiar, I failed to recognize it due to the darkness beneath the light. Turning his attention to the blood-colored bone jade slip floating beside the orb of Pangu's essence, his eyes flickered as he reached out to grasp the jade slip, simultaneously allowing a strand of his primordial spirit energy to penetrate within. The Grand Ancestor of Qian trembled slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he could not help but open his eyes wide in astonishment, exclaiming, "The true form of Pangu? This jade slip contains the cultivation method of the Great Pangu's physical training? A tremendous fortune. Truly a tremendous fortune." After his initial surprise, the Grand Ancestor of Qian could not suppress his excitement. The physical training method is undoubtedly a rare magical technique in the primordial chaos. Among the denizens of the primordial chaos, the most formidable physical prowess belongs to the Witch clan, as they are of Pangu's bloodline. Next are the Demon clan, many of whom possess formidable physical strength, relying solely on their innate gifts. In contrast, the human race, which later came to dominate the primordial chaos, became synonymous with physical frailty. Nevertheless, with such a physical training magical technique, even the human-born heir Langshan Hongjun established an impressive reputation. This illustrates the preciousness of the physical training magical technique. The Qian Gong, however, is merely a superficial understanding of Pangu's true form. Derived from the insights of the Sentient into Pangu's creation marks, it does not capture the true essence. While Qian Gong is formidable, its capacity to enhance the physical body is limited and of little use to truly top-tier powers. However, Pangu's true form is different. It is the physical training method cultivated by the great Pangu, containing even the methods for cultivating at the saint level, making it arguably the most potent magical technique within the primordial chaos. Chapter 6, A Fortuitous Encounter with the Sentient gradually calming down. The grand ancestor of Qian first stored away the jade slip that recorded the cultivation method of Pangu's true form, then produced the Qian ding to collect the orb of Pangu's essence within the cauldron. He then glanced down at the copious amount of Pangu's essence below. To cultivate Pangu's true form, a vast quantity of energy is required. Relying solely on the celestial spiritual energy of the primordial chaos would take an eternity. If I absorb this Pangu essence to cultivate Pangu's true form, it would undoubtedly yield results beyond my expectations. As the thoughts swirled within his mind, the ancestor of the universe made a motion, commanding the universe cauldron to direct its mouth downward, unleashing a terrifying force of absorption that drew in the blood mist and the viscous essence of Pangu's energy from below. In mere moments, the blood mist in the cavern vanished entirely, and the seemingly abundant Pangu essence diminished at a visibly rapid pace, leaving behind an empty pit. Gradually, the deeper layers of Pangu essence seemed to be shielded by an invisible force, preventing the universe cauldron from drawing them in any further. Well, not everything can be taken, the ancestor of the universe thought, recognizing the significant gain he had already acquired and choosing not to be overly greedy. With a subtle shift of intent, he stored the universe cauldron away and departed from the cavern space, preparing to leave. However, just as he navigated through the winding paths of the cave, 3 phantoms descended from the sky, transforming into an elderly figure clad in purple robes with white hair, a middle-aged man in white robes exuding an air of authority, and a young Taoist in his 30s radiating a fierce aura. The 3 Pure Ones? The ancestor of the universe was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the 3, but quickly deduced their identities. Sensing the profound resonance of their auras with the cosmos, he narrowed his eyes in astonishment. What remarkable beings, the 3 Pure Ones of Pangu. Truly, they are manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, possessing extraordinary talents, having already attained the status of great Luo golden immortals. Yet, despite their impressive cultivation, the ancestor of the universe felt no fear. Although they were all great Luo golden immortals, their physical strength paled in comparison to his own. Should a conflict arise, he would demonstrate the formidable power of a quasi-saint's physique, illustrating the stark disparity between great Luo and quasi-saint levels. We are the 3 Pure Ones of Pangu. May I ask how you are addressed, friend? The elder among them, Laozi, bowed slightly in greeting. The ancestor of the universe, unreserved, responded with a faint smile and a slight bow in return. I am the ancestor of the universe. Upon hearing his name, the 3 Pure Ones could not help but be taken aback, with Tian, the leader, exclaiming in astonishment. Could you be the ancestor of the universe who once fought alongside Hongjun, Yangmei, and the Yin-Yang ancestor against the demon ancestor Luo? Ah, I am indeed that Taoist. He chuckled lightly, nodding. I sustained serious injuries during that battle and have since been in seclusion to heal. I recently recovered and ventured into the wilderness, fortuitously arriving at Mount Buzhou. It is a true pleasure to encounter the 3 Pure Ones. Yuan Shi Tianzun regarded the ancestor of the universe with a knowing smile. We did not expect to meet you here. I assume your visit to Mount Buzhou has yielded some gains? Just a few spiritual materials. He replied with an air of nonchalance. Had I known the 3 Pure Ones resided here, I would not have disturbed the treasures of your sacred ground. His demeanor was somewhat awkward, leaving the 3 Pure Ones momentarily at a loss for words. Tian, however, was less diplomatic. Ancestor of the universe, why feign ignorance? My brother speaks of the treasures you acquired from this cavern. Pray, what fine treasures did you obtain? Might we glimpse them? Laozi inquired courteously. The ancestor of the universe waved his hand dismissively. Nay. My friends, do not misunderstand. This is merely an ordinary cavern, devoid of treasures. I only ventured in for naught. Oh, really? Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression suggested skepticism, prompting him to instruct Tian, brother, go inside and have a look. With a nod, Tian cast a glance at the ancestor of the universe before soaring into the cavern. After a lengthy wait, he emerged with a frown, casting a sharp gaze at the ancestor, before flying to join Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzun, shaking his head and communicating through thought. The cavern conceals a spacious inner chamber, containing some rare Pangu essence, but no other treasures. Otherwise, he might have already claimed them, Yuan Shi Tianzun conveyed. Tian nodded in agreement. He has certainly acquired treasures, but he simply wishes to keep it from us. Regardless, even if he insists he has not, we cannot force him. Laozi sighed. Perhaps we should join forces to compel him to reveal what he possesses. At the very least, we ought to ascertain if it could aid our own paths to enlightenment. We cannot allow him to depart with potentially beneficial items. Brother, do not act rashly. The ancestor of the universe is a formidable power who survived his battle with the demon ancestor Luoho. He must possess extraordinary capabilities. Even united, we may not prevail against him. Offending him could lead to grave consequences, Lao Zi cautioned, remaining calm. Yuan Shi Tianzun suggested, brothers, let us consider this. Observing the three pure ones in their silent communication, occasionally exchanging glances, the ancestor of the universe remained unconcerned, confident that they would refrain from acting impulsively without knowledge of his acquisitions. He was curious to see what strategies they might devise. Ancestor of the universe. What a fortuitous encounter we have here at Mount Buzhou. Our humble abodes are not far from this location. Why not join us for a discussion? It would be a splendid opportunity for us to exchange insights and experiences in our respective paths, Lao Zi warmly invited. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the universe raised an eyebrow, a look of delight spreading across his face as he nodded enthusiastically. Yes, yes. What a splendid idea. The wilderness is vast. Yet finding those with whom to share philosophical discourse is rare. To encounter three at once fills my heart with joy. Thus, under the warm invitation of the three pure ones, the ancestor of the universe followed them to their abode on Mount Buzhou. Upon arrival, what appeared to be a residence turned out to be merely three thatched huts arranged in a triangular formation, one for each of the three pure ones. They escorted the ancestor of the universe into Lao Zi's hut, where they settled in. After exchanging pleasantries, the three pure ones presented some spiritual fruits to the ancestor, and the conversation naturally transitioned into a formal discussion of their philosophical insights. Though the ancestor of the universe found himself puzzled by their genuine intent to engage in dialogue, he outwardly responded with enthusiasm, sharing his own profound understandings and cultivation experiences, leading the three pure ones to gradually reveal substantial insights of their own. This exchange proved fruitful for all four, fostering a sense of closeness among them. Eventually, the three pure ones began to subtly probe, eager to uncover the true purpose of the ancestor of the universe's visit to Mount Buzhou, particularly what treasures he had discovered in the cavern. As time passed, the ancestor of the universe, realizing their rapport had deepened to a point where it would be inappropriate to withhold information, hesitated before revealing. I did acquire some Pangu blood in that cavern. He then produced a fist-sized orb of Pangu blood for the three pure ones to examine. Upon seeing the Pangu blood, the three pure ones could not suppress their inner disappointment. Although Pangu blood was indeed a precious substance, it held little significance for their own paths to enlightenment, as they did not prioritize physical strength like the Wu clan, but rather sought deeper comprehension of the Tao, which was essential for their future cultivation. Sensing their attitude towards the Pangu blood, the ancestor of the universe couldn't help but smirk internally. These three short-sighted fellows likely failed to recognize the true value of a robust physique. Very well, let them remain blissfully unaware, easing my concerns about their schemes. Yet, with the acquisition of Pangu blood and such abundant Pangu essence, I suppose I owe them a karmic debt. Instead of merely offering guidance, which would allow them to promptly grasp the profound skills, the venerable Qian Lao Zu, with such thoughts in mind, proceeded to exhibit an enthusiastic demeanor concerning the enhancement of the physical form before the three pure ones. He subtly reminded them that the great Pangu had embarked upon the path of enlightenment through strength, suggesting they too might explore the methods of fortifying their corporeal bodies. Although the three pure ones were not particularly invested in the pursuit of power, they found themselves swayed by Qian Lao Zu's discourse. Before parting ways, Qian Lao Zu feigned a pained expression as he presented them with a portion of Pangu's essence, further convincing the three pure ones of his genuine and earnest nature, leaving them somewhat ashamed of their earlier calculations against him. Unbeknownst to them, however, Qian Lao Zu, upon his departure, secretly chuckled at how easily these three fools could be deceived. No sooner had Qian Lao Zu taken his leave than he once again heard the voice of the primordial Tao system. Master has acquired the legacy of Pangu, yielding substantial rewards, earning 1,000 system points for imparting wisdom to the three pure ones regarding the cultivation of physical enhancement techniques, as well as returning some karmic debt. Qian Lao Zu was taken aback by the system's newfound generosity, marveling at the unexpected bounty from the legacy of Pangu. He realized that future opportunities for such grand gains would be scarce. With his newfound rewards, Qian Lao Zu descended from the Unshauschen and soon found Bai Zhe, offering him a brief explanation before heading alone towards the blood sea of the netherworld. This journey promised to be tumultuous. Qian Lao Zu preferred a hands-off approach to mentorship, believing that the master merely opens the door, while the disciple must walk through it alone. He had no intention of dragging along Bai Zhe, whom he viewed as a burden. Traveling hastily, Qian Lao Zu reached the southwestern expanse of the primordial realm in just over a month. In this region, Where the malevolent and ominous energies of the primordial world converged, lay a colossal sinkhole, unfathomably deep and expansive as one ventured further down. At the bottom of this abyss was the vast and boundless netherworld, home to a blood sea, formed from the navel of Pangu, stretching for thousands of miles. Its crimson waves rolling ominously, devoid of fish or fowl, a gathering place for the world's malevolence, known to all beings as the blood sea of the netherworld. This blood sea was a desolate realm of death, nearly untouched by life, rendering it even more serene than Hongjun. As the blood wave surged, a figure materialized above the roiling sea, Qian Lao. Almost simultaneously, the waters of the blood sea erupted like a geyser, revealing a blood-robed elder with a sinister visage. Golden immortal? Qian Lao mused, sensing the aura of the blood-robed elder. The lord of the underworld cannot be so weak. The elder, with a cold, raspy voice, glared at Qian Lao, demanding, "Who are you to trespass upon my blood sea?" "I am Qian Lao, here merely to seek an item," he replied. "An item?" The elder raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. "There is nothing in my blood sea that you seek. Kindly depart." Yet Qian Lao maintained a calm smile. "Lord of the underworld, you undoubtedly know what I seek. A small black flag known as the Northern Mysterious Yuan Water Controlling Banner." The elder's demeanor shifted, his aura momentarily disrupted. However, regaining composure, he sneered. "So you seek the Northern Mysterious Yuan Water Controlling Banner? Do you truly believe I would easily part with such a supreme innate spiritual treasure? I have heard of your name, Qian Lao, and recognize your profound cultivation, yet this is my domain. You shall not act with arrogance here. Leave at once, or face my wrath. Lord of the underworld, I wish to avoid conflict. The Northern Mysterious Yuan Water Controlling Banner does not rightfully belong to you. You have no need for such a supreme protective treasure. Simply relinquish it to me. Otherwise, should it come to blows, even with the advantage of the blood sea, you cannot withstand my might," Qian Lao declared, his tone resolute. The elder's expression darkened further. "It seems you know me well, Qian Lao. Yet you should also know that to seize something from me is utterly impossible unless you possess the ability to kill me. Then let us see just how capable you truly are," Qian Lao retorted coldly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he reached out, distorting the space around him. The elder disintegrated into a mist of blood, dissolving into the sea, a mere projection of a golden immortal. Qian Lao dismissed with ease. He had anticipated the elder's obstinacy, knowing that wresting anything from him would not be simple. It proved prudent to confront such an adversary directly. Qian Lao possessed a clear objective for this venture, to seize treasures, not only the Northern Mysterious Yuan Water Controlling Banner, but he also contemplated the possibility of eliminating the Lord of the Underworld to acquire the 12-grade Fiery Red Lotus and the Isekai'd sword, two supreme innate spiritual swords. In the primordial realm, the law of the jungle prevailed. There was no room for mercy. After all, the Lord of the Underworld was not a benevolent figure, and Qian Lao felt no moral qualms about slaying him. Since conflict was inevitable, he resolved to make it thorough and decisive. Even if the blood sea remained and the Lord of the Underworld survived, without his spiritual treasures, what could he possibly amount to? How could he stir the waters? With the acquisition of the Northern Mysterious Yuan Water Controlling Banner, the 12-grade Fiery Red Lotus, and the Isekai'd sword, Qian Lao anticipated a profound understanding of the Tao, propelling his cultivation to unprecedented heights. If he did not seize such a grand opportunity before the Lord of the Underworld ascended to become a top-tier power, finding a similar chance in the future would be exceedingly difficult. Chapter 8. The Death of the Lord of the Underworld with Thunderous Explosions. The blood sea surrounding Qian Lao erupted as towering columns of crimson surged skyward, revealing 12 blood-robed figures, each exuding a far more potent aura than the previous manifestation of the Lord of the Underworld. 12 golden immortal projections? Is this all you can muster? Lord of the Underworld? Qian Lao scoffed, his form fracturing into 12 afterimages, each confronting the 12 blood-robed figures. Amidst the chaotic distortion of space, the 12 figures stood no chance against Qian Lao's assault. Each one sent reeling back, bloodied and defeated, disappearing into the depths of the blood sea. Simultaneously, the waters of the blood sea parted as if curtains, and a dark gray sword beam shot forth, targeting Qian Lao's solidifying figure. As the space trembled, a diagram abruptly appeared before Qian Lao, intercepting the dark gray sword exuding an ominous aura. It was the supreme innate protective treasure, the Qian diagram. The Isekai'd sword is indeed formidable, Qian Lao thought, focusing his will to manipulate the Qian diagram to ensnare the dark gray Isekai'd sword. With a sharp sound piercing the air, the Isekai'd divine sword was instantly repelled, landing in the hands of the ominous and formidable figure of the underworld river ancestor. who was draped in a dark red robe, exuding a suffocating aura. Indeed, the underworld river ancestor had attained the fruit of the great Tao. And sensing the overwhelming energy emanating from him, the Qian ancestor was not at all surprised. Retrieving the Abijna divine sword, the underworld river ancestor cast a cold and piercing glare at the Qian ancestor, while in his other hand appeared the blood-colored Yuan 2 divine sword. Beneath him, a 12-petal fiery red lotus bloomed, with flames rising like wisps of smoke, and a massive black banner materialized behind him, surrounded by swirling streams of dark water. Observing the underworld river ancestor clad in such impressive gear, the Qian ancestor narrowed his eyes, a flicker of envy crossing his gaze. With 4 exceptional innate spiritual treasures at his disposal, both offense and defense were well covered, making the underworld river ancestor's fortune enviable. Yet, the Qian ancestor held a singular belief: as long as he could slay him, all these treasures would be his. At this juncture, the underworld river ancestor wasted no breath. With a flick of his wrist and a surge of intent, the Abijna and Yuan 2 divine swords transformed into arcs of light, converging upon the Qian ancestor. The Qian ancestor, wielding the Qian diagram, successfully blocked the Abijna divine sword while simultaneously using the Qian ruler to deflect the Yuan 2 divine sword. Feeling a numbing sensation in his palm and a sharp pain in his grip, the Qian ancestor was jolted back, slightly disheveled, his internal energy in turmoil. The Yuan 2 divine sword was incredibly fierce, imbued with a heavy aura of slaughter, and the Qian ruler, though formidable, paled in comparison. The Qian ancestor understood this. He had merely sought to test the might of the Yuan 2 divine sword. In that instant, the Abijna divine sword curved around the Qian diagram, continuing its assault on the Qian ancestor, closely followed by the Yuan 2 divine sword. However, the Qian ancestor remained unfazed, controlling the Qian diagram to fend off the Yuan 2 divine sword, allowing the Abijna divine sword to approach without any intention of halting it. From a distance, the underworld river ancestor looked on with some confusion. Just as the Abijna divine sword was about to pierce the Qian ancestor's chest, the latter's figure abruptly vanished, and a massive black 4-legged cauldron descended from above, enveloping the Abijna divine sword within. A surge of alarm coursed through the underworld river ancestor as he sensed the severance of his connection to the Yuan 2 divine sword. His complexion changed dramatically. In that moment of mental disarray, the Qian diagram lunged at the Yuan 2 divine sword, wrapping it up like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, and swiftly drew it into the Qian cauldron. Before long, the Qian diagram soared out of the cauldron, hovering above the Qian ancestor's head. The underworld river ancestor, spitting blood from the sudden shock, finally reacted. His eyes filled with rage directed at the Qian ancestor. Qian ancestor, you shall perish. In response, the Qian ancestor unleashed the Qian cauldron to suppress the underworld river ancestor. Witnessing this, a frenzied and crazed expression surfaced on the underworld river ancestor's face. You wish for my death. Qian ancestor, it is you who will die. Blood Sea Great Formation arise. With the underworld river ancestor's furious roar, the entire blood sea surged violently, and blood-colored phantoms emerged above, a dense crimson light shooting skyward, forming an enormous formation that enveloped the entire blood sea. A powerful column of concentrated crimson energy surged toward the Qian ancestor. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the Qian ancestor, with the Qian diagram above him, could not help but show signs of concern. A low growl escaped him as his aura surged, distorting the surrounding space, only to be quickly engulfed by the crimson energy column. Haha, Qian ancestor, you were too arrogant. Did you not anticipate my Blood Sea Great Formation as a trump card? Now, even if you do not die, you shall be gravely injured. Let us see how you continue to contend with me. The underworld river ancestor laughed maniacally, and as the Qian cauldron descended with a thunderous crash, he too, with a fierce aura, attempted to retreat. However, at that moment, sensing a distortion in the space behind him, the underworld river ancestor's expression shifted as he instinctively turned. There, the Qian ancestor emerged from the warped space, the Qian ruler slicing through the air toward him, with a resounding crash. The underworld river ancestor was unprepared for the force of the impact and was hurled backward, directly into the waiting Qian cauldron, which crushed him down. As the Blood Sea Great Formation conjured another robust column of crimson energy, the Qian ancestor leaped into the cauldron, allowing the energy column to strike the cauldron. It merely caused a tremor, failing to inflict any damage. Inside the Qian cauldron, the underworld river ancestor, newly entered, found himself engulfed by chaotic, potent flames from all directions. The intense heat, Despite the presence of the Northern Qian Yuan water-controlling banner and the 12-petal fiery red lotus sent chills down his spine. In less than a tea's worth of time, amid the anguished and unwilling screams, the underworld river ancestor, unable to self-destruct even under such pressure, disintegrated into fine ash. Leaving behind the Northern Qian Yuan water-controlling banner, the 12-petal fiery red lotus, and a fist-sized orb of blood-like brilliance, reminiscent of a blood diamond. As the underworld river ancestor was birthed from the blood sea, this orb of blood represented his essence and the primal energy of the blood sea. As the chaotic divine fire dissipated, the Qian ancestor, floating down gracefully, joyfully collected the Northern Qian Yuan water-controlling banner and the 12-petal fiery red lotus, easily imprinting his spirit mark upon them. His gaze then turned eagerly toward the precious blood left behind by the underworld river ancestor. With such a restrained aura, could it be that this blood contained remnants of the underworld river ancestor's spirit? The Qian ancestor, his mind racing, sent forth his spirit energy like a surging tide into the orb of blood. After a considerable time, the Qian ancestor's eyes widened with excitement as he realized, Blood God Child? This blood contains the secrets to cultivating the Blood God Child and the methods to deploy the Blood Sea Great Formation using the power of the Blood Sea. Chapter 9. The True Form of Pangu. This gamble has paid off tremendously. The Qian ancestor rejoiced at the bountiful harvest. The cold, mechanical voice of the Hongjun certification system chimed in his mind. Congratulations, Master, for slaying the underworld river ancestor and completing the task of acquiring the Northern Qian Yuan water-controlling banner. You have reaped substantial rewards, earning 9,000 system points. 9,000 system points? The Qian ancestor's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart swelling with joy. By slaying the underworld river ancestor, I can gain such a wealth of system points. I might as well become a hunter of the great powers in Hongjun. However, he realized that the top-tier powers were not so easily slain. Some could not be attacked indiscriminately. If not for the Qian cauldron, killing the underworld river ancestor would have proven far more challenging. Moreover, with the underworld river ancestor's true form destroyed, his blood god child avatars, though not all annihilated, would be severely weakened, unable to unleash the full might of the Blood Sea Great Formation. Time was of the essence. He must eliminate them before they could recover. Resolving to act, the Qian ancestor emerged from the Qian cauldron and, observing the significantly weakened Blood Sea Formation outside, waved to stow away the cauldron. In a flash, he appeared at a focal point of the Blood Sea Formation, striking downward with his palm. The water surged violently, and one of the underworld river ancestor's blood god child avatars hidden within was obliterated. Utilizing his familiarity with the Blood Sea Formation, the Qian ancestor employed the void escape technique, easily locating the weakened blood god child avatars and dispatching them with a mere wave of his hand. Though the Qian ancestor's void escape technique was swift, the sheer number of blood god child avatars, reportedly numbering 3,000, made the task daunting. Although the vast majority were slaughtered, a small number managed to escape the blood sea, scattering in all directions. However, these avatars of the blood god, having lost the source of energy from the blood sea, were no longer a cause for concern and not worth the attention of the ancestor of Qian. Subsequently, the ancestor of Qian did not depart directly from the underworld blood sea, but chose to enter a period of seclusion within it, preparing to cultivate a blood sea avatar using the essence of blood left behind after the fall of the true body of the ancestor of the underworld river, thereby masquerading as the ancestor of the underworld river to oversee the operations of the underworld blood sea. Having acquired the cultivation method from the blood god, the ancestor of Qian infused a mere fraction of his primordial spirit into the essence of blood, and within just a few years, he successfully cultivated a blood sea avatar that, upon completion, achieved the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. Given time and nourishment from the primal forces of the blood sea, attaining the Tao fruit of the great Luo would not be a difficult endeavor. At that point, the blood sea avatar of the ancestor of Qian would be indistinguishable from the ancestor of the underworld river. And who in the vast wilderness could discern the truth from the falsehood? Despite having cultivated a blood sea avatar, it remained relatively weak, and the ancestor of Qian could not bring himself to leave without further assurance. Thus, while the blood sea avatar quietly sought to ascend to the great Luo level, the ancestor of Qian concealed himself within the Qian cauldron, intending to utilize the Pangu essence stored within, along with the energy of Pangu's quintessence, to cultivate the true body of Pangu. The true body of Pangu, being a method of physical cultivation established by the great deity Pangu, had a relatively high starting point. At the very least, a body at the great Luo level, akin to that of the great witches, was required to meet the conditions for its cultivation. The true body of Pangu was divided into 6 transformations, with the first 3 corresponding to the 3 levels of quasi-saints. The first, second, and third corpse quasi-saints. While the latter three corresponded to the three levels of saints, the early, mid, and late stages of the complete Great Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, considering the situation of weaker beings in physical cultivation, the great deity Pangu had also left behind a foundational method of physical cultivation. Even this basic method was significantly superior to the intricate techniques developed by the Three Pure Ones. The ancestor of Qian reorganized this foundational method, dividing it into 9 transformations and naming it the 9 transformations of primordial skill. The first 3 transformations corresponded to beings below Earth Immortal, the middle 3 to Earth Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, and Qian Immortal, and the final 3 to Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, and Great Luo Golden Immortal. The difficulty of cultivation and the energy resources required varied dramatically across these 3 levels. The true body of the ancestor of Qian, inherently comparable to a first corpse quasi-saint, easily achieved the second transformation of the true body of Pangu with the aid of Pangu's quintessence, granting him a physical prowess akin to that of a second corpse quasi-saint. However, when the ancestor of Qian began to cultivate the third transformation of the true body of Pangu, he encountered considerable difficulty. The enhancement of his physical body became significantly slower, exhausting the remaining Pangu quintessence and approximately 10% of Pangu's essence. He barely elevated his physical form to the pinnacle of a second corpse quasi-saint, still just a hair's breadth away from the level of a third corpse quasi-saint. Upon reaching this level, the ancestor of Qian ceased further consumption of Pangu's essence for cultivation. Having realized a critical issue, an insufficient level of primordial spirit would lead to pressure on it if the physical body were too powerful. Once the full might of the physical body was unleashed, it would inevitably harm the primordial spirit, akin to a child wielding a heavy hammer, struggling to unleash its power while risking injury to itself. As hundreds of years passed, the Blood Sea avatar of the ancestor of Qian not only re-entered the Great Luo level, but also cultivated the 9 transformations of primordial skill to reach the Great Luo level, rivaling the bodies of the Great Witches. Simultaneously, the Blood Sea avatar, with the assistance of the Blood Sea's power, cultivated several more avatars of the Blood God, sufficient to establish a formidable protective formation around the underworld Blood Sea. Observing that the Blood Sea was now securely managed, the ancestor of Qian quietly left the Blood Sea. Before departing, he entrusted the 12-grade Karmic Fire Red Lotus and the Ubijna sword to the Blood Sea avatar, taking only the northern Qian Yuan water-controlling flag with him. Having left the underworld Blood Sea, the ancestor of Qian did not return directly to the Isle of the Eastern Sea, but made another visit to Mount Buzhou. His purpose for this trip was clear: to ascend the higher peaks of Mount Buzhou, both to test his limits under the pressure of Pangu and to seek out the spiritual materials and treasures that might be found at its summit. Wishing to avoid alerting the Three Pure Ones, he climbed the mountain stealthily, deliberately steering clear of their secluded abodes. Moreover, having cultivated the true body of Pangu, the ancestor of Qian discovered one of its remarkable abilities. When he concealed his presence, his physical body could perfectly mask the aura of his primordial spirit, allowing him to easily contain his physical prowess without revealing it. This made it exceedingly difficult for anyone to detect him, significantly reducing the likelihood of being discovered by the Three Pure Ones. Gradually and silently ascending to the higher levels of Mount Buzhou, the ancestor of Qian noted that the vegetation had become sparse, and the quality of spiritual materials, including various mineral ores, had improved, yielding considerable gains. After traversing several layers of clouds and climbing to considerable heights, he observed that the cliffs grew increasingly steep, and spiritual materials began to dwindle. Just as he was about to turn back, something caught his eye. Between the gaps in the clouds above, he discerned a faint glimpse of a black plant, piquing his curiosity. Upon approaching, he discovered it to be a spiritual root growing on a sloped cliff. It appeared unremarkable, rather small, with dark and somewhat twisted branches and black leaves. What manner of tree is this? It bears a resemblance to a tea tree, he mused, reaching out to touch its branches. A surge of profound information flooded into his primordial spirit, and he suddenly grasped the origin of this spiritual root. It was, in fact, the first innate tea tree born since the creation of the heavens and the earth, a tree of enlightenment. Its leaves, when steeped in spiritual water, produced a tea that could immerse cultivators in deep insights into the Tao, possessing effects comparable to sudden enlightenment. The rarity and value of such a tree were immeasurable. Chapter 10. The Path of Yin and Yang. The ancestor of Qian carefully collected the innate enlightenment tea tree along with the small amount of primordial soil and some innate spiritual soil that clung to its roots and quietly departed from Mount Buzhou, preparing to return to the Isle of the Eastern Sea to plant the innate enlightenment tea tree there. In his eagerness to settle the innate enlightenment fruit tree, he did not delay on his journey back, arriving at the Isle of the Eastern Sea in just over half a month. On the island, In the center of the five-colored lake, a new innate enlightenment tea tree stood alongside the existing innate five-element fruit trees. As the ancestor of Qian planted the innate enlightenment fruit tree, the voice of the Hongjun enlightenment system resonated in his mind. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring a high-grade spiritual root, the innate enlightenment fruit tree, and successfully transplanting it. You may receive 2,000 system points. This journey has come to a successful conclusion, with an additional reward of 5,000 system points. 2,000 plus 5,000, 7,000 system points? Quite remarkable. The ancestor of Qian's spirits lifted as he gazed at the towering innate five-element fruit trees and the newly planted innate enlightenment tea tree. A smile spreading across his face. What was the purpose of coming to Hongjun? Undoubtedly, it was to attain the Tao. Without sufficient strength, one would be nothing but an ant in this realm. Besides the pursuit of cultivation and enlightenment, there were numerous engaging activities to partake in: growing trees, enjoying tea, refining pills, and forging artifacts, all in the name of treasures, fortune, and face. It is often said that immortals live carefree, yet they too experience the full spectrum of emotions. Otherwise, what is the point of existence? After successfully planting the innate enlightenment fruit tree, the ancestor of Qian took out the Qian cauldron, entering it to prepare for a period of seclusion and contemplation. There was no choice. In the vast wilderness, cultivation was of utmost importance. Within the realm of the Qian cauldron, upon a suspended, flat stone of a grayish-black hue, sat the venerable Qian ancestor, his mind stirring. In his hand appeared a small black flag, the Northern Xianyuan water-controlling flag. In the next moment, the flag detached from the ancestor's grasp, hovering before him. Its surface shimmered with intertwining red and blue lights, resembling a taiji diagram, emanating an enigmatic aura of the dualities of fire and water. Centuries ago, amidst the abyssal blood sea, upon first acquiring the Xianyuan water-controlling flag, the Qian ancestor recognized its essence. Discovering a source of primordial yin and yang power left by the fallen ancestor of yin and yang, its mysteries truly unfathomable. It is well known that in the primordial era, Niwa created humanity, while the ancestor of the underworld crafted the Azura clan, both capable of cultivation. While Niwa's mastery over creation through clay and life was unsurprising, one might ponder the nature of the underworld ancestor's cultivation path. His artifacts suggested a mastery of death and destruction, possibly also of the elements of water and fire, none of which pertained to creation. How, then, did he forge the Azura clan? Previously, the Qian ancestor had not pondered this deeply, but upon gaining the Xianyuan water-controlling flag and uncovering the yin and yang power within, he began to perceive the truth. The underworld ancestor, having inherited the legacy of the yin and yang ancestor, grasped the profound mysteries of creation and thus was able to bring forth the Azura clan. Now, as the Qian ancestor vanquished the underworld ancestor and claimed his abyssal blood sea, this fortuitous opportunity naturally fell into his hands. The path of yin and yang undoubtedly ranks among the pinnacle of the 3,000 great avenues. The venerable Laozi of the Three Pure Ones, through his cultivation of this path, comprehended the profundity of taiji, attaining the highest cultivation among them and standing subtly at the forefront among all saints. Although the Qian ancestor's mastery over the spatial path was remarkable, he understood that to grasp the great Tao, he must not confine himself to a single path but rather explore the intricacies of various other avenues, seeking to draw connections and mutual validation, thus progressing further and more steadily along his cultivation journey. Thus, the Qian ancestor arranged for his blood god avatar and the numerous blood god sub-avatars to meditate within the blood sea, contemplating the paths of death, slaughter, and the elements of water and fire. Given their interconnected primordial spirits, the insights gained by the blood god avatars were equally comprehensible to the Qian ancestor himself. Indeed, it became apparent why the underworld ancestor could ascend to such heights beneath the saints. With an array of formidable artifacts at his disposal and aided by 3,000 blood god sub-avatars in deciphering the great Tao, even a mere swine could achieve significant accomplishments. The Qian ancestor could not suppress his inner musings. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, where time flowed like a river, the Qian ancestor, immersed in his contemplation within the Qian cauldron, was nearly oblivious to the passage of time, which had swiftly transformed into a millennium outside. Awakening from his reverie on the mysteries of the yin and yang, he stretched languidly, realizing 1,000 years had elapsed. Indeed, the path of cultivation knows no bounds of time. With an exclamation, the Qian ancestor rose, his thoughts guiding the now shrunken Xianyuan water-controlling flag into his being. And in the next instant, he appeared on the island of innate spiritual soil. Glancing at the Qian cauldron beside him, he murmured softly, "I must construct a palace. I cannot continually seclude myself within the Qian cauldron during my cultivation. Alas, I have no experience in artifact crafting. How long must I ponder the path of forging before I can truly create a magical artifact? Not to mention alchemy, spells, and divine abilities. Such foundational knowledge cannot be conjured from thin air. I require tranquility to cultivate. Where shall I find the leisure to delve into these matters? But wait. Isn't the primordial enlightenment system capable of transporting me to other realms? In those worlds of cultivation, I could learn the arts of forging and alchemy, spells and divine abilities. Even if they are but rudimentary practices, having a foundation would make further exploration considerably easier. With a flicker of inspiration, the Qian ancestor's eyes sparkled with excitement. What is the purpose of the system if not to aid the Qian ancestor in his ascension? If I possess valuable resources and fail to utilize them wisely, I would be remiss in my duties. However, the Qian ancestor resolved not to send his true self across dimensions. It was wiser to remain discreet and dispatch a weaker avatar instead, for should any mishaps occur, the loss would be manageable. On the island of innate spiritual soil, the Qian ancestor, seated in meditation, allowed a drop of his essence blood to seep forth, floating gracefully before him. He swiftly absorbed the 5-element energy emanating from the surrounding 5-colored lake, soon manifesting a spectral figure that gradually solidified into a young man of nearly perfect proportions, bearing a resemblance to the Qian ancestor himself. His aura was modest, merely at the level of a celestial being. For one who had comprehended the path of yin and yang and grasped a thread of the mysteries of creation, it was not a formidable task to cultivate a weaker avatar using his own essence blood and a fragment of his spiritual power, mirroring the method of the blood god sub-avatars. The avatar, sensing the flow of thought, conjured a set of azure robes with his magical energy. Satisfied with the appearance of his avatar, the Qian ancestor directly connected with the primordial enlightenment system, declaring, "System, I wish to exchange for an opportunity for my avatar to traverse into the world of stellar transformation," confirmed. Initiating the traversal of the master's avatar to the world of stellar transformation, deducting 500 system points, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in the Qian ancestor's mind. As a spatial distortion unfolded before him, a vortex emerged, akin to a celestial beast opening its maw to devour the Qian ancestor's avatar. Chapter 11, Thunder Mountain Residence. Stellar transformation. The purple Qian star is an enormous life planet within the mortal realm, subordinate to the celestial, demonic, and monstrous realms. On this planet, besides vast oceans, there exist 2 expansive continents named the Qianlong continent and the Tunglong continent. The Qianlong continent is primarily inhabited by mortals, while the Tunglong continent serves as the world of cultivators. At the extreme eastern end of Qianlong continent lies the boundless primordial wilderness, characterized by towering mountains and dense forests, teeming with myriad demonic beasts. The deeper one ventures into this wilderness, the more formidable the beasts become. Approximately 100,000 miles from the western border of the wilderness, a mere short distance in the grand scheme of its vastness, there exists a massive lake beside which stands a grand structure, merely 2 stories tall, yet spanning over 100 meters in both length and width. Suddenly, the surface of the lake rippled as if the very fabric of space was disturbed, followed by the emergence of a spatial vortex. A young man clad in azure robes stepped forth from this vortex. He was indeed the Qian ancestor's avatar. Suspended above the lake, the avatar, henceforth referred to as Qian, curiously surveyed his surroundings, quickly honing in on the mountain structure by the lakeside. This must be the boundless wilderness east of the Qianlong continent, he mused. This mountain residence is likely the Thunder Mountain residence left by the Thunder Guard. With a flicker of his form, Qian arrived at the entrance of the Thunder Mountain residence. Though its doors were firmly shut, as an unclaimed entity, Qian effortlessly recognized and claimed it as his own. With a mere thought, he commanded the doors to swing open and stepped inside. The expansive living room of the Thunder Mountain residence featured a sizable indoor swimming pool. As Qian strolled along the edge of the indoor swimming pool, he entered a spacious martial arts training hall adorned with silver walls and floors, where an emptiness pervaded, save for the intricate patterns etched into the ground. The residence, known as Li Shanju, was grand, comprising 2 levels reminiscent of a villa. The lower level housed the training hall, living room, refining room, alchemy chamber, and storage room, with the swimming pool at the forefront and a garden at the rear, replete with exotic flora from various planets. The first floor eschewed technological indulgences, focusing instead on cultivation, alchemy, and artifact refining, while the second floor offered bathrooms, a kitchen, entertainment rooms, bedrooms, and a study for relaxation. In the study, Qian's gaze swept across the numerous physical books, encompassing both astronomical and geographical texts, as well as tomes on cultivation. His attention soon fell upon a particular volume resting atop the desk, its cover inscribed with the 3 characters Xingxian Bian in elegant calligraphy. Eagerly, he seated himself at the desk, reaching for the manual of the Sentient technique to delve into its contents. The text spoke of the golden core and nascent soul, suggesting a path to the righteous cultivation. It posed profound questions about the pursuit of the heavenly way and the nature of that very path. Observing the universe's evolution. The author claimed to have created this technique as a means of spiritual cultivation. The method delineated 6 major realms, beginning with the nebula chapter. Typically, upon successfully transcending tribulations, practitioners would condense their innate true Qi into a liquid state within their boundless dantian, forming a water-like ball before refining it into a golden core. Yet, the text questioned the necessity of such a process, proposing that the first step of Sentient was to disperse the innate true Qi back into a gaseous state, spreading it throughout the dantian and even beyond the body, using the dantian as a nucleus and the body as a bridge to connect the universe with one's true self, thus evolving in harmony with the natural heavenly way. As Qian contemplated this technique, he couldn't help but marvel at the brilliance of Lei Wei, who had crafted such a unique method to evolve the cosmic principles. Coupled with the subsequent steps by Qian, the 6th realm, Stellar, would transition to Dark Star, transforming into a black hole and condensing into a singularity, ultimately evolving into the Qian world, a pathway to the creation and evolution of a universe. Utterly sublime and a direct conduit to the great Tao. Although the cultivation requirements of Sentient were rather stringent, Qian found the endeavor manageable, as his physical form, albeit a feeble doppelganger of his true self, was still considerably stronger than an average innate mortal. After thoroughly studying the cultivation methods of Sentient, he eagerly departed the study and made his way to the training hall on the 1st floor, seating himself cross-legged in the center of the silver floor. With eyes closed and mind focused, Qian began to channel his inner magical energy according to the secret techniques, gathering it within his dantian. Once all the magical energy converged, he dispersed it along a predetermined trajectory, allowing it to flow through his body and extend beyond his physical form. Then, he continued to control the mist-like magical energy, drawing it back into his body and once again concentrating it within his dantian. This cyclical process of gathering and dispersing the magical energy formed a perfect loop, refining his physical body while gradually creating a vortex of energy within his dantian. With each cycle, he absorbed stellar energy, enhancing his muscles and bones, fortifying the energy within the nebula. After merely half a day, a dense silver mist enveloped Qian's exterior, continually absorbing stellar energy. Simultaneously, a nebula formed within his dantian, comprised of numerous silver particles scattered throughout, representing the essence derived from copious amounts of stellar energy, the source of power within his dantian. Reaching the pinnacle of the nebula stage, he aimed to cultivate a golden star using the primordial sun's true fire, leading to the meteor realm. As he murmured softly, the silver, misty starlight encircled him, transforming into an immense nebula that cocooned his being. Suddenly, the space above his head warped, and a surge of intense energy erupted from the distorted realm, merging with the nebula. Instantly, the nebula shifted to a golden hue, enveloping Qian in a radiance of gold. Within his dantian, the density of the silver stars doubled, spinning rapidly, while the stellar true fire ignited, refining the numerous silver stars until only a single, dazzling golden particle remained. The Sentient technique outlined 6 realms: nebula, meteor, star core, planet, transcendence, and stellar. With his pure celestial magical energy, Qian effortlessly advanced through the stages, ultimately achieving the consummate stellar phase. However, when he attempted to transition from the stellar to the dark star realm, he regrettably discovered that the scant celestial magical energy remaining within him could not meet the demands required for this transformation, forcing him to cease his cultivation. He recalled that Lei Wei had left behind a storage ring, the Dream Ring. After concluding his training, Qian murmured to himself and made his way directly to the storage room. Upon opening the door to the storage chamber on the 1st floor of Lishanju, he beheld a kaleidoscope of various minerals filling the space, identical in size to the training hall. Aware that these were precious crystals within the cultivation realm, Qian remained indifferent, instead approaching a nearby counter to seize a small ring, promptly dripping his blood to acknowledge ownership. Chapter 12. Artifact Refinement, the Enigmatic Fox, the Dream Ring. Specifically crafted by Lei Wei and named after his homeland, Dreamstar, though merely a spirit artifact, possessed an internal storage capacity exceeding 10,000 cubic meters. Such a vast space could easily accommodate an entire mountain. Within the Dream Ring were hundreds of mid-grade crystals, over a dozen high-grade crystals, and a vial of healing elixirs known as Bihu Dan. After donning the ring, Qian effortlessly dispelled the restrictions on the precious crystals stored within the storage room, selecting a few before heading to the study to peruse texts detailing artifact refinement techniques, preparing to experiment with the process. In truth, The fundamentals of artifact refinement were not overly complex. They primarily involved using true fire to temper the crystals, forging them into the desired weapon, often incorporating simple attack and defense formations during the process. The artifact refinement room was already equipped with numerous defensive and auxiliary formations, making the refinement significantly more convenient. In the center of the artifact refinement room stood a premium spirit artifact, the Bagua Furnace, designed specifically for refining artifacts, inscribed with various profound formations. After a brief examination of the Bagua Furnace, Qian grasped the method of its operation. A plume of purple heavenly fire erupted from within him, landing in the furnace. And with a wave of his hand, he tossed a mid-grade crystal into the Bagua Furnace. He invoked the heavenly gate, the Bagua, and the righteous path. With a flick of his hand, pure, searing stellar energy shot into the small openings of the Bagua Furnace, causing it to illuminate brilliantly, emanating mystical runes. While the purple heavenly fire surged, rapidly melting and reducing the crystal. Due to Qian elevated realm, formidable primordial spirit, and mastery of spatial techniques, his control over the flames was exceptional. Thus, despite this being his inaugural endeavor in artifact refinement, the process appeared effortless, and within a mere half-day, he successfully forged a flying sword. The sword measured just over a foot in length, boasting an ancient aesthetic and a dark golden hue. Upon activation, it radiated with dazzling golden light, unleashing a fierce golden blade of energy. A mid-grade golden crystal was thoroughly refined into a high-grade spirit artifact flying sword, onto which Qian inscribed 9 overlapping attack formations. When activated in unison, the sword's power would rival that of premium spirit artifacts. Experiencing artifact refinement for the first time was undeniably exhilarating. Qian had expended over a dozen medium-grade crystal stones and a few premium-grade ones, successfully forging around 20 various mystical artifacts. His skills in artifact refinement had notably improved before he finally paused. Subsequently, Qian returned to his study to peruse the other cultivation methods, alchemical techniques, and formation prohibitions left behind by Lei Wei, rapidly absorbing the essence of these foundational practices of immortality. Recognizing that alchemy required certain herbs, which were not stored in Lei Shan's residence, Qian felt compelled to venture forth into the boundless wilderness to seek rare spiritual herbs for his alchemical endeavors. After scouring the vast expanse of the wilderness and gathering a selection of quality herbs, he turned his focus to studying alchemical techniques while heading westward, preparing to exit the infinite wilderness and enter the mundane world of the West. Having arrived in the world of star transformation, how could he not pay a visit to the protagonist, Qian? One day, while leisurely traveling, Qian unexpectedly stumbled upon a beautiful peach orchard ahead, stirring his interest and prompting him to take a break. Upon entering the orchard, he gracefully descended and discovered a charming pavilion constructed from the trunks of peach trees, indicating that someone resided there. Intrigued by the exquisite pavilion within the peach grove, Qian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and smile knowingly. He made no effort to conceal his presence, and the occupant of the pavilion, not being weak, sensed his arrival through the sound of his approach. "Who goes there?" a low, furious voice demanded, as a figure shot out from the pavilion's entrance, transforming into a muscular man clad in a black leopard skin cloak, exuding a fierce aura. Almost immediately, 3 more figures emerged from the pavilion, revealing 3 enchanting women with flushed complexions. One, a mature beauty in black attire, appeared to be in her 30s, radiating a captivating charm. Another, resembling a 20-year-old, exuded a bewitching allure, and the last, a young girl in purple, possessed a playful and cute demeanor. 3 against 1. Truly absurd, Qian thought, shaking his head as he prepared to take flight and depart. He had no interest in engaging with mere golden core beasts, yet lingering would only be awkward given he had interrupted their activities. However, some individuals seemed intent on courting disaster. Just as Qian was about to leave, the muscular man in the leopard cloak morphed into a massive black wind leopard and lunged at him. Frowning slightly, Qian waved his hand, and an invisible gust sent the black wind leopard flying away. The creature crashed to the ground, coughing up blood and letting out a low growl of anger and pain. Attack! The 3 women, witnessing this, changed their expressions, and the mature beauty in black took the lead, soaring towards Qian while emitting a white light that transformed into a gigantic net, attempting to ensnare him. In response, a golden light shot forth from Qian's body, morphing into a golden sword that effortlessly tore through the white net. A medium-grade spiritual artifact, he thought. "Sisters, let us go all out." The mature beauty's face turned pale as she communicated telepathically with the other 2. The trio rushed towards Qian, with the mature beauty drawing a waist-length ribbon that transformed into a soft sword, aimed directly at him. Taken aback for a moment, Qian quickly reacted, extending his hand to unleash a surge of fiery star power, which shattered the soft sword into fragments. The sharp, blazing energy then pierced through the mature beauty's chest, causing her to collapse lifelessly to the ground, transforming into a black fox. Eldest sister. The other two women cried out in despair, frantically charging at Qian, only to meet the same fate as their companion, their heads severed by his golden flying sword, leaving behind headless fox corpses. Having effortlessly dealt with the 3 fox demons, Qian looked up to see the black-winged leopard fleeing like a gust of wind into the distance. He had no intention of pursuing further, casually collecting the golden cores left behind and taking his leave. The golden cores of mere golden core beasts were not for his cultivation, rather. He sought to explore whether they could be used to concoct elixirs that would replenish his magical energy and enhance his cultivation. During this time, Qian had thoroughly studied the alchemical methods left by Lei Wei and aimed to develop his own formulas and techniques to gradually elevate his alchemical prowess. While many cultivators might view the use of golden cores and nascent souls in alchemy as a method of dark practitioners, Qian held no such reservations. Chapter 13. Qian Yu becomes a disciple to the west of the boundless wilderness lay 3 great dynasties: the Chu dynasty, the Ming dynasty, and the Han dynasty, with a combined population exceeding 100 billion. Upon leaving the boundless wilderness, Qian felt the concentration of spiritual energy diminish rapidly, prompting him to reflect on the esoteric nature of the heavenly rules. Upon entering the eastern regions of the Chu dynasty, Qian casually oriented himself and made his way directly to Yinjing City, governed by the Qin family of the eastern town. Under the unique celestial rules of the mundane realm, Qian's current strength and spiritual realm allowed him to effortlessly utilize teleportation and even greater spatial movements. As he wished, he could easily enter the realms of immortals, demons, and beasts. However, there were still many intriguing matters on the purple mysterious star, so he was in no rush to venture into those realms. With a sweeping sweep of his divine sense, Qian swiftly located Yinjing City and suddenly sensed something, raising an eyebrow with a smirk as he quietly murmured, "How fortuitous." He then teleported to a village situated beneath the eastern Lan Mountain, just outside Yinjing City. Upon his sudden arrival, Qian's keen ears picked up the sound of urgent hoofbeats approaching rapidly. He noticed dozens of horsemen charging towards the village. "This is bad." "Horse bandits," exclaimed Taishan, a robust young man working the fields, as he hurriedly scooped up his younger sister, Xiaolu, who was playing by the ridge, and dashed towards the village while shouting, "The bandits are coming! The bandits are coming!" Horse bandits were far more formidable than ordinary robbers, possessing steeds. They could appear and vanish without a trace, and their bloodthirsty nature often led to the massacre of entire villages. Taishan's cries sent panic throughout the village, with adult men rushing out of their homes armed with weapons, be it shovels or hatchets, while children, the elderly, and women took shelter behind. "Charge! Haha, brothers! Kill all the men and take away the young and beautiful women," commanded the one-eyed leader, urging his horse to accelerate with a hearty laugh, closing in on Taishan. The villagers, witnessing this, couldn't help but worry for the siblings. "Stop!" a burly man shouted anxiously, rushing forward recklessly. He was Taishan and Xiaolu's father. Yet how could he outrun a horse? As he drew nearer, the one-eyed man caught up with Taishan, swinging his curved blade down towards him. Noticing the danger, Taishan instinctively rolled to evade, but Xiaolu's arm swung out just in time to meet the blade, threatening to sever her delicate limb. Just then, a hand reached out from the side, effortlessly grasping the blade and preventing it from advancing any further. The one-eyed man on horseback, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Qian, who wore a blue robe, felt his expression change, his voice trembling slightly. What are you?" The one-eyed man, despite being a martial artist of acquired prowess with inner strength, did not notice the emergence of Qian, indicating a speed and power far superior to his own, perhaps even that of a congenital master. A congenital master could eliminate him with the ease of crushing an ant. With a crisp crack, Qian effortlessly snapped the curved blade, casually waving his hand, the tip of the broken blade piercing into the one-eyed man's neck. Accompanied by a dull thud, the one-eyed man's body fell from his horse, and upon raising his gaze coldly towards the stunned bandits, Qian simply commanded them to flee, causing the group of bandits to snap back to reality and hastily turn their horses to escape. In the distance, a young man clad in fine garments galloped towards them. As he approached and halted his horse, he could not help but gaze in astonishment at Qian, exclaiming, "Esteemed brother, are you a celestial being?" He had just witnessed Qian descending from midair with astonishing speed to rescue Xiaolu, a feat that seemed beyond comprehension. Such speed and the ability to fly were characteristics attributed only to celestial beings. Perhaps, Qian replied with a gentle smile, scrutinizing the young protagonist who had yet to fully mature in this world. "I am Qian. How may I address you, young man?" Upon realizing the gravity of the moment, The young man hastily dismounted and respectfully bowed before Qian Kuan. Qin Yu pays his respects to the celestial being Qian Kuan. Ah, Qian Kuan smiled at Qin Yu and nodded slightly. It appears you are practicing external martial arts, correct? Very good. Very good. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Qian Kuan with a hint of confusion. External martial arts were often viewed as difficult to master. What could possibly be commendable about them? What did this celestial being mean? Fear not, Qin Yu. Qian Kuan chuckled, seemingly aware of Qin Yu's thoughts. Many believe that external martial arts yield little success. But such views are merely the result of narrow-mindedness. Although challenging to cultivate, achieving congenital mastery in external arts can surpass even those who practice internal martial arts. Moreover, there is a lack of profound external martial arts techniques among the common folk, which hinders the attainment of congenital status. Qin Yu's eyes brightened with excitement as he eagerly inquired, Celestial being, do you possess knowledge of advanced external martial arts techniques? Indeed, I do. Qian Kuan replied with a smile. What, young man, do you wish to learn? Please, celestial being, accept me as your disciple and impart your external martial arts techniques. Qin Yu implored without hesitation, kneeling before Qian Kuan. After a deliberate pause, observing Qin Yu's anxious yet hopeful expression, Qian Kuan burst into hearty laughter. Ha, very well. It is rare to find a young man eager to diligently practice external arts. I find you quite agreeable. Consider yourself my disciple. Thank you, master. I bow before you. Qin Yu exclaimed joyfully, performing 3 respectful bows. All right, enough of that. Get up. Qian Kuan laughed, stepping forward to assist Qin Yu to his feet. Iron Mountain's father and the other villagers approached, gazing at Qian Kuan with reverence, expressing their gratitude for his act of salvation. Qian Kuan accompanied Qin Yu to Iron Mountain's home for a brief visit, confirming that the leaders of the Black Wind Bandit group, having heard the news, dared not approach. Consequently, he left with Qin Yu, who invited him to the Misty Mountain Manor atop Donglon Mountain. However, upon Qin Yu's return to the manor and sending word home, the experts from the East Wong Mansion intervened, ensuring the Black Wind Bandits met their demise. Upon arriving at the Misty Mountain Manor, Qian Kuan was soon greeted by Grandpa Lien, who had remained to look after Qin Yu. Little Yu, you're back? Grandpa Lien exclaimed cheerfully, upon noticing Qian Kuan beside him. His expression shifted slightly, instinctively tensing. Who are you? Qin Yu quickly introduced, Grandpa Lien, allow me to present my new master, Qian Kuan Daoist. He's a celestial being. Master? Celestial being? Grandpa Lien's expression changed again, disbelief evident in his eyes. Are celestial beings becoming more common these days? Ah, Grandpa Lien. Do not stare at my master. Quickly, arrange for his accommodations. Qin Yu urged, prompting Grandpa Lien, though still harboring some doubt regarding Qian Kuan's identity, to nod and instruct others to make arrangements for Qian Kuan. Simultaneously, Grandpa Lien wrote a letter for Qin Yu's father, Lord Qin Da of the East Wong Mansion, briefly discussing Qin Yu's apprenticeship. The news of the young master of the mansion taking a celestial being as his mentor was indeed significant. Chapter 14. 3 Spiritual Artifacts That Night. At the Misty Mountain Manor, Qin Yu, having just finished dinner, could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed to Qian Kuan's guest room. Master. Upon entering, Qin Yu respectfully bowed to Qian Kuan, who was quietly seated with closed eyes on the bed. Slowly opening his eyes, Qian Kuan beckoned Qin Yu closer. Come here, little Yu. As Qin Yu stepped forward, Qian Kuan swiftly pointed at his brow, a flicker of light from his fingertip entering Qin Yu's mind. Almost simultaneously, a rush of wind signaled the arrival of Grandpa Lien, who cast a sharp gaze at Qian Kuan. Do not be alarmed. Little Yu is unharmed. I merely transmitted the cultivation methods to him through my spiritual consciousness. Qian Kuan reassured, giving Qin Yu a gentle pat on the shoulder. Instantly, Qin Yu settled into a meditative position, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy from the surroundings. Before long, Grandpa Lien could no longer hide his astonishment as he observed Qin Yu enveloped in a mist-like aura of spiritual energy. The speed at which he absorbed this energy was beyond what even congenital masters could achieve, nearly rivaling that of a celestial being at the Golden Core stage. Seeing that Qin Yu had entered a state of cultivation, Qian Kuan nodded in satisfaction and closed his eyes once more, delving into the mysteries of space. In the world of star transformation, the path of space was much clearer and easier to comprehend than that found in the primordial realm. Ultimately, beings in this divine realm cultivated by first understanding the path of space to become celestial beings and gods, and then comprehending the path of time to attain the status of a divine sovereign. The paths of time and space were the most fundamental and profound in this world. Conversely, other paths remained obscure and indistinct. In this universe, whether divine beings or celestial beings, even mortal cultivators, they all sought power, their understanding of the paths being vague and imprecise. As the night passed, Grandpa Lian remained in the guest room, observing Qian use cultivation to ensure his safety. It was not until the next morning, when the sun had risen high, that Qian Yu finally exhaled and slowly opened his eyes. Is it dawn? Qian Yu murmured, instinctively rising to his feet. Suddenly feeling a change, he clenched his fist and was astonished to find his body had significantly strengthened. Ah, my body has transformed remarkably. Little Yu, how do you feel? Are you all right? Grandpa Lian hurriedly approached, concerned. Looking up at Grandpa Lian, Qian Yu exclaimed in delight, Grandpa Lian, the method my master taught me is truly remarkable. After just one session, my physical strength has increased tremendously, equivalent to months of arduous training. Oh, is it truly that effective? Grandpa Lian sighed in relief, though he still found it hard to believe. At that moment, Qian Kuan slowly opened his eyes, calmly glancing at Qian Yu and Grandpa Lian. All right, you may leave now. I wish to continue my quiet cultivation. Do not disturb me unless it is urgent. Shall you? From now on, you must diligently focus on your training. Yes, master. With a respectful response, Qian Yu, filled with enthusiasm, took Lin Yan and left. After departing from the guest quarters of the Qian Kuan residence, they arrived at the martial arts arena of the Yunwu Villa. Observing Qian Yu practicing his martial arts, Lin Yan could distinctly sense a remarkable enhancement in Qian Yu's strength, leading him to firmly believe in the efficacy of the physical cultivation methods imparted by the Qian Kuan sect. This realization only deepened Lin Yan's astonishment, making him increasingly convinced of the extraordinary abilities of the immortal Qian Kuan. Although he was unaware of Qian Kuan's exact powers, Lin Yan, with his seasoned wisdom, speculated that Qian Kuan might surpass even the esteemed Feng Yuzi. Meanwhile, upon receiving news from Lin Yan that his third son had taken an immortal as his master, Qian De could not suppress his surprise and curiosity. Eagerly, he joined Lin Yan and Feng Yuzi to journey to Yunwu Villa. As evening descended, Qian De, accompanied by Feng Yuzi, arrived outside the guest quarters of the Qian Kuan residence along with Qian Yu and Lin Yan. Father, please wait a moment. I will call for master, Qian Yu said, moving towards the guest room. Just then, the door creaked open, revealing the composed and serene figure of the young Taoist Qian Kuan in a blue robe. Qian De exchanged a glance with Feng Yuzi, who returned an inquisitive look. Feng Yuzi's voice echoed in Qian De's mind. This person is unfathomable. His cultivation far exceeds mine. I cannot perceive him at all. A wave of excitement coursed through Qian De's being as he gazed at Qian Kuan, stepping forward with a bright smile and bowing respectfully. I, the young prince, pay my respects to the immortal Qian Kuan. Since Xiaoyu has taken me as his master, and you are his father, you are not a stranger. There is no need for formality, Qian Kuan replied with a slight nod, then turned and re-entered the guest room. Xiaoyu, come in with me. Qian Yu, slightly embarrassed, glanced at his father, whose smile had faltered, before following Qian Kuan inside. Within the guest chamber, Qian Kuan, seated in the principal chair, regarded the respectful Qian Yu, who had entered. With a casual gesture, a small inner armor of dark gold, a golden flying sword, and a crimson flying sword materialized before him. With a gentle wave of his hand, Qian Kuan presented the three spiritual artifacts to Qian Yu, saying, Take these to your father. Yes, master. A touch astounded, Qian Yu quickly responded, reaching for the small armor and the two flying swords before exiting. Upon seeing Qian Yu emerge, Feng Yuzi's gaze immediately fell upon the items in Qian Yu's hands. In a flash, he appeared beside Qian Yu, unable to contain his excitement as he seized the crimson flying sword, trembling slightly as he examined it closely. This flying sword is a top-grade spiritual artifact? What? A spiritual artifact? And a top-grade one at that? Qian Yu approached with a furrowed brow, his expression a mix of confusion and astonishment. Having known Feng Yuzi for many years, he understood the rarity of spiritual artifacts. Even Feng Yuzi, a distinguished immortal, possessed only a low-grade flying sword. Naturally, Qian Yu was envious of such treasures, yet the crystal stones required for crafting spiritual artifacts were exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain in the mortal realm. Even though Feng Yuzi could forge weapons, without materials, even the most skilled craftsman would find it impossible to create. Although Qian Yu was not entirely certain what a spiritual artifact was, he recognized the value of what his master had bestowed upon him based on Feng Yuzi's reaction. Uncle Feng, father, this is what master asked me to deliver to you. Given by the immortal Qian Kuan? Indeed. Only a practitioner of such profound cultivation could bestow such generosity. Feng Yuzi exclaimed, initially astonished, then nodding in realization. Qian De, equally surprised, pointed to himself and asked Qian Yu, Are you saying these three spiritual artifacts are for me from the immortal Qian Kuan? Indeed. Father, what is a spiritual artifact? Qian Yu inquired eagerly. Feng Yuzi explained, A spiritual artifact is a weapon used by immortals, categorized into low-grade, mid-grade, top-grade, and supreme-grade artifacts. Generally, weaker immortals, like myself, use only low-grade artifacts. A top-grade spiritual artifact is significantly more powerful than a low-grade one and is quite rare even among cultivators. Uncle Feng. Does that mean if you had a top-grade spiritual artifact, your strength would increase greatly? Qian Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. Qian nodded with a smile. You are correct. Your master has gifted you 2 top-grade flying swords, and one is intended for your Uncle Feng. Haha, your highness. The inner armor is infinitely more precious than attacking artifacts. You have indeed struck gold this time. Feng Yuzi chimed joyfully. Chapter 15. The curtain rises despite Qian Kuan's seemingly aloof demeanor during their first encounter. Qian harbored no resentment. To him, this was the true demeanor of a master. Moreover, the 3 spiritual artifacts gifted by Qian Kuan had filled him with unexpected joy. From that moment onward, Qian began visiting Yunwu Villa more frequently. Although he rarely encountered Qian Kuan during these visits, he consistently urged his son Qian Yu to diligently follow the teachings of the immortal Qian Kuan. As Qian Yu devoted himself to his training, 3 years swiftly passed. Throughout this period, he diligently practiced the physical cultivation methods taught by Qian Kuan, which were essentially the first stage of the 9 transformations Yuan technique. The 9 transformations Yuan technique was even more intricate than the Qian technique. And although Qian Yu was only at the first stage, it proved more than sufficient for his development. Despite the thin spiritual energy in the mortal realm, Qian Yu's progress in the first stage of the 9 transformations Yuan technique surpassed his previous efforts at physical training. Within just half a year, he reached the innate level of external martial arts, gaining innate true energy within. Over the subsequent 2 years, Qian Yu persisted in his rigorous training, achieving the pinnacle of innate external martial arts, his physical prowess rivaling that of a golden core practitioner. However, he had yet to sense the impending 4-9 heavenly tribulation. The vastness of the Qian Long continent was immense, but the oceans beyond it were tenfold or even 100-fold greater. Suddenly, the boundless sea began to surge violently. Without the presence of a storm or any apparent cause, simultaneously, the spiritual energy throughout the Zishuan star trembled violently. Waves soaring to heights of 100 feet before crashing down with a thunderous roar, leaving all cultivators unable to absorb the chaotic spiritual energy. In the sky, an extraordinarily bright meteor appeared, hurtling towards the Qian Long continent with a piercing whistle. Moments later, the meteor vanished, and the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth stabilized, restoring the ocean to its usual state. Within the guest chamber of Yunwu Villa, Qian Kuan, who had been quietly meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. Could this disturbance signify its arrival? He murmured thoughtfully, releasing his expansive consciousness before vanishing without a trace. In the next instant, Qian Kuan found himself hovering in the night sky, gazing down at a courtyard in Yunwu Villa, where Qian Yu, having leaped from the roof, discovered a red crystal resembling a teardrop amidst the grass. Meteor tear, so it has indeed arrived. If the meteor tear is here, then the god King Zhonglan and the protagonist Jiang Li must also be nearing Zishuan star. The story's curtain is about to rise, Qian Kuan mused softly, before vanishing once more and returning to his meditative state on the bed. The following morning, Qian Kuan summoned Qian Yu through a transmission, instructing him to venture into the boundless wilderness to hone his skills, and gifted him the Lei Shan residence in the dream ring he had previously acquired. Master, are you leaving? Observing the manner in which Qian Kuan conveyed his thoughts, Qian Yu could not help but inquire further with a knowing expression. Noticing Qian Yu's reluctant gaze, Qian Kuan chuckled and affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, Enough, little Yu. You are no longer a child. At 16, it is time for you to venture out into the world. I have merely grown weary of staying here. A stroll outside is all I seek. I hope that when we next meet, you will have successfully navigated the minor heavenly tribulation and truly become a cultivator. Yes, Master, rest assured. I will devote myself to my training and strive to overcome the minor heavenly tribulation soon. Qian Yu replied earnestly, nodding vigorously. Good, I have faith in you. Qian Kuan encouraged before adding, by the way, within the Thunder Mountain, there exists a technique called stellar transformation, which is particularly suited to you. After you pass the minor heavenly tribulation, I urge you to cultivate this technique. After imparting his guidance, Qian Kuan quietly departed. Qinda, Feng Yuzi, and the others only learned of Qian Kuan's departure after Qian Yu bid them farewell, expressing his intent to train in the boundless wilderness. Although they felt a tinge of regret, they understood that a cultivator like Qian Kuan could not remain confined to the mundane world indefinitely. The realm of cultivation is, after all, far broader than they could ever comprehend. Time passed swiftly, and more than 2 years had gone by since Qian Kuan's departure. During this time, Qian Yu had traversed the vast wilderness and successfully overcome the minor heavenly tribulation, mastering the stellar transformation technique, and returned triumphant. Upon his return, Qian Yu was taken aback and filled with joy upon discovering that Lian Yin had also successfully passed the minor heavenly tribulation and attained the golden core. Becoming a true cultivator, Lian Yin, now of considerable age, had reached the pinnacle of innate perfection, yet had been unable to sense the minor heavenly tribulation until now. Before Qian Kuan's departure, Qian Yu had procured some blazing iron from the Stone of Flame, which he had asked Lian Yin to assist in forging spiritual artifacts. Qian Kuan, with his expertise, crafted 3 superior quality inner armors and a formidable battle blade from the top-grade crystalline stone and blazing iron. Qian Da upgraded his own equipment, opting for one of the superior quality inner armors while gifting the previous one, along with the battle blade, to Lian Yin. Armed with the superior quality inner armor, Lian Yin confronted his old adversary, Isekai'd, in the contest for the heavenly chart. This encounter transformed his state of mind, allowing him to sense the minor heavenly tribulation soon after. With the protection of the superior quality inner armor and the battle blade, he easily weathered the lightning tribulation and solidified his golden core. Concurrently, Qian Yu learned that his father, Qian Da, had also sensed the minor heavenly tribulation. While there was a degree of tension among them, they did not harbor any real concern. They had pre-selected a location for the tribulation, yet during the event, due to the betrayal of a traitor, the emperor of the Chu dynasty, Xiong Guang, summoned 2 celestial beings from the royal family to eliminate Qian Da. However, they were utterly unprepared for the sudden surge in power from Feng Yuzi, along with the emergence of Qian Yu and Lian Yin, both golden core cultivators. In a climactic battle within the Qinglian mountain range, Qian Yu's burgeoning strength led to the swift demise of the 2 celestial guardians, invigorating Qian Da and his allies. Upon their return, they swiftly initiated a war against the Chu dynasty. Years of preparation culminated in a single strike, decimating the Chu dynasty's forces and drawing out their ancient ancestor, Xiangyang. Although Xiangyang had attained the nascent soul stage, Qian Yu personally engaged him in combat, ultimately prevailing. The Qian family seized control of the realm, and soon after, Qian Yu bid farewell to his father and brothers, embarking on a journey across the endless ocean with the newly ascended Lian Yin, who had just conquered the minor heavenly tribulation. Their adventure in the realm of demon cultivators was destined to be remarkable. As for Qian Kuan, 2 years prior, he had departed from the Yunwu villa and made his way to the Tunglong continent with a singular purpose: to acquire the myriad cultivation techniques amassed by the sects of that land. Over the course of 2 years, he traversed countless sects, utilizing spatial techniques to infiltrate them, perusing their ancient texts, and immersing himself in the study of their protective formations, finding great joy in his scholarly pursuits. Chapter 16. The Chaotic Star Sea. After a fruitful sojourn throughout the Tunglong continent, Qian Kuan quietly departed, employing a grand relocation technique to arrive at the heart of the tumultuous Star Sea within the boundless ocean of the Zishuan Star. The Chaotic Star Sea is a unique expanse characterized by tumultuous waters and relentless storms, where even the essence of heaven and earth is in disarray. Unlike typical seas, which are often tranquil, the waters of the Chaotic Star Sea are rife with towering waves and ceaseless hurricanes, creating an almost otherworldly barrier between it and more serene domains. Those of unstable temperament entering this chaotic realm may find themselves agitated and unhinged. Such an environment has birthed ferocious beasts, creatures of primal instinct, savage and bloodthirsty, yet capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to cultivate their strength. However, unlike humans and demonkind, these beasts form inner cores, rather than the more advanced nascent souls. Amidst the towering waves, Qian Kuan, donned in a cerulean robe, floated effortlessly, drawing in the chaotic essence of heaven and earth like a bottomless pit. Sensing the tumultuous energy of this realm, he resolved to utilize it for his physical cultivation. Upon attempting the 9 revolutions vitality technique, he found it to be remarkably effective in enhancing his physique. Thus, he practiced diligently while traversing the seas, slaying any ferocious beasts that dared to attack him, refining their cores with celestial fire to absorb the pure energy within. As he journeyed deeper into the core of the Chaotic Star Sea, Qian Kuan inevitably encountered various rogue immortals, demons, and monsters, leading to unavoidable confrontations and battles. At this juncture, it is pertinent to discuss the factions within the Chaotic Star Sea. The realm is primarily divided into 2 factions. One comprises the senior cultivators from the Tunglong continent associated with various sects, while the other is a hodgepodge of rogue demons and monsters, including avian beasts, scaled creatures distinct from dragonkind, and a few terrestrial beasts that have not remained in the boundless wilderness of the potential dragon continent, alongside solitary rogue immortals and demons. The prevalence of rogue immortals and demons in the chaotic star sea can be attributed to the chaotic essence of this environment, which greatly aids in refining their magical power, allowing them to enhance their strength at an accelerated pace. For these rogues, the chaotic star sea serves as a veritable treasure trove for cultivation. Furthermore, its unique conditions give rise to rare treasures, attracting numerous rogue cultivators to congregate. In essence, the chaotic star sea is a nexus for the most formidable practitioners within the Zishuan star's cultivation realm. Within the chaotic star sea, numerous factions have formed among rogue cultivators, with the most powerful being the three islands led by Pangu Island. Other factions look to them for guidance. The island's master, Zhongju, is a 12 tribulation rogue demon, a legendary divine beast known as the golden-winged Great Pong, and stands as the foremost expert in the chaotic star sea. On this day, within the golden feather hall of the Zhongju residence on Pangu Island, Zhongju, clad in a robe of pale gold, furrowed his brow as he regarded the striking woman in black, who had come to seek him out. Sister, your urgency is palpable. What calamity has befallen us? Brother, the situation is dire. Otherwise, I would not intrude upon your seclusion, He replied, her expression grave. Suo Li is dead, and Ji Qiao has gone missing. Zhongju's countenance shifted as he absorbed the news. Suo Li is dead? Ji Qiao is missing? Sister, elucidate further. What transpired? In the chaotic starry sea, aside from the invincible Zhongju, there were 5 formidable 12 tribulations practitioners, including the scattered magic of Suo Li and the demon Ji Qiao. These practitioners were regarded as the epitome of strength within the mortal realm. Zhongju struggled to fathom what could have led to the demise of one and the disappearance of another. Details remain unclear. It seems that some of Suo Li's subordinates were suddenly slain, inciting his wrath and prompting him to seek vengeance. However, not long after, we received news of his soul jade slip shattering. Ji Qiao's situation is similar. One of her favored disciples was killed, and she set out to find the murderer. But she never returned. Fortunately, her soul jade slip remains intact, indicating she may still be alive, he explained hastily. Zhongju's brow knitted further. Few possess the strength to slay Suo Li, and I am acquainted with them. They would not dare to recklessly harm anyone in the Starry Sea. The simultaneous incidents concerning Suo Li and Ji Qiao likely stem from the same adversary. I shall investigate personally. I am eager to discern who possesses the audacity to act with such impunity in my domain. With you taking action, that individual would undoubtedly be no match for you. And vengeance for Suo Li will be assured, he remarked, her eyes glimmering with renewed hope at Zhongju's resolute demeanor. The reputation of Zhongju as the foremost expert in the Starry Sea was not a title given lightly. Deep within an underwater trench, there existed a quaint palace model, no larger than a palm, exuding a subtle aura, appearing quite unremarkable. Yet, the interior of this miniature palace boasted considerable space, resembling a luxurious abode divided into a main hall, side chambers, and meditation rooms. In one of the side chambers, a massive dark red alchemical furnace, towering as high as a person, stood at the center, flames swirling within, casting a scorching ambience that enveloped the chamber like a grand steamer. Qian stood quietly beside the furnace, his expression serious as he observed the flames dancing within, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Suddenly, as faint footsteps approached, a tall and enchanting woman clad in red appeared at the entrance of the chamber. After glancing apprehensively at the furnace, she frowned at Qian and exclaimed, "How long do you intend to keep me imprisoned? If you wish to kill me, why not do so directly? Why subject me to this torment? Rest assured, I have no intention of killing you," Qian replied nonchalantly, without turning around. "Once I complete this batch of elixirs, you shall be free to go." Upon hearing Qian mention alchemy, the enchanting woman's expression shifted dramatically. She had witnessed Suo Li being unceremoniously cast into the furnace and transformed into a mere elixir, his anguish cries echoing in her ears. This man is a madman, a demon, she thought, firmly categorizing Qian as one of the deranged type. After a brief silence, she could no longer contain herself and retorted, "You have slain Suo Li. The Starry Sea will not let you off easily. Zhongju, the master of Pangu Island, is the mightiest of the Starry Sea. While your abilities are remarkable, you may not stand a chance against him. Zhongju, the divine beast, the golden-winged rock. I do indeed wish to make his acquaintance," Qian replied with an air of indifference. Noticing Qian casual demeanor regarding Zhongju, the enchanting woman's expression changed. Just as she was about to speak, a voice resonated from outside. "You dare to kill a 12 tribulations practitioner of the Starry Sea and remain here? You possess quite the audacity. Will you come out on your own? Or shall I forcibly extract you from your shell?" Chapter 17. Defeating Zhongju, Jianglan emerges Zhongju. He arrives rather swiftly. Qian mused with a hint of a smile, lifting his gaze to peer through the palace. As he murmured, an ethereal energy clone rapidly solidified beside him. And with a thought, both he and the enchanting woman vanished from the palace. In the shadowy depths of the sea, Qian appeared alongside the enchanting woman. Immediately spotting Zhongju ahead, clad in a pale gold robe, radiating a fierce and unyielding aura. "Who are you? Why have you slain Suali?" Zhongju's piercing gaze locked onto Qian, his voice low and frigid. Qian smiled languidly. To kill is simply to kill. There need not be an abundance of reasons. Have you never taken a life? After doing so, do you feel the need to explain your actions to others? I suspect not. Because I, Zhongju, require no justification to anyone, Zhongju retorted, his tone growing colder, imbued with the arrogance and confidence of an invincible powerhouse. Defeat me, and you shall no longer need to explain yourself. Ah, splendid. Truly befitting of the divine beast, the golden-winged roc. Your straightforwardness is admirable. Qian laughed heartily. Zhongju's eyes narrowed at the sound of laughter, his golden aura flaring as he surged forward like a beam of light, unleashing a torrent of blinding golden energy that sent the surrounding waters churning violently. With a thunderous boom, as the energy erupted, Qian merely raised his hand in a seemingly casual block, causing the water before him to tremble as if it had transformed into a wall, while the waters behind him remained tranquil. Behind this water wall, Qian stood almost immobile, while Zhongju, upon striking the wall, was sent reeling backward, finally stabilizing himself after being propelled several miles away. Gazing at Qian with newfound ferocity, Zhongju could not help but feel astonished. The previous exchange had unveiled Qian's formidable prowess, igniting the flames of battle within him. He had been invincible for too long and craved a true rival. The waters surged as Zhongju split into two, transforming into two beams of golden light that flanked Qian. This technique is intriguing, but it ends here, Qian remarked, raising an eyebrow with a slight smirk as he allowed the two figures to strike him, his form vanishing as if he had become insubstantial. In the next moment, 8 figures emerged simultaneously, for targeting each of Zhongju's forms. With a series of muffled thuds, the figures dissipated until only Qian and Zhongju remained facing each other, Qian's hand pressing firmly against Zhongju's chest. In the following instant, Zhongju staggered, a mouthful of blood escaping him as he was sent reeling, his complexion paling slightly. Your technique is impressive, though you have sustained injuries, Zhongju said. Astonishment etched across his features as he gazed at Qian. The fluidity of Qian's movements bore a striking resemblance to the secret techniques of his golden-winged roc lineage. Yet it was evidently more profound and sophisticated, sparking a flicker of inspiration within him and deepening his understanding of his own techniques. Qian chuckled lightly. Ah, techniques? Zhongju, while your skills are commendable, they are merely techniques. If one cannot grasp the profound essence of the Tao through technique, they shall never rise to prominence. No matter how refined the technique, it is powerless against the path of space. The Tao? Zhongju murmured, brow furrowed and gaze flickering. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, who exactly are you? Are you perhaps a celestial being descended to the mortal realm? A celestial being descended to the mortal realm? Perhaps that could be said. Qian replied with a noncommittal smile, while Zhongju, perplexed, silently criticized the vagueness of his statement. Then, noticing Qian nearby, who was rendered speechless by the unfolding battle, Zhongju implored, your strength is formidable. I am not your opponent. If you wish to spare my life, please release Qian. Zhongju, on the planet Qian, I find few worthy of my regard, yet you are reluctantly among them. Qian remarked with a faint smile. Very well, I shall grant you this favor, allowing you to take Qian with you. By the way, remember my name. I am Qian. Perhaps we shall have the opportunity to meet again in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhongju secretly sighed in relief. Unable to suppress his thoughts, Qian, is it? He must not be from the realm of cultivation, otherwise, I would have certainly heard of him. What exactly is his origin? Just as Zhongju was preparing to depart with Qian turned to return to the spiritual artifact palace within the ocean trench, when suddenly, a figure appeared in the nearby waters, prompting all three, Qian, Zhongju, and Qian, to turn and gaze in that direction. This glance caused their expressions to shift subtly. While Zhongju and Qian could not discern the Cultivator's strength, Qian keenly sensed an intangible aura of threat emanating from the newcomer. Gentlemen, there is no need to rush away, the man said with a gentle smile. His tone warm. He appeared to be around 40, exuding an air of composure, and although his gaze was kind, it made the three feel as though their thoughts had been laid bare before him. A jolt of unease coursed through Zhongju's mind. What an extraordinary array of mysterious masters we have encountered. Young friend, you are quite remarkable. Though your cultivation is weak, your soul is powerful, and you have a profound understanding of the way of space, truly intriguing, the middle-aged man remarked, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. Feeling a tremor of apprehension, Qian maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. Existence is inherently reasonable. Shouldn't you also be prohibited from appearing in this realm? It seems my intuition was correct. You indeed possess a notable background. Are you perhaps a reincarnated celestial being? The middle-aged man chuckled lightly. Shaking his head, I have no intention of probing further. I only wish for you to achieve success in your cultivation. Perhaps we may meet again in the higher realms. You are called Qian. Yes? I am Jiang Lan. So it is indeed him. Qian mused to himself, having already surmised the identity of the newcomer. Zhongju, with a twinkle in his eye, spoke with an air of dignity. Senior Lan, it is indeed a serendipitous encounter for us to meet here today. If you and brother Qian do not mind, might you accompany me to my Pangu island for a small gathering? Since there is nothing pressing, I would be willing to join you for a visit. Jiang Lan replied with a faint smile, then turned to Qian. What say you, young friend Qian? I still have a cauldron of elixirs to refine. You two may proceed ahead. I shall join you shortly, Qian responded nonchalantly. Very well. Jiang Lan nodded lightly, casting a glance at Zhongju, who immediately understood and smiled as he led the way. As they departed, Qian couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. It would be impossible to claim he was not anxious in the presence of such a formidable divine king in this starry realm. The current incarnation of Qian's ancestor was still too weak. His cultivation level was one matter. But even his understanding of the way of space paled in comparison to a divine king who had fully comprehended it. Should Jiang Lan choose to act, Qian would indeed have no means of resistance and would likely have to resort to self-detonating this incarnation. If it came to that, all of Qian's plans in this starry realm would be rendered futile. Although he had gained some minor rewards, the true treasures he sought remained elusive. In the course of refining elixirs, Qian spent several years before finally completing a batch. The elixir, crafted from the essence of a 12 tribulation-scattered demon, was akin to an immortal potion, imbued with immense energy, a miraculous remedy to replenish magical power and enhance cultivation. Upon arriving at Pangu Island to meet Zhongju, Qian learned that Jiang Lan had long since departed. However, this was for the best, given his current insufficient strength. Qian preferred not to engage too deeply with Jiang Lan unless necessary. Chapter 18. The Retreat of Zhou Xian and the Annihilation of Immortals and Demons in the Blink of an Eye. Over a decade had passed. Qian spent most of his time on Pangu Island, occasionally guiding Zhongju to perceive the principles of heaven and earth, which greatly benefited Zhongju and deepened his respect and admiration for Qian. Unbeknownst to them, their relationship had flourished immensely. More than a year ago, Qian suddenly departed from Pangu Island and had not returned since. On the Qianlong continent, in the southwestern domain of the Ming dynasty, Guishui City nestled between mountains and rivers. To the west of the city lay a range of ethereal peaks, while a winding, picturesquely river flowed gracefully between them, showcasing breathtaking scenery. Clad in a green Taoist robe, Qian approached the city as if traversing mere inches, arriving swiftly in Guishui City. Such a beautiful city should not be marred by bloodshed, nor should it face destruction, he murmured to himself, spotting two young men standing across from each other on the bustling street ahead. One, garbed in a black robe, was Qin, while the other, donned in white, was Zhou Xian, the prince of Lei Fa City from the divine realm. As Zhou Xian broke a branch from a tree by the roadside, he swung it, unleashing a green ripple akin to a massive curved blade. In an instant, Qian, shrouded in a haze, appeared before the vigilant Qin. Extending a finger as the space before him rippled lightly, the green wave dissipating into the void. Master! Upon sighting Qian initially froze. Then his eyes brightened with joy. Zhou Xian, who had previously displayed an air of indifference, narrowed his eyes, his expression shifting as he regarded Qian with a frown. Who are you to dare obstruct me? As a prince of Lei Fa City, a being of considerable stature in the divine realm, should he not refrain from indiscriminately slaughtering mortals? Qian replied calmly. Hearing this, Zhou Xian's countenance darkened, his eyes fixating on Qian. Who exactly are you? My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that you ought to leave, Qian stated. Zhou Xian shook his head and chuckled, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. What I choose to do is of no concern to you. Since you refuse to reveal your identity, there is no need to speak further. I have no interest in the identity of a dead man. Are you not attempting to stop me? Then let us see the extent of your abilities. Zhou Xian said with a brilliant smile directed at Qian. Experience my true power, annihilation. With that, he raised a finger skyward, a dazzling light igniting at its tip, radiating brilliance that even surpassed the sun. In an instant, the light enveloped the area, and simultaneously, the very fabric of space surrounding Gue Shui City began to fracture. Akin to shattered glass. Humph. Qian, his face darkening, released a cold snort. With a flick of his consciousness, an invisible wave of spatial energy surged forth, restoring the space that had been on the brink of collapse. Zhou Xian, his body thrumming with energy, caused the surrounding atmosphere to quiver and threaten to unravel. Undoubtedly, Qian's persistent interference had incited Zhou Xian's wrath, compelling him to unleash his true strength. Spatial binding. Qian's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly reached out toward Zhou Xian, causing the space around him to warp and distort in an attempt to restrain the turbulent energy radiating from him. However, Zhou Xian, being an upper-tier celestial being, was immensely powerful. Though Qian managed to exert some control over him through spatial manipulation, he was unable to fully constrain him. In this confrontation, neither side could afford to be careless. Even a slight release of energy could very well obliterate Gue Shui City. Sensing Zhou Xian's increasingly ferocious aura, Qian prepared to utilize his spatial shifting technique to transport both of them into the cosmic void when a calm yet slightly irate voice unexpectedly rang out. Enough. Zhou Xian, cease this at once. Zhou Xian, who had been seething with anger, immediately altered his demeanor, quickly tempering his aura. In an instant, his expression became amicable. Greetings, Uncle Lan. Your prolonged absence from the clan has made my father quite nostalgic. Before my arrival, he entrusted me with his regards to you, Zhou Xian said, exuding humility and courtesy. Looking up at the suddenly appearing Jiang Lan in midair, Qian let out a slight sigh of relief and, with a flicker of thought, released the spatial binding power. Jiang Lan merely cast a calm glance at Zhou Xian and remarked, Zhou Xian, you should be able to return now, right? I have completed the task my uncle entrusted to me, and it is indeed time for me to go back. My cousin is quite bored without me. I shall go accompany her. With a bow, Zhou Xian bid his farewell, and upon receiving a nod from Jiang Lan, soared into the sky. A black void opened above, and Zhou Xian vanished through it. Once Zhou Xian departed, Jiang Lan offered a slight nod to Qian before walking over to Qin Xiaoyu. You all continue your conversation. I shall take my leave first, Qian said, and with a thought, he executed a teleportation and vanished. Moments later, when Qian reappeared beside Qin Jiang Lan had already departed. Xiaoyu, your uncle Lan should have given you a sword immortal puppet before leaving, right? Bring it here for me to study for a couple of days, Qian instructed Qin directly. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin unhesitatingly retrieved the sword immortal puppet. Master, feel free to study it. I have no immediate use for it. Subsequently, Qian accompanied Qin back to the flame capital of the Qin dynasty and took the opportunity to examine the structure and refining methods of the sword immortal puppet while Qin was in closed-door training. Once Qin emerged from his retreat, Qian returned the puppet to him. Upon learning that Qin intended to venture into the chaotic star sea to hunt ferocious beasts and refine their cores to enhance his strength, Qian voluntarily offered to stay back to guard the flame capital, ensuring that Qin had no concerns. On the Donglan mountain outside the flame capital, Qian, who had been sequestered in the cloud mist manor, suddenly concluded his meditation and stepped out of his quarters, squinting as he gazed into the distance. So, they have finally come, he mused. To seize the celestial map, the faction of scattered demons led by Wukong Shui, along with the fire demon, the witch Black, and the moon lady, numbered nearly 20, all converged upon the Qian dynasty's capital. Following the scattered demons were the scattered immortals led by the 12th tribulation immortal, Ming Liangjinren, who secretly plotted to act as the Yellow Sparrow. However, before Ming Liangjinren could approach the flame capital, he witnessed a scene that left him horrified and incredulous. Buzz. The scattered demon experts racing through the night sky suddenly froze in place as if time had stopped. And then their bodies disintegrated into clouds of blood mist. Dressed in a green Taoist robe, Qian appeared in the night sky, effortlessly collecting the remnants left behind by the fallen demons. Since you have come, do not leave, he declared, casting a glance toward Ming Liangjinren's hidden location. With a swift motion, he reached out toward Ming Liangjinren, who could only emit a terrified and unwilling scream before dissolving into blood mist. Before long, the news of Wukong Shui and Ming Liangjinren's demise on Qianlong mainland spread back to Tonglong mainland, causing a stir among other scattered immortals and demons. Chapter 19, Slaying Huayan. The transaction Ming Liangjinren and Wukong Shui were the foremost figures of the scattered immortals and demons, respectively. If even they failed to seize the celestial map and perished, how could the other scattered immortals and demons dare to attempt a foray into Qianlong mainland? Left with no choice, they could only wait for the celestial and demonic envoys to descend, curious to see what actions they would take. The news of the inverted Central Emperor had already alarmed the higher echelons of the celestial, demonic, and beast realms. The celestial envoy, Emperor Yu, the demonic envoy, Blood Demon Emperor, the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan, and the Beast Clan of the Demon Realm all dispatched their most exceptional first-tier golden immortals to descend, preparing to compete for treasures within the inverted Central Realm. The celestial envoy Hua Yin was the first to arrive. Since the scattered immortals of Tunglong mainland had failed to acquire the celestial map, Hua Yin had no choice but to seek the one in Qian Yu's possession on Qianlong mainland. While others hesitated to venture back, Hua Yin remained undaunted. Clad in exquisite celestial armor and wielding a supreme celestial sword, he felt confident even against golden immortals of significantly higher cultivation levels. Moreover, he did not believe there existed a stronger adept among the mortals. The celestial map was his to claim, otherwise his descent would be in vain. The demonic envoy Du Zhongjun, self-styled as the Blood Demon, was known for his brutal and domineering nature. The scattered demon faction possessed a celestial map, safeguarded by Wukong Shui. Although Wukong Shui had perished, the map was not on his person but entrusted to an ordinary four-tribulation scattered demon. Du Zhongjun smoothly acquired the celestial map from the four-tribulation demon. His spirits lifted. Upon learning that the top-tier experts of the scattered demon faction had been annihilated while attempting to seize another celestial map on Qianlong mainland, he could not suppress his astonishment and curiosity. Not wanting Hua Yin to obtain the map and gain more rivals, he hastened alongside Hua Yin to Qianlong mainland, eager to discover the identity of the mysterious figure who had slain the elite scattered immortals and demons. After all, the one who defeated Ming Liang Jinren and Wukong Shui also possessed a celestial map, making them a competitor in this venture. And Du Zhongjun was keen to uncover their secrets. On Qianlong mainland, at the Donglan Mountain outside the Flame Capital, Qin Yu had returned from his training in the chaotic Star Sea, accompanied by his good friend He Yu Ho Fei. That day, as Qian Kuan was instructing Qin Yu and He Yu on their cultivation, he suddenly sensed something, lifting his gaze toward the distant east. A cold smile crept across his lips. The celestial envoy Hua Yin, is it? How persistent. And Blood Demon Du Zhongjun as well? Since you seek death, do not blame me for preventing your entry into the inverted Central Realm. Xiao Yu, it seems we have a bit of trouble. I must go resolve this. Qian Kuan stated before vanishing in an instant. In the boundless skies above the eastern wilderness of Qianlong mainland, Hua Yin had just arrived via teleportation, employing his celestial sense to scan the entirety of Qianlong mainland, seeking the mysterious powerhouse responsible for the deaths of Ming Liang Jinren and Wukong Shui. After several thorough searches, Hua Yin could not suppress a frown. Strange, where are they? Could it be that the person is not in Qianlong mainland? Or is their spiritual sense superior to mine? Haha, celestial envoy, are you searching for me? Came a laughter as Qian Kuan, clad in a green Taoist robe, suddenly appeared. Seeing Qian Kuan, Hua Yin's expression shifted, realizing that he had not detected Qian Kuan's presence at all. Moreover, he found that his spiritual sense could not probe Qian Kuan. Clearly, this enigmatic figure possessed a strength far beyond his own. In general, the strength of one's spiritual sense often reflects their cultivation level. As Hua Yin scrutinized Qian Kuan, his expression grew increasingly solemn, for he realized he could not perceive any aura emanating from Qian Kuan, as if the man were an ordinary mortal. But that was impossible. There could only be one explanation. This individual was far more powerful than he. Who are you? Are you perhaps an envoy under the Eternal Green Emperor? Hua Yin inquired gravely. Green Emperor? Qian Kuan shook his head with a smile. The Green Emperor is indeed a top-tier expert in the celestial, demonic, and beast realms. But he has yet to earn my allegiance. Enough with your conjectures. What significance does it hold for a dying man to know so much? Upon hearing this, Hua Yan's countenance darkened, and his body radiated sword light, akin to a blooming sword lotus. Drawing his supreme celestial sword from his back, he unleashed a full-force strike toward Qian Kuan. Watching Hua Yin take the initiative, Qian Kuan could not help but chuckle. As the attack approached, he vanished abruptly, reappearing at Hua Yan's side, casually delivering a palm strike to Hua Yan's abdomen. In the midst of a heavy, muffled sound, Hua Yin trembled. His expression momentarily frozen with a flicker of horror and unwillingness in his eyes, before his aura dissipated entirely. Effortlessly dispatching Hua Yin, he waved to collect the remnants of his soul, including the precious nascent soul, exquisite celestial armor, a supreme celestial sword, and the storage ring containing celestial artifacts. He could not help but glance at a fleeting crimson light in the distance, chuckling lightly. This Du Zhongjun certainly moves quickly. Well, I shall leave you to my disciple to handle. As the messenger from the demon realm had arrived, why hide so far away? Did he not desire the celestial map of destruction? As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards another direction, deep within the boundless wilderness. The next moment, the void nearby trembled slightly, and a hulking figure appeared high in the sky. It was none other than the messenger from the demon realm. The super beast of the beast clan, the purple-eyed bull demon king, Man Gone. You possess the strength to easily slay Hua Yin. I, Man Gan, am no match for you. May I inquire why you summoned me? Man Gan stated bluntly. Ah, Man Gan, would you like a celestial map of destruction? Qian Kun inquired with a smile. With a glimmer of purple light in his eyes and his breath growing slightly heavier, Man Gan fixed his gaze on Qian Kun. His brow furrowed in confusion. The celestial map of destruction? You would part with it so easily? Do you not wish to participate in the treasure hunt in the central realm? I am soon to journey to the realms of immortals, demons, and beasts, and I have no interest in the affairs of the central realm, Qian Kun replied, shaking his head with a smile. However, before I depart, I am somewhat concerned for my young disciple, Qin Yu. Therefore, I would like to request a promise from you, to take care of my disciple a little in the central realm. I trust this will be a simple matter for you. What do you say? Will you accept this deal? To the realms of immortals, demons, and beasts? Man Gan was slightly surprised but quickly understood, nodding with a smile. Very well, I shall accept this deal. It is indeed profitable for me. Wait. Without the celestial map of destruction, how could your disciple enter the central realm? Man Gan suddenly realized, his brow furrowing in confusion. Qian Kun smiled mysteriously. Man Gan, do you think the celestial map of destruction is the only means to enter the central realm? Rest assured, my disciple has other methods to gain entry. As for the specifics, there is no need for you to inquire further. By the way, this deal is too favorable for you. I cannot let you take advantage of me. How about this? I need some exquisite primordial spirit stones. How many do you possess? Hand them all over. All right. Man Gan, slightly taken aback, nodded with a bemused expression and produced several exquisite primordial spirit stones to give to Qian Kun. In return, Qian Kun took out the celestial map of destruction and tossed it to Man Gan before instantaneously teleporting back to the Cloud Mist Manor on Donglan Mountain. Who on earth is this person? After Qian Kun departed, Man Gan furrowed his brow in confusion, glancing at the celestial map of destruction in his hand, feeling a slight sense of relief. Obtaining the celestial map so easily was indeed a pleasant surprise. Chapter 20, The Realms of Immortals, Demons, and Beasts Having Slain Hua Yin. Repelled the blood demon Du Zhongjuan and made a deal with Man Gan, Qian Kun returned to the Cloud Mist Manor to summon Qin Yu, informing him of the recent events. He entrusted Qin Yu with the items acquired from slaying Hua Yin and the few exquisite primordial spirit stones received from Man Gan, imparting to him the cultivation methods for the subsequent stages of the 9 transformations of primordial skill before quietly departing from the mortal realm of Zishuan Star, heading towards the realms of immortals, demons, and beasts. In truth, over the years, Qian Kun had already secretly explored the 9-sword immortal mansion in the central realm, studying the formations and prohibitions set by the immortal emperor of the central realm. However, he did not take the mind control scroll placed in the central realm by the immortal emperor as it was unnecessary. Qian Kun had long wished to venture into the realms of immortals, demons, and beasts, intending to make a trip to the mind control temple, but had delayed due to concerns for Qin Yu. Now that Qin Yu possessed the sword immortal puppet as a means of self-protection, and the earlier display of power further ensured his safety, Qian Kun felt reassured enough to leave. Upon arriving in the realms of immortals, demons, and beasts, Qian Kun did not head directly to the mind control temple. His first action was to enter seclusion for cultivation. The realms of immortals, demons, and beasts comprised a vast cosmic space, nearly infinite. The entire universe was suffused with boundless primordial spirit energy. This realm was primarily divided into 4 large areas: the immortal realm in the east, the demon realm in the south, the beast realm in the west and north. And in the northeast, there existed a unique force known as the Dark Star Realm, which was also indigenous to this cosmic space. Moreover, the immortal, demon, and beast realms, along with the Dark Star Realm, were not distinctly separated. The places where they met were interwoven and complex. After arriving in the realms of immortals, demons, and beasts, Qian Kun visited a common cultivation planet in the Lanwan Star region, where the immortal and demon realms intersected. After casually exploring the planet and understanding the situation, he used the great teleportation technique to reach a desolate mineral planet, employing spatial techniques combined with formations to gather the endless primordial spirit energy from the cosmic space, continuously absorbing it for the transformation from dark star to black hole realm. In the blink of an eye, over 100 years passed, and Qian Kun swiftly traversed from the dark star realm to the black hole realm, stepping into the origin realm. However, the subsequent transformation could no longer be driven by the external primordial spirit energy. It required the energy from the glue-like space connected to the black hole. Initially, Qian Kun expected that his breakthrough to the black hole realm would cause a commotion similar to Qin Yu's, but when he broke through, the realms of immortals, demons, and beasts remained utterly tranquil. This made him ponder, could it be that the master of this universe, Lin Ming, knew of his outsider status? Which is why no celebration ensued. Yet, Qian did not dwell on this. He would prefer if Lin Ming remained unaware of his existence. However, was that truly possible? Since rapid advancement was unattainable in the short term, Qian began cultivating the 9 transformations of primordial skill, a powerful physical body, combined with the strength that could be unleashed from the spatial laws, was equally formidable. In Lin Ming's universe, the levels of strength differed from those in the wilderness. Qian spent several decades cultivating the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations of primordial skill, achieving a physical strength comparable to that of a 9th-level celestial emperor. Coupled with his profound understanding of the spatial path, he could easily crush even a divine being as if they were an ant. Estimating that Qian must be nearing ascension to the realms of immortals, demons, and beasts, Qian did not wish to interfere too much with Qian growth. So he had not passed on the Dark Star cultivation methods to him. Qian then left the mineral planet where he had been in seclusion and began to wander through the realms of immortals, demons, and beasts. With his formidable divine sense, Qian could effortlessly probe the entirety of the realms of immortals, demons, and beasts with a single thought. Utilizing spatial techniques, he could arrive at any location within the realms at any moment. In just a couple of decades, Qian explored every place of interest within the realms of immortals, demons, and beasts. The Silver String Star system in the Lanwan Star region was the first cultivation planet Qian arrived at after ascending to the realms of immortals, demons, and beasts. Time flew. Qian had already spent over 10 years on Fengyue Star. As night deepened, Qian visited the residence of the Grand Elder Lu Minghan of the Lu family, one of the 3 major families on Fengyue Star, to inform him of his intention to leave. Meanwhile, Qian, who had long since arrived in the Fengyue Star, quietly infiltrated the Lu family without disturbing anyone. What a lovely fool. Qian sighed softly, shaking his head as he noticed Lu Hongzhu's decision to take his own life to warn Qian. With a flick of his mind, he appeared beside Lu Hongzhu, inserting a detoxification elixir into his body and effortlessly lifting the seal on his nascent soul. Beside them, disciples from the Jade Sword sect, Wu Bo, and the Grand Elder Lu Minghan looked on in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Who are you? You nearly brought death upon my disciple, yet you dare to inquire about my identity? Qian coldly laughed as he gazed at them, uttering words that caused Lu Hongzhu to widen her eyes in astonishment. Disciple? Wu Bo, momentarily taken aback, swiftly drew his sword and lunged at Qian without hesitation. With a mere flick of his finger, Qian emitted a flash of golden light that met Wu Bo's celestial sword. Such arrogance! To think he would use his finger to block my celestial sword. He seeks his own demise. Wu Bo sneered internally, but as a sharp shattering sound resonated, he found his sword splintering before his eyes, his expression freezing in shock. In an instant, he was struck by the beam of light emanating from Qian's fingertip, his body disintegrating into a cloud of blood mist. Witnessing this scene, Lu Minghan trembled, his eyes wide and his face drained of color. Just then, with the air vibrating, a figure materialized Qian, causing Lu Minghan's complexion to pale even further. Master? Spotting Qian's eyes brightened with joy as he hurriedly approached to pay his respects. Lu Hongzhu, recovering quickly, also knelt before Qian, exclaiming, Disciple Lu Hongzhu pays homage to the Grandmaster. Veggie, enough of that. Stand up, young one. Qian chuckled, assisting Lu Hongzhu to her feet, then turned to Qian, saying, Little you have indeed acquired a remarkable disciple. He then added, unable to restrain himself, however. You have a knack for attracting trouble. A significant challenge will soon be upon you, but I trust you can handle it. I shall not interfere. Just be sure to protect your disciple. A significant challenge? Qian, momentarily stunned, quickly reassured, Master, do not worry. I can handle it. Very well. That is good to hear. Until we meet again, my dear disciple. Qian nodded with satisfaction, playfully tapping Lu Hongzhu on the forehead before vanishing with a grand teleportation. Rubbing her forehead, Lu Hongzhu instinctively muttered in confusion. What was that about? He even tapped me as he left. Lu Hongzhu, her gaze flickering, could not help but exclaim, Master, it seems that Grandmaster has imparted to me a cultivation method, one specifically for body refinement. It appears to be quite formidable. Qian rolled his eyes at Lu Hongzhu and replied with a smile, Of course. To receive the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong from your Grandmaster is indeed a blessing. Chapter 21. The Hall of Illusions. After departing from Fengyue Star, Qian made his way directly to the region where the Hall of Illusions resided. The area surrounding the hall trembled with immense energy. In the boundless void of space, even from a distance of 1,000,000 miles, one could clearly discern the colossal spatial rifts. These rifts, unfathomably vast, spanned several thousand miles, resembling serpentine rivers stretching across the cosmos. The source of these rifts lay within the Hall of Illusions. They extended from the Hall, creating a gaping chasm nearly the length of an entire star system. Just imagining it revealed its terrifying nature. The cosmic laws incessantly attempted to mend these rifts, only for them to be torn apart once more in the blink of an eye. From the outside, the Hall of Illusions appeared as an enormous sphere, far larger than a star. Its surface was divided, one half shimmering in black while the other gleamed in gold. This golden substance was a cosmic treasure that even celestial emperors regarded with caution, while the black gravel possessed a formidable power that rivaled the golden flow. With these two materials acting as barriers, beings from the celestial, demonic, and beast realms could not breach the entrance, having to rely on the hall's two designated passages. Employing his spatial abilities, Qian easily entered the Hall of Illusions, arriving at a hazy outer realm. This domain functioned as a divine restriction, specifically a form of illusionary barrier from the divine realm. The area covered by this illusion was vast, yet its power was not overly potent. Most importantly, this illusion lacked lethal intent, serving only to ensnare those who wandered within. Generally, individuals would only enter the periphery of this illusion due to its immense size. However, as long as they did not venture too deep, they could still escape from the edges where the soul's influence permeated. With Qian's profound spiritual essence, he effortlessly discerned everything within the outer realm of the hall, including its inner sanctum. Thus, Qian passed through the outer illusion with ease and approached the entrance of the hall. The myriad artifacts present in the illusionary realm did not pique his interest. The Hall of Illusions was a suspended purple structure, comprising 4 palaces located in the cardinal directions, interconnected by walls, resembling a traditional courtyard. Though the hall's size was not extensive, with each palace measuring merely a few hundred meters, Qian approached the deep blue doors, which resembled polished granite, with narrowed eyes. Upon entering, he discovered that the interior space was surprisingly expansive. The utilization of spatial principles was indeed ingenious. Standing within, he closed his eyes to probe with his spiritual awareness, murmuring in admiration, easily detecting the hidden caretaker, Fu Bo. Qian chose to ignore him and proceeded directly to the entrance of the artifact hall. With his formidable spiritual prowess, he quickly identified the mechanism on the grand door and, utilizing his incredible physical strength along with spatial force, swung it open. Ah, so you could no longer resist emerging? The moment the door to the artifact hall opened, Qian was immediately greeted by a surge of extraordinary energy emanating from the collection of treasures within. He sensed Fu Bo hastening toward him. Turning to see Fu Bo suddenly appear, his expression grave, he solemnly inquired, "Who are you? Truly? Fear not. I am not from the divine realm, nor am I particularly interested in the treasures left by your master. I merely wish to peruse the scrolls that document various techniques, secrets, and knowledge your master has collected, especially the 900 scrolls on formations." Qian replied indifferently. Fu Bo was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow. "You came here solely to examine my master's scrolls? Indeed. As the steward of the Hall of Illusions, you should understand that you cannot impede me." Qian nodded with a smile. "Very well. I shall permit you to view my master's scrolls. However, you must guarantee that you will not disturb anything else within the Hall of Illusions." Fu Bo hesitated slightly before reluctantly agreeing. After all, allowing this mysterious individual to peruse the scrolls would not incur any substantial loss to the hall. Thus, under Fu Bo's guidance, Qian entered the artifact hall, which contained thousands of scrolls, each filled with vast and profound knowledge. For the ensuing time, Qian immersed himself in this chamber, akin to a starry sky, greedily absorbing the immense knowledge contained within the thousands of scrolls. Although his spiritual essence was formidable, the sheer volume of information was overwhelming. It took him over 1,000 years to skim through the scrolls, focusing on the most beneficial information for his future assimilation. While Che Hoyuan excelled in formations and artifact crafting, the wealth of knowledge he had gathered encompassed a myriad of topics, including alchemy, an extensive compendium that could be likened to a library of information for the entire Linming world. Knowledge is power, and this sentiment resonated deeply with Qian. After perusing the scrolls, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under the watchful gaze of Uncle Fu, Qian ventured outside the Hall of Bewilderment to delve into the intricacies of the enchanting formations. Given the vast expanse of these formations, it was evident that they could not be attributed to a singular design, but rather were a concatenation of numerous foundational formations from the divine realm. Qian dedicated several centuries to thoroughly studying the complex foundational formations surrounding the Hall of Bewilderment, which in turn significantly enhanced his comprehension of the 900 scrolls of formation path. Finally, after a prolonged period of concern and tension for Uncle Fu, Qian Kuan resolved to depart. However, this time, he did not seek the realms of immortals, demons, or monsters, for they no longer held any allure for him. Instead, he journeyed directly to the divine realm. Upon his arrival, Qian Kuan chose not to enter any city, but rather to cultivate in the wilderness. The wild, turbulent divine energy of the divine realm served as an excellent medium for his physical enhancement. While practicing the 9 turns yuan skill, Qian Kuan primarily focused on the study of the 900 scrolls of formation path, while simultaneously continuing to grasp the principles of the space path. Gradually, he discovered that as his understanding of formations deepened, so too did his insights into the space path. For the very essence of formations harnessed the power of heaven and earth, intertwining closely with the realm of space. In the blink of an eye, over 10,000 years slipped by, and Qian Kuan successfully cultivated the 9 turns yuan skill to its 9th turn, achieving a physical form comparable to that of a great Luo golden immortal, endowed with the striking power of a divine king. His comprehension of the space path also reached a bottleneck, with only a single step remaining to fully grasp its essence. Similarly, his insights into the formation path had also deepened considerably, yielding substantial rewards from a millennium of dedicated contemplation. My disciple must have ascended to the divine realm by now, he mused. Possessing the Jianglan realm, a treasure that alters the flow of time, he has undoubtedly cultivated for a longer duration than I have. I fear that his understanding of the formation path may now rival my own. Contemplating this, Qian Kuan felt that further seclusion would yield little more in the short term, prompting him to consider a stroll through the divine realm. In the depths of a magnificent and expansive mountain range within the divine realm, a valley shrouded in mist revealed layers upon layers of intricate formations. Clad in a blue robe, Qian Kuan wandered leisurely among the various formations. Frowning as he murmured to himself, the pinnacle of formation space is to create a realm of its own. Yet, despite my extensive research, I still feel that something is amiss. What could it be? Suddenly, as if sensing something, Qian Kuan lifted his gaze to the distance. Is that Xinyu? Has he finally created the Qian Kuan formation? So, this is how the Qian Kuan formation appears. The space path. So this is the complete essence of the space path in the divine realm. With his eyes gleaming with excitement, Qian Kuan could not help but break into a joyful smile. Aha, I understand now. Space and formations, they are one and the same. All paths ultimately converge into a singular truth. The apex of formation is likewise the comprehension of spatial laws, enabling one to establish an independent realm. As he spoke, Qian Kuan effortlessly gestured with his hands, unleashing a multitude of rays of light that cascaded like meteors in all directions throughout the valley. The space began to ripple, and in the next moment, the surrounding environment transformed dramatically. The previous scene vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of desolate land and a hazy void, effectively creating an independent realm. I have comprehended the space path of the divine realm, achieving the pinnacle of formations by crafting an independent space. Yet I still lag behind Xinyu, Qian Kuan remarked with a wry smile, only to be plagued by a sudden wave of confusion as he pondered. Having grasped the spatial laws of the divine realm, I should have attained the status of a divine king. Yet there is no sign of any extraordinary phenomena. It seems that as an anomaly not belonging to the Lin Ming universe, I am unable to gain the recognition of the divine realm's rules. However, this is for the best, as I never sought to attract attention. Shaking his head, Qian Kuan settled onto a smooth stone in a meditative posture, closing his eyes to attune himself. Indeed, the rules of the Lin Ming universe reveal that comprehending the space path clarifies my understanding of the time path. In theory, the space path and the time path should occupy the same tier, yet in the Lin Ming universe, it is evident that the time path is far more challenging to comprehend. Despite the multitude of divine kings in the divine realm, only 3 have attained the title of celestial sovereign, and it appears that none of them independently grasp the time path. For now, Qian Kuan did not harbor expectations of mastering the time path. However, any insights into it would still be a significant gain. As hundreds of years passed, Qian Kuan, having gained some understanding of the time path, suddenly furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. Has the origin point matured? Then let us commence. It is time to break through to the Qian Kuan realm. Sensing the ancient aura of the primordial space within his dantian, Qian Kuan gradually calmed his heart, feeling as if the entire stellar space had transformed into an embryo, with the stellar space embodying himself, while the primordial space represented the womb of a mother. This peculiar and surreal sensation brought Qian Kuan immense pleasure, causing his consciousness to drift into a dreamy state. In this condition, scenes flashed through Qian Kuan's mind: nebulae, meteors, stellar cores, planets, and the evolution of the universe, all unfolding at a speed millions of times faster than his usual deliberate calculations. It felt as though an invisible hand propelled him to grasp insights at an ever-accelerating pace. Finally, akin to a lightning bolt illuminating his mind, Qian awoke, his gaze ablaze with clarity as he realized the most exquisite path of evolution. Simultaneously, the stellar space had evolved to its utmost limits, with the origin point gleefully reaching its peak. The origin point, the most primordial essence, this is the ultimate path of evolution. With unwavering conviction, Qian vanished from sight, reappearing within the stellar space, arms outstretched, eyes closed, immersed in a profoundly mysterious and extraordinary state. Breakthrough. Qian remained with his eyes shut, pointing a finger towards the direction of the origin point. Instantaneously, like a peanut shelling open, the origin point cracked in two, the upper half transforming into azure streams of energy, while the lower half morphed into murky gray streams. The two forces surged forth, filling the entire stellar space as they began to intertwine, seemingly engaged in a fierce battle. Let there be creation. Qian raised one hand to the heavens and pressed the other to the ground, uttering a gentle command. Instantly, the once entangled azure and gray streams, as if guided by an unseen force, surged upwards and downwards, respectively. Qian's form expanded, growing larger and larger. As the azure stream ascended higher, it eventually coalesced into a cerulean sky, while the gray stream solidified into an expansive, tangible earth. In that moment, Qian could not help but recall the legendary scene of the Pangu deity creating the world. In an instant, Qian returned to his normal size. He gazed up at the azure sky, pure as jade, while beneath him, the vast, boundless earth continued to spread. Is this the creation of heaven and earth? That sensation was simply exquisite, as if I had touched the profound essence of the original path. Murmuring to himself, Qian once more closed his eyes, reminiscing about the previous sensation, feeling an overwhelming sense of awe. A mere moment later, as if sensing something, Qian's body vanished once again, reappearing midair. In this newly birthed Qian realm, a point of origin was generating a deep yellow energy. Its growth was not rapid, but within a short time, it coalesced into a sphere of deep yellow energy, approximately the size of a human. As the master of this realm, information regarding the deep yellow energy naturally surfaced in Qian's mind. The mystical aura, born during the creation of the heavens and the earth, once infused into a weapon, endows it with unparalleled hardness and defensive capabilities. The essence of the primordial yellow. Ah, what a remarkable treasure! Is it not true that my esteemed treasure, the Linglong Pagoda of the primordial yellow merit, is a fusion of the merits of creation and the essence of the primordial yellow? As Qian gazed at the swirling primordial yellow aura, his thoughts flickered. Indeed, it seems that the 6 parts of primordial yellow essence generated from a universe's birth could cultivate the indestructible body of primordial yellow. If my physical form absorbs a portion of this primordial yellow essence, I should easily attain the quasi-saint level. With this thought, Qian willed it, and threads of primordial yellow essence surged into his body, causing a noticeable transformation in his physical aura. Mere moments later, having ceased his absorption, Qian reveled in the newfound power of his body, a smile gracing his lips. Truly as I had surmised. With such a physique, even a celestial sovereign would find it challenging to harm me. Let the Qian realm gradually evolve. Once the evolution is complete, it will herald the dawn of a new universe. At that time, as the universe continuously expands, I shall effortlessly comprehend the path of time, observing the vast Qian world. Steadily absorbing the essence, Qian felt a surge of optimism, quietly anticipating the future. According to his estimations, when the universe reaches its zenith as its master, his power should rival that of the undying saints of the primordial chaos. Moreover, the master of a universe is far more liberated than the saints constrained by the heavenly laws. In their own universe, they are the invincible sovereigns. As the universe endures, they become immortal entities, having successfully transcended to the Qian realm. Qian departed from the valley he had inhabited for so long and resumed his leisurely exploration of the divine realm. Chapter 23. The punishment of the celestial sovereign. While wandering the divine realm, expanding his knowledge and contemplating the path of time, Qian occasionally probed into Qianyu's circumstances. Qianyu, who had devised a formation, initially accepted the invitation of the Eastern Extreme Holy Emperor to visit the Eastern Extreme Xuanjin Mountain, and soon thereafter became the lord of the Lanxian Hall at the Eastern Extreme Xuanjin Mountain, his status second only to the 3 divine kings of the mountain. Subsequently, Qianyu successfully opened a new universe, delving into the art of weapon forging, experimenting endlessly. Upon achieving success in forging, he directly announced himself as the new master of the mysterious God Hall, and then journeyed to the northern polar snow city to participate in the marriage proposal of Princess Zhongli of the Northern Polar Holy Emperor. This marriage proposal stirred significant commotion, attracting the attention of numerous divine kings. Moreover, Prince Duanmuyu of the Southern Polar Holy Emperor broke through to become a divine king, while Qian Yu forged a first-rate homing spiritual treasure. Alas, despite his efforts and hopes, the Northern Polar Holy Emperor Jiang Fan ultimately did not choose him as a son-in-law. Infuriated, Qian Yu eloped with Jiang Li in front of several holy emperors and divine kings, creating quite a tumult. Throughout these events, Qian Qian only observed discreetly, having no intention to intervene. After all, if Qian Yu was capable of resolving these matters himself, Qian Qian deemed his involvement unnecessary. Furthermore, even if he did intervene, it was unlikely he could persuade Jiang Fan to change his mind. As time flowed slowly by, Qian Qian continued to observe the clashes among Qian Yu and the divine kings of the divine realm, witnessing his recruitment of formidable divine king experts Yi Feng and Zhuo Qiulin. The establishment of Mist City, which provoked an assault from the 4 divine kings of Thunder Punishment City, culminating in Qian Yu's audacious strike against the divine kings Zhou Tong and Zhou Wulian of Thunder Punishment City. How delightful! It seems the Thunder Punishment Celestial Sovereign can no longer remain idle. Unfortunately, he shall have no opportunity to intervene this time. In the boundless waters of the southern sea of the divine realm, Qian Qian stood atop the head of a colossal serpent, gazing toward the direction of the divine continent. A gleam of delight illuminating his eyes. Almost simultaneously, the heavens trembled, crimson clouds surged, golden light flooded the land, and a resounding earth-shattering noise reverberated. At that moment, everyone in the divine realm paused, gazing skyward, where a massive floating mountain descended slowly from the crimson clouds. The celestial sovereign mountain had finally made its grand entrance. Sensing the aura of the celestial sovereign mountain, Qian Qian's eyes narrowed in astonishment. Yet, he held little interest in the celestial sovereign mountain. Lin Ming would never allow him to become a celestial sovereign, and the allure of becoming one held little appeal for him. Reflecting on the battles and bloodshed among those holy emperors and divine kings striving for the title of celestial sovereign, it was both laughable and tragic that none of the divine kings who entered the celestial sovereign mountain ever achieved that status. Though disinterested in intervening, Qian Qian, who had also opened a universe, continued to utilize the spatial power of his new universe to observe the events within the celestial sovereign mountain, treating it as a grand spectacle. Finally, after a series of skirmishes reached their climax, the Thunder Punishment Celestial Sovereign made his appearance, followed closely by Qian Yu. Utilizing the time-stopping power of his new universe, Qian Yu seized the opportunity to slay the Northwestern Holy Emperor Zhou Hua, inciting the wrath of the Thunder Punishment Celestial Sovereign. Although Qian Yu was powerful, he was still no match for the Thunder Punishment Celestial Sovereign, who gravely injured him with the Celestial Sovereign treasure, the original Sin Sword, forcing him to teleport away from the Celestial Sovereign Mountain. Noticing this scene, Qian Qian's eyes glimmered with a cold light. Thunder Punishment Celestial Sovereign, can my disciple truly be harmed by you? Within the Celestial Sovereign Mountain, as the Thunder Punishment Celestial Sovereign had just compelled Zhou Xian to pledge allegiance to the Thunder Source Spirit Pearl, Qian Qian, clad in a cerulean Taoist robe, suddenly appeared, prompting the Celestial Sovereign's brow to furrow as he scrutinized Qian Qian. Who are you? Zhouan, you truly possess audacity, daring to harm my disciple Qian Qian. Do you truly believe that being a Celestial Sovereign grants you unrestrained freedom? Qian Qian's gaze turned icy as he regarded the Thunder Punishment Celestial Sovereign. Hearing Qian Qian utter his name, the Thunder Punishment Celestial Sovereign's expression shifted. How do you know my name? Who exactly are you? I have already stated, Qian Yu is my disciple. So what do you think I am? When my disciple suffers as his master, I naturally must stand up for him, Qian Qian declared. The Thunder Punishment Celestial Sovereign, regaining his composure, glared at Qian Qian with a somber expression. Standing up? That depends on whether you possess the strength for it. As he spoke, the Thunder Punishment Celestial Sovereign's hand gripped the formidable original Sin Sword, which trembled slightly as a wave of sword energy shot toward Qian Qian. The speed of the sword energy was astonishing, leaving no room for Qian Qian to evade. Yet, Qian Qian had no intention of dodging. As the sword energy struck Qian Qian, it dissipated, while Qian Qian, radiating with golden light, remained entirely unscathed, causing the observing holy emperors and divine kings to widen their eyes in disbelief. Even the Thunder Punishment Celestial Sovereign was momentarily stunned, incredulously glancing at the original Sin Sword in his hand, then back at Qian Qian, who wore a serene smile, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. Heavens! Even among the powerful celestial sovereigns, it seems unlikely that any would withstand such a strike. Who exactly is this Qian Qian? How can his physical form be so formidable? To withstand the attack of a celestial sovereign treasure, does this imply that even celestial sovereigns cannot slay him? Zhouan, why not take a strike from me to see? Qian Qian grinned, and with a thought, he harnessed the spatial power of his new universe to condense space. Just as the Thunder Punishment Celestial Sovereign's expression shifted in alarm, hastily drawing upon his innate power. Simultaneously, As the energy of the original Sin sword surged to break free from the spatial confinement, Qian appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. In a resounding thud, the Thunder Punishment Celestial Sovereign was sent reeling, blood spurting from his mouth, a picture of utter disarray. Witnessing this scene, the holy emperors and divine kings present gasped in disbelief. Heavens, what have they just witnessed? The Thunder Punishment Celestial Sovereign, a veritable celestial sovereign, was struck to the point of bleeding by a single blow. Is this Qian also a celestial sovereign? A celestial sovereign even stronger than the Thunder Punishment Celestial Sovereign? Could he be the enigmatic Piaoyu Celestial Sovereign? Yet, he claims to be Qian, not Piaoyu. Impossible. How can your physical form be so robust? After enduring Qian's punch, the Thunder Punishment Celestial Sovereign clearly felt the immense power of Qian's physique, nearly driving him to madness as he stared at Qian, screaming in disbelief. Qian shook his head and chuckled lightly. How peculiar. Zhouan, you are but a frog at the bottom of a well. How could you possibly comprehend the vastness of the sky? The Heavenly Punisher, enraged to the point of bloodshed, was about to strike again when he suddenly froze, his expression shifting in disbelief as he glanced at Qian. With a clenched jaw, tinged with sorrow and indignation, he took flight and departed. Watching the retreating figure of the Heavenly Punisher, Qian narrowed his eyes, pondering. Has the Celestial Feather Sovereign intervened? Greetings, Sovereign Qian. The various holy emperors and divine kings within the Sovereign Mountain, regardless of their thoughts, outwardly paid their utmost respects to Qian. Hearing this, Qian could not help but roll his eyes slightly, waving his hands and exclaiming, "Oh, spare me the titles. What nonsense is this Sovereign Qian? When did I ever claim to be a sovereign? You lot must be out of your minds." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, their confusion deepening. It appeared that Qian was indeed not a sovereign. Yet, he had the power to injure a sovereign, making even the Heavenly Punisher hesitate to engage him further. Was it possible that one could possess strength equal to a sovereign without being one? This thought stirred a flicker of hope within the assembly. Predecessor Qian, you must be of ascendant origin as well, correct? The Azura King Luo Fan inquired, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. Ascendant? Perhaps, Qian replied, casting a glance at the Azura King, then adding with a half-smile, "What? Do you wish for me to protect your faction of ascendants in the future?" Luo Fan smiled awkwardly at this, while the alluring Blood Demon King chimed in, "Since the predecessor claims to be an ascendant, our faction will naturally follow your lead." "Is that so? But tell me, will your faction heed my guidance or that of the carefree sovereign?" Qian asked with a faint smile. The group of ascendant divine kings, led by Luo Fan and the Blood Demon King, exchanged uncertain looks, unsure of how to respond. With an exasperated shake of his head, Qian declared, "Enough of this. I am accustomed to my leisurely ways and have no desire to meddle in your ascendant affairs or those of the 8 great divine clans. If it weren't for my disciple Qian, I wouldn't have even bothered to intervene. I know you all are curious as to why, not being a sovereign, my strength is so formidable, right?" Qian's gaze swept over the assembly of divine kings. Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up with anticipation. Their spirits invigorated as they turned to Qian. Qian chuckled at their eagerness. "Oh, how amusing you all are. Even if I were to share my cultivation methods, do you think you could grasp them? Do not harbor such pleasant fantasies. Instead, focus on comprehending the path of time. While it is indeed more challenging than the path of space, with diligent effort, you may yet find a glimmer of hope to master the path of time and ascend to sovereign. A glimmer of hope to become a sovereign." The divine kings felt a wave of frustration wash over them. Such words were akin to saying nothing at all. "I cannot waste more time with you fools. I must see how my dear disciple Qian is faring," Qian said before vanishing in an instant. Once Qian had departed, the divine kings could no longer contain their discussions. Qian's power left them perplexed and intrigued. Moreover, they noted that both Qian and Qian could enter Sovereign Mountain without traversing the stone passage. A feat that baffled them and led them to quietly marvel at the mysterious abilities of this master-disciple duo. As the divine kings conversed, the North Pole Holy Emperor Jiang Fan wore a particularly grim expression, as if he had lost his closest kin. Previously, he had relied on the mandate of the people to become a sovereign, only to have it mercilessly snatched away by Qian. Outside Misty City, Qian appeared out of thin air. He refrained from instantly teleporting back to Zishuan Mansion, concerned about worrying his family. Just after materializing in the void outside Misty City, he could not help but spit out blood. The potency of the Heavenly Sovereign's treasure was indeed fearsome, Qian lamented. While physical injuries could heal in the blink of an eye, the most significant damage was inflicted upon his soul. In his mind, the ethereal soul embryo, shimmering with 8 distinct radiances, pulsated with a vibrant glow. When struck by the sword aura of the original Sin sword, It felt as though his soul had been cleaved open, bringing him perilously close to death. Thankfully, the 8 primal forces had fused completely with the soul embryo, granting an unprecedented level of recovery. Furthermore, his soul resonated harmoniously with the new universe, which continuously transmitted primal energy to aid in his recovery. Noticing a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, Qian felt a sudden awareness and turned his gaze towards Sovereign Mountain, his eyes widening in surprise. Master? Could it be that he has injured the Heavenly Punisher? Has he also cultivated the celestial transformation technique and gradually opened up a universe? Merely moments later. Upon returning to Zishuan Mansion, Qian unexpectedly manifested within. The group within Zishuan Mansion had been startled when they witnessed Qian, bloodied and gravely injured. Through the water curtain, their tension eased slightly when they saw him return seemingly unscathed. After the attack from the original Sin Sword, Qian had been unable to maintain control over the water curtain, causing it to dissipate, and thus they missed witnessing Qian injure the Heavenly Punisher. When Qian abruptly appeared in Zishuan Mansion, the assembly was taken aback. After Qian respectfully greeted Qian, he proceeded to introduce him to the others. Some among the crowd had encountered Qian before, but many were unfamiliar with him. Upon learning that he was Qian's master, they were genuinely astonished. Brother Qian, it has been many years. I never expected your strength to be beyond my perception, Jiang Lan remarked, gazing at Qian in awe. Having absorbed the essence of the Qian Huang, Qian's physical form rivaled that of a quasi-saint, possessing combat prowess on par with a sovereign. His aura was so restrained that even the divine kings could not detect fluctuations, which is why Jiang Lan found him inscrutable. Haha, Master S strength surpasses us all. Just the other day at Sovereign Mountain, he injured the Heavenly Punisher, Qian said with a smile. What? The crowd's eyes widened in shock. Among them, the divine king Yifeng could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, he injured the Heavenly Punisher? How is that possible? Has Brother Qian ascended to sovereign status? That cannot be. The arrival of the Sovereign Mountain has yet to conclude. How could a new sovereign emerge so swiftly? I am not a sovereign. The ability to injure the Heavenly Punisher was also due to a stroke of fortune, Qian replied nonchalantly. Seeing Qian's calm demeanor, the onlookers were struck with awe and disbelief. Qian was truly a figure of profound strength and mystery, having come to visit Qian. Qian remained in Zishuan Mansion for a while. Thanks to his intervention, the Divine Kings dared not approach Misty City, allowing them to evade disaster. Over a month later, within a garden pavilion of Zishuan Mansion, Qian and Qian were enjoying tea and conversing leisurely. Suddenly, without a sound, a young man with silver eyes appeared in the garden, making his way toward the pavilion. He bore 3 black horns resembling a feathered crown on his head, giving him an unusual appearance. Kriegweg? Qian stood up, recognizing him as Lin Ming's eldest disciple and the celestial feather sovereign of the divine realm. The young Kriegweg first inclined his body slightly to Qian, then turned to Qian, bowing respectfully, exuding an air of deference as he addressed him, Lord Qian. As Qian felt a sudden jolt in his brow, he could not help but glance at Kriegweg with a hint of confusion. Why did he refer to himself in such a manner? Master Qian, I have come on behalf of my master to extend an invitation to you. He wishes to inquire if you still remember Linlei from the Yulon continent. Kriegweg addressed Qian with courtesy. Upon hearing this, Qian's expression shifted dramatically. He never expected Kriegweg to utter such words, igniting a sense of profound suspicion within him. Naturally, Qian was aware of Lin Ming's origins, but the inquiry about whether he recognized Linlei from the Yulon continent genuinely astonished him. Could it be that Lin Ming not only knew he was not from this universe but was also aware of his background? How could that be possible? No. It was inconceivable that Lin Ming possessed such capabilities. As Qian pondered, a potential explanation began to form in his mind. Chapter 25, The Great Completion of the Universe. The tone in which Kriegweg relayed Lin Ming's inquiry clearly indicated that Lin Ming was familiar with Qian. There could only be one reason for this. Lin Ming must have known Qian when he was still relatively weak. But how could he have become acquainted with Qian? It was undoubtedly because Qian had traversed into the pandemonium world. Only this could elucidate everything. This, however, placed Qian in a rather awkward position, as he had yet to cross into the pandemonium world and possessed no memories of meeting Linlei. What should he say when he eventually encountered Lin Ming? If Linlei detected any discrepancies, it would be difficult to explain. In truth, the only individual that instilled a sense of trepidation in Qian within this universe was Lin Ming, for in his realm, he was invincible. Now that he had surmised that Lin Ming had some prior acquaintance with him, he speculated that he would not harbor any ill intentions, though slightly more at ease. Qian still felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of meeting Lin Ming. Nonetheless, as Lin Ming had dispatched Kriegweg to extend the invitation, it would be rather inappropriate for him to decline. Ultimately, Qian Kuan accompanied Krivig and prepared to meet the master of this universe, Lin Ming. In the expanse above the divine realm, Qin Yu and all the other divine kings believe they occupied the pinnacle of the divine realm. However, in truth, above this so-called apex lay another expanse of space. Here, endless auspicious clouds floated, and at the terminus of these clouds stood a magnificent palace known as the Baiyun Hall, which served as the center of power within the entire Lin Ming universe, governing the divine realm, countless celestial, demonic, and monstrous realms, as well as the core of numerous mortal realms. Krivig led Qian Kuan in flight directly to the Baiyun Hall, where a robust young man clad in a robe emerged. Greeting Qian Kuan with a beaming smile, "Brother Qian Kuan, it has been quite a while since our last parting. Brother Lin Ming, please forgive me. I have traveled through many universes and, though I have witnessed countless wonders, my memories have become somewhat muddled. I still retain some impressions of the Yulan continent and the Hell, one of the four supreme planes, but other matters elude me," Qian Kuan replied with a wry smile. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Ming raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, and then chuckled. "No matter. I must admit, I envy you, Brother Qian Kuan, for your freedom to traverse and admire the scenery of countless universes. The path you pursue is beyond my reach. Come, Brother Qian Kuan. Let us sit within my Baiyun Hall and converse." Lin Ming warmly invited him inside. The Baiyun Hall was truly extraordinary. As the flow of time within its confines constantly fluctuated, at times, time accelerated several-fold, at others, even by millions or billions of times. "Brother Lin Ming, the temporal laws within your Baiyun Hall are indeed marvelous," Qian Kuan exclaimed upon entering, captivated by the distinct temporal fluctuations. If he could cultivate here and comprehend the essence of time, it would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. "Brother Qian Kuan, since you express an interest in the temporal laws of my universe, allow me to assist you in swiftly grasping them," Lin Ming replied with a smile. "Oh, haha, splendid. I would be indebted to you, Brother Lin Ming," Qian Kuan responded with brightened eyes, nodding in excitement, with a wave of Lin Ming's hand. The flow of time around Qian Kuan accelerated rapidly, and an incomprehensible aura of time enveloped him, allowing Qian Kuan to perceive and comprehend the intricacies of the temporal laws with greater clarity. In a brief moment, just as the time taken for a cup of tea to brew, Qian Kuan, immersed in understanding the essence of time, lost track of how long had passed, ultimately achieving a profound realization of the temporal laws. "Is this the essence of the temporal laws in Lin Ming's universe?" Qian Kuan murmured to himself, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. He then clasped his hands in gratitude towards Lin Ming. "Thank you, Brother Lin Ming." Lin Ming waved his hand with a smile. "There is no need for thanks, Brother Qian Kuan. You have already independently established a universe, even without my assistance. Achieving a profound understanding of the temporal laws will eventually be effortless. Once the transformation of the universe within me reaches completion, it shall be time for me to depart." Qian Kuan contemplated eagerly. As time flowed slowly, shortly after Qian Yu's universe underwent successful transformation, Qian Kuan's universe too finally achieved its grand completion. As his universe culminated, Qian Kuan, residing within his own cosmos, felt a solemnity wash over him. Within his mind, his ethereal spirit, now suffused with a glimmering hue, absorbed a peculiar and profound energy as the new universe came into being. His spirit transformed from a bright crimson to a golden hue, and then to an ethereal purple, before becoming entirely nebulous, radiating a spectrum of colors that enveloped his entire consciousness. Suddenly, Qian Kuan's ethereal spirit dissipated, vanishing into thin air. A jolt coursed through him as he distinctly felt his spirit merging with the entirety of the universe. As the universe remained eternal, so too would Qian Kuan endure. "The universe, my universe, is truly perfect. The profound laws of spatial and temporal realms, and even the 8 primordial laws, I now grasp fully. This sensation of wielding control over all is simply magnificent. Is this what a perfectly completed universe feels like? In the vast expanse of the universe, resembling a magnificent pyramid." Qian Kuan, with his eyes closed and arms outstretched, reveled in the essence of the cosmos, a smile of sheer ecstasy gracing his face. Meanwhile, in the Hongjun world, the venerable ancestor Qian Kuan, who had been quietly meditating on Fazhong Island for a little over 100 years, suddenly felt an awakening sensation, his eyes snapping open, gleaming with brilliance. "Has the universe created by my avatar finally reached completion?" he mused. "It is a pity that the temporal and spatial laws of this universe differ from those of the Hongjun world. Nevertheless, even so, by analogy, I have gained substantial insight into the spatial laws of the Hongjun world, as well as considerable understanding of the temporal laws. My comprehension of other laws, such as those of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, light, and darkness, has also significantly improved. Congratulations, Master, on the successful completion of the journey through the starry transformation world." earning a reward of 10,000 system points. Now, let us review the gains from this trip. Acquiring the starry transformation technique and successfully cultivating it to create a universe, rewarding you with 100,000 system points. Accepting Qian Yu as a disciple and witnessing his growth, rewarding you with 5,000 system points, saving some mortal lives of Lu Hanshu and the Qianlong continent. Earning 1,000 system points, comprehending the spatial and temporal laws of Lin Meng's universe, rewarding you with 20,000 system points. The voice of the Hongjun certainty system resonated in Qian Kuan's mind, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment, a joyful smile breaking forth. What an unexpected delight! Qian Kuan silently calculated the numerous system points awarded, finding it difficult to fathom. To have ventured into Lin Meng's universe and reap such rewards was akin to a dream for the venerable ancestor. By the way, system, where is my avatar? Can my avatar return now? Qian Kuan inquired eagerly. The Hongjun certainty system responded in a stern tone, your avatar possesses immense power at present. The system is unable to retrieve it. To forcibly bring it back would require the expenditure of 100,000 system points. What on earth? Upon hearing the astounding news, the venerable ancestor of Qian Kuan widened his eyes in shock, clearly taken aback by the mention of 1,000,000 system points. Gradually, he composed himself and remarked, I said it is not so easy to reach the pinnacle in one leap. If my Qian Kuan avatar were to return, with the status of a universe sovereign, I would likely surpass ordinary saints. But 1,000,000 system points. When will I, the ancestor, ever gather that amount? By the time I manage to acquire it, I fear my true self will have already attained the path of sanctification, rendering the return of the Qian Kuan avatar insignificant. Reluctantly, the ancestor accepted reality. After all, he had already gained considerable rewards this time and could not afford to be overly greedy. Yet, the thought of the profound yellow qi that could not be retrieved left him with a twinge of regret. Chapter 26. The Emergence of Palai After Contemplating. The ancestor of Qian Kuan realized he had accumulated over 160,000 system points. There was no reason to let them go to waste. It was time to exchange them for something beneficial. What should he redeem first? Ah, he had it. The ancestor pondered briefly and then directly addressed the primordial path system. System, assist me in exchanging for 1/10 of the merit of creation. The system swiftly responded, acknowledged. Exchanging 1/10 of the merit of creation will require a consumption of 100,000 system points. Within the five-color lake at the center of Mount Fazhang, the ancestor of Qian Kuan sat cross-legged, and as the space before him rippled, a grand surge of merit energy materialized, radiating a brilliant golden light of virtue. The ancestor's gaze gleamed with excitement. Here it comes. With 1/10 of the merit of creation within him, the ancestor felt that his fortune could rival that of the three pure ones, significantly raising his chances of attaining enlightenment. With a broad smile, he focused his intent, and the merit surged into his being, enveloping him in shimmering gold. After a while, the golden light gradually receded, and within the ancestor's mind, an endless stream of merit illuminated his spirit, enhancing his comprehension of the profound truths of the Tao. The notion that merit could enhance one's cultivation speed proved to be true. As the ancestor savored the sensation, his smile deepened. Suddenly, an intangible wave emanated from the eastern sea, swiftly spreading throughout the entire primordial world, perceptible to all who had attained a certain level of cultivation. In an instant, countless gazes turned toward the direction of the eastern sea. The ancestor of Qian Kuan, intrigued by the wave, raised his head in surprise. Peering through the primordial formation atop Mount Fangzhong toward the boundless ocean, a treasure is born, or perhaps something intriguing lies not far away. Unexpectedly, having just acquired 1/10 of the merit of creation, he encountered such an opportunity. With a light chuckle, the ancestor's form flickered, and he appeared above Mount Fazhang, waving his hand as the space rippled and distorted, allowing him to easily penetrate the primordial formation and reach the surface of the ocean. He then utilized his spatial evasion technique, vanishing into the horizon. Having comprehended much of the spatial Tao within the primordial world, the ancestor's speed in employing the spatial evasion technique increased remarkably. In mere moments, he arrived at the source of the invisible wave. As he gazed at the mist-shrouded sea ahead, an expression of astonishment crossed his features. A formation? It is indeed a grand array. What an exquisitely profound primordial concealment formation. He wondered what secrets lay hidden within. Approaching the primordial mist formation, the ancestor observed carefully before resolutely entering the fog. Within the nebulous mist, it felt as if he were enveloped in chaos, unable to discern up from down, left from right. Even his divine sense could not penetrate the situation within. Such a mysterious concealment formation surpassed the primordial defensive formations of Mount Fangzhong. Fortunately, having gained substantial insights into formations, he discerned the essence of the array. Otherwise, unraveling it would have proven quite challenging. As he scrutinized the surrounding mist, the ancestor of Qian Kuan focused intently, studying the intricacies. The primordial formations of the primordial world differed significantly from those in the Lin Meng universe, appearing more ethereal and profound, akin to impenetrable fog. However, all laws are interconnected. Despite their differences, formations share commonalities. Utilizing his profound understanding of formations along with his exploration of the spatial Tao. Although he could not fully comprehend this formation in a short time, he quickly identified its flaws. So it is, the ancestor mumbled to himself, navigating through the mist with apparent ease, and as the fog ahead gradually thinned, a smile crept upon his lips. Emerging from the mist, the ancestor felt a surge of refreshing energy wash over him, akin to being immersed in spiritual essence. The intangible energy actively sought to enter his body, and his vision suddenly expanded, revealing a breathtaking scene that unfolded like a magnificent scroll. An island? The primordial spiritual energy here is so rich. The ancestor gazed in awe at the enchanting scenery, where lush flora thrived amidst mountains that seemed to be crafted from precious jade, and lakes sparkled like amber and emerald. His heart stirred with excitement. Could this be the fabled Palai Island? It was no wonder the ancestor thought of Palai. Among the three great mystical islands of the Eastern Sea, it was the most enigmatic, with no one knowing its exact location. Without this extraordinarily intricate primordial mist formation, how could such an island be so elusive? If this is indeed Panglai, it stands to reason that it harbors numerous treasures. The ancestor felt a surge of desire. Seizing the opportunity before other powerful beings arrived, he resolved to act swiftly. Concentrating, he released his divine sense to survey the entire island. After a moment of introspection, the ancestor opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance, and in an instant, he vanished, employing his spatial evasion technique. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the center of the island, his gaze falling upon a shimmering lake filled with three-colored light. Upon the surface of the lake, numerous azure lotus flowers of varying sizes bloomed, their azure glow pulsating with vibrant life energy. The largest among them, a 9-petal azure lotus, was as big as a grinding disc, surrounded by 3 8-petal lotuses arranged in a triangular formation. Additionally, there were 5 6-petal lotuses, 6 5-petal lotuses, and 9 3-petal lotuses. The azure lotus of creation? No, it must merely be the seeds of the azure lotus of creation thriving in this tricolored divine water lake. It seems that the seeds of that 9-petal azure lotus have continued to grow, giving rise to this pool of azure lotuses. As he speculated, the ancestor's gaze shifted to the lake's edge, where a green willow, resembling jade, curved gracefully, its sparse branches swaying gently in the breeze. Although the willow's aura was not strong, it caught the ancestor's attention, compelling him to approach eagerly. With a trembling hand, he reached out to touch the smooth trunk. The Yongmei? This aura, indeed, belongs to the chaotic spiritual root of the hollow willow tree belonging to Yongmei. Regrettably, during that fateful battle years ago, his comrade, Yongmei, had perished. Though the essence remained, it had long been damaged. And despite years of nurturing by the tricolored divine water, it had failed to recover. Yongmei had truly fallen. With a deep sigh, the ancestor felt a wave of complex emotions wash over him. After all, as a former ally in the fight against the demonic ancestor Luoho, the bond between the ancestor of Qian Kuan and the great immortal Yang may have been quite strong. The fate of his once friend stirred within him a deep sense of sorrow. However, the venerable ancestor of Qian Kuan quickly regained his composure. Gazing at the hollow willow tree before him, he glanced at the nearby lake, shimmering with the divine waters of the 3 lights, adorned with blooming blue lotuses. And without hesitation, summoned the Qian Kuan map, intent on absorbing everything into its spatial realm. To his surprise, while the divine waters and the blue lotuses were effortlessly collected, the hollow willow tree remained untouched, stubbornly resisting the absorption. How could it not be taken? With a furrowed brow, the ancestor of Qian Kuan was puzzled, when he suddenly sensed a disturbance from the outside world. Someone approaches, daring to forcefully breach the innate misty formation outside? Chapter 27. Thunder God. Azure Dragon. Without further contemplation, the ancestor of Qian Kuan swiftly summoned the Qian Kuan cauldron, channeling its power to finally gather the hollow willow tree along with the portion of divine water nourishing its roots. Just as he had stowed the cauldron, he noticed a violet lightning spreading like a tide in the distance, followed by the emergence of a robust figure enveloped in the tempest of thunder, who swiftly approached. It was a towering man, over 2 meters tall, clad in a purple-black robe, wielding a dark golden wolf-toothed weapon. His entire being crackled with electric energy. Even the slightly curled black hair atop his head shimmered with violet lightning, and his eyes seemed to emanate bolts of thunder. The Thunder God? The moment the ancestor of Qian Kuan laid eyes on the imposing figure, he recognized his identity. The Thunder God of Lei Zhe, an innate deity born of primal chaos. Though not as formidable as the likes of Nuwa or Fushi, the ancestors of Qian Kuan, Yangmei, or Yin was nonetheless a powerful entity in the vast expanse of the primordial world, possessing the body of a quasi-saint innate deity, coupled with a cultivation at the great Luo level. The Thunder God was undoubtedly among the elite in this era. Ancestor Qian Kuan? The Thunder God's expression shifted slightly upon spotting him, and he could not help but exclaim thunderously, "Friend Qian Kuan, you've arrived quite swiftly. I fear all the treasures on this celestial island have been claimed by you, and you cannot hoard them all for yourself." Hearing this, the ancestor of Qian Kuan could not help but chuckle. "Ha ha, Thunder God, how naive you are. Do you truly believe I would share the treasures I have acquired? Indeed, there are many splendid items on this celestial island. But I have no time for idle chatter with you. If you wish to gather more treasures, I must depart first." Before the words had fully left his lips, the ancestor of Qian Kuan executed a spatial escape, vanishing in an instant. The Thunder God, his expression darkening, gripped his golden wolf-toothed weapon tightly, letting out a frustrated grunt before also disappearing to seize the treasures of the celestial island. Indeed, there were abundant treasures on Palai Island, including precious celestial herbs, top-tier refining materials, and even some innate spiritual roots. However, the ancestor of Qian Kuan casually collected a few notable items, feeling the fluctuations from the innate misty formation outside, and swiftly utilized his escape technique to arrive above the island, effortlessly traversing the formation to depart. "Thunder God, hand over the treasures." A booming voice echoed as the three pure ones entered Panglai Island, easily spotting the Thunder God still rummaging for celestial herbs and ores. Tongtian could not contain his anger and spoke fiercely. With Tongtian's lack of courtesy, the Thunder God was not one to back down. Equally hot-tempered, he was quickly incensed. "Who dares to treat me, a member of the Dragon Clan, as a mere junior? You seek death." Well, the countenance of both Laozi and Yuanshi darkened. How could they, the illustrious three pure ones, be regarded as juniors? Humph, the Thunder God is merely a fortunate innate deity who survived the chaos. What is so remarkable about that? The three pure ones would not be intimidated. Without a doubt, a fierce battle was soon to unfold, as tempestuous energies surged across Panglai Island, akin to tumultuous waves. The outcome of this battle, for now, remains untold, as we shift our focus back to the ancestor of Qian Kuan, who had just left the island. With a slight smile, he turned back to cast a glance, preparing to use his spatial escape technique when a familiar aura fluctuation caught his attention, prompting him to turn towards the distance. A streak of light dashed from afar, swiftly transforming into a suave young man in a white robe. The young man exuded an extraordinary demeanor, his cultivation evidently formidable, yet at that moment, he appeared somewhat disheveled, pale, bloodied, and his aura disordered. "Master? Master, save me." Upon seeing the ancestor of Qian Kuan, the young man's eyes sparkled with delight, calling out in surprise, "Baize." The ancestor of Qian Kuan recognized the young man and was equally taken aback, but soon his brow furrowed in concern. Under normal circumstances, encountering his disciple unexpectedly would bring him joy. However, witnessing Baize's current battered state, how could he feel anything but concern? Simultaneously, the ancestor of Qian Kuan distinctly sensed several fierce auras approaching from afar, evidently pursuing Baize. Among them, one particular presence lurked within the sea, rapidly closing in on Baize. With explosive sounds echoing, the delighted Baize was hastily flying towards the ancestor of Qian Kuan, oblivious to the sudden eruption of the water below, as a massive shadow descended from above, an enormous dragon tail, covered in deep azure scales. Not good. Caught off guard, Baize had no time to evade. Gritting his teeth, he hastily activated the water spirit pearl for protection, channeling his magical energy into the wind and water fan in hand to block the impending strike. Yet, just as the dragon tail was about to strike the fan, it abruptly froze mid-motion, as if ensnared in the void. With a thunderous sound, the ancestor of Qian Kuan appeared beside him, casually delivering a punch that shattered the dragon scales, sending blood splattering as the tail retreated. Master, witnessing this scene, Baize, relieved yet astonished, looked at the ancestor of Qian Kuan with immense joy and promptly knelt in midair. Disciple Baize pays respects to master. Enough, rise. The ancestor of Qian Kuan replied calmly, extending a hand to assist Baize to his feet. At that moment, a drop of divine water from the three lights appeared in his palm, which he flicked towards Baize, transforming into a misty tricolored vapor that seeped into Baize's body, rapidly healing his injuries and seemingly purifying his magical essence. With a roar of fury, an enormous azure dragon burst forth from the sea, instantly stirring a tempest in the sky, as thunder and lightning heralded an impending storm. Who are you, to dare oppose my dragonkin? The Azure Dragon's wheel-like eyes fixated on Qian, its voice booming like thunder. The Dragon Clan? Once? The Dragon Clan's ancestral dragon indeed commanded unparalleled might in the primordial realm. However, with the death of the ancestral dragon, what could the Dragon Clan claim now? The ancestor of Qian shook his head, a scornful smile gracing his lips. Enraged, the Azure Dragon roared, the skies reverberating with thunder. Those who insult the Dragon Clan shall perish. Perish? You must possess the capability to kill me first. The ancestor of Qian coldly regarded the Azure Dragon. A flash of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes, a mere Azure Dragon at the great Luo Golden Immortal level dares to pursue my disciple? Truly seeking death. With a low growl, the Azure Dragon lunged towards the ancestor of Qian. As it neared, it unleashed a deep azure spear from its mouth, transforming into a beam of cold light that twisted through space, almost instantaneously reaching the ancestor of Qian. Suddenly, the Qian map erupted from the ancestor of Qian's chest, effortlessly blocking the deep azure spear, before expanding in size and swiftly absorbing the weapon. The Azure Dragon trembled, its wheel-like eyes widening in shock, just as the ancestor of Qian stepped forward, delivering a punch towards the dragon's colossal head. Space distortion erupted with a resounding force, accompanied by a mournful dragon's roar. The colossal Azure Dragon was hurled away, its blood cascading down. In the 20th chapter, the primordial measurement of heaven, the venerable ancestor of the universe waved his hand, casting the universe diagram, which rapidly expanded to envelop the Azure Dragon. It then swiftly shrank back into the ancestor's grasp, while the dragon vanished, confined within the diagram's spatial realm. Though both possessed formidable power at the Great Luo level, the ancestor's formidable physical prowess had severely injured the Azure Dragon in that moment. With the aid of the universe diagram, a treasure of innate excellence, it was trivial to suppress the dragon. Master's strength is truly formidable. That diagram-like artifact is astonishing. Baize marveled, his heart brimming with awe. Meanwhile, several other dragons of varying scales and colors, who had hastened from afar, could not help but feel a chill of fear. The Azure Dragon had once been an elder of their clan, now a true powerhouse at the great Luo Golden Immortal level. The number of dragons at this level within their clan was exceedingly few, merely a handful. Disciple, let us depart. The ancestor, casting a calm glance at the dragons of notable prowess, including those at the Golden Immortal and Tai Golden Immortal levels, called out to Baize and directly utilized spatial evasion to leave. The dragons that had hesitated in the distance felt a slight sense of relief upon witnessing the ancestor's departure. They exchanged a few words, their expressions heavy, before hastily returning to report the matter of the Azure Elder's confinement to the clan's higher-ups. Simultaneously, more cultivators from the wilderness flocked towards Palai Island, eager to seize treasures. However, due to the obstruction of the innate mist grand formation, most would inevitably be unable to enter the island. Instead, the gathering of cultivators led to conflicts and casualties. Yet, the ancestor of the universe had little interest in such matters. After all, his expedition to Palai Island had yielded an abundance of rewards. Upon returning to the magnificent and spiritually rich island, Baize gazed in wonder. At that moment, the cold, mechanical voice of the primordial pathway system echoed in the ancestor's mind. Congratulations, Master. Your journey to Palai Island has been highly fruitful, and you have saved your eldest disciple. Baize, you are awarded 60,000 system points. 60,000 system points? Surely, the treasures I acquired do not warrant such a reward. The ancestor was both delighted and somewhat taken aback, with curiosity lingering in his thoughts. He instructed Baize to wait on the island while he delved into the universe cauldron to assess the spoils of this journey. Within the cauldron's interior, a lake of 3 light divine water floated, its surface adorned with shimmering azure lotuses, exuding a vibrant life force. Beside it stood a hollow willow tree, its sparse branches appearing bare. The ancestor approached the hollow willow, caressing its emerald green trunk. Closing his eyes, he focused his mind, allowing his formless consciousness to penetrate the tree. As he entered the hollow willow, the ancestor soon discerned a vast space within, teeming with verdant vitality and the subtle fluctuations of spatial essence. Immersed in this realm, he felt his understanding of spatial intricacies sharpened manifold. What astonished him further was the presence of a colossal, chaotic-hued ruler shimmering with golden light within this expansive space. The ruler emanated a formidable aura, its power rivaling that of the universe cauldron. As the ancestor directed his divine energy into the chaotic ruler, he sensed an overwhelming pressure, as if the ruler resisted his attempts to refine it. With a furrowed brow, the ancestor noticed an intense surge of creation merit energy flooding his mind, intertwining with his divine essence as it entered the hollow willow and flowed into the colossal ruler. Suddenly, the chaotic ruler trembled, seemingly elated, allowing the ancestor's divine energy to permeate it. Is this truly sufficient? The ancestor was slightly surprised, But soon his eyes sparkled with joy as the ruler began to yield to his consciousness, imparting knowledge of its origins. This chaotic ruler, known as the primordial measurement of heaven, was born from a fusion of 1 part creation merit and 1 part the primordial essence of the universe, classifying it as an innate supreme treasure. Only those with immense merit could hope to refine it. What a delightful surprise. I am fortunate to have exchanged for creation merit earlier. Otherwise, I would have been unable to refine the primordial measurement of heaven, even if it stood before me. The ancestor pondered the fate of the previous owner, who likely acquired it but could not refine it, feeling a mix of sympathy and elation. With a thought, he extracted the primordial measurement of heaven from the hollow willow tree. Being within the universe cauldron, he was unconcerned about its aura escaping. Simultaneously, he began to understand the system's generosity in awarding 60,000 system points. The primordial measurement of heaven was indeed an unparalleled treasure. The gains from this venture were monumental. The hollow willow tree was also a remarkable asset, containing the mysteries of spatial essence that would greatly aid the ancestors' understanding of the spatial path. Moreover, as the physical form of the previous owner, it held numerous other uses, especially its unparalleled ability to collect treasures. Having witnessed the previous owner effortlessly seize treasures from another, the ancestor recognized the tree's unique internal space. This space not only nurtured the essence of space, but was also profoundly mysterious. Continuing to cultivate the hollow willow tree seemed futile, as it bore no fruit. It would be better to refine it into a treasure, far surpassing the efficacy of any mere monetary artifact, possibly rivaling the 7 treasures mysterious tree of the Western Saint. After a brief contemplation of refining such a high-level artifact, the ancestor understood it was not a task to be rushed. There was no urgency, as he did not lack for a treasure to use at present. Remembering Baise was still waiting outside, he refrained from delaying further and soon exited the universe cauldron. Upon emerging, the ancestor summoned Baise, imparting guidance on his cultivation and teaching him the 9 transformations of primordial energy before sending him on his way. Experience in the world would undoubtedly accelerate Baise's growth. During their previous encounter on Mount Bujo, Baise had merely been at the Golden Immortal level. Now, he had ascended to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Perhaps by their next meeting, he would have reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, with treasures bestowed and cultivation methods imparted. The role of a teacher could not substitute for a disciple's own efforts. Ultimately, the disciple's achievements would rely on their own fate. After dismissing Baise, the ancestor transferred the 3 light divine water lake from the universe cauldron to the island, allowing the azure lotuses to continue their growth. He then retrieved the universe diagram. As it was time to address the azure dragon. Chapter 29. Utilizing all resources within the confines of the Qian diagram lies a vast and ethereal space, where a colossal azure dragon resides, its aura feeble, both its primordial spirit and magical power suppressed by the formidable might contained within the diagram. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of the Qian ancestor, the dragon let out a weak roar, its eyes betraying a mixture of anxiety and fear. In the vastness of the primordial realm, few possess the level of cultivation and abilities that you do. Pray tell, who are you? The azure dragon questioned with a low growl, its tone laced with reluctance. Why not take a guess at my identity? The Qian ancestor replied with a light chuckle. Yet, I am rather curious as to why you sought to kill my disciple. I surmise it must be a matter of treasure. You coveted my disciple's feng shui fan, did you not? Perhaps you also coveted the wind spirit pearl and water spirit pearl I bestowed upon him. It is said that dragons have an affinity for treasures. To me, the dragon race is indeed a treasure trove itself. Since you hold such a fondness for valuables, how about I transform you into a magical artifact? What do you think? Transform me into a magical artifact? The azure dragon was momentarily taken aback. And then a flicker of human-like fear appeared in its eyes as a realization dawned upon it. Seeing this, the Qian ancestor's lips curled into a cruel smile. It seems you have deduced my intentions. Indeed, as you suspected, I intend to utilize all your treasures, dragon scales, bones, tendons, claws, horns, eyes, and teeth, to forge as many magical artifacts as possible. Rest assured, I will ensure that every part of you is put to optimal use, maximizing your value. You are a demon, a fiend. The azure dragon trembled, unable to suppress a roar of despair and indignation. Even in death, I, Ao'd song, will not spare you. I curse you. I shall curse you. A fiend? When I was locked in a life and death struggle with the demon ancestor, Luo Hu, you were likely nowhere to be found. The Qian ancestor scoffed coldly. If my slaying you makes me a fiend, then what of your pursuit of my disciple? The primordial realm is, after all, a domain where the weak are devoured by the strong. If you seek to blame anyone, blame your own greed and inadequacy. Do you truly believe you possess the right to haunt me even in death? As he spoke, the Qian ancestor suddenly formed a seal with lightning speed. and mysterious symbols materialized from thin air, striking the azure dragon's head. The dragon, rigid and convulsing, emitted a piercing and anguished roar. And a phantom image of a dragon, its primordial spirit, began to emerge from its form. The primordial spirit of the azure dragon bore the intricate seal upon its forehead. And as the symbols radiated their brilliance, the spirit trembled violently, compressing until it transformed into a luminous energy sphere, shimmering with the light of the seals. In an instant, the Qian ancestor, along with the energy sphere containing the azure dragon's primordial spirit and the dragon's physical body, vanished from sight. Inside the Qian Ding, the Qian ancestor, the energy sphere, and the massive corpse of the azure dragon reappeared simultaneously. The energy sphere floated gently beside the ancestor as he approached the suspended dragon corpse, stopping before its head. With a sudden forceful grip, he snapped off one of the dragon's horns, which was as long as a man and as thick as a human thigh. Cradling the massive horn, the Qian ancestor gracefully settled into a meditative position, summoning it to hover before him. With a wave of his hand, rare mineral materials from the primordial realm appeared around him, and a chaotic flame ignited beneath the horn, radiating a searing heat that swiftly softened the keratinous surface of the horn. Under the unique chaotic divine fire within the Qian Ding, in less than half a day's time, the enormous dragon horn transformed into a viscous substance measuring about a foot in diameter. Subsequently, the Qian ancestor began to toss in the floating mineral materials one by one into the chaotic fire, refining them until they melded into the thick liquid. As more minerals were incorporated, the volume of the liquid increased. Once all the mineral materials had been fused, the Qian ancestor carefully controlled the flames to continue roasting the liquid. Time gradually flowed, and after an indeterminate period, the liquid began to shrink slowly under the relentless heat of the chaotic divine fire, eventually condensing into a mass the size of a basketball, appearing even more viscous and poised to solidify at any moment. With a serious countenance, the Qian ancestor manipulated the mass to change shape, gradually stretching and elongating it into the form of a sword. Meanwhile, he performed a series of intricate seals, inscribing esoteric symbols and formations onto the blade. After a considerable time spent engraving the complex and profound symbols, the sword slowly took shape, transforming into an ancient dark azure divine sword, its surface adorned with glimmering inscriptions that emanated a chilling aura. Come, the Qian ancestor beckoned towards the energy sphere that contained the azure dragon's primordial spirit, which swiftly flew into his grasp. With a flick of his finger upon the sphere, he extracted a portion of the dragon's primordial power and infused it into the dark azure divine sword. As the primordial energy surged into the sword, it trembled violently, its surface ablaze with light, the sword's aura intensifying to a lethal degree. Grasping the hilt of the sword, the Qian ancestor brushed his other fingers across the blade, causing two glowing ancient characters, Song Long, to emerge along its shimmering surface. With the Song Long sword in hand, the Qian ancestor soared skyward, performing a series of dazzling sword flourishes, causing the surrounding space to warp slightly. Impressive. My Qian Ding possesses the ability to reverse the natural order, and this Song Long sword is likely not inferior to the top-tier innate spiritual treasures. Gazing at the Song Long sword in his hand, the Qian ancestor could not help but smile with self-satisfaction. In the current primordial realm, it is likely that no one possesses such advanced crafting skills. Even the honored ancestor Hongjun, who is devoted to the path of enlightenment and aims to attain sainthood, lacks the inclination to forge treasures. Though Hongjun possesses countless artifacts, most were merely gathered throughout the primordial realm. With a single dragon horn, I can forge such a high-quality divine sword. What of the other materials upon the azure dragon's corpse? The Qian ancestor's gaze brightened as he looked down at the now hornless dragon corpse. As time flowed on, the Qian ancestor meticulously dismantled every usable part of the azure dragon's remains, combining them with other rare minerals and employing the formations and forging techniques he had studied to create a variety of magical artifacts. This process also served as an opportunity for the Qian ancestor to integrate and elevate his knowledge gained from the Linmeng universe. Unbeknownst to him, after utilizing the entire azure dragon's corpse, only a pile of flesh remained, and the Qian ancestor finally ceased his efforts, gazing with satisfaction at the array of magical artifacts floating in the void. Among them were divine swords, spears, armors, ropes, magical claws, long whips resembling dragon bones, spirit pearls forged from dragon eyes, small daggers crafted from dragon teeth, divine bows made from dragon bones and tendons, long whips of dragon whiskers, and banners of dragon bones, amounting to more than a dozen items, each possessing power comparable to mid-tier or superior innate spiritual treasures. Chapter 30. A return to the primordial realm on Hongjun Island. Surrounded by hills, there lay a beautiful valley akin to a gourd-shaped gorge. At the heart of the valley, within the basin, was a small lake. Its surface adorned with azure lotus flowers, which was none other than the Sanguang divine water lake that the Qian ancestor had previously transported to Hongjun Island. After sitting on the 9-petaled azure lotus, which was the size of a grinding disc, and contemplating the profound mysteries of the way of creation for a considerable time, the Qian ancestor finally opened his eyes slowly, a smile gracing his lips as he stood. The way of creation is indeed wondrous and mysterious. In the midst of a discourse, the venerable ancestor of the universe, with a deft motion, summoned the universe cauldron, uttering a low command. With a mere thought, the cauldron expanded, levitating in the void above. Subsequently, its mouth tilted downward, and a colossal mass resembling a mountain of flesh materialized from thin air. Blood dripping from it as it descended, merging with the earth to exude a vibrant aura of life, causing the surrounding flora to flourish rapidly as if nourished by its essence. This sanguine mound was none other than the corporeal remains of the azure dragon, preserved by the ancestor since it could not be utilized for crafting artifacts. Such flesh, being the meat of a celestial dragon, was steeped in resounding energy, and the ancestor had no intention of discarding it, although this dragon flesh was indeed a precious commodity. The incarnation of the ancestor in the Linming universe had long indulged in rare delicacies such as dragon liver and phoenix marrow, rendering the allure of the azure dragon's flesh rather mundane. The ancestor, however, found no desire to partake in it. With a mere thought, he emanated an aura of profound transformation, directing it towards the sanguine mound. Instantly, the flesh erupted with vitality, crimson light shimmering, and an overwhelming energy radiating forth, gradually descending from the sky to metamorphose into a serpentine mountain range, reminiscent of a colossal dragon coiling. Soon after, life surged forth upon the azure dragon mountain range, as various flowers, grasses, and trees began to sprout. In a flourish, a dimmed energy sphere emerged before the ancestor, who then imbued the last remnants of the azure dragon's spirit power into the mountain range. At once, the entire expanse trembled slightly, a hazy glow flickering into existence. As if gaining sentience, the newly sprouted flora swayed gently, seemingly filled with joy, enhancing the vibrant atmosphere. With a flick of his fingers, the ancestor inscribed the characters Dragon Head Peak upon the prominent summit of the mountain range. Descending gracefully upon Dragon Head Peak, he surveyed the serpentine azure dragon mountain range, his expression devoid of any semblance of joy, replaced instead by a steely resolve to prove the great Tao. I must harden my heart to stone and cool it to iron. In the Linming universe, the ancestors' incarnations had witnessed enough to sense the frigid ruthlessness of the world of the strong. Every formidable being had ascended through a sea of blood and corpses. Without a resolute heart towards the path, and devoid of ruthless decisiveness, one was destined to falter on this arduous journey. The endeavor of refining over a dozen magical artifacts from the azure dragon's remains served as a crucible for the ancestor's own spirit. As a transcendent being navigating the primordial chaos, he increasingly recognized the inadequacies of a modern mindset. He resolved to swiftly assimilate into this world, for only then could he become a competent powerhouse. I shall not cower nor fear. In this realm, nothing should instill dread within me. Gazing towards the vast expanse, the ancestor's eyes pierced through the concealment of Fazhang Island, surveying the boundless wilderness of the primordial world. I cannot remain in seclusion, burdened by solitary cultivation. With the aid of my blood sea incarnation and its myriad blood god avatars, I shall leave one avatar to guard Fangzhong Island while my true self ventures forth into the primordial realm. To truly integrate into a world, one must immerse oneself within it. To comprehend the ultimate truths of the cosmos, one must understand the fabric of existence. For within the world, the scenery is boundless, and the traces of the Tao are ever present. Although he had once been a quintessential recluse, the ancestor staunchly believed that the wisdom of countless tomes pales in comparison to the experience of traversing vast distances. In the primordial world, incessant seclusion and rigorous training were futile. The opportunities and spectacles within the primordial realm were abundant, and to miss them would be a lamentable fate. Thus, the ancestor soon made preparations to depart Fazhang Island, embarking once more on his journey through the primordial realm. However, this time, he did not venture directly to the mainland but instead pursued the traces of the dragon clan deep within the boundless ocean. In the shadowy depths of the oceanic world, there existed undulating mountain ranges and profound trenches, home to many aquatic cultivators in seclusion. In this realm, the dragon clan remained an immensely powerful lineage, the sovereigns of the underwater expanse. Though the dragon clan had waned, they still retained a significant legacy, their bloodlines numerous, forming a vast network of vassal clans, ensuring their deep-rooted heritage. Deep beneath the sea lay an immense mountain range, coiling in an arc, emanating a tumultuous energy that rendered the surrounding waters somewhat viscous. This was the ancestral Dragon Mountain range, formed from the corporeal remains of the Dragon clan's progenitor after his demise, suppressing the clan's primal dragon chi and serving as the nexus of their fortune. However, the ancestral Dragon Mountain range now faintly radiated a dense malevolence. Any cultivator of weak will who approached could easily be driven mad by the pervasive malice. This malevolence stemmed from the calamities inflicted upon the Dragon clan during the Dragon Han tribulation, continually diminishing their fortunes, complicating their cultivation, and adversely affecting their reproductive capabilities. As time passed, the number of accomplished dragon cultivators dwindled, and those of pure bloodlines became increasingly rare. Despite the Dragon clan's efforts to intermingle their bloodlines with other aquatic races, resulting in a surge of hybrids with draconic heritage and enhancing the overall prowess of the aquatic races, the decline of the Dragon clan remained unaverted. At the pinnacle of the ancestral Dragon Mountain range, within the towering Dragon Head Peak, lay a cavern that exuded thick malevolence, with flickering flames of light subtly visible within the oppressive atmosphere. In the depths of this cavern, a space suffused with dark red malevolence housed a spirit pearl the size of a basketball, glowing with a deep crimson light, from which the intense malevolence and heat emanated. Below, an elder clad in a red robe, with fiery hair and a robust aura of malevolence, sat quietly, gazing up at the spirit pearl. The radiant light from the pearl illuminated his brow, gradually forming a faint, dark red eye at the center of his forehead. After a prolonged moment, the elder's expression twisted into a snarl as he gritted his teeth, abruptly halting his absorption of the pearl's light, causing the ethereal dark red eye to vanish. The eye of the candle dragon. I, Ao Joie, shall surely master this, and then our Dragon clan shall have the chance to rise anew. Fear not, my brother Aotsong. I swear to avenge you and hunt down your murderer, he declared, his voice tinged with madness, his aura fluctuating erratically. As his words echoed, a cold and indifferent voice resounded unexpectedly. Avenge? With you? You speak of the Dragon clan's resurgence, yet you are on the brink of succumbing to madness. If you continue down this path, you shall only bring ruin upon yourself. What then can you offer for the revival of the Dragon clan? Who dares trespass upon the sacred grounds of my Dragon clan? You seek death. The elder, his eyes flashing with crimson light, bellowed. The ancestor, having separated the dark red malevolence to enter, regarded the elder with a faint smirk. I am the one who killed the Azure Dragon, Aotsong, and I am indeed the target of your vengeance. Is it you? You dare slay an elder of my Dragon clan and venture into our sanctum, the ancestral Dragon Mountain range. Do you truly believe my clan is without defenders? The elder roared, his voice low and filled with fury as his malevolent aura intensified. The ancestor, however, remained calm and composed, nodding. Indeed, the Dragon clan has been left defenseless. You should be more aware of this than I. The elder faltered, his gaze fixed upon the ancestor as if he wished to consume him whole. In the next moment, the elder in the crimson robe transformed into a fleeting specter, surging with a dense malevolence as he lunged toward the ancestor of the universe. His fierce, scarlet dragon claws, imbued with a raging inferno, seemed poised to rend the very fabric of space as they rushed toward the ancestor. The ancestor, known as Qian, suddenly clenched his fists and retaliated with a powerful punch, colliding forcefully with the fiery dragon claws. The air resonated with a deep, thunderous clash, and the explosive energy reverberated, causing the surrounding malevolent aura to recede. With a suppressed, pained howl, the crimson-robed elder was violently hurled back, crashing against the stony walls of the mountain's interior. His fiery dragon claws twisting grotesquely. Clutching his distorted claw, he gazed incredulously at the ancestor, exclaiming, "Impossible. How could your physical form be so formidable? Who are you? Are you a primal deity? Who are you truly? Why must you seek to know so much? Unleash your true abilities, or else you shall surely perish." The ancestor replied coldly, shaking his head. Faced with such a deranged potential adversary, he felt it prudent to eliminate him to avoid future troubles. "Dream on if you think you can kill me," the elder growled, his expression contorting into madness. In an instant, his aura surged violently, a blazing red light flickering at his brow, revealing a phantom-like eye that began to manifest. A terrifying wave of potent energy coalesced within, causing the space before him to warp subtly. Noticing this, the ancestor squinted his eyes. The phantom eye at the elder's brow reminded him of the once mighty Dragon clan leader, the ancestral dragon. Like the ancestral dragon, who was also a primal deity, this eye possessed immense power, capable of absorbing and refining various energies from the wilderness to birth a light of annihilation. The light emitted by the ancestral dragon's eye could severely injure even those of quasi-saintly bodies. It was a trump card, a last resort in his arsenal. However, facing merely a fire dragon of the Deluo Golden Immortal level who had only scratched the surface of the ancestral dragon's abilities, the ancestor saw no cause for concern. Let us see just how potent your abilities truly are, he thought, a cold smile curling upon his lips as he made no attempt to evade. He allowed the dark red destructive beam, born from the gathering brilliance of the phantom eye, to strike him squarely in the chest. With a slight tremor, the ancestor felt a mild sting and a hint of searing heat upon impact. The power of the attack was as he had anticipated. It posed a significant threat to an ordinary Deluo golden immortal, yet it was utterly inconsequential against his quasi-saintly physique. After a few breaths, the crimson-robed elder, staring dumbfounded at the ancestor, shook his head in disbelief. No way. How could you so easily withstand my Zhurong's Eye attack? This is impossible. The Zhurong's Eye? If you could truly refine the ancestral dragon's eye, perhaps you could wield some semblance of its power, posing a slight threat to me. Alas, what you possess is merely an imitation. What use could it possibly serve? The ancestor scoffed, retrieving the Qian ruler, preparing to strike down the elder. Just as the ancestor was poised to deliver the final blow, a low, self-mocking laughter erupted. The elder's face twisted into a grotesque mask of madness, his aura becoming increasingly frenzied. The ancestral dragon is incapable of restoring the dragon clan's glory, leading our kin to endure humiliation and disgrace. Thus, I have come to accompany you. With a deranged roar, the elder ignited into a fiery explosion, resembling a bomb detonating. Sensing the overwhelming malevolence radiating from the elder, the ancestor realized the imminent danger. He had just drawn forth the Qian map and attempted to retreat when he was engulfed by a tempest of seething, fiery energy. Not to mention the tremendous destructive force of a Deluo golden immortal dragon self-detonation. This occurred within the relatively confined space of the mountain's belly, amplifying its ferocious power toward the exit. After a brief moment, as the tempest of heat and fury gradually subsided, the ancestor exhaled a sigh of relief, albeit with a frown and clenched teeth. Though the Qian map had absorbed much of the energy, the residual force still left his quasi-saintly body tingling. Truly a madman, the ancestor murmured, but he was soon startled as his gaze fell upon a dark red spirit pearl, roughly the size of a basketball, drifting amidst the remnants of the storm. After a moment's hesitation, the ancestor approached, extending his hand to grasp the massive dark red spirit pearl. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized it closely. So this is the Zhurong's Eye? Indeed, it is no ordinary object. Noticing numerous presences approaching in the distance and recalling that this was the dragon clan's forbidden ground, the ancestor, unwilling to entangle himself with them, swiftly concealed the Zhurong's Eye and vanished using his spatial escape technique. A short while later, on a solitary island at sea, the ancestor sat cross-legged on the sandy shore, contemplating the dark red spirit pearl in his palm, which radiated a suffocating malevolence. The Zhurong's Eye was a remarkable artifact, yet it carried the burden of the dragon clan's karmic ties, resulting in its overwhelming malevolence. Without resolving this malevolence, utilizing the Zhurong's Eye would undoubtedly lead to numerous repercussions, causing the ancestor considerable trouble. However, the only means of dispelling this karmic malevolence appeared to be through the consumption of meritorious power. While the fiery red lotus could also alleviate general karmic issues, the karmic energy within the Zhurong's Eye was of a celestial nature, impervious even to the red lotus flames. Without investment, there can be no returns, he mused. It is merely some merit. Finally, after a slight grimace, the ancestor decisively harnessed his own meritorious power to dispel the malevolence of the Zhurong's Eye. Enduring the pain, he expended approximately 1% of his merit, ultimately succeeding in cleansing the eye of its karmic ties. With the malevolence no longer entangling the Zhurong's Eye, its radiance deepened and became more subdued, transforming from dark red to black, resembling a true black eyeball. Observing the now restrained power of the Zhurong's Eye, the ancestor felt a surge of interest as a sliver of his spiritual force penetrated it to sense its essence. In an instant, the Zhurong's Eye flickered with a vivid red light, and an intangible wave of energy emanated, while an intricate stream of information flooded into the ancestor's mind. Moments later, as the luminescence of the Zhurong's Eye dimmed, he opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. So this is how one cultivates the Zhurong's Eye. Ancestral Dragon, I must truly thank you for bestowing upon me such a formidable trump card. Chapter 32, Aurora. Leaving fire the principle behind the Zhurong's Eye is not particularly complex. The ancestral dragon's singular eye functions as a reservoir of energy, absorbing various forms of energy, refining and purifying them, ultimately birthing a light of annihilation, akin to a laser constrained to its utmost potential. Naturally, its power is formidable. It can be said that the Zhurong's Eye once enabled the ancestral dragon to dominate the wilderness, yet it was also this very power that led to his downfall. Everything has its limits, excess can be detrimental, and the utilization of energy is no exception. The Zhurong's Eye can refine and store energy, but in his pursuit of power, the ancestral dragon relentlessly consumed energy, even drawing upon the malevolent and ominous energies of the world, believing these would amplify the Zhurongzai's might. However, the overwhelming malevolence and hostility had a significant impact on the ancestral dragon, gradually driving him to madness and ultimately leading to his self-destruction in a frenzy of slaughter. The excessive pursuit of power caused the ancestral dragon to neglect the essence of his Tao heart and the cultivation of his spiritual realm, straying onto a misguided path of practice. Naturally, the ancestor of Qian did not wish to tread the same path as the ancestral dragon, so he swiftly resolved to determine a method for refining the eye of the candle dragon. With the ancestral dragon deceased and the malevolent karma of the candle dragon's eye dispelled, he obtained the recognition of the candle dragon's eye, making its refinement a straightforward task. After a simple ritual, the ancestor of Qian transformed the candle dragon's eye into a unique magical treasure that could be stored within the center of his brow, utilizing it as a divine eye. However, to truly cultivate the eye of the candle dragon, one must absorb and refine sufficient energy. And the ancestor of Qian began to formulate his plans in this regard. Approximately half a month later, at the edge of the South Sea, where boundless light converged, the ancestor of Qian gracefully descended onto an island formed of numerous jade and crystal structures, resembling a colossal pearl in the ocean. The island had sparse vegetation, and the dazzling radiance made it seem as though one were ensconced in a realm of light, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. The flora on the island possessed attributes of light, shimmering with white luminescence, warm to the touch. This place was the southern extremity of the primordial world, the origin of illumination. In contrast, the northern extremity, located deep within the North Sea, was shrouded in endless darkness. Light and darkness, two extremes, correspond to one another, representing the profound mysteries of this primordial realm. In such a unique location, it was only natural that extraordinary treasures would be birthed. On this island, where boundless radiance converged, the ancestor of Qian soon discovered some white jade stones exuding a gentle aura of light, semi-transparent and containing jade marrow. The jade marrow was formed from the purest essence of luminous energy, containing the essence of light itself, possessing mysterious and wondrous properties. After gathering some jade stones, the ancestor of Qian seated himself cross-legged upon a massive, arc-shaped white jade stone on the island, gazing upward. With a thought, the black orb of the candle dragon's eye emerged from his brow, and an invisible allure swiftly drew an abundance of radiance from the void, continually merging into the candle dragon's eye, soon enveloping the ancestor of Qian's form in a dazzling brilliance. Time passed unmeasured until the radiance on the island slightly dimmed. Gradually, the intense light coalescing within the island dissipated, revealing the ancestor of Qian, his body radiating a soft white glow. Simultaneously, the black orb in the center of his brow dimmed, yet an undercurrent of sharpness emanated from it, causing the space before him to ripple gently. Exhaling lightly, the ancestor of Qian, shrouded in a soft white glow, revealed a peculiar smile. I did not expect that by absorbing some radiant energy, I would gain a clearer understanding of the mysteries of the path of illumination, leading to some enlightenment regarding the essence of light. Rising gracefully, the ancestor of Qian turned his gaze toward the massive white jade stone upon which he had sat for a considerable time, raising an eyebrow in astonishment. Oh? Has this jade stone developed sentience? How intriguing. Perhaps it may one day take on human form. It seems fate has brought us together, so I shall lend you a hand. As he spoke, the ancestor of Qian lightly touched the stone, and a spark of spiritual light from his fingertip entered the jade stone, observing the flickering light as if it were responding to him. A smile crept onto the ancestor of Qian's lips as he turned and utilized his spatial evasion technique, transforming into a fleeting shadow and departing. Days passed, and the ancestor of Qian returned from the edge of the South Sea to the southernmost point of the primordial continent, the South Ming volcano. The South Ming volcano was not a single mountain but a vast volcanic range, filled with violent and searing fiery energy, frequently erupting to form numerous magma lakes, resembling a colossal furnace within the world. Sensing the most concentrated fiery energy within the South Ming volcano, the ancestor of Qian arrived above a gigantic magma lake, vast as an ocean. Surely, the South Mingli fire lies deep within this lake, he murmured to himself. With a thought, he soared into the endless magma, parting it to reveal a passage. As he descended deeper into the magma, the ancestor of Qian felt the surrounding temperature rising steadily. Soon, he found himself in a realm devoid of magma, surrounded only by the infinite. Blazing red flames of one of the top-tier divine fires in the primordial realm, South Mingli fire. The South Ming volcano was formed due to the presence of abundant South Mingli fire, and it derived its name from it. Absorb it. Taking a deep breath of the searing atmosphere, the ancestor of Qian summoned the candle dragon's eye, which quietly emerged from his brow. An invisible force began to draw the endless South Mingli fire toward him, which was continuously absorbed and refined by the candle dragon's eye. While absorbing the South Mingli fire, the ancestor of Qian also focused his mind, intent on perceiving the intricate mysteries of the fire element. However, shortly after he began absorbing the South Mingli fire, an invisible wave abruptly surged forth, sweeping toward him like a tide, causing the surrounding flames to become chaotic and violent. Huh? Frowning, the ancestor of Qian slowed the absorption of the South Mingli fire through the candle dragon's eye, his irritation evident as he gazed forward. Before him, the endless South Mingli fire parted, revealing a noble-looking woman in a red dress. Her eyes shone like two diminutive suns, radiant and exuding a palpable heat. Upon seeing her, the ancestor of Qian's expression shifted as he recognized her identity, the Phoenix clan's leader, Tianfeng. Qian ancestor? You are still alive? Tianfeng exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him, her brows furrowing as she glanced at the candle dragon's eye in the center of his brow. I did not expect you to have obtained the candle dragon's eye of the ancestral dragon. The ancestor of Qian rubbed his nose awkwardly and coughed lightly, feeling somewhat vexed. Am I not supposed to be alive? Is that a question one should ask? You are here at the South Ming volcano to absorb the South Mingli fire in order to cultivate the candle dragon's eye? Tianfeng naturally guessed the purpose of the ancestor of Qian's visit. The ancestor of Qian nodded straightforwardly. Indeed. Friend Tianfeng, I would appreciate your assistance in this matter. If you please. Merely the South Mingli fire? Take your time to absorb it. If you can refine and absorb all of the South Mingli fire in the volcano, I would be grateful to you, Tianfeng replied. Hearing this, the ancestor of Qian could not help but break into a sweat. The reserves of South Mingli fire in this volcano are immense, akin to a powder keg in the primordial world. Even if I exhaust myself, I could never absorb it all. If the issue of the South Ming volcano were so easily resolved, Tianfeng would not need to remain here to suppress it. Chapter 33. Tianfeng's entrustment. After absorbing the South Mingli fire for several days, the ancestor of Qian discovered a troubling issue. Although the South Mingli fire was one of the finest divine fires in the primordial realm, it had, over time, given rise to fire calamities and toxic energies beneath the South Ming volcano, which inevitably influenced the ancestor of Qian through the candle dragon's eye. My decision to allow the candle dragon's eye to absorb the power of the radiant light was indeed correct. Sitting amidst the endless South Mingli fire, the candle dragon's eye within the center of his brow flickered with red and white light. Each time the white light intensified, wisps of dark red, violent energy escaped like mist. The purifying effect of the light was indeed remarkable, capable of dispelling even the stubborn fire calamities and toxins within the South Mingli fire. With the purifying efficacy of the radiant light, the ancestor of Qian felt increasingly reassured as he continued to absorb the South Mingli fire. As the years swiftly passed, the venerable Qian, immersed in the profound understanding of the path of fire, gradually ceased the absorption of the South Ming fire. It was nearly time. Absorbing too much of the South Ming fire would prove burdensome for the eye of Zhu Long. Contemplating this, Qian resolved to inform Tianfeng of his departure from the South Ming volcano. Upon hearing of Qian's intention to leave, Tianfeng hesitated momentarily before expressing, Dear friend Qian, might I trouble you with a request? Please, do not hesitate to speak, my friend. If I can be of assistance, I shall gladly oblige. Qian replied with a nod and a smile. To be candid, I once had 2 children. However, before they could be born, a great war erupted among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qian clans. Reluctantly, I had to place them in 2 separate locations within the primordial wilderness, allowing them to grow and develop in solitude, Tianfeng said earnestly. I implore you, kind friend, to check on my children. If possible, I hope you could care for them a little. I ask for nothing more than for them to thrive in the primordial realm. Qian, upon hearing this, felt a surge of compassion, reflecting on the universal plight of parents. Rest assured, dear friend, I shall take this matter upon myself, he affirmed, nodding. Pray tell, where are your 2 children situated? Tianfeng, filled with joy, promptly revealed the locations where her children were sheltered. Qian listened attentively, nodding slightly as he assured her he would do his utmost to look after them before departing from the South Ming volcano. As Qian traversed the expanse, employing spatial evasion techniques, he pondered the potential of Tianfeng's children. The child, Hongjun, indeed exhibited remarkable talent, achieving such cultivation without guidance. Radiating with the brilliance of 5 colors, he had made a significant name for himself during the investiture of the gods. In contrast, Debugging, while formidable, relied primarily on innate gifts and fell short compared to his elder brother, Hongjun. Moreover, Debugging was tutored under the auspices of the Jiao, benefiting from the teachings of a sage, thus attaining his level of expertise. Had he pursued his own cultivation, he would likely pale in comparison to Hongjun. A promising seed indeed. Since he was destined for self-cultivation without a mentor, I could consider taking him under my wing in the future. With some guidance. His achievements should rival those of Bai Zhe, Qian Kuan mused, nurturing thoughts of apprenticeship. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Acquiring the Eye of Zhu Long and absorbing the Aurora, you have mastered the formidable South Ming fire technique. You are awarded 5,000 system points. 5,000 system points? Quite commendable. Qian Kuan's brows lifted slightly, revealing a hint of satisfaction as he directed his spatial evasion towards the northwest of the primordial realm. In the current primordial landscape, the regions boasting the most life and cultivators were primarily in the central and southeastern areas, while the western and northern areas remained desolate. The desolation of the northwest stemmed from the catastrophic explosion caused by Luohu, which obliterated the spiritual veins of the west, and the north was truly barren, devoid of any notable celestial mountains or blessed lands. In the northwestern region, a vast expanse of desolate mountains lay, with sparse vegetation and thin spiritual energy, presenting a lifeless visage. Deep within this mountain range, a towering peak pierced the clouds. A vague figure flashed from afar, soon materializing in the skies near this lofty mountain, taking the form of Qian Kuan clad in a dark blue robe. Here lies Tianqian Mountain, he murmured to himself, as he dove toward the valley shrouded in mist below. Upon entering the fog, he quickly discovered a shadowy cave concealed by the mist. From the outside, there seemed to be nothing particularly remarkable about this place. Narrowing his eyes at the cave, Qian Kuan murmured before soaring into its depths, navigating the winding tunnel. After a considerable time, he approached the innermost recess of the cave, where darkness enveloped him. Suddenly, he discerned a flicker of five-colored light at a bend ahead. With renewed urgency, he hastened forward, and upon rounding the corner, he found the passageway awash in vibrant hues. Continuing onward, Qian Kuan was met with a rich aura of elemental energy, as the tunnel was suffused with five-colored mist. What a splendid gathering of elemental energy. It is astonishing that such a wealth of spiritual essence could exist here, especially when the surrounding mountains are so barren. This place must possess some hidden mechanism to conceal its treasures, he thought to himself in admiration. As he traversed through the ethereal five-colored mist, Qian Kuan finally beheld an expansive chamber illuminated by a shimmering lake, enveloped in the same five-colored fog. Suspended above the surface of the lake was a gigantic, multicolored egg. Slowly absorbing the surrounding elemental energy, its surface aglow with shifting colors. Upon gazing at the magnificent egg, Qian Kuan distinctly sensed a robust life force emanating from within. It evidently possessed a nascent consciousness, seemingly aware of his presence, its energy slightly faltering, conveying a sense of trepidation as if fearing Qian Kuan. Fear not, little one. I mean you no harm, Qian Kuan reassured with a gentle smile. I have come at your mother's behest to see you. I never expected you to possess such awareness even before your birth. This is truly remarkable. Since fate has brought us together today, allow me to assist you by imparting some wisdom on cultivation, so you may more swiftly come into being. With that, Qian Kuan settled cross-legged on the ground and began to elucidate the principles of cultivation to the yet-to-be-born Kongxian. As Qian Kuan spoke, the multicolored egg pulsated with fluctuating light, as if the unborn Kongxian was attentively listening. The teachings Qian Kuan shared were fundamental yet profound, articulated in an accessible manner. Nonetheless, he spoke for several days to ensure that the unborn Kongxian could grasp the essence of his words. Just as he concluded his teachings, an overwhelming wave of majestic energy surged through the primordial realm, accompanied by a celestial melody that resonated throughout the land. Fragrant aromas wafted in the air, and the sounds of myriad beasts echoed in unison. A myriad of auspicious energies blanketed the earth, awakening countless spiritual beings, some even transforming into their true forms. Simultaneously, a grand voice reverberated in his ears. I am Hongjun, the primordial ancestor. I have attained the status of sage and shall expound upon the great Tao at the purple cloud palace beyond the 33 heavens. Those with affinity in the primordial realm are welcome to attend. The powerful presence arrived abruptly and dissipated just as swiftly, leaving Qian Kuan momentarily stunned, his expression shifting in shock. Is this the aura of a sage? Even from such a great distance, it feels insurmountable. Hongjun has finally attained sagehood. The era of the saints in the primordial realm is about to commence. Chapter 34. The Purple Cloud Lecture in the Blood Sea of the Netherworld. The turbulent waves mirrored the awakening of Qian Kuan's Blood Sea incarnation, who had similarly heard Hongjun's resounding call throughout the primordial realm. Breaking free from his meditative state, the Purple Cloud Palace is delivering teachings? My true self cannot attend. It seems I must send my Blood Sea incarnation to assume the guise of the Nether River ancestor. Soon, Qian Kuan's Blood Sea incarnation departed the depths of the Blood Sea, heading straight towards the chaos beyond the 33 heavens. Upon Mount Buzhou, Laozi, Yuanshe, and Tong Tian gazed toward the 33 heavens, having recently sensed Hongjun's formidable aura, acutely aware of the vast chasm separating them from the saints. It is astonishing that someone has attained sagehood so swiftly. The saints are indeed powerful, Yuanshi Tianzuan mused, his expression reflecting a complex mixture of emotions. Tong Tian could not contain his eagerness, exclaiming, "Elder brother, second brother, ever since we ascended to the great Luo realm, our cultivation has become increasingly difficult to advance. This time, the saint's sermon presents a splendid opportunity. Perchance we might discern the direction of our future cultivation. We must not miss the chance to hear the teachings at the Zixiao Palace." With this, Laozi promptly rose and, accompanied by Yuanshi and Tong Tian, departed from the Buzhou mountain, heading toward the 33 heavens. Within the Pangu hall, the 12 ancestors of Wu were gathered, yet they paid little heed to Hongjun's sermon. The 12 ancestors held no reverence for heaven and earth, knowing only their father Pangu, and they did not cultivate the primordial spirit. The profound principles expounded by the saint held little allure for them. While the ancestors showed disinterest, many others in the wilderness were quite keen. In the west, the figures of Junti and Qian, the siblings Niwa and Fuxi from Qifeng Mountain, the Emperor Jun and Dong Wangtai from the Sunstar, Zenyuanzi from Wuzhuang Temple, Hongyun from Huiyun Cave, Kuanpeng from the Northern Sea, Dong Wanggong from the eastern island of Penglai, the Queen Mother of the West from Xikanlun, and the Thunder God from Luais. Among numerous powerful beings and recluses, hurriedly made their way to the 33 heavens, anxious not to miss the sermon. Above the 33 heavens, the heavenly court had yet to appear. Only countless stars and a fierce, biting wind surrounded them. Once one entered this domain, a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Beyond lay the boundary between the wilderness and chaos. Crossing this threshold would plunge one into the boundless void of chaos. Not to mention the vastness of chaos. Where direction is lost, even the chaotic currents within were beyond the capacity of ordinary beings to endure. Without formidable cultivation and protective treasures, seeking the Zixiao Palace amidst the chaos would be but a futile dream. This served as a formidable test, capable of deterring the vast majority of cultivators wishing to attend the sermon at the Zixiao Palace. Such an opportunity was not easily obtained. The Blood Sea avatar of the primordial ancestor, possessing the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus, a treasure of innate excellence, was unperturbed by the chaotic currents and swiftly entered the boundless chaos beyond the 33 heavens. Within the chaos, an obscure atmosphere enveloped everything, severing the senses of those within. The Blood Sea avatar, adrift in the chaos, found itself at a loss, unaware of the Zixiao Palace's location, and could only wander aimlessly in search. However, the direction chosen by the Blood Sea avatar seemed fortuitously aligned with that of the Zixiao Palace. Before long, a modest, dark purple palace materialized within its sight. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the Zixiao Palace, the Blood Sea avatar noticed many cultivators had already gathered, though the palace doors remained shut. All who came to listen could only wait patiently outside, observing as more and more cultivators arrived. Soon, a throng of over 1,000 gathered outside the Zixiao Palace. And after a lengthy pause, no new arrivals were seen in the chaos. Suddenly, the doors of the Zixiao Palace swung open, drawing the attention of the crowd. A pair of young attendants emerged, offering a slight bow. "The Zixiao Palace is now open. Esteemed guests, please enter." No sooner had they stepped aside than the eager crowd surged forward, scrambling to enter the palace. As the Blood Sea avatar followed the throng into the Zixiao Palace, it cast a curious glance at the young attendants standing by the entrance. Could they be the future Jade Emperor and Queen Mother of the Yaoqi? Their cultivation is impressive. They are already great Luo golden immortals, indeed worthy of Hongjun's tutelage. Upon entering the Zixiao Palace, the Blood Sea avatar beheld a vacant purple cloud bed at the top, with 6 mats arranged at the forefront. In the vast hall of the Zixiao Palace, only these 6 mats were present, indicating their exceptional significance. While many hesitated, some had already rushed to claim 3 of the mats, none other than the 3 pure ones. Following closely, Niwa, shielded by Fuxi, occupied the 4th mat. Meanwhile, Kuanping, relying on his speed, seized the 5th mat. Hongjun, relying purely on luck, managed to swiftly claim the 6th mat, while others were preoccupied with contesting the 5th. Seeing all 6 mats occupied, the remaining cultivators dared not contend for them within the Zixiao Palace. Although reluctant, they could only abandon their ambitions and seek out the best possible spots to sit and await Hongjun's appearance to impart his teachings. It was said that the Zixiao Palace hosted 3,000 worldly guests, yet many were now absent. Observing the gathering of barely over 1,000 individuals, the Blood Sea avatar, who had been a mere spectator to the scramble for seating, settled into a relatively prominent corner, musing quietly. At that moment, 2 somewhat disheveled figures rushed into the Zixiao Palace, evidently having arrived in haste, and likely having faced some difficulties in the chaos. These were Xuanti and Qian. Both now possessed the cultivation of great Luo golden immortals, yet lacking any notable protective treasures. They appeared somewhat ruffled from their ordeal in the chaos. Upon realizing there were no suitable positions left, Xuanti's face contorted in despair, and he burst into tears. Brother, we traveled a great distance from the west, seeking to enlighten the lost souls, only to arrive here without even a good seat. If we cannot hear the profound words of the Tao, how shall we face the beings of the west? Dear friend, do not be so disheartened. If you do not mind, feel free to take my seat. Hongjun, embodying the spirit of goodwill, promptly offered his place. Xuanti, unabashedly seizing the opportunity, rushed to occupy Hongjun's seat, then turned to him with a smile. Thank you for your kindness. I shall graciously accept. Truly, he was one of the most shameless saints in the wilderness. The Blood Sea Avatar observed this with slight astonishment before shaking his head, chuckling inwardly. Hongjun is quite amusing, with such a disposition. It would be remarkable if he survives in the wilderness. Though Xuanti had claimed a mat, he was still not satisfied. Casting a glance at Qianping seated nearby, he suddenly brandished the Seven Treasures mysterious tree, sending the unsuspecting Qianping flying, allowing Qian to quickly seize the opportunity to occupy the spot. Qianping, having tumbled to the rear, was taken aback and filled with indignation as he glared at Xuanti, barely restraining himself from retaliating. However, recognizing the power of Xuanti's treasure and their numerical disadvantage, Qianping ultimately bit his lip in frustration and settled for a random spot. Still seething, Qianping directed a resentful glance at Hongjun. Had it not been for Hongjun's offer of his seat, he would not have lost his position to this greedy fellow. Poor Hongjun, oblivious to the grudge being harbored against him, continued to converse softly with Xinyuanzi beside him. Chapter 35, The Treasure of Buzhou with a resounding chime of bell and cymbal. Silence fell upon the assembly. A lean old Taoist clad in gray and white robes, Hongjun, suddenly materialized atop the empty purple cloud bed, appearing without a sound or prior indication. The gathered crowd felt a shiver run down their spines, increasingly aware of the saint's unfathomable depth. His presence, though subtle, bore an inexplicable pressure. Was this the might of a saint? The Blood Sea Avatar felt a tremor within. Seated on the cloud bed, Hongjun gazed down at the assembly. When his eyes fell upon the Blood Sea Avatar, they momentarily paused. The Blood Sea Avatar, sensing something, felt a sudden tightness in its heart. Wondering, could Hongjun have seen through my true nature? However, Hongjun soon withdrew his gaze and spoke slowly. From this day forth, this shall be your seating arrangement, unalterable. The duration of this sermon shall span 3,000 years. Before the heavens and earth were opened, there existed a primordial unity, born before heaven and earth, tranquil and solitary. Unchanged and eternal, encompassing all without fatigue, it may be regarded as the mother of the world. I know not its name, but I shall call it the Tao. I shall strive to name it the Great. The Great is that which transcends into the distant, and the distant returns. Therefore, the Tao is great, heaven is great, earth is great, and all living beings are also great. The Tao that can be articulated is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of myriad things. Hence, always remain in the state of the nameless to observe its marvels. Always remain in the state of the named to observe its subtleties. These two emerge from the same source, yet possess different names. They are both referred to as the profound. The profound beyond the profound is the gateway to myriad wonders. The virtue of Confucius is accommodating. Only the Tao is to be followed. The essence of the Tao is elusive and indistinct. In this elusiveness, there are images. In this indistinctness, there are forms. In its obscurity and profundity lies its essence. This essence is profoundly true, and within it lies faith. The great Tao flows abundantly, capable of encompassing all. All things rely upon it for life, yet do not claim ownership. They achieve success, yet do not possess. It nourishes all beings without asserting dominance, and can be referred to as the small. All things return to it without asserting dominance and can be referred to as the great. Because it cannot self-assert as great, it can achieve greatness. Indeed, the sage expounds the Tao, which is truly enigmatic and extraordinary. Blossoms of golden flowers drift within the palace of purple clouds, while golden lotuses emerge from the earth. In the dense, pure spiritual energy transforms into rare and wondrous creatures, manifesting various extraordinary phenomena, cascading like heavenly flowers, with clouds and hues arising spontaneously, and celestial light emanating in all directions. Hongjun, who speaks for the first time, presents a Tao that is not overly abstruse. He begins with the cultivation of living beings, leading to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortals. Although many great Luo Golden Immortals are present, they listen intently. The Tao expounded by Hongjun encompasses all. And even if it is not directly needed for personal cultivation, it can still serve as a reference to enhance one's knowledge and broaden one's perspective. A millennium later, after Hongjun has elucidated all realms beneath the quasi-saint level, the audience is entranced, each receiving substantial insights. Having concluded the foundational teachings of the cultivation path, Hongjun proceeds to discuss the profound principles of the Tao, which are recorded within the jade butterfly of creation, encompassing the 3,000 great Tao. The principles of the Tao are exceedingly challenging to comprehend and serve as a passport to the realms of quasi-saints and saints. Although what Hongjun articulates is merely an introductory understanding of these principles, many in attendance are still only at the level of Tai golden immortals, having not yet attained the Tao fruit of the great Luo, making comprehension exceedingly laborious. However, those among the three clear ones who have already grasped the principles, or who have a deeper understanding, listen with rapt attention, as if they have discovered a treasure. In the next 2 millennia, the principles expounded by Hongjun seem to plant a seed of the Tao within the hearts of the audience. Whether the seed flourishes depends upon individual fortune and insight. And among those present in the Palace of Purple Clouds, there are indeed many with exceptional understanding and potential. Some individuals rapidly grasp their respective principles of the Tao through Hongjun's teachings, although their cultivation may not significantly improve as their comprehension of the Tao deepens. The powers they can harness become more formidable, thereby naturally enhancing their strength. Thus, even among great Luo golden immortals, differences in understanding of the Tao can lead to significant disparities in power. The deeper one's understanding of the Tao, the greater the potency of the spiritual treasures one can wield. In silence, 3,000 years passed, and when Hongjun ceased his teachings, the audience, immersed in the profound, awakened, feeling an insatiable longing for more. The first lecture concludes here. The next will be in 3,000 years. You may all return. As Hongjun spoke, he paid no heed to the reactions below, lightly waved his sleeve, and vanished without a sound, akin to his arrival. Upon Hongjun's departure, although the audience felt regret, they all bowed in unison, saying, "Thank you, Tao Ancestor. We take our leave." Tao Ancestor? What a splendid title. Although Hongjun's teachings were in accordance with the rules of heaven, it seems he sought not just for reputation, but also to indirectly enhance his own fortune through this title, mused the Bloodsea Avatar. With the conclusion of the first lecture, the audience did not linger in the Palace of Purple Clouds, hastening back to the primordial chaos. Many had not fully comprehended Hongjun's teachings and needed to retreat and contemplate. In the northwest of the primordial chaos, within the depths of Tianqian Mountain, where the rich energies of the 5 elements converge, the Qian ancestor, who had been quietly meditating and reflecting upon the teachings received from Bloodsea Avatar, slowly opened his eyes, his brow furrowing slightly in resignation. Hongjun did not expound upon the doctrine of the 3 corpses this time. It seems I shall have to wait for the next opportunity. Alas, there is no need for haste. Let me first comprehend the insights gained from this lecture. Shaking his head, the Qian ancestor closed his eyes once more to meditate. Meanwhile, upon leaving the Palace of Purple Clouds, the Bloodsea Avatar had just returned to the primordial chaos and was on his way back to the nether Bloodsea when he keenly sensed a wave of surging spiritual energy emanating from Mount Buzhou, causing him to raise an eyebrow and hasten towards it. At the mountainside of Buzhou, a celestial vine flourished abundantly. The spiritual energy was gathering fiercely, eagerly absorbing the celestial essence of heaven and earth, for the gourds growing upon it were nearing maturity. This celestial vine was indeed remarkable, bearing 7 gourds of varying colors, each possessing distinct powers, representing the pinnacle of innate spiritual roots. When the Bloodsea Avatar arrived, he saw that 9 individuals had already congregated before the gourd vine. The 3 clear ones, the siblings Niwa and Fushi, the brothers Dijuan and Dong Wangtai, along with Hongjun and Zenyuanzi. With the arrival of the Bloodsea Avatar, there were now a total of 10 individuals. With only 7 gourds in total, yet 10 individuals present, how would the distribution occur? At that moment, upon seeing the Bloodsea Avatar's arrival, the 3 clear ones and others furrowed their brows, feeling a twinge of displeasure. However, the Bloodsea Avatar paid no heed to their feelings. His gaze was already fixed upon the gourd vine, and the 7 gourds growing upon it, his eyes gleaming with delight. These gourds, once matured, would possess exceptional quality, and with slight refinement, could rival high-grade innate spiritual treasures. Such treasures would naturally captivate everyone present, especially since the Tao ancestor had yet to distribute treasures at the Rock of Distribution, making powerful beings skilled in crafting artifacts exceedingly rare. As the spiritual energy surrounding the gourds began to dissipate, signaling their ripening, Laozi could no longer restrain himself and spoke first. My brothers and I, as the true lineage of Pangu, should rightfully take the first 3. Upon hearing that the 3 clear ones intended to claim 3 gourds, everyone could not help but frown. However, as the three brothers were united in body, possessing unparalleled cultivation along with the protective treasure of the Qian Gongda Lingling Pagoda. None could contend with them, and they could only reluctantly nod in agreement. Laozi stepped forward to take the first gourd, which was later refined into a purple golden red gourd, used by Laozi to contain elixirs, ensuring their efficacy while enhancing the quality of the celestial pills. Yuan Shi stepped forward to take a gourd as white as jade, while Tong Tian chose a green-skinned gourd. Nuwa then stepped forward to take a yellow-skinned gourd, which she later refined into the supreme treasure known as the Summoning Banner, capable of controlling the demon race as long as they infused a sliver of their soul into it. Seeing Nuwa take the yellow gourd, Dejuan eagerly rushed forward to claim a golden gourd, which would later become the infamous spiritual treasure known as the Slaying Immortal Gourd. Appearing repeatedly in the classic tale of Fengshen Yini, a treasure of the scattered immortal Luya from the West Kunlun, having slain figures such as Yuan Hong, and Daji, earning a fearsome reputation. As Dejuan took the golden gourd, Dong Wang Tai and Hongjun simultaneously flew toward the red gourd, both eager to claim it. Red Cloud. That gourd belongs to me, Dong Wang Tai declared in a deep voice. Red Cloud frowned and retorted, Dong Wang Tai, your brothers have already obtained a gourd. Do not be greedy. This red gourd clearly resonates with me and rightfully should be mine. Yours? Dare you to compete with us for treasures? Prepare for a confrontation, Dejuan exclaimed, flipping his hand to reveal the chaos bell, ready to engage. Red Cloud's face flushed with anger, his chest heaving as he pointed at Dejuan. Unable to articulate his outrage, you, Dejuan, do not bully us too much. Jin Yuanzi, unable to suppress his furrowed brow, stepped forward to stand beside Hongjun. Daoist Nuwa and Daoist Fushi only took one gourd each, yet you brothers wish to claim two. Are we to divide the last gourd among the three of us? How can we do so when the last gourd is evidently unripe? Do you not think you are being rather greedy in wanting to take all the ripe gourds? Upon hearing Jin Yuanzi's words, Nuwa, who had initially intended to advocate for her brother Fushi, found herself at a loss for words. Although Jin Yuanzi was known for his good temperament, he was not as easily bullied as Hongjun. As he spoke, he produced the companion spirit treasure, the Earth Book, and the Heaven and Earth Treasure Mirror, clearly indicating that he was ready to take action should the need arise, which caused Dejuan and Dong Wang Tai to wear grim expressions. Jin Yuanzi's treasures were indeed formidable. The three pure ones could not help but feel a flicker of astonishment, and Yuan Shi even cast a somewhat envious glance at Jin Yuanzi. As a member of the Pangu Three Pure Ones, he possessed only one supreme innate spiritual treasure, the three treasures of jade, which could be showcased. To his surprise, Jin Yuanzi casually revealed two treasures that were no less impressive than the three treasures of jade, one of which was a rare defensive item. Nuwa and Fushi, the sibling duo, were similarly envious. Despite their innate status as divine beings, they had no notable treasures to present. In contrast, Dejuan and Dong Wang Tai were somewhat fortunate. Dong Wang Tai possessed the river map and Lo as his two innate supreme companion treasures, while Dejuan's companion treasure was the Chaos Bell, an innate supreme treasure. However, lacking even the quasi-saint level of cultivation. How much power could they wield from the Chaos Bell and the river map? With the Earth Book to protect him, Jin Yuanzi could defend himself and safeguard Hongjun. And considering that Hongjun emerged as the first cloud of the innate realm, his cultivation was no weakling either. When it came to battle, Dejuan and Dong Huang Tai might not gain much of an advantage. Just as Dejuan and Dong Huang Tai exchanged glances, preparing to engage, the Bloodsea Avatar finally spoke up. Dejuan, Dong Huang Tai, do you brothers not regard the powerful cultivators of the Hongwang realm with due respect? If you wish to monopolize, you must consider whether I, the ancestor of the Underworld River, will permit it. Ancestor of the Underworld River? What are you to contend with us? Dejuan scoffed disdainfully at the Bloodsea Avatar. In response, the Bloodsea Avatar gracefully soared to Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun's side, summoning the 12-petal Karma Fire Red Lotus that erupted beneath him, while the two divine swords, Abhij A and Yama, flew around him, their scorching flames and sharp sword aura distorting the surrounding space, startling both Hongjun and Jin Yuanzi. What of the future Demon Emperor? What of the Chaos Bell? Who is afraid of whom? Three pieces of innate supreme treasures, both offensive and defensive. The ancestor of the Underworld River caused the three pure ones, Nuwa and Fushi, to exchange astonished glances, their eyes widening in disbelief. Heavens! The ancestor of the Underworld River possesses such depth. We have all underestimated him. Initially surprised, Dejuan and Dong Huang Tai soon found their expressions darkening further, internally cursing their misfortune. Who would have thought that the relatively obscure ancestor of the Underworld River would wield such astounding power? How many more hidden talents lie within the vastness of the Hongwang realm, even with their treasures? Dijun and Dong Huangtai lacked the confidence to contend with the Blood Sea Avatar, Jin Yuanzi, and Hongjun. Though they were domineering, they were not fools. Understanding that it was not worth it to make enemies over this minor conflict, they grit their teeth and conceded, relinquishing the red gourd to Hongjun. With the impending conflict having dissipated before it truly began, the Three Pure Ones, along with Nuwa and Fushi, departed in a somewhat bored manner. Once Dijun and Dong Huangtai had left, after Hongjun claimed the red gourd, he turned to Jin Yuanzi and said with a gentle smile, "Taoist of the underworld river, if you do not mind, the last unripe gourd shall belong to you." Haha, Taoist Jin Yuanzi possesses a generous heart. However, do not come to regret it. This final gourd may prove to be quite extraordinary. The Blood Sea Avatar laughed heartily, his words laden with significance. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the gourd vine began to wither rapidly, and upon closer inspection, the last black gourd was seen absorbing the essence of the celestial vine, quickly growing stronger than the previous gourds. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun stared in astonishment at the scene before them. In the blink of an eye, the gourd vine had transformed into a withered vine. The black gourd fell off on its own, and although it had not grown significantly, it emanated a strange, devouring force, continuously absorbing the celestial essence from the surrounding atmosphere. Resembling an insatiable black hole, truly peculiar. The Blood Sea Avatar waved his hand, collecting the black gourd, then stepped forward to uproot the withered vine, discovering a lump of innate soil at its base. This was indeed a precious find. Noticing Jin Yuanzi's eyes gleaming with interest at the lump of innate soil, the Blood Sea Avatar couldn't help but smile and offered half of it to him. "Thank you, Taoist of the underworld river." Jin Yuanzi accepted it with a smile, not declining the offer. His ginseng fruit tree was among the finest spiritual roots in the Hongwang realm, and its root system was bound with some innate soil. Unfortunately, each time the ginseng fruit tree blossomed and bore fruit, it consumed a portion of the innate soil's original power, leaving him increasingly distressed over how to find more innate soil to nurture his tree, ensuring the quality of the ginseng fruits remained high. The alliance against Dijun and Dong Huangtai fostered goodwill among the Blood Sea Avatar, Jin Yuanzi, and Hongjun. Jin Yuanzi warmly invited the Blood Sea Avatar and Hongjun to visit his Wuzhuang temple. The Blood Sea Avatar readily accepted, as he was quite curious about the ginseng fruit. It would indeed be a pity not to taste such a premier spiritual fruit in the Hongwang realm. As for the withered vine left behind, the Blood Sea Avatar naturally took it as well, planning to bring it back to Fazhang Island to see if he could use the divine water from the Three Lights Lake to nurture it anew. Such a top-tier innate spiritual root, even if its quality diminished upon recultivation, would still likely yield extraordinary results, even if it produced only an acquired gourd. Chapter 37, The Birth of Qian. While the ancestor of the underworld river accompanied Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun to Wuzhuang Temple, Dijun and Dong Huangtai did not return directly to the Sun Star, but instead ventured into the vast Hongwang starry sky above the nine heavens. "Elder brother, why have you brought me to the Hongwang starry sky?" Dong Huangtai inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone, gazing into the expansive Hongwang starry sky. Dijun squinted and asked, "Second brother, what do you think of this starry sky?" "The Hongwang starry sky?" Dong Huangtai paused, his gaze flickering. "While the power of the stars within this sky is indeed rich and beneficial for our demon tribe's cultivation, the Hongwang starry sky ultimately remains too desolate. Do you intend for our demon tribe's stronghold to be established here? I fear our kind would not easily venture into the Hongwang starry sky." "That is precisely my intention." Dijun nodded solemnly. "Currently, the Wu tribe is centered around the Pangu Hall beneath Mount Buzhou, continuously expanding their territory and growing in strength, leading to frequent conflicts with our demon tribe. Meanwhile, our demon tribe remains fragmented, despite our numbers vastly outnumbering the Wu tribe. If this continues, we will be driven to extinction. Without foresight, there will inevitably be immediate concerns. We must plan for the future of our demon tribe." Dong Huangtai nodded in agreement. "Elder brother speaks true. Our demon tribe indeed requires a foundational location. Only by reorganizing and strengthening our tribe can we garner more luck and support from our kin, rapidly advancing our cultivation. The Wu tribe is formidable, with all 12 ancestral witches possessing immense power. Even if we possess treasures in our hands, it is still difficult to contend with their 12. Thus, my proposition is for us to occupy the vast cosmos of the primordial era, to develop diligently and accumulate strength, which would undoubtedly surpass engaging in conflict with the witch clan on the primordial continent." Dijun continued, stating that once our cultivation reaches a higher level, we would have the means to confront the 12 ancestor witches, and a decisive battle with the witch clan would not be delayed. "Indeed, this method of yours is quite prudent," nodded Dong Huangtai slightly, then added, "However, elder brother, managing the affairs of our demon clan in the primordial cosmos is rather cumbersome. We must not allow this to hinder our cultivation. Upon hearing this, Dijun couldn't help but laugh. Haha, dear brother, there is no need for concern. Aside from us two, the demon clan has many other capable individuals. Figures like Ji Ming and Ing Zhao are also powerhouses at the level of the Luo Jingxian. They will undoubtedly gain significant insights from attending the Dao lectures at Zixiao Palace. I intend to appoint the 10 demon saints to manage our clan. A splendid idea. Dong Huang Tai Yi's eyes lit up with a smile. Ji Ming and the others survived the calamity of the Dragon and Han era. And some even possess the bloodlines of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qian clans. They are quite proud, although we can subdue them with our treasures. It would not be easy to gain their complete allegiance without an absolute superiority in cultivation. However, by appointing the 10 demon saints, we can foster a greater sense of belonging among them to our clan. Once our cultivation progresses further, we need not fear their genuine submission. While the demon clan developed quietly, Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun engaged in discussions at the Wuzhuang temple, tasting the essence of the ginseng fruit through the Blood Sea avatar, before returning directly to the Blood Sea of Yomi. Concurrently, a voice from the system echoed in the mind of Qian Kuan Laozu, acquired the gourd vine and the black gourd, intimidating Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, befriending Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, granting 12,000 system points. After the Blood Sea avatar returned to the Blood Sea of Yomi, Qian Kuan Laozu, who was at Qian Mountain, seized an opportunity to visit the Blood Sea of Yomi, obtaining the withered vine from the Blood Sea avatar. Then returned to the East Sea's Fogzhong Island to plant the gourd vine, irrigating it with the 3 light divine water. Indeed, the withered vine revived. But it was evident that it did not grow as abundantly as before, and it remained uncertain if it could bear gourds again or when it might do so. Qian Kuan Laozu paid little mind to it, allowing the gourd vine to gradually regain its vitality before departing Fogzhong Island towards the northeastern seas of the Primordial era, taking several days to arrive at an apparently ordinary small island. The island was predominantly rocky. Although it contained many quality minerals, there was hardly any vegetation, rendering it quite desolate. In the midst of a rocky forest on the island, Qian Kuan Laozu, who advanced with the speed of a thought, suddenly vanished from sight. At the same time, he felt a darkness envelop him, as if he were plunging into a deep pit. Moments later, after falling an indeterminate distance in the darkness, he noticed a faint golden light shimmering below, accompanied by an intense aura. Upon moving closer, he discovered a golden world where endless golden light surged like countless blades, revealing an immensely pure energy of metal. It was evident that this was a place of gathering for metal energy. As Qian Kuan Laozu soared into the realm of golden light, he felt the piercing sound of friction as the golden light struck him, yet he emerged unscathed, effortlessly penetrating the boundless metal energy. In the area where the metal energy was most concentrated, there existed an oval space devoid of metal energy, instead enveloped in a faint golden mist, shrouding a dark golden giant egg. The egg was surrounded by black and white energies, clearly embodying the dual forces of primordial yin and yang. How much effort Tianfeng has expended for her 2 offspring. Qian Kuan Laozu mused as he gazed at the dark golden giant egg, sitting cross-legged amidst the golden light. He closed his eyes to carefully sense the subtle intricacies of the metal path, ultimately perceiving a faint trace of life emanating from the dark golden giant egg. It was apparent that the Dapeng had yet to awaken its consciousness. The birth of the Dapeng would likely occur much later than that of Kongxian. Qian Kuan Laozu thought, then turned his attention away from the giant egg to deeply contemplate the mysteries of the metal path. Time passed swiftly, and over 1,000 years had elapsed without the Dapeng attaining consciousness, while Qian Kuan Laozu had gained profound insights into the metal path. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, he opened his eyes in astonishment and smiled. Has Kongxian been born? How swift. It seems I must make another trip to Tianqian Mountain. In a hurry, Qian Kuan Laozu departed from the East Sea, traveling at full speed, taking 7 or 8 days to arrive once more at Tianqian Mountain. Within the depths of the mountain, filled with rich 5-element spiritual energy, the newly born Kongxian, nearly a 2 to 3 meter long peacock with radiant 5-colored tail feathers, soared freely, emitting crisp calls as he circled in the space. Though newly born, he already possessed a sense of awareness, understanding the dangers outside, and thus remained there awaiting Qian Kuan Laozu's return. However, being young, Kongxian could not maintain the same focus as Qian Kuan Laozu, for birds naturally dislike confinement and relish in flight. Master, you have finally returned. Upon seeing Qian Kuan Laozu, Kongxian joyfully flew over and exclaimed, Haha, little one, since you wish to be my disciple, I shall accept you. Qian Kuan Laozu chuckled, stroking his beard in approval. From this day forth, you shall be my second direct disciple, and I shall bestow upon you the name Kongxian. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Kongxian nodded excitedly. Wonderful. Wonderful. I have a name now. Thank you. Master, let us depart. Now that you have been born, It is time for you to leave this place. Come with me to Hongjun Island in the East Sea to cultivate in my abode, Qian Lao Zu said as he took out the Qian diagram, bringing Kong Qian into its spatial confines, while also absorbing a substantial amount of the five-element spiritual energy from the mountain's interior before departing. As Qian Lao Zu left with Kong Qian, the voice of the system resonated once more in his mind. Accepted disciple Kong Qian, granting 2,000 system points. Upon returning to Hongjun Island in the East Sea, Qian Lao Zu first allowed Kong Qian to cultivate independently before he himself approached the lake of three light divine water. Gazing in astonishment and a mix of amusement at a 9-grade blue lotus, has it truly gained consciousness? Had I known, I should have harvested this 9-grade blue lotus much sooner. It is indeed a quality supreme innate spiritual treasure. Chapter 38, Blue Lotus, Bestowed Treasure in the Primordial Era. Both the Buddhist and Taoist sects possess treasures in the form of lotus flowers. Among them, the most prevalent are the lotus platforms. Particularly, those born of the innate nature often reveal their quality through the number of petals. Such examples include the creation blue lotus, the fiery red lotus, and the golden lotus of merit, all of which are 12-grade lotus platforms, an epitome of innate spiritual treasures, second only to innate supreme treasures. The 9-grade blue lotus, similarly, ranks among the finest in the class of superior spiritual treasures, just beneath the category of supreme innate treasures. In the primordial era, aside from a handful of innate supreme treasures and the exceedingly rare supreme innate treasures, the 9-grade blue lotus stands out as a prominent example of superior innate spiritual treasures. Without mentioning other immortals, even among the 3,000 guests of Zishio Palace, only a few possess treasures of the 9-grade blue lotus caliber, most likely. Only 3 or 2 possess medium-grade innate treasures or lower-grade innate treasures. Such treasures of this caliber could not be overlooked by Qian Lao Zu. Should he encounter one, it would not be surprising if he engaged in a fierce battle with other powerful beings to acquire it. It is noteworthy that the 12-grade golden lotus of merit from the Western Buddhist sect was consumed by the mosquito Taoist, reducing it to a 9-grade golden lotus of merit. Yet it remains one of the finest spiritual treasures of the Western teachings, a tool for suppressing fortunes. Even among the disciples of saints, treasures like the 9-grade blue lotus are rarely bestowed lightly, save for the most favored. The emergence of consciousness within the 9-grade blue lotus is undoubtedly a source of regret for Qian Lao Zu. However, when it came to erasing the sentience of the 9-petal blue lotus or refining it into the essence of the 9-petal blue lotus, the ancestor of heaven and earth hesitated to act with such cruelty. After all, this 9-petal blue lotus had developed a spirit, marking it as a living being. Given time, it could manifest its form. With the 9-petal blue lotus as its foundation, its potential was indeed remarkable. Contemplating this, the ancestor of heaven and earth could not help but feel a fondness for such talent. It is worth mentioning that the 9-petal blue lotus had a deep connection with him. Coincidentally, it had gained sentience, while it seemed to be a twist of fate. Was it not also a different kind of connection? In the vast wilderness, it was common to resort to ruthless measures for treasures. Yet for the ancestor of heaven and earth, there were 2 reasons to refrain. Firstly, he did not lack a good spiritual treasure, and secondly, he did not wish to betray his own heart. Though the 9-petal blue lotus was splendid to the ancestor of heaven and earth, it was merely an additional good spiritual treasure. However, if it could manifest, would it not be more intriguing to take it under his wing for guidance? Despite having made a resolution in his heart, the ancestor of heaven and earth felt that using the 9-petal blue lotus as a mere object would be a great waste. After a moment of contemplation, he devised a plan to extract the spirit of the 9-petal blue lotus and implant it into a seed of the 9-petal blue lotus, nurturing it with the 3 light divine water. This approach had the added benefit of allowing the spirit of the 9-petal blue lotus to grow alongside the seed, thus shortening the time for it to manifest its form in the future. The seed of the 9-petal blue lotus was extraordinarily miraculous, containing the essence of creation itself. If used for alchemy, it could surely produce top-tier celestial elixirs. The other 3 8-petal blue lotuses surrounding the 9-petal blue lotus were, in fact, formed from 3 seeds of the 9-petal blue lotus, nurtured by the 3 light divine water. The seeds of the 8-petal blue lotus were somewhat inferior, yielding 5 6-petal blue lotuses and 6 5-petal blue lotuses. The remaining 9 3-petal blue lotuses were born from the seeds of the 6-petal and 5-petal blue lotuses. The seed of the 9-petal blue lotus, infused with its spirit and nurtured by the 3 light divine water, quickly transformed into a 3-petal blue lotus. The spirit of the 9-petal blue lotus awakened its intelligence and, under the personal guidance of the ancestor of heaven and earth, actively absorbed the energy of the 3 light divine water. Consequently, its growth accelerated, and within 2,000 years, it matured into a 6-petal blue lotus. However, Continuing to elevate its grade would prove far more challenging. While nurturing the spirit of the nine-petal blue lotus, the ancestor of heaven and earth also diligently instructed Hongjun. Hongjun, the son of the heavenly phoenix, was exceptionally gifted. Upon his birth, he already possessed the cultivation of a celestial immortal. Under the guidance of the ancestor of heaven and earth, his progress was rapid, and within 3,000 years, he broke through to attain the level of a golden immortal, allowing him to manifest his form. The ability to manifest at the golden immortal level showcased Hongjun's remarkable nature. As the second lecture at the Purple Clouds Palace approached, on Mount Hongjun, beside the lake of three light divine water, a flash of five-colored light transformed into a young man adorned in a resplendent multicolored robe. Exuding an air of nobility, this was Hongjun. "Qingnian, where's the master?" Hongjun called out to a six-petal blue lotus shrouded in three-colored mist above the lake of three light divine water. Suddenly, the six-petal blue lotus shimmered, transforming into the ethereal figure of a young man in a green robe. Although still a projection of the primordial spirit, he emanated a subtle and profound aura, indicating that he had already reached the realm of mysterious immortal. The young man in the green robe, with a gentle smile, addressed Hongjun, "Senior brother Hongjun. The master has retreated to the Qian Palace for quiet cultivation. If you have no urgent matters, it would be best not to disturb him." "What a coincidence. I just finished my seclusion, and the master has begun his quiet cultivation," Hongjun muttered, feeling a tinge of frustration. "However, the master promised me that once I achieved the golden immortal level, I would be allowed to venture out. Now that I have stabilized my golden immortal realm, I do not wish to remain on Mount Hongjun any longer. I feel as though I might suffocate. Qingnian, you can continue your cultivation here and await your transformation. I am going to see the master," Hongjun declared, and with that, he transformed into a streak of multicolored light, heading towards the distant Gourd Valley in the Green Dragon Mountain Range. The Qian Palace of the ancestor of heaven and earth was located halfway up the Green Dragon Mountain Range. The Qian Palace was specifically crafted by the ancestor of heaven and earth. With his exceptional skills and artifact refinement, combined with rare spiritual materials obtained from the wilderness, and the innate return effect of the Qian cauldron, the palace was forged to reach the pinnacle level of innate spiritual treasures. Upon arriving outside the Qian Palace, Hongjun hesitated momentarily before deciding whether to enter. Just then, a charming young disciple clad in blue emerged from within and greeted him respectfully. "Senior brother Hongjun, the ancestor has summoned you." "Oh, Qingya, isn't the master in quiet cultivation?" Hongjun inquired, slightly surprised. The ancestor was indeed in quiet cultivation, but upon sensing your arrival, he instructed me to call you, Qingya replied. This young disciple, originally of blue spiritual stone from the Green Dragon Mountain Range, had gained some sentience and was enlightened by the ancestor of heaven and earth to serve as his attendant, despite being just a disciple. He possessed the cultivation of a mysterious immortal. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Hongjun promptly followed Qingya into the Qian Palace and respectfully bowed to the ancestor of heaven and earth, who sat upon a cloud bed. Disciple pays respects to the master and apologizes for disturbing your quiet cultivation. "I am already aware of your intentions. Very well. You have attained the golden immortal level. It is indeed time for you to venture out and experience the world. With your departure, I shall also enjoy some peace." The ancestor of heaven and earth said with a gentle shake of his head, producing several items that floated in midair, emanating waves of overwhelming energy. Seeing the ancestor of heaven and earth seemingly eager for him to leave, Hongjun felt a mix of embarrassment and excitement upon observing the items brought forth by the ancestor. "Master, are these treasures you prepared for your disciple?" he asked with surprise. "You have been cultivating with me for nearly 3,000 years and have achieved some modest success. So it is time for you to embark on your journey. Naturally, I must bestow upon you some treasures for your protection." The ancestor of heaven and earth replied with a smile, introducing the items. The Azure Dragon Spear, crafted from the dragon horn of a great Luo golden immortal Azure Dragon, is a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. The Azure Dragon Armor, made from the dragon scales of a great Luo golden immortal Azure Dragon, is also a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. The Dragonbone Chain, forged from the spine of a great Luo golden immortal Azure Dragon, is yet another top-tier innate spiritual treasure. And the Azure Dragon Bow and Dragonbone Arrows, made from the bones and sinews of a great Luo golden immortal Azure Dragon, are medium-tier innate spiritual treasures. Chapter 39, the second lecture at the Purple Clouds Palace. Listening to the ancestor of heaven and earth's introduction, Hongjun could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Master, did you really slay a great Luo golden immortal Azure Dragon?" "Indeed. Many years ago, the Dragon Clan's Aotsong pursued your senior brother Baise for treasures, prompting me to intervene and slay him. Using materials from his dragon body, along with some rare spiritual materials, I forged numerous treasures. The ancestor of heaven and earth nodded calmly. Hongjun could not help but marvel. Master, that dragon clan member was a great Luo golden immortal. You are truly formidable. In the wilderness, the law of survival of the fittest prevails, not to mention the great Luo golden immortal, even the dragon clan's leader, the ancestral dragon. And the Qian clan's leader, the Qian king, were both immensely powerful beings at the quasi-saint level, yet they met their demise. Thus, you must always remain vigilant. For there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Even if you possess the cultivation of a golden immortal and the treasures bestowed by me, you must exercise caution and prudence while venturing outside, the ancestor of heaven and earth admonished seriously. Rest assured, Master, I will remember your words and proceed with utmost care. Hongjun replied respectfully, though a hint of confusion lingered in his heart. He then added, Master, perhaps I might even encounter senior brother Baise during this journey. Speaking of which, despite my lengthy time training with you, I have yet to meet senior brother. Upon hearing Hongjun mention Baise, the ancestor of heaven and earth's expression immediately turned serious as he warned, Hongjun, you may meet your senior brother, but do not involve yourself in matters concerning the demon clan. Otherwise, you will attract troublesome karma. Do not blame me for failing to warn you. Your purpose here is to cultivate and hone your skills, not to meddle in chaotic affairs. Understood, Master. I will remember, Hongjun responded promptly, though he felt some uncertainty. He did not dare to question further. After Hongjun accepted the Qinglong spear and several other divine treasures and departed, the ancestor of heaven and earth couldn't help but let out a complex sigh. Baise must now be among the top 10 demon saints of the demon clan. Isn't he? With his extraordinary talent, he should have reached the great Luo level by now. Over the course of the past 3,000 years, including the yet-to-take-form Qinglian, the ancestor of heaven and earth had taken on 3 disciples, yet his greatest concern remained with Baise. However, Baise had not returned to Hongjun Island even once during this time. Though the ancestor found solace in the tranquility, he still harbored worries for his eldest disciple, truly a typical underdog mentality. Not long after Hongjun's departure, the Xixia Palace held its second lecture. And the Blood Sea avatar of the ancestor of heaven and earth, disguised as the ancestor of the underworld river, also made his way to the palace. The avatar arrived quite early, observing the stream of cultivators and mighty beings entering the Xixia Palace, among whom were many unfamiliar faces. This time, the attendance was significantly greater than during the first lecture, with Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai leading a formidable contingent of 200 to 300 demon clan experts. A sight that was both grand and captivating, including Baise among them. Another individual who caught the attention of the Blood Sea avatar was a gentlewoman, one of the 12 ancestral witches of the Wu clan, known as Hutu. As the crowd gathered, Hongjun Daozu suddenly appeared on the cloud bed ahead. This time, Hongjun emanated an even more ethereal presence, as if he had merged with the entirety of the Xixia Palace. Devoid of any oppressive air yet imparting an irresistible aura of authority. Settle down and listen to my teachings. Hongjun glanced at the assembly and commenced his lecture. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. The 3 corpses refer to the entities of the soul, spirit, and ghostly beings. To bring about an early demise, one must become a ghost, indulging in wanderings. The 3 corpses consist of the first, the Qingu, which darkens the eyes, causing dimness and wrinkles. The second, the Baigu, which induces abdominal bloating, withered bones, and a lack of will. Thus, those seeking immortality must first rid themselves of the 3 corpses, cultivating a tranquil spirit and clarity of mind, accumulating good deeds, so that medicinal practices may yield efficacy, leading to ascension. As Hongjun expounded on the doctrine of the 3 corpses, the Blood Sea avatar could not help but feel invigorated and listened intently. Unbeknownst to him, 3,000 years had slipped away in this manner. Upon concluding his lecture, Hongjun spoke. After the creation of heaven and earth, I acquired the divine artifact, achieving the Hongjun Dao. Under the heavenly path, I must impart teachings thrice to enlighten all beings. After this session, there will be one more, to culminate in 10,000 years. If you have any inquiries, feel free to present them. Daozu, is there a method to attain enlightenment? Laozi could no longer contain his curiosity and asked. At his question, the crowd held their breath. Their gazes fixed intently on Hongjun. Cultivators seek longevity, yet even the great Luo golden immortals and quasi-saints may not evade death. Only saints can achieve true transcendence. Enlightenment, who would not desire it? Hongjun pondered briefly before replying. There are 3,000 pathways, each capable of leading to the primordial unity. My Hongjun Dao offers 3 methods for attaining enlightenment. The highest involves breaking through the constraints of the heavenly path through one's profound magical prowess. The middle pathway involves severing the 3 corpses, yielding the good, the evil, and the self, uniting them to attain the Tao. The lowest is the path of merit. where great merit gains recognition from the heavenly path, leading to enlightenment. The assembly listened with rapt attention. Indeed, the assertion that each of the 3,000 paths could lead to primordial unity held true, yet comprehending the subtleties of these paths was no simple endeavor. The further one progressed, the more arduous it became. To fully grasp a single path was akin to scaling the heavens. The methods outlined by Hongjun for attaining enlightenment were such that few considered the first, breaking through with force, since even the great Pangu had failed in this regard. To tread this path now would be tantamount to seeking death. The latter two paths, however, appeared comparatively more accessible, albeit requiring the assistance of primordial purple energy. Yet, once one utilized such energy, attaining sainthood would mean binding one's spirit to the heavenly path, subjected to its constraints. Daozu, what precisely are the three corpses? How does one sever them? Yuan Shi Tianzun inquired eagerly. With the path of force deemed unfeasible and the merit path unrealistic, Yuan Shi Tianzun had resolved to pursue the method of severing the three corpses. Hongjun explained, the three corpses are toxins. Within the human body reside three spiritual entities, known as the three poisons. To sever the corpses, one must utilize primordial materials. Otherwise, one cannot anchor the three notions of good and evil. The quality of the primordial materials employed also influences the cultivation level attained post-severance, thus requiring careful selection. After concluding, Hongjun waved his hand. This lecture is now over. You may withdraw. Without waiting for further inquiries, he vanished once more. The crowd, resigned, bowed towards the cloud bed above and departed the Zishu Palace, discussing the doctrine of the three corpses in groups of 3 or 5. Among them, the Bloodsea avatar reflected on the bustling throng, contemplating that knowledge of the method to sever the three corpses would likely incite even fiercer conflicts among the mighty cultivators of the wasteland in pursuit of primordial spiritual treasures. However, he felt no concern that others would set their sights on him. Even if the three pure ones intervened, they might not prevail, and any others daring to reach out would be courting death. Upon returning directly to the Bloodsea, the avatar entered seclusion to contemplate the method of severing the three corpses. Severing the three corpses is not merely a matter of execution. It requires a certain level of comprehension of the Tao. Thus, while the method of severing the corpses is somewhat easier than directly grasping the principles of the Tao, the understanding of the Tao remains a high demand. Many great Luo golden immortals fail to sever the corpses due to insufficient comprehension. For the ancestor of heaven and earth, however, this issue does not exist, as his cultivation level is exceedingly high. His understanding of the Tao is likely unmatched even by the sainted Hongjun within the entire wasteland. After studying the methods of enlightenment, the ancestor of heaven and earth began to prepare for the severance of the corpses. On Fangjong Island in the East Sea, within the Hall of Heaven and Earth, the ancestor of heaven and earth sat cross-legged on the cloud bed, a celebratory cloud manifesting above his head, with 3 flowers swaying gently as he slowly opened his eyes. It is time to sever the corpses. Yet, what spiritual treasure shall I employ for this task? The ancestor murmured to himself, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Chapter 40. Severing the corpses. The most common approach to severing the corpses involves the use of primordial spiritual treasures. The quality of the spiritual treasure utilized directly determines the cultivation level of the severed 3 corpses. Generally, one would use the most superior spiritual treasures at hand. The most exceptional treasures in the possession of the ancestor of heaven and earth are the Qian cauldron and the Hongmeng measuring ruler, both of which are innate supreme treasures. However, severing corpses with spiritual treasures entails allowing the 3 notions of good and evil to be anchored in the treasures, consuming the primordial power of the treasures to shape the corporeal manifestations of the 3 corpses. While the primordial treasures typically recover their consumed essence relatively easily, the restoration of the essence of innate supreme treasures is far more challenging, with complete recovery being nearly impossible for the ancestor of heaven and earth. Although he possesses 2 innate supreme treasures, severing the corpses does not warrant risking their damage. In fact, using top-tier innate spiritual treasures for this task is already considered quite extravagant. In terms of the quantity of top-tier innate treasures, the ancestor possesses a considerable number, including the Qian map, the Northern Qian Yuan water control banner, the 12-grade fiery red lotus, as well as the 2 divine swords, Ubi and Yuan 2, all of which are excellent options for severing the corpses. To sever the 3 corpses of good and evil, the ancestor must select 3 of these top-tier innate treasures. How should he choose? Based on the Tao in which the ancestor excels, the Qian map is an excellent choice, particularly suitable for severing the good or self-corpse. From a higher perspective of the Tao, the Ubi divine sword represents the path of darkness and death, while the Yuan 2 divine sword embodies the path of slaughter and destruction. Both are profound and powerful paths, superior to the Northern Qian Yuan water control banner representing the path of water and the 12-grade fiery red lotus representing the path of fire. making them more suitable for severing the evil corpse. Regarding the path of darkness and death, the ancestor has little comprehension. But due to the nature of the Blood Sea avatar, he possesses some insights into the path of slaughter and destruction. From this standpoint, it is undoubtedly more fitting to utilize the Yuan 2 Divine Sword to sever the evil corpse. The treasure intended to sever his own corpse left the Ancient One of the universe in a state of contemplation. While the Northern Qian Yuan water-controlling banner and the 12th-grade fiery red lotus were commendable, they were not the optimal choices. Although the duality of water and fire, as well as yin and yang, held immense power, the Ancient One could not possibly use two treasures to sever his own corpse. Thus, the question remained, what should he select to accomplish this task? After a prolonged period of reflection, the Ancient One's thoughts began to crystallize. With a glimmer in his eyes and a subtle smile upon his lips, he retrieved the universe diagram. With a mere thought, the diagram soared above his head, positioning itself beside the rightmost flower of the three flowers within the auspicious cloud. Sever, he uttered internally, channeling his intent. The primal force of the universe diagram was unleashed, radiating a misty glow as it made contact with the leftmost flower among the three above. The golden flower trembled slightly before blossoming, a spark of light igniting as it absorbed the primal force of the universe diagram. In an instant, a figure clad in a grayish-white robe leaped forth and landed beside him. Observing the gray-robed figure who extended a hand to retrieve the universe diagram, the Ancient One could not help but smile and offer a slight bow. Fellow Taoist, we are but one entity. You may call me Taoist Qian Yuan. The gray-robed figure replied with a courteous bow. Qian Yuan? The Ancient One was momentarily taken aback, but soon his eyes sparkled with joy. The creation of the universe. The genesis of one is indeed the essence of a world. The path of space is most marvelous when it births a realm. Fellow Taoist, your words penetrate the essence of things remarkable. Taoist Qian Yuan smiled and remarked, Fellow Taoist, your comprehension of the path of space is profound, albeit constrained by your current cultivation. Now that you have severed your corpse and attained the status of a quasi-saint, understanding the path of space will become considerably easier. Severing your corpse is no longer a challenge. Once the three corpses are eliminated, the great Tao shall be within reach. Within reach of the great Tao? Mastering the path of space is not so easily attained. The Ancient One chuckled while shaking his head. He then gazed outside the hall of the universe, his eyes seemingly piercing through layers of space, observing the blood sea above. It is time to traverse the blood sea and eliminate the malevolent corpse. A moment later, within the depths of the blood sea, ripples surged through the external space enveloped by the blood sea array. The space twisted and tore, forming a black hole through which the Ancient One in his azure robe stepped forth. Having reached the quasi-saint level, and with a deep understanding of the path of space, although he could not yet achieve instantaneous movement, traversing through space was effortless. The journey from the Abbot Island to the Blood Sea was but a brief moment. Upon entering the Blood Sea array, the Ancient One's doppelganger, seated atop the 12th-grade fiery red lotus, opened its eyes. With a stride, the Ancient One created ripples in space, and in the next instant, his figure materialized before his doppelganger. The doppelganger, with a thought, summoned the Yuan 2 Divine Sword and presented it to the Ancient One. Seated in midair, the Ancient One closed his eyes as auspicious clouds manifested above him, the three flowers swaying within. He then directed the Yuan 2 Divine Sword towards the leftmost flower among the three. The sword emanated a dark red, ethereal glow, gently touching the flower, which instantly blossomed. A light within it ignited, absorbing the destructive primal power of the Yuan 2 Divine Sword, and soon transformed into a cold figure clad in a dark red robe. I am the Taoist of Yuan 2, declared the figure, grasping the Yuan 2 Divine Sword and gazing at the Ancient One, who was slowly opening his eyes. The figure slightly bowed in acknowledgement. Fellow Taoist. The Ancient One beamed at the Taoist of Yuan 2 and remarked, Excellent. Truly a manifestation of the malevolent corpse, your strength surpasses that of my benevolent corpse's manifestation. He continued, From this day forth, you shall no longer be my malevolent corpse's manifestation, but the malevolent corpse of the great ancestor of the river of the underworld. Do you understand? The Taoist of Yuan 2 nodded silently, adjusting his aura and appearance in the blink of an eye to resemble the great ancestor of the river of the underworld as portrayed by the doppelganger. Ah, splendid. This is the true great ancestor of the river of the underworld. The Ancient One gazed at the Taoist of Yuan 2 with fervor, unable to suppress his laughter. When do you intend to sever your own corpse? The Taoist of Yuan 2 inquired, his tone devoid of emotion, his expression unchanged. The Ancient One, unfazed, replied with a light smile, There is no rush. I still have preparations to make. After all, I have yet to acquire the treasure required for the severing. You should hasten, then, the Taoist of Yuan 2 urged. If you can sever your own corpse, my cultivation will undoubtedly rise, reaching the pinnacle of quasi-saint. At that point, Aside from Hongjun, I shall have nothing to fear in the wasteland. Taken aback by these words, the Ancient One shook his head, without attaining sainthood. One remains as insignificant as an ant. The three pure ones have already grasped the path of the three corpses. Attaining sainthood is merely a matter of time. Then you must also hasten to comprehend the Hunyuan Dao, which should not be too difficult for you, the Taoist of Yuan Tu continued. You have a great deal of confidence in me. The Ancient One chuckled softly, then said, enough of this. I shall take my leave. With that, the Ancient One waved his hand, tearing through space as he departed. Upon returning to the Hall of the Universe on Abbot Island, the Ancient One dispatched the Qingyao boy, instructing him not to allow anyone to disturb him before closing the hall's doors. Within the dimly lit Hall of the Universe, he summoned the Universe Cauldron, from which chaotic divine flames surged forth. Amidst the rising flames, a verdant willow tree appeared, specifically, the hollow willow tree that was the true form of the ascending brow immortal. At that moment, sensing something, the Ancient One furrowed his brow as a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, Master, on successfully severing your corpse. You have been rewarded with 6,000 system points. Additionally, a reminder, there is a crossing opportunity to the new world of Panlong, which requires 2,000 system points to initiate. Panlong? The Ancient One was taken aback, pondering, why does this crossing require so many more points than the last to the Xingqian world? It is 4 times the previous amount. The system's voice remained unyielding. The initial crossing was at a discounted price. Will you proceed with the crossing, or shall I send a doppelganger? Chapter 41. The Black Dragon of the Sacred Domain. Will you cross? The Ancient One pondered deeply for a moment before using a drop of blood to create a relatively weak doppelganger, instructing the system to send this doppelganger to the world of Panlong, while he focused entirely on refining the hollow willow tree into a treasure. In the world of Panlong, amidst the vast infinite space, there existed countless ordinary realms, upon which the 4 supreme realms and 7 divine realms stood. The Yulan continent was one of these myriad material realms. The Yulan realm had endured for eons, with over 90% of its land once being habitable. However, through the passage of time, only the Yulan continent remained as the sole landmass. In the depths of the Beast Mountain, the first mountain range of Yulan continent, a tranquil valley became the site of a ripple in space, which soon twisted into a black hole. A figure emerged gracefully from it, landing upon the thick carpet of fallen leaves, the black hole vanishing swiftly. This figure, a striking youth clad in a fitted black robe and wearing an ancient black ring on his finger, was none other than the Ancient One's doppelganger. Another forest? He murmured, glancing around at the dense woodland. Suddenly sensing something, he turned swiftly, his gaze narrowing as he looked into the air behind him. With a whoosh, a sound of rushing air heralded the arrival of a massive black dragon, stretching its enormous wings, descending from above. The dragon's colossal body shimmered with chilling black scales, and its enormous eyes, as large as wheels, coldly stared at the handsome youth, as if regarding an insignificant insect. You, a lowly and weak human, dare to intrude upon the domain of the great black dragon Oxus. Prepare to meet your demise. As the black dragon Oxus spoke, it unleashed a torrent of black flames, the fiery breath radiating intense heat as it engulfed the handsome youth, effortlessly igniting the surrounding trees and leaves. However, as the flames gradually subsided, the figure of the handsome youth emerged unscathed. With a calm demeanor, he lifted his gaze towards the somewhat stunned black dragon, Oxus, whose eyes were wide with surprise. A hint of cold mockery curled at the corners of his lips. The handsome young man sprang forward and delivered a powerful punch to Oxus, sending the dragon spiraling backward in a state of disarray. Amidst the furious roar of the dragon, which shattered numerous trees before it regained its balance, Oxus glared back at the young man hovering effortlessly in the air. A Holy Realm expert? He exclaimed. Even if you are a Holy Realm expert, daring to provoke the majesty of me, Oxus, the black dragon of the Holy Realm, is tantamount to seeking death. A Holy Realm expert? The young man raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly, brushing his nose. Though this body was weak, it was strong compared to his true self, the ancestor of the universe. Although this was merely a casual clone cultivated by his true self, it possessed the cultivation of an earth immortal, easily capable of flight. And its physical form was far superior to that of an ordinary earth immortal. Thus, even in this world, the young man had no fear of the Holy Realm black dragon based solely on his strength. Not even the dragon's breath could inflict any harm upon him. With a swift flick of its tail, the Holy Realm black dragon Oxus lunged at the handsome young man again. Its black tail, reminiscent of a thick steel whip, struck down towards him, distorting the very fabric of space. With a wave of his hand, the young man caused the space before him to ripple slightly, invoking an invisible force of spatial restraint that momentarily halted the dragon's tail. Then, with a tremor of space, the young man was propelled backward, glancing at Oxus. who also staggered back a short distance from the recoil of his own tail. The power of a Holy Realm beast is indeed formidable, the young man mused. Unfortunately, the understanding of spatial principles in this world is rather shallow. I can only barely draw upon a trace of weak spatial power. What kind of technique is this? Oxus could not help but exclaim in astonishment, staring at the young man. Would you like to know? Submit to me and become my magical pet, and I shall reveal it to you, the young man replied with a faint smile. Oxus was momentarily taken aback, then seethed with rage. You wretch! You dare to insult the great Holy Realm Black Dragon? Dream on if you think I, Oxus, would become your pet. As he spoke, the black flames engulfing Oxus flared up, emanating a terrifying and searing power. Is this dragon might? The young man narrowed his eyes, intrigued by the invisible force that instilled fear. He approached Oxus, provoking the dragon's fury. With a low, authoritative growl, Oxus lunged at the young man, unleashing a torrent of blazing black flames while his tail whipped around in a constricting motion, reminiscent of a serpent ready to strike. The young man remained unhurried, his hands moving in a circular motion as he summoned the elemental energies of fire and water from the world around him. The intertwining of fire and water formed a Tai Chi symbol. The red and blue energies expanded, creating ripples in the space around the young man, absorbing the dragon's fiery breath and blocking the approach of the tail. As the dragon's tail neared the red and blue Tai Chi symbol, it was eroded by the opposing elemental forces, its scales burning and freezing before shattering, blood spilling forth. With a pained roar, Oxus recoiled in terror, gazing at the swirling energies of red and blue surrounding the young man. What on earth is this? Magic? How can he wield the water and fire elements so adeptly? What terrifying power! Indeed, the young man thought, while his comprehension of the duality of water and fire was limited. The elemental profundities of this world granted him far greater power to unleash their forces. A smile graced his lips as he looked at Oxus, the amusement in his expression deepening. As Oxus observed the growing smile of the young man, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. He noticed that the once expanding Tai Chi symbol was now contracting, its vibrant red and blue light intensifying into a beam that shot forth towards him. Like a streak of aurora slicing through the sky, the energy beam distorted the space around it, landing upon Oxus before he could react. With a desperate, anguished cry, the shrinking form of Oxus was pierced by the energy beam, though it did not strike a vital point. Blood gushed from the wound, and the searing, freezing marks of the attack only amplified his suffering as he crashed into the forest, gravely injured. The young man glided closer to Oxus, a smile illuminating his face. Well, Oxus, do you choose death, or will you submit to me? Oxus, gazing up at the young man with a mix of fury and fear, felt a shiver run down his spine under the weight of the young man's piercing gaze. Ultimately, the unwillingness to embrace death overpowered his pride as a dragon. After a moment of silence, he let out a reluctant, weak growl, lowering his noble head. You are a true powerhouse. I, Oxus, the Black Dragon of the Holy Realm, am willing to submit. Pleased, the young man nodded with a smile. Excellent, Oxus. Prepare to establish an equal contract magic array. An equal contract? Oxus looked up, astonished at the young man, unable to believe his ears. Are you not seeking a master-servant contract? The young man replied with a knowing smile. What? Do you think I desire a master-servant contract? Realizing the implications, Oxus felt a surge of joy and respect for the young man. The master-servant contract was entirely different from an equal contract. The former allowed the master to end the life of the magical beast with a mere thought, while the latter ensured a relationship of near equality, with significantly fewer restrictions. To forge an equal contract, a drop of your blood is required, Master, Oxus said, his tone laced with respect. The young man nodded in understanding, and with a thought, a small droplet of blood floated from his fingertip, hovering before Oxus. As Oxus beheld the droplet, a surge of black light enveloped him, and a trace of dragon blood escaped his mouth, merging with the young man's blood to form two opposing black triangles. Rich black light infused the shapes, creating a unique magic array that radiated a dense aura of darkness. Soon, the peculiar magic array split in two. One black triangle flew into the young man's body, while the other entered Oxus. The contract magic array was indeed intriguing. As the young man felt a newfound connection to Oxus's soul, he had no intention of establishing a master-servant contract, nor did he wish to dominate a mere Holy Realm dragon. He simply found it amusing to have a powerful magical beast by his side. Having arrived in this world, the young man resolved to assimilate into it. The powerful beings of the Yulan continent, particularly the sorcerers, had a penchant for taming formidable magical beasts, and he wanted to blend in rather than stand out. Additionally, with Oxus being a Holy Realm beast and a dragon, he had lived for countless years, and the young man hoped to learn about this world through him. It must be noted that the recuperative abilities of Holy Realm beasts were extraordinary. Although Oxus was gravely wounded, he soon recovered significantly and even offered to show the young man his dwelling. What is referred to as a residence is, in reality, merely a lair chosen by the black dragon Oxus, nestled within the heart of the mountains. It is well known that dragons have an affinity for treasures, and the handsome youth has certainly borne witness to this. Within this vast cavern, reminiscent of an underground basketball court, heaps of various gemstones and ores lay scattered about, exuding an air of opulence. Through brief conversation, the handsome youth learned that the black dragon Oxus has existed for several millennia, having only recently entered the sacred domain over 200 years ago. With the passage of time, he has naturally accumulated a considerable wealth of treasures. Although many of the gemstones and ores hold little value for Oxus, he simply relishes them. Such is the nature of dragons. Oxus possesses a spatial ring, a treasure obtained from a human warrior he fortuitously defeated centuries ago. This ring contains his collection of what he considers precious items, kept within a specialized pouch in his stomach for convenient access. Many magical beasts of the sacred domain do not covet spatial rings as humans do. Yet they possess remarkable innate abilities, including a unique pouch-like structure in their stomachs that serves as a natural storage space. Noticing the handsome youth's intention to select ores for weapon crafting, Oxus willingly presented some of his prized minerals. Although the quality of ores in this world is not particularly impressive and the youth's current cultivation level is relatively low, his exceptional craftsmanship allows him to forge armor and weapons that rank among the artifacts of this realm, sufficient for temporary use. Moreover, due to the unique rules of this world, although the handsome youth has yet to attain divinity, his formidable primordial spirit can nurture the weapons and armor he carries, continuously enhancing their quality. In terms of primordial spirit strength, even the mightiest higher gods cannot compare to him. However, he is wise enough not to reveal the extent of his soul's power without necessity. Being overly conspicuous could lead to complications, especially with the existence of a remarkably powerful being in the Yulan realm, the god Balut. Should he perceive the youth's uniqueness and take an interest, it could result in troublesome consequences. After forging his weapons and armor, feeling a newfound sense of self-preservation, the handsome youth prepared to depart with the black dragon Oxus. He understood that he could not remain in the Beast Mountains indefinitely and harbored a curiosity about this world. To learn the magic and combat techniques inherent to this realm, he must venture among humans. While the concept of combat energy is manageable, the magic of this world is particularly intriguing. Studying it will undoubtedly prove beneficial for his future endeavors in spellcasting. What a mysterious canyon! Could this be the Mist Canyon? Clad in a black robe and wielding a heavy black sword, the handsome youth gracefully descended upon the edge of the cliff. Before him, the canyon walls appeared to converge as they extended outward. Miles away, the distance between the cliffs narrowed to merely a meter, easily traversable. Below, a thick white mist obscured the view, rendering it impossible to discern what lay beneath. As he walked along the cliff's edge, the handsome youth's keen eyesight allowed him to make out various objects within the mist. Not far into his journey, he spotted a small grass sprouting from the cliff face, its vibrant green hue subtly radiating a blue luminescence. Is that blue heart grass? With a wave of his hand, he summoned the grass to his palm, feeling its icy coolness. It indeed contained a chilling property that could temper the fiery essence of dragon blood. Should he refine it into a potion, its effects would likely be even more potent. After a brief examination, he discovered a considerable amount of blue heart grass, promptly collecting some to place within his storage ring. The handsome youth's unrestrained harvesting of blue heart grass soon attracted the attention of the nearby magical beasts, including the green-striped giant python and winged dragon. However, before he could engage with these creatures, a deep, authoritative dragon roar echoed through the canyon as a massive black dragon, measuring over 100 meters in length, descended from the sky. The terrifying aura it exuded sent the magical beasts fleeing in disarray. I thought you were planning to abandon me, my master. The handsome youth shot a disapproving glance at the black dragon Oxus. Oxus, feeling embarrassed, quickly replied, "How could I? I merely noticed some young dragons and went to investigate. By the way, my master, there resides a spine-armored dragon named Satire within this mist canyon. We used to have a good relationship. However, he is rather foolish, occupying a location rich in elemental energy, yet failing to advance to the sacred domain, which is truly a disgrace to our dragon lineage." The spine-armored dragon? Satire? The handsome youth raised an eyebrow, contemplating before instructing, "I have yet to encounter a living spine-armored dragon. Oxus, I wish to pay him a visit." Oxus hesitated before responding, "My master, Satire has a rather temperamental disposition. Nonetheless, he is merely a peak-level 9th-tier magical beast and would not dare challenge your authority." Chapter 43. Satire within the dim, cavernous passage, the handsome youth and the black dragon Oxus glided forward. At the end of the passage lay an expansive underground cavern, spanning several miles and soaring to great heights. Approaching the cavern, the youth spotted a 10-meter-long, nearly 3-meter-tall magical beast cloaked in dark scales. Its scales were tightly arranged in a systematic pattern, each the size of a palm, collectively evoking an eerie sensation that sent shivers down one's spine. Particularly striking were the sharp spines extending 30 centimeters from its back, running from its tail to its forehead, providing a menacing presence even as it lay still. Suddenly, it seemed to sense their presence, opening its eyes to reveal dark golden irises. Its cold gaze sent a chill through the air. The spine-armored dragon is indeed a formidable 9th-tier creature. Observing this menacing figure, the handsome youth could not help but reflect on its fearsome nature. The spine-armored dragon, a 9th-tier dark attribute magical beast, is the smallest of the dragon lineage, yet boasts the strongest defenses and agility among its peers. Its claws possess terrifying offensive capabilities, making it one of the mightiest dragons of its rank. In the past, when Oxus was merely at the 9th tier, he was no match for Satyrus. Yet now, having attained the sacred domain for over 2 centuries, Oxus far surpasses Satyrus in strength. Satyrus scrutinized the handsome youth with a piercing gaze, and upon noticing his ethereal suspension, his eyes narrowed slightly. Satyrus, do not be alarmed. My master is merely curious about the spine-armored dragon and wishes to make your acquaintance. Oxus smiled reassuringly at the spine-armored dragon. Satyrus did not exhibit any extreme reactions, merely emitting a low growl in response. What is he saying? The handsome youth inquired, furrowing his brow. Oxus turned to the youth with an apologetic smile, explaining, My master, he is simply surprised by my allegiance to you. He is unaware of your true strength. Otherwise, he would not express such sentiments. I can understand the pride and power of a peak 9th-tier spine-armored dragon. The handsome youth replied with a serene smile, before addressing Satyrus directly. You are named Satyrus, correct? You have an eye for quality, claiming such a splendid territory. I wish to cultivate here for a while. May I have your permission? Upon hearing this, Satyrus's gaze turned even more piercing and cold, emitting a low growl. Although the handsome youth could not comprehend its meaning, he sensed that it seemed to disagree. Master, this is the lair of Satyrus. When I discovered it back in the day, I had a fierce contention with it, but alas, I was no match for its prowess and had to relinquish this splendid place to it. Regrettably, the ironback dragon is renowned as the most challenging of dragons to evolve. It has occupied this domain for so long, yet still has not ascended to the sacred realm. While I have surpassed it, Oxus lamented with a shake of his head. Satyrus roared again, and Oxus, slightly taken aback, turned to the handsome youth with a wry smile, saying, Master, Satyrus has proclaimed that if you can defeat it, it will allow you to cultivate here. Oh, it wishes for me to defeat it? Truly, the mightiest of the 9th-tier dragons is indeed proud, the handsome youth chuckled softly. Then gracefully soared from the passageway, landing before Satyrus, gazing up at it with a smile. Come, Satyrus, let me witness your strength. Without hesitation, Satyrus unleashed its tail like a steel whip, slicing through the air with a shrill shriek as it lunged towards the handsome youth. Seemingly casual, the youth raised his hand, which shimmered with a yellowish light, resembling a small mountain as it collided with the dragon's tail, producing a deep thud. The youth's hand quivered slightly, and Satyrus's tail recoiled. The nimble youth advanced, his hand glowing with earth-toned radiance, aimed directly at Satyrus's head. Satyrus did not evade. Instead, it bent forward, presenting its sharp spines. With a muffled thud, the ironback dragon was repelled, a significant portion of its body crashing into the stone floor, causing cracks to spread over a 100-meter radius. Satyrus, you are no match for my master. Cease this. Oxus, the black dragon of the sacred realm, could not help but interject, turning its icy gaze towards Oxus. Satyrus then directed its attention back to the handsome youth, letting out a low growl as it slowly retreated. Seeing Satyrus withdraw, the handsome youth felt a slight relief and lifted his gaze to the top of the stone wall. He could distinctly sense the various elemental energies permeating from above, enhancing the elemental concentration within the cave to nearly 100 times that of the outside world. With a resounding explosion, the handsome youth leaped, delivering a punch that shattered the stone ceiling, sending shards tumbling down to reveal a black circular platform embedded in the top. This platform was adorned with intricate magical runes, forming an extraordinarily complex magical array. In the center of the black platform stood a purple longsword, inverted. This magical array, meant to seal a spatial node, is indeed intricate. The handsome youth mused as he gazed at the black platform. Although magical arrays and formations differ, they ultimately share similarities. However, my understanding of magical arrays is limited, and I can discern only the surface. Both Satirius and Oxus were equally astounded at the complexity of the magical array atop the stone wall, filled with questions about its purpose. Master, what is this entity? Oxus flew beside the handsome youth, unable to contain his curiosity. This is a spatial sealing magical array, designed to seal a spatial node and prevent powerful beings from another realm connected to the Yulan continent from entering. The handsome youth replied calmly, a statement that only deepened Oxus and Satirius' astonishment. Oxus eagerly inquired, Master, what realm is that? Such a complex magical array, assisted by a peculiar sword. Does it not fear that the array's power is insufficient? That realm is quite special and rather terrifying. Even a sacred realm powerhouse feels like a mere insect within it. Even divine-level beings, if lacking in strength, would find it stifling. The handsome youth elaborated seriously. Therefore, this magical array must not be destroyed. Otherwise, should a powerful being emerge, it would spell trouble. As he spoke, the handsome youth directed the floating stones, channeling the fire elemental energy to create formidable flames that melted and covered the black platform, forming a new stone ceiling that concealed the platform and the inverted divine sword. Chapter 44. Entering the Sacred Realm. After obscuring the black platform and the purple divine sword, the handsome youth fashioned a stone platform from some of the fragments, then seated himself cross-legged atop it, addressing Oxus. Oxus, I shall enter a period of seclusion here. During my cultivation, you must personally guard me and ensure no human or beast interrupts. Rest assured, Master, I shall remain vigilant here, ensuring you are undisturbed. Oxus affirmed with a nod. Satisfied, the handsome youth slowly closed his eyes, calming his mind, and began absorbing the rich elemental energies within the cave, carefully sensing the profound fluctuations of each element. In the world of Panlong, there are 7 elemental laws and 4 fundamental rules, totaling 11 categories of paths. The intricacies of these paths are further divided into several types, referred to as profound mysteries. Just as there are varying degrees of power among paths, so too are there distinctions in the profundities of these mysteries. The strength of a sacred realm powerhouse and the ranking of divine-level beings are determined by the depth of their comprehension of these mysteries. To grasp these mysteries, one must possess a natural talent for a particular law or rule. Some individuals may excel in only one, while others may have talent across several laws. After sensing the energies, the handsome youth recognized that he had significant talent in the elemental laws of earth, wind, water, and fire, easily absorbing their energies and perceiving their profound fluctuations. He also possessed some aptitude for the law of light, but found himself lacking in talent for the laws of darkness and lightning. Simultaneously, he showed varying degrees of talent in the 4 fundamental rules, except for the rule of death. With such a breadth of talent across so many elemental laws and rules, it would be challenging to find another individual in the entirety of the Panlong world, including all material planes, divine planes, and supreme planes, who matched this level of versatility. Lacking talent in certain elemental laws does not preclude one from cultivating them. It merely results in lower efficiency. However, for the handsome youth, given his level of spiritual mastery, even when practicing elemental laws in which he was not adept, the rate of comprehending the mysteries would not be significantly slow. Moreover, the intricacies of the paths in the Panlong world are more systematic, making them easier to grasp compared to the mysteries of the Hongjun world. Conversely, if he were to deepen his understanding of the less adept laws of darkness, lightning, and death in this world, it would facilitate his comprehension of these paths in the Hongjun world. The handsome youth began by attempting to comprehend the mysteries of the dark elemental law, as the cave was rich in dark elemental energy, making it relatively easier to grasp. As he actively absorbed the dark elemental energy and sought to understand its profound mysteries, the dark energy within the cave gradually converged around him, forming a nebulous black mist, with the fluctuations of the dark element becoming increasingly intense. Master, is he practicing dark magic? Why is so much dark energy gathering? Oxus, the black dragon of the sacred realm, watched in astonishment. Soon, both he and Satirius found themselves stirred with excitement, for under such intense fluctuations of dark elemental energy, comprehending the mysteries of the dark elemental law would be relatively easier. As a being of the sacred domain, Ox's comprehension of the profound laws is undoubtedly the most effective means of enhancing his strength. Similarly, for Satire to reach the sacred domain, he must also grasp the intricacies of these laws. Gradually, the 2 beings, 1 human and 2 magical beasts, immersed themselves in the understanding of the laws governing dark elements. Time flowed gently, and during the process of cultivation, it often seemed to pass swiftly. Unbeknownst to them, 2 to 3 years had slipped by. Both the handsome youth and the formidable beasts, Ox and Satire, could draw upon the elemental energy of the world to sustain their energy needs. rendering them largely independent of food during their training. One day, a sudden gust of wind swept through the tranquil cave, causing the dense dark elemental energy to converge upon Satire. The trembling Satire could not help but emit a low, pain dragon's roar, awakening the handsome youth and ox from their meditative state. Is Satire on the verge of breaking through to become a sacred domain beast? The handsome youth gazed in surprise at Satire, who was engulfed in a shroud of dark elemental energy. Ox looked on with both amazement and delight. Satire, you have finally taken this step towards becoming a sacred domain beast. After a considerable time, as the thick fog of dark elemental energy gradually dissipated, Satire, seemingly unchanged, suddenly emanated a formidable and overwhelming aura, stirring a tempest within the cave, a clear sign of a sacred domain beast. Haha, Satire, congratulations. After such arduous training, you have finally entered the sacred domain. Ox exclaimed with joy. Satire, equally stirred, lifted his gaze to Ox, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes as he spoke in a deep, chilling voice. Ox, now that I have entered the sacred domain, you may find yourself at a disadvantage. Are you really looking to challenge me right after stepping into the sacred domain? Ox replied, unable to suppress his annoyance. What? You, a dignified sacred domain black dragon, who entered the sacred domain over 2 centuries before me, dare not accept my challenge? Satire growled defiantly. Ox, incensed, retorted. To say I fear your challenge is absurd. Satire, do not presume that my 200 years in the sacred domain has been for naught. Hee. Both of you are powerful sacred domain beasts. If you wish to fight, take it outside and do not destroy this place, the handsome youth interjected with a smile. Let us go, Satire will fight outside. Ox called to Satire, leading the way into the passage connected to the cave. With a snort, Satire shrank his form and followed suit. The handsome youth gracefully took to the air, quickly joining Ox and Satire as they emerged from the shadowy passage into the valley. Ready to witness the impending clash? Satire, come, take my first strike. Ox bellowed, swinging his dragon tail towards Satire. Without flinching, Satire extended his claws, meeting Ox's tail with the strength of an armored lobster, tearing through several scales, though he was subsequently sent flying by the force of the blow. With his blood surging, Satire's resolve intensified, and he shot forward like a streak, targeting Ox. Ox, equally fearless, soared to meet Satire, and a fierce battle ensued. The combat of magical beasts, raw and visceral, appeared far more intense than that of humans. In terms of defense and attack, Ox found himself outmatched by Satire, quickly becoming covered in wounds. Though they were minor, he appeared quite battered. Haha, Ox, I told you, you are no match for me. The power of the ironback dragon is beyond your capability. Satire laughed confidently, intensifying his assault. Yet, just as Satire pressed forward, seemingly overwhelming Ox, the latter appeared to be momentarily stunned, only to suddenly split into 2 figures. Faced with 2 sacred domain black dragons, Satire was momentarily taken aback. However, recovering swiftly, he charged at one of the Oxes without hesitation. With a resounding explosion of energy, Satire felt a fleeting triumph, believing he had struck the real Ox, only to be met with a powerful tail that sent him reeling, blood erupting from his mouth. How is this possible? You two are the real body? What is happening? Satire exclaimed in disbelief at the other sacred domain black dragon, Ox. With a hearty laugh, the 2 Oxes spoke in unison. Haha, Satire, did you not expect this? This is a technique I recently comprehended from the laws of dark elements, allowing me to merge with shadows and shift my true form among them. As long as I am cautious, you cannot land a hit on me, while I can strike from unexpected angles. You possess such a skill? I concede my defeat without grievance, Satire admitted, both astonished and somewhat dejected. The shadow doppelganger technique, one of the 6 mysteries of the dark elemental laws? Ox, it seems you have some understanding, the handsome youth mused, nodding in approval. Then, addressing the sacred domain black dragon Ox, the handsome youth called out, All right, Ox. It is time for us to depart. Yes, master, Ox responded, quickly flying to the youth's side, shrinking in size and curiously inquiring, Master, are we headed to the human world? I have always been intrigued by it, but as a sacred domain beast, I would have caused quite a stir. However, accompanying you is a different matter. The handsome youth nodded lightly, exchanging a farewell with Satire. Satire, we shall take our leave now. I hope we meet again someday. By the way, you may not know my name. I am Qian. As Satire watched the handsome youth Qian depart with Ox, he couldn't help but murmur to himself, Qian? What a peculiar name. Ah, so your name is Qian. It sounds quite special, Ox exclaimed, flying alongside Qian toward the outskirts of the Beast Mountain. In no time, Qian and Ox had exited the Beast Mountain, landing on a small hill beside a quaint town. What a coincidence, Qian thought, his keen eyes spotting a group of children divided into 3 teams, lined up in neat rows under the morning sun, undergoing basic warrior training. With a smile, Qian instructed the sacred domain black dragon ox to wait on the hill while he descended. Upon reaching the base of the hill, Qian approached the 3 middle-aged men overseeing the children's training, capturing their attention. "Good sir, what brings you to our Wu mountain town? Is there something we can assist you with?" The stout leader, dressed in a sleeveless tunic and coarse trousers, stepped forward and bowed slightly. "I am Hillman, the captain of the Baruch family's guard in Wu mountain town." Hearing this, Qian suspicions were confirmed as he raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Wu mountain town? Is this indeed Wu mountain town? The Baruch family? If my memory serves me correctly, they are known as the Dragonblood Warriors, are they not?" "Ah, yes, indeed. The Baruch family is the Dragonblood Warriors family," Hillman replied, momentarily taken aback before hesitating to respond. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Qian smiled faintly and continued. "However, the Dragonblood Warrior family has long lost its former glory. In fact, it has been many generations since a true Dragonblood Warrior was born, hasn't it?" Hillman, who nodded in agreement, couldn't help but cautiously inquire, "My lord, you seem quite knowledgeable about the Dragonblood Warrior family." "I am Qian," he replied amicably. Smiling at Hillman, "There is no need for you to be so formal. To speak of it, I have some connection with the Dragonblood Warrior family." "Hillman, right? Would you be so kind as to take me to meet the current patriarch of the Baruch family?" Hillman was somewhat taken aback. Although he felt hesitant, he surmised that this seemingly extraordinary person, Lord Qian, was unlikely to be joking or harboring any ill intentions towards the Dragonblood Warrior family. Thus, he readily agreed to lead Qian to the Baruch family estate. The Baruch family estate sprawled across a vast expanse, with moss and climbing plants entwined around its walls. Located in Wu Mountain Town, the Baruch family estate was the ancestral home, a legacy that had endured for 5,000 years. After countless renovations over the millennia, it still stood firm, filled with the marks of time. Once a powerful family with a rich history, the Baruch family now had only this desolate ancestral home left, a poignant sight indeed. With a sigh, Qian entered the old Baruch residence alongside Hillman, which had no guards or servants in sight. In the front yard's reception hall, the current patriarch, Hog Baruch, came out upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Qian, he approached with a puzzled expression and politely asked, "My lord, may I inquire who you are?" As Hog's gaze turned inquisitive towards him, Hillman hurriedly introduced, "Lord Hog. This is Lord Qian. You are Hog, the patriarch of the Baruch family?" Qian asked, sizing Hog up with a gentle smile. Although Hog was not dressed extravagantly, he exuded an air of nobility, particularly with a subtle melancholy that added a sense of maturity and depth to his presence. I'm not quite sure of the situation, my lord," Hog said cautiously. "Do not be anxious," Qian replied, his expression warm. "Hog, I am aware that your Baruch family is part of the Dragonblood Warrior lineage. I have come to offer assistance, to help the Dragonblood Warriors reclaim their former glory." "Help me?" Hog exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. "Lord Qian, you cannot be jesting." "Jesting? Ha!" Qian chuckled, lifting himself a foot off the ground, suspended in midair. Both Hog and Hillman gazed in astonishment, their eyes widening. "A saint-level powerhouse? Do you truly believe a saint-level powerhouse would waste time on mere jokes?" Qian queried with a smile. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hog gazed at Qian with excitement, but still couldn't suppress his curiosity. "Lord Qian, why do you wish to assist me?" "Consider it a destiny shared between me and your Dragonblood Warrior family," Qian replied nonchalantly. "Hog, do you wish to become a Dragonblood Warrior?" "Become a Dragonblood Warrior?" Hog was taken aback, then sighed helplessly. "Lord Qian, my Dragonblood lineage is too thin. I could never become a Dragonblood Warrior. Unless," Qian interjected, "unless you drink the blood of a living dragon to awaken the dormant Dragonblood lineage within you." Upon hearing this, Hog's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Qian. "Lord Qian, you know of this? Could it be?" With a mysterious smile, Qian turned to an empty space and called out, "Oxus, come forth." With a resounding boom, the ground erupted, and a small black dragon, akin to a diminutive serpent, soared into the air, none other than the saint-level black dragon, Oxus. As it ascended, Oxus transformed into a massive black dragon, 100 meters long, coiling gracefully around Qian. A saint-level black dragon? Both Hog and Hillman could not contain their astonishment, their legs trembling under the invisible draconic aura. Seeing the saint-level black dragon Oxus, Hog's mind raced with excitement as he asked, "Lord Qian, are you suggesting I drink the blood of a living dragon to awaken the dormant dragon blood lineage within me?" "What? You want to drink my blood?" Oxus retorted, anger evident in its voice. "Insignificant human, do you wish to end your life?" Hog, momentarily stunned by the dragon's words, felt a chill run down his spine, especially under the pressure of Oxus's aura. With a sharp clap, Qian scolded Oxus, "It's just a little blood. It won't kill you." With its pride somewhat diminished, Oxus looked at Qian with a hint of resentment. "You can't be serious about him drinking my blood? Oxus, you will only contribute a small amount of blood. And in return, we could awaken a powerful dragon blood warrior," Qian stated, then turned to Hog. "Hog, quickly fetch a basin or something to collect the dragon blood." Hog, filled with excitement, was about to respond when Hillman dashed into the reception hall and quickly returned with a large iron basin. "Lord Qian, will this suffice?" Hillman asked cautiously, holding the basin. Nodding in approval, Qian gestured for him to place it down and then turned to the saint-level black dragon Oxus. "Oxus, what are you waiting for?" Reluctantly, Oxus, despite its grievances, approached and used its claws to tear a scale from its chest, allowing droplets of dragon blood to fall, filling most of the basin with just 3 drops. "That will do." Qian waved his hand, signaling Oxus to stop, then turned to Hog. "Hog, quickly drink the dragon blood. The more you consume, the easier it will be to awaken your dormant dragon blood lineage." Hog, thrilled and eager, approached the basin but hesitated. Glancing up at Qian, "Lord Qian, this dragon blood is incredibly potent. Consuming it feels like being set ablaze. I might rupture my veins and perish. With the saint-level dragon blood before you, and yet you hesitate?" Qian chuckled softly. "Rest assured, since I have instructed you to drink it, I possess the means to mitigate its potency and ensure it does not claim your life." As he spoke, Qian produced 10 stalks of blue heartgrass from his palm and handed them to Hog. "This is blue heartgrass, which can counteract the potency of dragon blood. After you drink the dragon blood, consume the blue heartgrass immediately, and it will neutralize the harmful effects." "Blue heartgrass? It can counteract the effects of dragon blood?" Hog exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "I see now. Drinking the blood of a living dragon to awaken the dragon blood lineage is indeed possible, but previously, I lacked the blue heartgrass." With this understanding, Hog no longer hesitated. He grasped the basin and, with determination, began to consume the dragon blood. However, the quantity was overwhelming, and upon finishing half, he felt an intense burning sensation within, his expression contorting with agony. "Hog," Hillman exclaimed anxiously, his concern evident. "Enough. Do not drink any more. It's sufficient. Quickly, take the blue heartgrass," Qian urged, frowning as he observed Hog's suffering. Obeying, Hog set down the iron basin and hastily grabbed the blue heartgrass, chewing and swallowing it. After consuming the blue heartgrass, Hog indeed felt a significant alleviation of his internal torment. However, he soon furrowed his brow again, as the awakening of his dragon blood lineage caused black dragon scales to slowly emerge on his skin, the pain rivaling that of before. Unable to suppress a cry of agony, Hog knelt, clenching his fists and striking the ground in frustration. His expression of torment astonished and worried Hillman, who turned to Qian for help. "Lord Qian, do not worry. It will be all right. This is a normal reaction that triggers the bloodline of the dragon blood warriors. Once he completes the transformation into a dragon blood warrior, everything will be fine." However, Qian gazed at Hog, who was undergoing the transformation, with a calm demeanor. Gradually, Hog's body began to sprout black dragon scales, and 2 protrusions appeared on his back, eventually morphing into 2 black-scaled wings, resembling the fleshy wings of a black dragon. Once Hog completed his transformation, he let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Surprisingly, he did not faint from the pain. It seemed that his obsession with his wife's death had fortified Hog's willpower. Qian couldn't help but marvel at this. Soon, Hog, having regained his composure, beheld his new form as a dragon blood warrior, and his eyes glistened with excitement, reddening with tears. "I, Hog, have become a dragon blood warrior. The glory of my dragon blood warrior family shall shine once more. Ha! Ancestors of the dragon blood warrior family, can you see this?" After a while, Hog gradually calmed his emotions and hurriedly transformed back into his human state. He disregarded his tattered clothing, resembling a beggar, and respectfully knelt before Qian. "Lord Qian, your kindness towards me, Hog, and the dragon blood warrior family shall never be forgotten. All right, enough of this. Get up." Qian laughed as he extended his hand to assist Hog. Once standing, Hog could not restrain his excitement and repeatedly expressed, "Lord Qian, your assistance to the dragon blood warrior family is something I, Hog, can never repay. Hillman, quickly, prepare a lavish feast. I wish to honor Lord Qian." "Oh, the feeling of helping others is indeed delightful." Qian, watching Hog, was in high spirits. By noon, Hog, rarely splurging, prepared an abundance of delicacies to warmly host Qian. During the banquet, in his excitement, Hog consumed quite a bit of wine, and by the end, he had become slightly intoxicated. It was only the next day, upon awakening, that he learned from Hillman that Qian had left the previous night. Upon receiving this news, Hog could not help but feel a sense of regret. On one hand, Qian had departed too swiftly for him to properly express his gratitude. And on the other hand, he lamented not having allowed his eldest son, Lei, to also partake in the invigorating dragon blood and awaken his own dragon blood warrior bloodline. Nevertheless, Hog understood the importance of moderation. Qian's assistance in his becoming a dragon blood warrior was already a tremendous favor. In the future, once he became a powerful Saint Domain dragon blood warrior, capturing a Saint Domain dragon to help Lei awaken his dragon blood warrior bloodline would not be difficult. After all, his son was already a magician. Perhaps in the future, he could achieve both magical and martial prowess. With these thoughts, Hog could not help but feel an exhilarating joy. Hog's happiness stemmed not only from the prospect of reviving the glory of the dragon blood warrior family, but also from the strength he would soon possess to seek out his wife and avenge her. In the ancient bedroom, after Hillman departed, Hog sat on the bed, gripping his hands tightly, his gaze fierce and resolute. "Lena, I will come for you soon. After all these years, I know it is unlikely you are still alive. But even if you are gone, I must avenge you. Otherwise, I shall never find peace in death. Lena, our two sons are remarkable. Lei possesses great magical talent and will become a great magician. Our youngest son, Walton, has a sufficiently potent dragon blood warrior bloodline and can become a dragon blood warrior. In the future, they will restore the glory of the dragon blood warrior family. I will wait for them to grow older and for my own strength to increase. Lena, where are you? What has become of you? Are you truly gone?" "No. I refuse to believe it," Hog murmured to himself, his expression shifting, his red eyes filled with anguish. Chapter 47. The ancestor arrives. To the west of the Beast Mountain in the Yulan continent lies the Holy Alliance and the Dark Alliance, controlled respectively by the Light Church and the Dark Church. At the forefront of the Holy Alliance is the Finley Kingdom. Finley City serves as the capital of the Finley Kingdom and is also the holy city of the Holy Alliance. As the headquarters of the Light Church is located in the western part of Finley City. The city is primarily divided into two parts, the East City, managed by the Finley Kingdom, and the West City, managed by the Light Church. Due to Finley City being both the capital and the holy city, its prosperity is unrivaled across the entire Yulan continent. Finley City occupies a vast area, housing over 1 million residents, making it one of the top 5 super cities in the continent. In the early hours of the night, around 3 or 4 o'clock, Qian concealed his aura and stealthily entered Finley City. Even at night, Finley City remained brightly lit, with the bustling champs, Lysies being particularly lively. In the royal palace of the capital, King Clyde, the golden lion of the Finley Kingdom, and his beloved queen, having tossed and turned all night, had just fallen into a deep sleep when they were abruptly awakened by a sudden rush of wind. "Huh? Who is it?" Startled, Clyde quickly grabbed a robe to drape over himself, leaping from the bed and casting an intense gaze towards the open door. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, Clyde, a level 9 warrior, was robustly built, with muscular arms and chest exposed. Amidst light laughter, a dark figure floated in from outside. Hovering a foot above the ground in the chamber, it was Qian, a Saint Domain powerhouse. Clyde gazed at Qian in astonishment, unable to suppress his anxiety. What do you want? Kid, you don't even recognize your own ancestor? You deserve a beating." Qian shot a stern glare at Clyde. "Ancestor?" Clyde's face twitched slightly, instinctively feeling a surge of irritation, but as his thoughts shifted, he could not help but look at Qian with excitement and anticipation. "And might you be an ancestor of the Finley royal family? Well, at least you have some sense." Qian casually nodded. "I am Qian, though I doubt you have heard of me, as I have been gone for over 1,000 years. Back then, I was just an ordinary member of the royal family, and I left when my strength was still rather weak." Hearing Qian's acknowledgement, Clyde's heart soared with joy. A Saint Domain powerhouse. As long as a Saint Domain powerhouse remains alive, the Finley royal family can continue to thrive. Clyde harbored no doubt about Qian's identity. Who would go to the trouble of impersonating an ancestor of the Finley royal family for such trivial amusement? Clyde could never imagine that someone could be so absurdly idle. Yet, even if Clyde were aware that Qian was not truly a member of the Finley royal family, he would feign ignorance. With a Saint Domain powerhouse to rely on, the Finley royal family gained a significant ally. Even the Light Church would think twice before taking action against them. Though the Finley royal family appeared resplendent, they were entirely under the control of the Light Church. Take Clyde, for example. The Light Church could replace him at any time should they desire. The kingdoms and noble families of the Holy Alliance were merely tools used by the Light Church to govern the alliance. Once a royal family possessed a Saint Domain powerhouse. Even the Light Church would seek to win them over. Your humble servant pays respects to the ancestor. Without hesitation, Qian prostrated himself before Qian, akin to pushing mountains and toppling pillars. Qian was not surprised by Qian's reaction. He stifled a laugh inwardly while maintaining a satisfied expression. All right, rise, young man. You, if I am not mistaken, have become a level 9 warrior due to the grace of the Light Church, correct? What a pity. I once thought the Finley royal family had produced a talent. If you could have cultivated your strength independently to become a level 9 warrior with my guidance, you might have stepped into the Saint Domain. What a pity. While the grace of the Light Church has granted you immediate strength, it has also robbed you of the opportunity for further advancement, Qian remarked, shaking his head with a sigh. This was also Clyde's regret, yet after rising, he respectfully declared, Ancestor, with you, our Finley royal family shall continue to thrive. Whether I can become a formidable force in the sanctuary is of little consequence. What matters is your increasing strength, esteemed ancestor. Huh, you flatter me too much. Qian chuckled, then remarked, I have just returned and find myself without a place to stay. Upon hearing this, Clyde hurriedly suggested, Esteemed ancestor, why not reside within the royal palace? I will arrange the finest accommodations for you there. The royal palace? I am not of such noble birth. I would feel out of place there. Please, find me a tranquil spot within the city instead. Qian furrowed his brow and waved his hand dismissively. Clyde, with a twinkle in his eye, nodded vigorously, of course. Esteemed ancestor, how about I arrange for you to stay on Greenleaf Road? It's quite serene, and I have a villa there, which should suffice. Oh, very well, that will do. Qian raised an eyebrow and nodded indifferently, though internally he mused. That place seems to have been granted to Lin Lei by Clyde in the future. Does it not? Seeing Qian acquiesce, Clyde eagerly arranged for his most trusted court attendants and guards to escort Qian to Greenleaf Road. The villa on Greenleaf Road was vast, significantly larger than Lin Lei's ancestral home. In the bustling city of Finley, possessing such an estate was no small feat. It was not merely a matter of wealth. The entire residence, in both layout and decor, was of the highest caliber. Notably, the spring water garden featured not only a hot spring pool but also artificial hills and grassy areas, alongside various exercise apparatus. After a rigorous training session, soaking in the hot spring was truly a divine indulgence. Ah, splendid indeed. After a leisurely stroll with Clyde, Qian settled into the soothing waters of the spring water garden, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Clyde, feeling relieved, smiled and said, Esteemed ancestor, I shall arrange for more attendants to assist you. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to command them. Do not overdo it. I prefer a quieter atmosphere. Especially avoiding those androgynous court attendants, Qian replied, his eyes half closed as he relaxed in the hot spring. As for the maidservants, arrange for a few pleasing to the eye, but not all young girls, understand? Clyde was momentarily taken aback, his gaze flickering before he nodded in agreement. Very well. Now go about your business. I shall be here in seclusion for the time being. Do not disturb me unless it is urgent. Qian waved his hand. Clyde, unperturbed, respectfully acquiesced and left the spring water garden like a dutiful grandson. Once Clyde departed, Qian opened his eyes slightly and allowed a smile to grace his lips as he murmured to himself, Ah, what a splendid idea I had. With a mere nudge, I have someone eager to serve me like a grandson. Being revered as an ancestor is quite delightful. The Holy See of Light should soon receive the news, I presume. They will surely be surprised by my identity. However, no matter how they investigate, they will likely uncover nothing. I estimate it 1 TB long before the Sanctuary's powers from the Holy See come to probe my background. I shall then devise a means to acquire the tomes containing various magical spells hoarded by the Holy See, Qian thought, playfully splashing the water of the hot spring with a smile. At noon, clad in a loose black robe, Qian enjoyed a sumptuous lunch in the main hall while casually inspecting the maidservants Clyde had arranged for him. However, upon seeing them, he could not suppress a slight gasp of disbelief. Goodness, Clyde's comprehension is quite remarkable. I asked for maidservants who are pleasing to the eye and not mere children. And what does he present? Mature women, young mothers, and even an alluring matron. These are maidservants? They resemble a group of noble women instead. Chapter 48. Falling Leaves, Luya's days later. In a tranquil courtyard beside the spring water garden, beneath an ancient banyan tree that had thrived for countless years, Qian reclined in a chaise longue, leisurely perusing a thick, ancient tome of magic. The ancient magic circles undoubtedly possess their own profound mysteries. They bear similarities to the formations from the primordial world and the celestial transformation world, yet are distinctly different. After an indeterminate time, Qian slowly closed the book. squinting towards the distant western sunset, reflecting, the royal family's collection, as I anticipated, contains various spells of the 7 elemental laws, yet only ranges from levels 1 to 9. The most formidable sanctuary forbidden spells are conspicuously absent. A mere royal lineage spanning a millennium lacks sufficient depth, far inferior to the enduring might of the Holy See. As the sun gradually descended, Qian, lost in contemplation of the magic circles he had studied, suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes. "My lord, the Holy See has sent someone to request an audience with you." A woman of alluring figure, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, approached with light footsteps, cautiously informing Qian. "Finally, they have arrived?" Qian's eyes brightened, a smile curving his lips as he stood. "Where are they?" Moments later, Qian found himself in the main hall, face to face with the Holy See's visitor, a frail, skeletal old man, whose loose white robe appeared excessively baggy on his gaunt frame. His bony hands resembled chicken claws, merely flesh stretched over bones. This old man regarded Qian with a curious smile as he squinted his eyes. "Qian, is it? Greetings, I am Luyas, a practitioner from the Holy See." The old man greeted with a smile, though he did not rise from his seat. Qian paid no heed to this. Walking directly to the main seat and sitting down, then smilingly addressed the old man, "Esteemed Luyas, I have heard of you. You are a prominent figure among the practitioners of the Holy See, are you not?" "Indeed," Luyas chuckled lightly, then regarded Qian with a meaningful gaze. "While you seem to know a bit about me, I, on the other hand, know nothing about you. What would you like to know, esteemed Luyas?" Qian inquired nonchalantly. Luyas casually replied, "The Holy See merely wishes to ascertain your stance towards us. Esteemed Luyas, with the Holy See's profound heritage and multitude of experts, do you truly think a mere sanctuary powerhouse like myself poses any threat or ill will towards you?" Qian gently shook his head, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. Luyas, however, smiled without affirming or denying, "That certainly sounds reasonable, but what makes you think the Holy See should trust you? What would you require for the Holy See to place its trust in me?" Qian countered with a question. Luyas's eyes flickered momentarily before he formed a cold smile. "Quite simple. You need to eliminate someone for the Holy See." "Kill someone? A sanctuary powerhouse?" Qian inquired with genuine interest, seemingly unfazed by the request. "Indeed, a sanctuary powerhouse from the Dark Church," Luyas affirmed, nodding at Qian seriously. Qian did not respond directly, but instead raised an eyebrow, questioning. "How formidable is this sanctuary powerhouse from the Dark Church?" "Not particularly strong, merely a mid-tier sanctuary powerhouse. You should be able to handle him," Luyas casually remarked. "Very well. I can assist the Holy See in this matter. However, I cannot do so without compensation." Qian pondered before nodding. Luyas smiled without objection. "What are your demands? Or rather, what do you desire?" "I seek the incantations of all the sanctuary forbidden spells pertaining to the 7 elemental laws." Qian's request momentarily stunned Luyas. Realizing the implications, Luyas furrowed his brow, somewhat incredulously regarding Qian. "The incantations for all forbidden spells of the 7 elemental laws?" "Esteemed Luyas, this request poses no substantial loss to the Holy See, whilst I am risking incurring the wrath of the Dark Church by eliminating a sanctuary powerhouse. If you cannot even agree to this modest demand, it would reflect a lack of sincerity." Qian expressed his dissatisfaction towards Luyas. After a moment of contemplation, Luyas's gaze flickered before he nodded indifferently. "Very well, I can agree to your request. This contains all the information regarding the sanctuary powerhouse from the Dark Church," Luyas said, producing a stack of papers and presenting them to Qian with a wave of his hand. With a light shake of his head, Qian smiled and remarked, "It seems the Holy See has made quite thorough preparations." He then turned to Lord Luya, saying, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. No need for formalities. Once it is confirmed that the powerful being from the Dark Holy See has perished, I shall seek you out again," Luya replied, rising without further ado. "Very well, but do not forget the incantations of the 7 elemental laws that I require," Qian said with a faint smile. Luya walked straight out, offering no response. Qian, unconcerned, lowered his gaze to the paper in his hand. In the realm of the Dark Alliance, within the Black Lion Kingdom, stood an ancient manor that had existed for centuries, occupying nearly 1/3 of the town of Mad Lion. The manor was filled with guards, maids, and numerous alluring women of varied beauty. The master of this estate, known as Gusro, was a formidable being of the Holy Domain and had held considerable influence in the Dark Holy See since his ascension decades ago. Gusro was notorious for his tyrannical nature and his fondness for beauty. Over the past several decades, under Gusro's covert manipulation, the Dark Alliance and the Holy Alliance had engaged in numerous battles, resulting in significant casualties on both sides. Gusro had stealthily eliminated several 9th-level experts from the Holy See. Had it not been for his backing from the Dark Holy See, the Holy See would have dispatched formidable Holy Domain experts to eliminate him long ago. What Gusro could not have anticipated was that this time, the Holy See would indeed send someone to kill him, and that someone was Qian, concealing his presence. Qian infiltrated Gusro's manor, easily following the overwhelming aura of the Holy Domain that led him to Gusro. From the rooftop of the manor, Qian observed as over 10 elegantly dressed women, aged in their 20s and 30s, stood in a line below, their faces pale and trembling with evident fear. Simultaneously, Qian discerned the sounds of a man's maniacal laughter and a woman's anguished screams emanating from within. Soon, a man's furious roar silenced the woman's cries. The door burst open violently, revealing a muscular man, resembling a standing black bear. Covered in blood and grinning with a twisted smile as he lunged towards one of the trembling women, intent on dragging her back inside. However, just as the man was about to pull the woman into the room, his body suddenly froze, a look of terror spreading across his face as he beheld Qian, who had appeared before him like a specter. With a mere touch to the man's forehead, Qian caused his head to explode like a watermelon. In the wake of the woman's horrified scream, Qian cast a disdainful glance at Gusro's headless corpse and noticed a torn, bloodied female body sprawled on the lavish floor. He frowned, shook his head, and with a wave of his hand, retrieved the spatial ring from Gusro's finger before vanishing from sight. Chapter 49. Profound Insights in the Guest Hall of the Imperial Residence in Finlai City. Not long after Qian's return, Lord Luoye of the Holy See arrived once more. Qian, I did not expect you to eliminate Gusro so effortlessly. It appears your strength has reached the pinnacle of the Holy Domain, Luoye remarked. His demeanor notably more courteous than their previous encounter. With a non-committal smile, Qian responded, Lord Luoye, do not forget our previous agreement. Have you brought the incantations for the 7 elemental laws? Of course, Luoye said with a smile, producing 7 moderately thick tomes and presenting them to Qian. These 7 books contain all the incantations for the various elemental laws, from first-level spells to the forbidden incantations of the Holy Domain. After placing the tomes aside and perusing one to confirm its contents, Qian nodded in satisfaction and said, Indeed, the Holy See is quite efficient. With a chuckle, Luoye extended an invitation. On behalf of the Holy See, I sincerely invite you to join our ranks. What do you think? Join the Holy See? Qian raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly at Luoye's proposition before decisively shaking his head. I appreciate your kindness, but I prefer my freedom and the absence of constraints that come with joining a faction. However, should the Holy See require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Just know that my services will not come cheaply. Very well. Since you prefer not to join, the Holy See will not press the issue. Luoye replied with a resigned smile. After Luoye's departure, Qian eagerly delved into the study of the forbidden incantations of the 7 elemental laws. Days later, Qian quietly departed Finlai City and ventured into the Beast Mountain range, alighting by a picturesque stream. After sending his companion, the Holy Domain Black Dragon Okase, off to roam freely, Qian began to explore various spells in the serene wilderness. With his formidable spiritual essence, Qian found the principles of magic effortless to grasp. Drawing upon his innate affinity for earth, wind, fire, and light elemental laws, he easily absorbed and stored a substantial amount of elemental energy within his dantian. With knowledge of the incantations, even the forbidden spells of the Holy Domain became accessible to him, without distinction from a true Holy Domain mage. And he found them even easier to wield. Qian's attention, however, was primarily focused on understanding the principles of magic. In essence, magic was merely a fundamental application of profound laws, utilizing mental energy to manipulate the elemental forces of nature to create powerful spells. In truth, it bore similarities to the spells of immortal cultivators. Through his exploration of magical principles, Qian gained a deeper understanding and insight into the intricacies of the elements. Moreover, although Qian had not undergone systematic warrior training, his superior realm allowed him to effortlessly convert his magical energy to reach the Holy Domain level, and he found it easy to grasp the foundational aspects of martial prowess. After all, he had gained considerable understanding of numerous elemental intricacies. Months later, within the ancient forests of the Beast Mountain range, Qian stood suspended in midair, wielding a slender, dark blue sword. Though his sword movements appeared slow, they caused the very fabric of space to shimmer and distort. With a swift motion, he effortlessly tore a rift in space. In an instant, numerous sword shadows erupted like a peacock fanning its tail, merging into what seemed to be a single ordinary strike, yet slicing through space with the delicacy of a fine wire. Accompanied by a rush of wind, Qian's form split into 2, then 4, rapidly multiplying into 16 figures. These figures surged forward with astonishing speed, coalescing into a circular formation, their swords flashing and ringing with a sharp sound, causing the surrounding trees to tremble and disintegrate into dust. Eventually, Qian Kuan's form solidified into one, and with a flourish of his sword, he smiled, the wind elemental law. The elements of wind, speed, slowness, sound waves, music, shadow clones, wind walk, wind space, dimensional blades, these 9 profound concepts I have made considerable insights into. And they are beginning to merge harmoniously. Indeed, the fusion of profundities is the true path. A certain law must integrate all mysteries to be deemed a complete understanding. The great perfection. Although I am aware that merging from the outset of comprehension may prove easier, even with my formidable primordial spirit and swift insights, attaining the great perfection remains a formidable challenge. Thus, Qian Kuan lightly shook his head with a sigh. With a flick of his hand, he sheathed the slender dark blue divine sword, and with a thought, he retrieved a formidable black heavy sword. The law of the earth murmured softly as Qian Kuan held the black sword aloft, releasing an invisible wave that resonated outward, causing nearby trees to tremble and shatter. Gliding forward, Qian Kuan, with a mere flick of his wrist, directed the black sword downward, summoning an intensified gravitational force that caused a multitude of wooden fragments to plummet to the ground. As Qian Kuan descended gracefully, his steps appeared casual yet were executed with remarkable precision, akin to traversing mere inches upon the earth. Simultaneously, he wielded the black sword, executing various strikes against the surrounding rocks and soil, causing the very ground to quake and the stones to splinter, as if the earth itself were in turmoil. Amidst the explosive sounds, Qian Kuan swiftly transitioned his weapon to a dark red heavy spear, its tip piercing into the stones like a drill, unleashing a violent force that sent shards of rock flying, an embodiment of the explosive essence of the fire elemental law. In the blink of an eye, Qian Kuan transformed his weapon yet again, this time into a cerulean divine whip. As the whip danced, it formed spirals that twisted the surrounding space into a vortex. With a sharp, piercing sound, the whip suddenly stiffened, its slender tip resembling an ice shard, thrusting forward and piercing the very fabric of space, obliterating a nearby tree in the process. As the wooden fragments scattered, a radiant white light enveloped Qian Kuan, causing the touched debris to dissolve as if purified. I possess a certain affinity for the elements of earth, wind, water, fire, and light, yet I find myself lacking in the realms of darkness and lightning. I have some understanding of the rules of destruction, but the concepts of death, life, and destiny remain elusive. It seems I must seek opportunities to acquire the methods for mastering the magics of death and life, as well as the grand art of prophecy. Pondering this, Qian Kuan furrowed his brow. Should I not first seek to comprehend a single profound law to ascend to godhood before all else? My current strength falls short when faced with true deities, and cultivating multiple divine avatars would surely accelerate my progress. However, the fluctuations of ascension are likely to attract the attention of powerful beings such as the High Priest or the War God. While they may not pose an immediate threat, I certainly wish to avoid drawing the premature scrutiny of Beirut from the dark forest. Contemplating this, a sudden realization illuminated Qian Kuan's thoughts, the realm of chaos. The small dimensional space left by Beirut could serve as an excellent training ground, one where the vibrations of my ascension would likely remain concealed. It appears I must venture into the realm of chaos. Chapter 50. Qian Kuan's ascension. The realm of chaos lies nestled between the O'Brien Empire, the Luo Empire, and the great eastern grasslands, amidst a cluster of 4 to 5 dozen duchies, a place rife with conflict. Every few years, the number of duchies shifts, making it a focal point of power struggles. Both the Church of Light and the Church of Darkness have long sought to conquer the realm of chaos, their ongoing rivalry perpetuating continuous strife. To the north of the realm of chaos lies the vast dark forest, home to a plethora of magical beasts, rivaling those of the Beast Mountain range. Every few decades, or even years, a wave of magical beasts surges forth from the dark forest into the realm of chaos, resulting in devastating casualties. In the unremarkable town of Mudseal within the realm of chaos, Qian Kuan arrived quietly, discovering a massive vein of magical crystal ore. Delving through the earth, he reached the core of the ore vein, where a door, incongruous to this plane, awaited. This door, visible to the naked eye, eluded detection even by the mental probes of ordinary sanctuary-level experts. With narrowed eyes fixed upon the luminous portal, Qian Kuan stepped through without hesitation. The moment he entered, a blade-like force assailed him, yet his robust physique effortlessly mitigated the onslaught. Inside the portal, a spherical space, akin to a transparent bubble of 10 meters in diameter, materialized before him. The interior of this spherical chamber resembled a training sanctum, furnished with only a simple bed, table, and chairs. This space was safeguarded by a membrane, impervious to external disturbances and destruction. Gazing upwards and around, Qian noted the chaotic spatial currents beyond the transparent barrier, where colorful streams and fissures of space occasionally manifested, their fearsome power inducing a sense of trepidation. Within this spherical sanctuary, Qian felt the density of elemental energies surging to an extraordinary degree. With the essences of the 7 elemental laws and 4 fundamental energies amplified manyfold. Here, the process of comprehending mysteries would undoubtedly accelerate. Indeed, it was an ideal place for tranquil cultivation. With a flicker of his form, Qian settled cross-legged upon the stone bed, gradually immersing himself in the profundities of elemental comprehension. Eager to attain divinity swiftly, he chose to explore the nuances of the wind elemental law, merging the principles of speed and slowness to enhance his cultivation velocity. As long as his understanding of speed was sufficient, no bottleneck would impede his ascension to godhood. Other mysteries, however, typically necessitated the mastery of one before one could transcend. Time slipped by unnoticed, and over the course of a year, Qian sat in meditation upon the stone bed, the dark blue divine sword's tip hovering before him, tracing intricate patterns in the air. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He sensed that he had crossed a threshold, the boundary between the sanctuary and the divine realms. A tremendous, soul-shaking force enveloped him, causing Qian to awaken abruptly, his eyes flying open. This power distorted the surrounding space, isolating him from the outside world, and he found himself levitating uncontrollably. What an awe-inspiring aura! Is this the essence of the world's laws? Qian marveled in astonishment. As the terrifying laws of heaven and earth descended, Qian found himself doing nothing. A unique force penetrated his mind, encompassing his primordial spirit. At that moment, he felt as though every secret of his spirit was laid bare, including his understanding of the principles of speed. Above him, a force imbued with the essence of law began to coalesce, while the energy of the wind element surged forth. Torrents of elemental power streaming into the microdimension, ultimately condensing into a singular point. In mere moments, the swirling elements dissipated, revealing a black crystal radiating a pale azure glow. Suspended above Qian head, it was the divine essence of the wind attribute. As this divine essence formed, it instinctively linked with Qian's primordial spirit. Is this the sensation of becoming a deity? The earlier feeling of having his spirit laid bare was profound, and as Qian scrutinized the divine essence, he soon received an innate message, an inquiry from the laws of the universe regarding whether he would prefer to house the divine essence internally or externally. Without a moment's hesitation, Qian commanded the divine essence to hover beside him. Immediately, a soul-wrenching agony surged from the essence of his being, as Qian distinctly felt his soul as though it were cleaved apart, with a fragment escaping his mind and merging into the divine essence. The surrounding space trembled violently, and the portion of his soul within the divine essence astonishingly sensed a peculiar location, the very core of an infinite expanse. This was an immense realm, a vast ocean of elemental forces accessible only to those who had attained divine status. This was a misty space, devoid of any light, illuminated solely by the azure glow emitted from the elemental ocean itself, barely casting a radiance upon this dimension. The boundless elemental tides surged, their waves rising and falling, representing the ocean of wind elements. The surface of this elemental sea consisted of a substance akin to liquid, a congealed essence of heaven and earth's elements. Through the divine essence, Qian could perceive the depths beneath the surface of the elemental liquid, where an inexhaustible reservoir of divine power lay. This divine power grew increasingly refined the deeper one delved into the ocean. However, Qian could only barely breach the surface, sensing a depth of approximately 50 meters below. The disparity in the purity of divine power increased exponentially with every meter descended. This was attributed to Qian formidable soul, for typically, a newly ascended deity could only sense 10 meters beneath the elemental liquid surface, while those who had refined their divine essence could manage merely 1 meter. Abruptly, at a depth of 50 meters beneath the elemental ocean's surface, a significant portion of divine power inexplicably vanished, traversing a unique passage formed by the laws of heaven and earth, directly descending into the microdimension where Qian resided, and began consolidating into a divine essence centered around the wind elemental divine avatar that incorporated a fragment of Qian's soul. With a clear sound, a body nearly identical to Qian's emerged from the head downwards. A surge of thought propelled Qian to command the divine power within him to coalesce into a pale azure robe enveloping his form. Simultaneously, the special force representing the laws of heaven and earth dissipated, restoring tranquility to the microdimension once more. It was done. Qian exhaled a sigh of relief, observing his wind elemental divine avatar, and with a mere thought, he integrated the avatar back into his being. Within Qian's mind, beneath the miniature representation of his soul, A figure seated in meditation, clad in a pale azure robe, hovered, a manifestation of his wind elemental divine avatar. Qian once more attuned himself to the elemental ocean, endeavoring to draw upon the divine power located 50 meters beneath the surface of the elemental liquid. For an ordinary lower-tier deity, the rate of absorbing divine power would be sluggish. However, Qian, leveraging his significantly stronger soul, was able to absorb divine power at a commendable pace. Indeed, this divine power was exceptional, enhancing his body with it yielded remarkable results as streams of divine energy flowed through a special channel into Qian's body, being refined and absorbed, consequently fortifying his physical form. Concurrently, Qian discerned that his divine avatar had a clear perception of the wind elemental laws. Yet its awareness of other elemental laws and fluctuations was considerably vague, and obscurity magnified 1,000-fold compared to what he experienced through his true self. Chapter 51. Hog's Revenge. After attaining divinity in the wind element, Qian instructed his divine avatar to continue exploring the essence of speed, while he himself delved into the fire elemental laws, focusing on the most fundamental principles of fire. Having previously garnered some insight into the fire elemental laws during his studies of fire magic, Qian spent several months mastering the intricacies of fire, achieving divinity in this element. Subsequently, he pursued the earth elemental principles, the water elemental principles, and the light elemental principles, dedicating varying spans of months to attain divinity in the earth, water, and light elemental laws, respectively. After establishing 5 divine avatars within the microdimension to continue their respective elemental studies, Qian finally departed for Finley City. Upon his return to Finley City, he realized that over 4 years had passed since his last departure. While the city appeared largely unchanged, at the outskirts of Finley City, Ernst Academy had recognized 5th-year student Lin Lei alongside Dixie as 2 unparalleled prodigies, their renown spreading far and wide. Lin Lei? Qian mused, having never encountered him. After returning, he overheard the maids occasionally discussing Lin Lei, yet he merely contemplated silently, continuing his arduous training, indifferent even to the visits from King Clyde of Finley Kingdom. However, one day, as Qian relaxed in the spring water, meditating upon the principles of the laws, he suddenly fell to stirring. Opening his eyes in surprise as he turned toward the palace, Is that Presence Hog? Could it be that he has discovered the truth behind his wife's demise and seeks vengeance against Clyde? Years had passed. He had diligently cultivated his dragon blood battle chi, achieving the rank of an 8th-level warrior, yet he feared he had not yet reached the 9th level. Even transformed into a dragon blood warrior, he would only attain the pinnacle of 9th level. Such impulsiveness in seeking revenge against Clyde was reckless. Shaking his head, he sighed inwardly, and with a flicker, he vanished from the spring. Meanwhile, within the palace, chaos erupted as a dragon-like humanoid creature invaded, unleashing a rampage that threw the entire palace into disarray. Although Clyde was a 9th-level warrior, he could not withstand the assault of the enigmatic dragon man. Had it not been for the protective scroll of fate's guardianship, he would have met the same fate as another 9th-level warrior, Caesar, within the palace. Utilizing the protection of fate, Clyde fled in desperation toward the residence of Qian, seeking refuge. However, Hog, transformed into a dragon blood warrior, relentlessly pursued him, intent on exacting vengeance. Their chase caused turmoil throughout Finley City, attracting the attention of the experts from the Light Church, with Pope Hastings even taking action personally. Under the cover of night, as Clyde's fate's guardianship was shattered, Hog, wielding a heavy sword, was on the verge of delivering a fatal blow. Suddenly, an invisible force swept through, ensnaring Hog as if he were mired in a quagmire, rendering him immobile. In the midst of Hog's frenzied, anguished roars, Clyde, shaken yet relieved, looked up to see Hastings and could not contain his astonishment as he respectfully bowed, exclaiming, "Your Holiness, a dragon blood warrior? You must be from the Baruch family, correct?" Hastings disregarded Clyde's presence, instead narrowing his eyes at Hog. Yet Hog, with a malevolent expression and crimson eyes, glared fiercely at him, showing no intention of responding. Hastings continued calmly, "There is a talented student at Ernst Academy named Lin Lei, who also hails from the Baruch family. I am curious about your relationship with him." At the mention of Lin Lei, Hog's demeanor shifted, his composure faltering. Noting the change in his expression and his evasive gaze, Hastings smiled, exuding a confidence that suggested he was in control, and with a thought, released Hog from his bindings. "Come with me, Your Holiness." Sensing the shift in Hastings' attitude towards Hog, Clyde's expression changed, and he attempted to speak. Yet, before his words could fully escape, Hastings cast a disapproving glare in his direction, while Hog, now freed, charged at Clyde once more. With a sharp crack, Hastings casually waved his hand, sending Hog hurtling backward, crashing into the cobblestone street, shattering the ground beneath him. Blood seeped from Hog's body, the once impressive defenses of his scales appearing feeble under Hating's seemingly effortless strike. In a flurry of hurried footsteps, numerous palace guards and 2 red-robed high priests, along with a member of the Inquisition led by the Light Church, arrived simultaneously, hastily bowing to Clyde and Hating's. "Gilmore, bring him back," Haynes commanded. Glancing at one of the 2 red-robed cardinals, Gilmore, nodding in response, Gilmore hurriedly instructed the accompanying Inquisitors, "Take this devil away." As 4 Inquisitors stepped forward to seize Hogg, a ghostly figure unexpectedly emerged from their midst, reaching out to grab Hogg and prepare for a swift departure. Such audacity to snatch someone in my presence. Haynes, witnessing this, was filled with rage, and in an instant, he appeared before the phantom figure, unleashing a radiant palm that rendered the surrounding space almost immobile, leaving no opportunity for the shadowy figure to evade. In the sound of a deep, resounding collision, the shadowy figure's dark hand met Haynes's palm, leveraging the force to retreat with Hogg, soon vanishing into the darkness. Practicing the laws of darkness, are these individuals from the Dark Church? Is there a mysterious powerhouse from the Dark Church that I am unaware of? Haynes, after staggering back a few steps to regain his stance, wore an expression of grim suspicion as he gazed at the direction from which the shadowy figure had disappeared. Moments later, in the spring water garden, a ghostly figure descended from the sky, casually waving a hand to toss the bloodied Hogg, now returned to his normal state, into the spring pool. "Who are you? Why did you save me?" Hogg, groaning in pain, could not help but question the figure cloaked in black robes. With a wave, the figure, revealed to be Qian, smiled at Hogg and said, "What, after years apart, you no longer recognize me? Lord Qian?" Hogg's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized Qian's appearance. "Recently, I have secluded myself in Finley City for quiet contemplation. Sensing your presence, I came to see you," Qian remarked, shaking his head. "I never imagined you would possess such audacity to venture into the Finley Kingdom's palace to kill Clyde. Have you considered that even if you succeeded in killing Clyde, would you be able to escape Finley City alive? If you perish, what will become of your 2 sons?" Upon hearing this, Hogg's expression turned pained. "Lord Qian, I know I have acted impulsively. However, Clyde was responsible for my wife's death. I cannot die without avenging her. Why can't you endure a little longer? At the very least, ensure you possess sufficient strength before seeking vengeance. You are a dragon blood warrior. In time, you could become a powerful sacred domain dragon blood warrior. When that time comes, avenging her will be much easier," Qian said, somewhat helplessly. "Had I known you would so little value your own life, I would have refrained from making you a dragon blood warrior." Chapter 52. The Day of Destruction. As he spoke, Qian shook his head and summoned the light elements of the world, casting a momentary 9th-level healing spell, the Light Hymn, towards Hogg in the spring pool. Bathed in white light, Hogg's injuries rapidly healed, and the blood on him was washed away by the flowing spring water. "Thank you, Lord Qian, for saving my life." Hogg, now healed, rose from the spring pool and hurriedly bowed to Qian, expressing his gratitude. Qian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough of that. You've stirred up such a great commotion. Think about your son, Lin. That Haynes from the Light Church will undoubtedly recognize your identity as a dragon blood warrior and surmise your connection to Lin. Quickly leave here and find your son. Lin, you must escape the Holy Alliance at once. Perhaps you father and son can go to the O'Brien Empire and reunite with your younger son, Walton. Thank you for the guidance, Lord Qian. I shall take my leave," Hogg replied, preparing to depart. "Not so fast. Change your clothes before you leave." "How can you go out looking like that?" Qian remarked, slightly exasperated, as he conjured a set of clothes and tossed them to Hogg. Once Hogg had hurriedly changed and left, Qian burned the tattered, blood-soaked garments with a fireball spell, reducing them to ashes and casting them into the spring pool to erase all traces. He then focused his mind, probing the light temple within Finley City, and furrowed his brow. That Haynes is indeed persistent. He has sent people to capture Lin. This situation has become quite complicated. Qian directly contacted the sacred domain Black Dragon, Akis, instructing it to leave the Monster Mountain and head to Ernst Academy to assist Lin and his father in evading the pursuit of the Light Church. The following morning, as Qian sat cross-legged on the grass of the spring water garden, he suddenly opened his eyes. A smile creeping across his face, Akis has helped Hogg and Lin escape the Light Church's pursuit, and it even brought them into the Monster Mountain, reaching Satyas, and persuaded Satyas to have Lin consume its dragon blood to awaken the dragon blood warrior lineage. Is this the inertia of the plot? Once he confirmed that Hogg and Lin were safe, Qian decided to return to his focused training. Time flowed slowly. 1 year passed, then 2. As the milestone of 10,000 years in the Yulan calendar approached, the weather turned cold, and the Yulan festival was near, carrying extraordinary significance this year. In the days leading up to the Yulan festival, Qian having concluded his seclusion, seemed to be in good spirits and even met with Qian, who had come to pay his respects. That Qian is quite the rogue. He clearly intended to tempt me, didn't he? Observing Qian's presentation of the enchanting beauty, Windsor. To him, Qian couldn't help but silently scoff. In his past life, a standard nerd, Qian had never experienced the pleasures of romance. And to claim he had no thoughts about women would be disingenuous. Yet, if a beauty were to present herself, he might not have the courage to indulge, embodying the typical nerd mentality. Thus, facing the alluring and captivating beauty, Windsor, Qian managed to suppress his desires and retreated into seclusion once more. Windsor, feeling a hint of melancholy, found herself pondering the unappreciative Lord Qian before arriving. Windsor had learned from Qian that Qian was the ancient ancestor of the Finley royal family, a powerful sacred domain warrior who had lived for over 1,000 years. A sacred domain warrior. To Windsor's former self, that was the stuff of legends. Being assigned to serve such a formidable being, Windsor felt a surge of excitement. If she could capture the heart of a sacred domain warrior, her future status would be assured. With her mind swirling with thoughts of how to pique Qian's interest, Windsor was startled when the door was roughly pushed open. Turning, she saw Qian enter hurriedly, clumsily closing the door behind him, and then he approached her directly. Windsor, momentarily taken aback, observed Qian's breath was rapid, his eyes burning with intensity as they locked onto her, causing her heart to flutter. She rose with a captivating smile. Lord Qian. Gulping audibly, Qian raised a hand to halt Windsor, his voice slightly dry as he said, Windsor, slightly taken aback, looked at Qian with wide eyes, then stepped closer, her smile growing as she reached out to caress his cheek. My lord, I wish for your assistance in undressing. Before the beguiling and deadly enchantress before him, Qian could no longer restrain himself and reached out, causing the luxurious garments to tear, revealing the alluringly pale and delicate form of Windsor. With a deliberately enticing cry from Windsor, Qian seized her and tossed her onto the bed, immediately pouncing upon her. In the aftermath, Windsor found herself astonished. The legendary ancestor of the Finley royal family, said to have lived for over 1,000 years, was in fact a novice? Yet, he possessed an impressive aptitude for the matters of love, and indeed, a saintly domain expert was formidable. After several passionate encounters, Windsor ultimately found herself begging for mercy. In the following days, the inexperienced Qian succumbed entirely to passion, indulging day and night with several alluring beauties sent by Qian. His otherworldly physique and formidable prowess rendered him an overwhelming force, far beyond the capacity of these ordinary women, leaving Windsor and her companions to experience ecstasy and despair in equal measure. On the day of the Yulan festival, Qian awoke early, feeling somewhat disenchanted. He left the palace and meandered through the streets of Finley. Windsor and her companions were all left nursing their wounds, while he, the instigator, having initially been thrilled by the pleasures of love, found the novelty had worn off. The concept of desire, after all, was not so terrifying. Having experienced it, he realized it was merely a fleeting affair. As he strolled, feeling invigorated and at ease, Qian sought a tavern to enjoy a hearty meal. When suddenly he sensed something amiss, his expression shifting. What could this be? Could the sealing magic array of the spatial node within the misty gorge have malfunctioned? A terrifying din echoed from afar, shaking the very earth, as tiles from the rooftops along the streets trembled and fell. The citizens of Finley were thrown into chaos, many emerging from their homes to the courtyards or streets, gazing upwards in confusion. Kill them all. The more you slay, the greater the rewards from the king. A thunderous voice bellowed. From the distance, a colossal golden-furred ape, towering over 30 meters, descended from the sky, its eyes resembling purple wheels, its golden fur crackling with energy, causing the air to ripple. Soon, roars of monstrous beasts reverberated from all directions. A horde of winged dragon-like creatures descended upon the city, their numbers so vast they were nearly uncountable. In an instant, it felt as though the apocalypse had arrived. Chaos erupted in Finley, and the day of slaughter had come. Chapter 53. Emperor Lin, without time to ponder further, witnessing the swarm of winged dragons descending upon Finley, along with other beasts such as winged steeds and azure-eyed thunder eagles. Qian's intent sharpened. He summoned the elemental winds of the cosmos, swiftly conjuring a vast destructive storm of forbidden magic. The terrifying tempest surged forth under his command, sweeping toward the flying beasts, and amidst their terrified wails, countless monsters were soon transformed into a rain of blood. Damnable humans! Roared the enormous purple-eyed golden ape as it barreled through the storm, its golden fur in disarray, raging toward Qian. Its massive fists, like hills, came crashing down, shaking the very fabric of space. Faced with this terrifying blow, Qian's eyes narrowed, a glint of icy malice flickering within. As the fist descended, his form dissipated into elemental energy, reappearing beside the ape's head. With a swift motion, Qian brandished his deep blue sword, seemingly nonchalant, yet where the blade passed, space itself tore. A deep gash opened on the ape's neck, blood gushing forth, followed by its head rolling away. As the destructive storm subsided, more flying beasts surged toward Finley. Ascending into the sky, Qian beheld massive sacred domain beasts approaching. Among them a wingless tyrannosaurus resembling rock and a blood-eyed maned lion, standing 30 meters tall. Damn it! Qian's expression darkened as he saw the blood-eyed maned lion and the tyrannosaurus charging toward the city walls, ready to breach them. Without hesitation, he blurred into motion, drawing near. The tyrannosaurus, catching sight of the approaching figure, became excited. A human sacred domain expert? Killing those weak humans is boring. Slaying a human sacred domain expert will be far more entertaining. With a flick of its tail, it charged at Qian, eager for battle. However, the ensuing events were entirely beyond the Tyrannosaurus's expectations. As the blurred figure approached, it abruptly vanished, appearing above the beast. Instinctively, the Tyrannosaurus looked up, only to see a flash of sword light expanding in its vision, followed by a sharp pain radiating through its skull, plunging it into darkness. With a thunderous crash, the massive body of the Tyrannosaurus fell from the sky, crashing into several buildings and igniting gasps of astonishment throughout the city. What? The blood-eyed maned lion, witnessing this spectacle, widened its enormous blood-red eyes in shock. It then turned to see Qian glaring at it, his deep blue sword still dripping with blood. Trembling, the lion swiftly turned and fled. Sacred domain beasts were proud, but they were not foolish. They were astute, realizing the Tyrannosaurus had been dispatched in a single blow. The blood-eyed maned lion understood it stood no chance against this formidable human sacred domain expert. Observing the fleeing lion, Qian did not pursue but continued to summon the destructive storm, striving to eliminate the beast still pouring into Finley. Unfortunately, his strength alone was insufficient against the countless monsters. Just as he was about to slay more, a streak of light shot toward him from the distance, soon transforming into a figure clad in dark golden robes, a strikingly handsome and ethereal youth with a vertical line etched upon his forehead. Upon his arrival, a multitude of enormous sacred domain beasts gathered behind him, displaying great respect as they called him king. A sacred domain expert? Qian mused, sensing an absence of clear soul energy emanating from the youth. The dark golden-robed figure noticed Qian hovering above Finley and narrowed his eyes with a hint of suspicion. The blood-eyed maned lion, which had narrowly escaped Qian, reported to the dark golden-robed youth about the incident where Qian had dispatched the Tyrannosaurus. Interesting. Rather than confronting the Church of Light, I find myself intrigued by him. A devilish smile curled the lips of the dark golden-robed youth as he vanished. Reappearing before Qian, faced with the ruler of the Beast Mountain, Emperor Lin, Qian could not help but adopt a serious demeanor as a god-level expert. Why do you instigate such calamity? Is it to assert your dominance by slaughtering the weak? Interesting. Are you questioning me? Emperor Lin chuckled. It has been a long time since a sacred domain expert dared to speak to me in such a manner. Do you wish to rescue those humans? To stand up for them? First, you must possess sufficient strength. Alas, in my eyes, you are no different from the other humans in this city, merely insignificant ants. Ants? In the midst of a fierce confrontation, Qian scoffed. You are merely a lower-tier deity. Do you truly believe no one can contend with you? At the very least, you cannot. Lin, shaking his head slightly, remarked, Human, I have already shared enough words with you. Since you have chosen to oppose me and taken the lives of my subordinates, be prepared to pay the price. As he spoke, a beam of destructive energy surged forth from Lin's hand, hurtling towards Qian with such speed that evasion was impossible. Yet, although the destructive ray, distorting the very fabric of space, struck Qian directly, it merely dissipated into a shadowy clone, revealing that it was not his true form. With a furrowed brow, Lin's gaze turned icy as he activated the God-S domain to bind Qian. In an instant, another destructive ray struck Qian. But to Lin's astonishment, the figure now adorned with black armor remained unscathed by the assault. Artifact armor? Lin exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. He could not help but smirk. You, a mere saint, think you can challenge me with your artifact armor? How utterly presumptuous. Today, I shall demonstrate the true might of a divine being. With that, Lin manifested dark golden gloves upon his hands and, in a blink, appeared before Qian, delivering a devastating blow that warped the space around them. The clash of metal echoed as Qian reacted swiftly, meeting Lin's strike with his deep blue divine sword. The two were thrust backward, both shaken by the force of the impact. What? Lin gasped in surprise. Your power? Impossible. You are also a divine being? His astonishment was well-founded. Qian Kuan's true essence was concealed, lacking the aura of a divine entity. However, through a profound understanding of the loss, Qian Kuan unleashed a formidable attack with his sword, reaching a level of divine strength despite not possessing a divine rank himself. Chapter 54. Lord Qian Kuan watching Lin coldly, Qian Kuan's hand trembled, causing the deep blue sword to resonate with a low hum that tremored the space around them. As Lin momentarily faltered, a swift azure sword light tore through the air, compelling him to raise his hand in defense. The resounding clash sent Lin hurtling backward, barely managing to stabilize himself. Wind element law, sound essence? Lin pondered, his expression darkening as he regarded Qian Kuan. Your power is indeed among the pinnacle of lower-tier deities. No wonder, for you are a divine beast, the swan and I, with remarkable soul defenses that can withstand my casual soul attacks. Qian Kuan smiled serenely. Casual soul attacks? Lin's lips twitched, his anger flaring as he let out a deep roar that shook the space around them. In an instant, he vanished, transforming into a massive beast radiating rainbow hues. Akin to a lion, suspended in the air with its gaping maw open, a terrifying force of absorption directed at Qian Kuan. With a changed expression, Qian Kuan had little time to resist, quickly being drawn into the mouth of the rainbow lion. Humph. Lin, now reverted to his human form, smirked coldly. However, before his smile could fully form, he suddenly felt a jolt of pain, clutching his abdomen as he cried out, "How is this possible? I swallowed him. Yet he remains unscathed. Lin, do you truly believe you can digest me?" Qian Kuan's voice, dripping with disdain, echoed from within Lin's belly. Writhing in agony, Lin clutched his stomach, rolling in midair. With a ripping sound, a fierce sword energy shot forth from his abdomen, cleaving it open. Unable to contain himself, Lin transformed back into his true form, blood streaming from the gaping wound as Qian Kuan emerged. Regaining his composure midair, Lin staggered backward a few steps, eyeing Qian Kuan in disbelief. "Who are you, truly?" "You may call me Lord Qian Kuan," he replied with a smile. Just then, a swift azure light shot towards Qian Kuan, transforming into a wind elemental divine avatar, which seamlessly merged into Qian Kuan's being. Witnessing this, Lin felt the immense power of Qian Kuan's wind elemental avatar and realized he could not perceive its true nature, leading to a realization. "You are a mid-tier deity?" "Indeed," Qian Kuan confirmed. "Just a few days ago, I merged the mysteries of both swift and slow aspects of the wind element law, fully comprehending the essence of speed and stepping into the mid-tier divine realm." He chuckled lightly, glancing at Lin with a hint of mockery. "So, Lin, do you wish to continue this battle?" Lin could not help but shake his head in a bitter smile. "It seems I have been confined in the dimensional prison for too long. I never anticipated encountering such a formidable being in the Yulan dimension. I cannot contend with your true form, let alone your mid-tier divine avatar. I concede defeat, there is nothing more to say. However, I, Lin, have faced numerous life and death battles. If you wish to kill me, it will not be as simple as that. Even if it leads to my demise, I shall not allow you to have an easy victory," he declared, his fighting spirit rising dramatically. Qian Kuan chuckled, shaking his head. "Do you think I intend to kill you? Why would I do so? You won't kill me?" Lin was momentarily taken aback, his disbelief evident as he looked at Qian Kuan, who had shown no mercy before. "In this entire Yulan dimension, there are few divine beings. We are among the most formidable in this material realm. Why must we engage in a battle to the death? Killing you would only leave me more isolated and bored." Qian Kuan replied calmly. Realizing this, Lin clasped his hands respectfully. "Lord Qian Kuan, I apologize for my earlier transgressions. I shall withdraw my forces back to the Monster Mountain. With your presence in the Holy Alliance, I, Lin, shall never intrude again." "Very well, Lin. I shall not see you off," Qian Kuan nodded in satisfaction. After conveying a message to his subordinate divine beasts, Lin transformed into a streak of light, swiftly heading toward the Monster Mountain. Soon, the monstrous army retreated, and despite sustaining some damage and casualties in Finley City, it ultimately remained intact. Once the monster army withdrew, the Pope of Light, Haitins, who had witnessed the confrontation between Qian Kuan and Lin, along with Lord Leek, convened briefly before making their way to Qian Kuan. Lord Qian Kuan. Upon realizing Qian Kuan was a divine being, both Haitins and Leek displayed utmost respect. "Ah, is that not Lord Leek? And beside you, the bald-headed one, I presume is the Pope?" Qian Kuan raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips as he teased, "Just moments ago, when the king of the Monster Mountain, Lin, led his army to attack, you did not make an appearance. Yet now, with their departure, you appear. Finley City is your holy see. Did you simply watch as it was besieged by monsters?" Haitins and Leek exchanged awkward glances, their faces flushing as they struggled to find words to respond. The ruler of the Warcraft Mountains, Emperor Lin, is indeed a being of godlike power. They are utterly incapable of contending with him. What can they do? Lord Qian, our strength is meager, and we are simply no match for Emperor Lin. Luoyi, with a hint of embarrassment, expressed, this time, thanks to your personal intervention. The holy city has been preserved. We, the Church of Light, are immensely grateful. You are a god-level powerhouse. If you were to join our Church of Light, would you allow me to be the Pope, to be revered by all? With a smiling demeanor, Qian inquired, oh, really? Would you be willing to make me the Pope of your church? Before Luoyi could respond, Hades, with utmost seriousness, declared, if Lord Qian were to join the Church of Light, I, Hades, would gladly relinquish the papal position to honor you. Regrettably, I have little interest in becoming your Pope, Qian replied, shaking his head. By the way, Luoyi, I believe I mentioned that the price for my assistance is not insignificant. I have repelled the god-level Emperor Lin and safeguarded your holy city. How do you intend to express your gratitude? Hades and Luoyi exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. What could Lord Qian desire? Luoyi cautiously ventured to ask. Hades quickly chimed in. Please, Lord Qian, feel free to express your requirements. As long as it is within our church's capability, we will do our utmost to fulfill your requests. My request is rather simple, Qian replied with a faint smile. I merely wish to study your church's great prophecy technique. The mention of the great prophecy technique surprised both Hades and Luoyi. After a moment of hesitation, Hades furrowed his brow and said, Lord Qian, the great prophecy technique is a divine art reserved for the popes of our church. How can you? Did you not previously wish for me to become pope? Now you doubt my qualifications to master the great prophecy technique? Qian's expression darkened. Seeing Qian's displeasure, Hades' face changed, and he hastily waved his hand. No, Lord Qian, it is indeed possible for us to grant you access to the great prophecy technique. In chapter 55, the great prophecy technique, as Hades spoke, he produced a golden tome and handed it to Qian. Unable to contain himself, Luoyi transmitted a message. Hades, are you truly willing to give him the great prophecy technique? This is a forbidden divine art of our church. Fear not. The great prophecy technique is not so easily mastered. He may not succeed, Hades responded in kind. Besides, do we truly have the option to refuse? If I do not agree to provide it, he may very well annihilate us to seize it. Luoyi felt a sense of resigned acceptance. Indeed, he cultivates the wind element laws. He should be incapable of mastering the great prophecy technique. Incapable? You underestimate me far too much. Qian thought with a cold smile as he watched Hades and Luoyi depart. Did they truly believe he could not hear their thoughts? Under Qian's divine power, he was acutely aware of the content of their mental transmissions. After stowing away the golden tome containing the great prophecy technique, Qian's form flickered and instantly returned to his residence in Finley City, located on Greenleaf Road. As a mid-tier god, Qian's speed was nothing short of astonishing. Upon his return, Qian noticed signs of destruction wrought by the beasts within his estate. With a flicker of thought, he probed with his consciousness and could not help but frown. Dead? They are all dead? My lord. In the spring water garden, as Qian landed on the grass, a pair of guards rushed in, kneeling in respect. What were you doing? How could you allow those beasts to invade the estate and kill Windsor and the others? Qian's gaze was sharp as he directed it toward the leading guard, a level 7 warrior. The divine aura Qian unconsciously exuded rendered the guard weak and trembling as he stammered. My lord, there were too many beasts that surged into the estate, and their strength was overwhelming, with some being level 8 or even 9. We were simply no match. A bunch of useless fools. Qian muttered under his breath. Growing impatient with the guards, he directly ordered, give Windsor and the others a proper burial, and inform Clyde that I am greatly disappointed in him. Now depart. The guard, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, hurriedly acknowledged and scrambled away with his subordinates. Once they had left, Qian took a deep breath, gradually calming himself, and sighed softly. So, they have perished just like that? Alas, they were merely fleeting figures in my long journey, just a passing sentiment. With the retreat of the beast army, Finley City gradually returned to a semblance of tranquility, though many lives were lost. Those grieving for their departed loved ones also experienced a sense of relief from surviving the catastrophe. Shortly after Qian returned home, Hades sent word that he had brought the magic cores of the slain purple-eyed golden-haired monkey and Tyrannosaurus. Later that afternoon, Clyde hurried to seek an audience with Qian, presenting him with a multitude of exquisite and enchanting maidens. However, Qian chose not to see him, nor did he pay heed to the beautiful women. Instead, quietly departing Finley City under the cover of night, heading towards the Warcraft Mountains. In the Misty Valley, within the secluded cave where Satire resided, Qian Kuan encountered both Satyas and the sacred domain Black Dragon, Oaks, and beheld the twisted spatial vortex within the cave. Clearly, the black circular magic array that sealed the spatial node had been destroyed, allowing Emperor Lin to escape from the planar prison back to the Yulan continent. How was the sealing magic array destroyed? Qian Kuan could not help but frown as he questioned Satyas. Satyas lowered his head under Qian Kuan's gaze and murmured, "Lord Qian Kuan. It was an old adversary of mine, a sacred domain purple-striped black bear. He sought vengeance against me, and we engaged in a fierce battle. Though I killed him, I inadvertently destroyed the sealing magic array. My lord, since the magic array is destroyed, the divine sword that assisted it is of no use to us anymore." "I gave it to Lin Lei," Oaks interjected. Qian Kuan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. The trajectory of this tale was indeed frighteningly predictable. In the end, not only had the sealing magic array been shattered, but Lin Lei had also acquired the purple blood divine sword. Well, this is for the best. The subsequent story should not deviate too greatly, Qian Kuan thought to himself, glancing at the disheartened expressions of Satyas and Oaks. He could not help but scold them lightly. "Enough of this. You cannot solely blame yourselves. However, I must say, you two have quite a nerve. Do you not fear that more formidable beings might escape from this spatial node and deal with you?" Satyas quickly replied, "Lord Qian Kuan. It was indeed ordered by Lord Lin to keep watch here. Should any powerful beings emerge, we are to notify him immediately." "How very efficient of him," Qian Kuan remarked. Then ordered, "All right, you two may leave. I plan to enter seclusion here for a while, and with my presence, I doubt Lord Lin will have any objections." Once Satyas and Oaks had departed, Qian Kuan casually carved a smooth stone platform from the cave wall, seated himself upon it, and began to study the golden tome detailing the Great Prophecy technique earnestly. This Great Prophecy technique belongs to the realm of fate, a unique form of magic, or rather, a divine art, truly profound in its nature. The Great Prophecy technique indeed possesses certain prophetic capabilities, somewhat akin to the divination arts of the cultivation world. Primarily, it is a divine art pertaining to spiritual and soul aspects, with its most formidable aspect being its methods of soul attack. Among the various elemental laws and rules, the techniques of soul attack within the domain of fate are undoubtedly the most enigmatic. For the average individual, the art of great divination appears profoundly esoteric, demanding a high level of spiritual commitment, making mastery exceedingly challenging and significant achievements elusive. However, for Qian Kuan, as a practitioner of the Tao, who primarily focuses on the primordial spirit, the comprehension of fate and the soul comes with relative ease. Indeed, the learning does not pose a difficulty, but the intricacies can be daunting. After pondering over the art of great divination, Qian Kuan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Like other forms of magic, great divination is also executed through incantations. Yet, the spells of great divination are notably more complex, as they do not invoke the elemental energies of the cosmos but rather mobilize the practitioner's mental force, conducting soul attacks with the assistance of the rules of fate. During his initial attempt at reciting the incantation, Qian Kuan distinctly felt his primordial spirit being influenced by the intangible rules of fate, with a formless wave emanating from his brow. Fortunately, the surrounding cave was devoid of any onlookers. Otherwise, anyone affected by this wave would surely grasp the terrifying nature of the great divination, especially considering that it was Qian Kuan, a being of formidable primordial strength. Wielding such power, even a potent upper deity might face peril should they fall victim to his divination. For Qian Kuan, mastering the art of great divination is straightforward. However, it merely scratches the surface of the intricate rules of fate. The genuine challenge lies in cultivating an understanding of the profound mysteries encompassed within these rules. Yet, for Qian Kuan, who has already embarked on this journey, gradually grasping the nuances of fate and ultimately attaining a divine status is merely a matter of time. Chapter 56. Isekai'd. Unbeknownst to him, over 3 years had swiftly passed. Qian Kuan had made considerable progress in his understanding of the rules of fate. With divinity now within reach, the rules of fate are indeed among the most challenging principles to comprehend, and it seems that achieving divinity in a short span is an impossibility. As Qian Kuan opened his eyes on the stone platform within the cave, he glanced at the nearby vortex radiating violent spatial fluctuations and shook his head. 3 years have passed, yet not a single powerful being has emerged from that dimensional vortex. It appears that, for the time being, no one has discovered this passage. Over the past 3 years, he wondered about the well-being of Lin Lei and his father. Surely they had arrived at the O'Brien Empire by now? As he murmured softly to himself, Qian Kuan rose with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Gazing outward, the O'Brien Empire, a place I have yet to visit. Approximately half a month later, in the O'Brien Empire, at the border of the North Sea province in Deku County, a sudden explosion of energy shattered the stillness of the night, causing the walls of a mansion to collapse. with nearby residences also affected, resulting in the deaths of several individuals from the scattered energy. Amidst the cries of horror, the explosion startled many Awaken Deku County, prompting nearby residents to flee in panic. From the courtyard where the battle unfolded, a faint reddish mist of malevolent energy ascended, its terrifying presence instilling fear in onlookers even hundreds of meters away. Icebound Realm. In a furious roar, phantasmal sword shadows illuminated the courtyard, appearing blindingly bright in the darkness. At that moment, a dark figure, akin to a colossal bird, descended from the night sky into the courtyard, wielding a black heavy sword to block the mesmerizing sword shadows. With a deep thud of collision, the dark figure was propelled backward, simultaneously dragging along a young man clutching a purple soft sword and a black heavy sword. The slender young man, with short, silver hair resembling steel needles, was Schittler, a powerful figure of the Holy Domain. His piercing gaze fell upon the fearsome, draconic figure with a pair of scaled wings, a Holy Domain expert? A Dragonblood warrior? You must be Hog, Linlei's father. I did not expect that in just a few years you would possess the strength of an initial Holy Domain practitioner. Alas, your realm is too weak. You are perhaps the most feeble Holy Domain expert I have encountered. Today, you will not only fail to save your son, but will also perish alongside him. Linlei, leave this place. Hog, momentarily silent, spoke in a grave tone to his son Linlei. Linlei's expression changed, panic rising within him as he urgently exclaimed, Father, enough chatter, go. Without allowing Linlei to say more, Hog forcefully pushed him away. As Schittler's figure flickered and lunged towards them once again, Hog, in a fit of desperation, roared and charged forward, intending to buy Linlei time to escape. Amidst the resounding clashes of steel and explosions of energy, Hog managed to exchange a few blows with Schittler before being forced to relinquish his heavy sword. His hands bloodied and his body sent crashing through two walls before he fell, grievously injured. Die! With a low growl, Schittler closed the distance to Hog, his silver longsword piercing forward. No, father! Linlei cried out in desperation, rushing to intercept the strike intended for Hog, his heart racing in terror as he positioned himself in front of his father, aiming to block Schittler's sword. Linlei! Hog screamed in anguish, his eyes wide with despair. But his words came too late. Just as Schittler's sword was about to pierce Linlei's chest, time seemed to freeze. Schittler, Hog, Linlei, and all surrounding individuals appeared suspended in the air, as if caught in a moment of stillness. Can't anyone let me sleep peacefully at this hour? A somewhat nonchalant voice broke the silence as a man in loose robes, with long black hair and the appearance of someone in their 30s, sauntered over, seemingly just awakened. Schittler, right? Each of you little ones has reached the pinnacle of the Holy Domain. If I do not make progress soon, I shall have no face to show myself. The casually dressed man waved his hand, sending Schittler flying as if struck by a mountain, crashing through several walls before landing on the ground. The languid man paid no further heed to Schittler, but regarded Linlei and his father Hog with a hint of curiosity, as if they bore flowers upon their faces. Linlei, are you unharmed? Hog, struggling to rise, checked on his son with concern, and upon confirming Linlei's safety, he respectfully bowed to the languid man, saying, Thank you, my lord, for your timely assistance. May I inquire your name, so that my son and I may remember your kindness? Ah, no need for thanks. I was merely aiding a friend, just lending a hand. The languid man waved dismissively. A friend? Linlei and Hog exchanged glances. Curiosity piqued regarding the identity of this friend's connection. As the sound of shifting rubble echoed, Schittler, having clumsily risen, looked at the languid man in disbelief. What? What is this? Huh? What do you think this is? The languid man grinned mischievously, clearly pleased with himself. Schittler, stripped of his authoritative demeanor, stared at the languid man in astonishment, stammering, The domain of the gods? The domain of the gods? Linlei, Hog, and others gasped, stunned at the realization that they had been rescued by a divine being. Huh? Seeing your shocked expressions makes me laugh, the languid man chuckled, his smile widening as he stroked his mustache. Don't be surprised. You lot have been so arrogant, and I reached the pinnacle of the Holy Domain 5,000 years ago. My cultivation speed surpasses yours, for I am a genius. As he spoke, the languid man spat, grumbling. Yet I have remained at the peak for over 5,000 years without breaking through. If I do not surpass this threshold soon, I shall lose face. Lord Isekai'd. Schittler immediately bowed in deference. Any divine being commands his respect. Is there something you need? Isekai'd asked, casting a casual glance at Schittler. Master Hiss. It is with utmost respect that I address you, Stellar remarked. Over the years, our relationship with the Radiant Church has been quite amicable. Might I inquire if you would consider joining our esteemed order? I am confident that His Holiness the Pope would be willing to make any concession should you express your interest. I have no inclination, Hiss retorted with a dismissive grunt. After all these years, I can hardly be bothered to manage my own blade organization, let alone undertake responsibilities for you. Stellar forced an awkward smile and continued. If Master Hiss is unwilling, we would not press the matter. However, Hog and Lin Lei are notorious fugitives that our Radiant Church is actively pursuing. Might I request your assistance in this matter? Stellar, I must commend your audacity, Hiss chuckled lightly, though a glint of frost lingered in his gaze. Under his cold stare, Stellar felt a chill run down his spine and quickly smiled. Master Hiss, you have no ties to Hog and Lin Lei, do you? Why go to such lengths for them? I do not know them personally, Hiss replied casually, but my friend does. Since my friend wishes for their safety, you cannot take them. Otherwise, how am I to explain this to my friend? Friend? Stellar pondered internally, surprised at the notion of his having a friend. What sort of individual could compel a being of such power to intervene on behalf of Hog and Lin Lei? Could this be a ruse? Yet, even if Hiss were intent on protecting them, Stellar recognized he had no means to oppose him. There was no need for pretense. Very well, Stellar, Hiss said. I shall grant you the courtesy of my presence. However, those 5 individuals are essential to our church. Regardless of the cost, we must retrieve them. And I hope you will acquiesce. Hiss feigned indifference. Oh, 5 individuals? Take them away. I do not know them. Hiss was not one to meddle in others' affairs. Furthermore, the Radiant Church had treated him well over the years, and he felt obliged to extend them a modicum of respect. The Buck brothers, possessing the bloodline of the undead warriors, were taken aback, while Lin Lei could not help but interject. Master Hiss, do those 5 hold significant importance to you? From what I can tell, I do not recognize them, Hiss scoffed. So let it be. Your comfort is all that matters. Why concern oneself with the fates of others? Stellar let out a sigh of relief and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master Hiss. Let me see what makes you hold those 5 in such high regard. Hiss remarked with a smile, turning his curiosity toward the Buck brothers. However, as he observed them, his expression shifted, darkening as he noticed Stellar preparing to escort them away. Stellar, he said in a low voice, I have changed my mind. You may leave alone, but they must stay, or you may forfeit your own life. The choice is yours. Master Hiss, Stellar seethed in frustration at his sudden reversal, yet he dared not voice his anger under Hiss' icy gaze. Hiss, maintaining a cold demeanor, continued, Stellar, hear me clearly. Return and inform Height-Inns that if anyone from your church dares to pursue the Buck brothers again, I will not hesitate to march into your holy city and make an example of you. Depart now, and I will act as if nothing has occurred. Otherwise, his eyes glimmered with a deadly light, and an aura of terror enveloped the air. Stellar, seething with indignation, comprehended that before such a formidable being, he had no right to resist his ire. He bowed slightly to Hiss and swiftly departed. Once Stellar left, Hiss glanced at the surroundings before beckoning Lin Lei and the others to follow him away. The next day dawned bright, and Hiss returned to Deku County City, quietly arriving at a secluded hotel with a tranquil courtyard. Master Qian, are you awake? I have accomplished the tasks you entrusted to me, Hiss called toward the loft. Soon, the window on the 2nd floor opened, and a disheveled figure clad in loose black robes floated down. It was Qian. Thank you for allowing me to intervene on behalf of Hog and Lin Lei, Master Qian, Hiss said earnestly. It fortuitously led me to rescue the descendants of an old comrade from the clutches of the Radiant Church. Qian, seated at a stone table, waved his hand dismissively. Enough of such formality, Hiss. It does not suit you. I have some matters to attend to at the Blade Organization headquarters and may not be able to continue your hospitality, Hiss replied. Not a problem. I have no pressing engagements and shall remain here awaiting your return, Qian responded with a casual smile. I must say, Hiss, you truly know how to indulge. This place is delightful, and I have no desire to leave just yet. After laboring for so long, it is a rare pleasure to have time to relax. Then enjoy yourself, Master Qian. I shall take my leave, Hiss said with a smile before vanishing in a flash. After Hiss departed, Qian shook his head with a sigh. The solitude of mastery is profound. When I reach a level akin to Hiss, I wonder how I shall occupy the interminable passage of time. I still hope to traverse other worlds and experience their wonders. Yet, for Hiss, O'Brien, and the High Priest, remaining confined to this small Yulon plain must be quite insipid. Over a month later, in the northwest province of the O'Brien Empire, in the outskirts of the town of Yufeng, Lin Lei, his father Hog, the necromancer Settler, the Buck brothers, and the Rebecca sisters led a tranquil life. Lin Lei and his companions concealed their identities, and the townsfolk believed Hog and Lin Lei to be nobles from a distant land, with Settler serving as their steward and the Buck brothers as their guards. They resided in the westernmost part of the town, with the nearest neighbors hundreds of meters away. Lena and her sister Rebecca returned from the market, chatting and laughing as they carried a bamboo basket. The daily preparation of meals was a task they undertook alongside their training. As the sisters approached a vacant lot where their planned estate was still under construction, They had temporarily set up a wooden cottage to reside in. Brother Linlei's training is rather peculiar, Rebecca murmured. At that moment, Linlei wielded a heavy black sword in one hand and a violet bloodsoft sword in the other. The black sword felt weightless in his grasp, while the violet sword seemed impossibly heavy. A shadow darted through the air and landed before Linlei, none other than Qian, cloaked in black robes. Linlei instinctively eyed Qian with caution, and just then, his father Hog hurried over, his face lighting up with excitement as he rushed forward to pay his respects. Master Qian, Linlei exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Curiosity compelled him to glance at Qian, for he had heard of him from his father. The tale of the battle between Qian and Emperor Lin had spread across the Yulan continent, and people were well aware of the legendary figure residing in the Holy Alliance's Finley city. Thus, Qian's name had garnered as much recognition as that of Emperor Lin. Master Qian, it was Master Hiss who intervened to save us. The friend he mentioned must surely be you? Hog inquired eagerly. Qian smiled softly and nodded. Indeed. I could not present myself due to Stellar of the Radiant Church being present, so I entrusted the matter to Hiss. Then, Master Qian, you truly are the formidable being from the Holy Alliance and the ancestral figure of the Finley royal family? Hog gazed intently at Qian, unable to suppress his anxiety and disbelief. Upon hearing these words, Qian was momentarily taken aback. Noticing Linlei beside him also gazing intently in his direction, he couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head. Hog, what do you think? If I truly were Clyde's ancestor, would I assist you and the Dragon Blood Warrior family? Initially, I merely found amusement in teasing Clyde, deceiving him into believing that I was a member of the Finley royal lineage, and he believed me. Teasing? Hog and Linlei were momentarily stunned, casting incredulous glances at Qian. They had never anticipated that this esteemed, godly figure would indulge in such frivolity with Clyde, as if toying with the world itself. It was rather delightful. The father and son found themselves at a loss for words. Observing their expressions, Qian's smile deepened. Ha, Hog, do not overthink it. Once your strength is sufficiently formidable, go forth and slay Clyde to avenge your wife. I shall not concern myself with Clyde's fate. By the way, I have come today to seek Sethlor. Is he present? Qian inquired with a friendly tone. Linlei could not restrain himself from asking Lord Qian. May I inquire what business you have with Sethlor? I'm rather bored lately and have suddenly developed an interest in necromancy. I seek him to learn necromantic magic, Qian stated, leaving Hog and Linlei even more astonished. Chapter 58, The Martial God Mountain within the wooden cottage where Sethlor resided. A frail old man clad in black robes with white eyebrows stared at Qian, astonishment evident in his somewhat reserved demeanor. Lord Qian, do you wish for me to assist you in acquiring the legacy of necromancy? Is that not possible? Qian responded. I understand that practicing necromantic magic requires a high level of soul ability, but I believe I should be capable of mastering it. Sethlor, shaking his head vigorously, replied, No, Lord Qian, I am not saying it is impossible. I can certainly assist you with the necromantic legacy, however, being a godly powerhouse. Is it truly necessary for you to invest time in mastering necromantic magic? Just curiosity. Why are you so verbose, old man? If I ask you to assist me with the necromantic legacy, simply do as I say, Qian retorted lightly. Upon hearing this, Sethlor dared not speak further and quickly nodded. Very well, Lord Qian. To proceed with the necromantic legacy, I must first make some preparations. Yes, do hurry. Do not waste time. My time is exceedingly precious, Qian remarked, settling himself in a nearby chair. Sethlor, inwardly lamenting the irony of a being who considers time precious yet spends it on the study of necromantic magic, maintained a serious facade as he swiftly arranged a seemingly intricate magical formation within the wooden cottage. He then instructed Qian, Lord Qian, please sit cross-legged within this magical formation. Qian nodded and positioned himself within the formation. Sethlor began to chant an incantation, and soon, a profound aura of death emanated from Qian, enveloping the entire magical formation in a grayish-black mist, intensifying the atmosphere of death. Before long, Qian sensed an invisible wave of rules descending upon him, a manifestation of the laws of death. Concurrently, a stream of esoteric information flooded into his mind as the necromantic legacy commenced. It took nearly half a day for Qian to fully assimilate all the information pertaining to necromantic spells and related knowledge, including certain insights from the underworld, rendering it impressively systematic and comprehensive. Indeed, the necromantic legacy is quite extensive. Qian marveled, a smile playing on his lips as he slowly opened his eyes within the mystical legacy formation. Outside the wooden cottage, upon hearing the door swing open, Sethlor turned to see Qian emerging. He hurriedly approached and inquired, Lord Qian, how is it that you are finished so quickly? Did you not receive the complete necromantic legacy? Certainly, it was the complete legacy. Perhaps, being a godly powerhouse, my soul's strength allowed me to absorb it more swiftly, Qian replied with a grin. Satire nodded, slightly dazed. Yet could not help but remark, Lord Qian, having received the necromantic legacy, you should be quite aware of the challenges inherent in mastering necromantic magic. Although you are already a godly powerhouse, achieving success in necromantic magic is not a simple endeavor. Thank you for your reminder. I am well aware. As I mentioned, my pursuit of necromantic magic is merely a matter of interest, Qian replied with a nonchalant smile. Satire, I am grateful for your assistance this time. I owe you a favor. Should you ever require my help in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to assist you. Satire, taken aback, shook his head in response. What I desire most is to become a saint necromancer, yet that is not something others can facilitate. It requires my own gradual comprehension and cultivation. At present, I cannot think of any assistance I might need from you, Lord Qian. Then we shall discuss it later. In any case, I do not plan to leave the Yulan continent dimension anytime soon, Qian casually remarked, offering a farewell to Hog and Lin Lei before departing. After leaving Yufeng Town, Qian headed directly towards the realm of chaos, arriving at the outskirts of the Nifeng city, within a microdimension space. In the secluded chamber of this microdimension, Qian's avatars of earth, water, fire, and light were dispersed, each engrossed in comprehending and cultivating elemental laws. After several years, although his earth, water, fire, and light avatars had not reached the mid-tier god realm as the wind avatar had, they had nonetheless achieved considerable depth in their understanding of elemental mysteries. Moreover, they had been attempting to merge the intricacies of these laws from the outset, yielding promising results. While Qian had only grasped the foundational mysteries of the 4 elemental laws, he had begun experimenting with the fusion of 2, 3, and even all 4 mysteries and his comprehension of other intricacies. It was due to his focus on the integration of these mysteries that he had not swiftly attained a deeper understanding of a single elemental law to reach the mid-tier god level. With his true self accompanied by the wind avatar in the microdimension chamber, he allowed the avatars to continue their comprehension of wind elemental laws, while he delved into the study of necromantic magic. Given Qian's level of mastery, it was not arduous for him to thoroughly comprehend necromantic magic from levels 1 to 9, including the sacred domain forbidden spells. After studying all the necromantic spells, he began to contemplate the intricacies of the laws of death. As his understanding of the laws of death deepened, Qian gradually discerned the interconnectedness between the laws of death and the laws of fate, both of which held significant insights into the realm of the soul. During his meditative state, the mysteries of death and fate collided in his mind, accelerating his comprehension of both. Furthermore, as his understanding deepened, he began to perceive points of convergence between the mysteries of death and fate. In this tranquil period of cultivation, time passed swiftly, and before long, several years had elapsed. Qian first ascended to divinity within the realm of death, followed shortly thereafter by his attainment of the divine state in the realm of fate, leaving his death and fate avatars to continue their cultivation. Qian's true self prepared to step outside for some fresh air. On the 4th day of February in the year 10009 of the Yulan calendar, in the capital of the Oblivion Empire, Qian City, a grand showdown was about to unfold in the arena. The combatants were 2 extraordinary talents, the direct disciples of the martial god, Bloomer, and the dragon blood warrior family, Walton. The judges of the competition were none other than the martial god's direct disciples, the sacred domain powerhouse Qian, and the renowned sword saint of the sacred domain, Hades. This formidable lineup instantly invigorated the audience as the battle commenced. Walton and Bloomer, indeed deserving of their titles as the Empire's top talents, engaged in a spectacular duel, ultimately concluding with Bloomer executing a forbidden technique to claim victory. However, the situation escalated when Bloomer attempted to deliver a lethal blow to Walton, prompting Lin Lei to intervene, which ignited a tumultuous conflict at the sacred domain level. First, Lin Lei decisively injured Qian with a swift strike, soon leading to a confrontation with Bloomer's elder brother, the genius sword Saint Olivia, resulting in explosive clashes that ignited the entire arena's atmosphere. In an inconspicuous corner of the martial arena, clad in a simple black robe with disheveled hair, Qian stood with arms crossed, smiling as he observed the intense duel between Lin Lei and Olivia. He couldn't help but murmur softly to himself, this young man, Lin Lei, has grown to such heights without my notice. Qian also caught sight of Hog seated near the stage. Although he shared concerns for his younger son, Walton, Hog refrained from revealing his own strength upon witnessing Lin Lei's prowess. Nevertheless, the clash between Lin Lei and Olivia made Hog break into a cold sweat. Despite Hog's confidence in Lin Lei, the renowned genius swordmaster's reputation cast a long shadow. Indeed, Olivia was exceptionally formidable. As the crowd dispersed, the fervent atmosphere of the arena spilled over into the entirety of Crimson Flame City, with news of Lin Lei and Olivia's spectacular battle echoing throughout the entire Yulan continent. After leaving the arena, Qian Kuan quietly departed Crimson Flame City, heading directly towards the Martial God Mountain. At the entrance of the cave where the Martial God resided in seclusion, Qian Kuan arrived like a gust of wind, his form solidifying as he smiled at the depths of the cave. His consciousness, which had already permeated the mountain, sent a message to the Martial God, O'Brien. Deep within, O'Brien, come out and meet me. In the depths of the cave, a dark stone door concealed a magma lake spanning 100 meters. Above this lake, a 3-meter diameter fireball held O'Brien, the Martial God, who suddenly awakened with a jolt. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. A divine-level powerhouse? Which one has come to my Martial God Mountain without my detection? Moments later, a crimson, blurry figure flew from the cave and materialized into a man about 1.8 meters tall, appearing to be in his 30s, with thick eyebrows and long, fiery red hair that reached his waist, flames flickering upon it. The Martial God's visage was as cold as stone, his gaze piercingly sharp. Who is this esteemed person before me? O'Brien inquired, astonished by Qian Kuan's strength as he attempted to maintain a courteous demeanor. Despite O'Brien's commanding presence, he could not afford to underestimate a divine-level figure whose power surpassed his own. Qian Kuan smiled at the Martial God. I am Qian Kuan. I trust you have heard of my name. Ah, Lord Qian Kuan, what brings you to my Martial God Mountain? O'Brien asked, suddenly enlightened and secretly astonished by Qian Kuan's formidable prowess. Although O'Brien exuded an air of dominance, he was compelled to adopt a humble stance in the presence of a being whose power clearly exceeded his own. Noticing O'Brien's cautiousness, Qian Kuan's smile deepened. I have come, firstly, to meet the legendary Martial God and to introduce myself. Secondly, I wish to engage in a friendly spar with you. Engage in a spar with me? O'Brien's expression shifted instantly, instinctively taking a step back. Are you jesting, my lord? You are a mid-level god, while I am merely a low-level god. How could I possibly be your opponent? With your strength, I fear you could dispatch me with a single blow. Do not be alarmed, O'Brien. I am not here to harm you. I merely wish to exchange techniques, Qian Kuan reassured him with a wave of his hand. To be honest, while I have cultivated the principles of the wind element, I have also gained considerable insight into the fire element. As you are adept in the fire element as well, your understanding of its profound intricacies as a divine-level master would greatly benefit my own comprehension. Upon hearing Qian Kuan's explanation, O'Brien felt a slight relief but could not help but feel a tinge of envy toward Qian Kuan's talent. Not only had he reached mid-level god status with the wind element, but his understanding of the fire element was also profound. Despite being a divine-level powerhouse, O'Brien felt a sense of inadequacy when faced with true genius. Very well, I shall dare to spar with you, Lord Qian Kuan. I hope you will show mercy, O'Brien said earnestly, cupping his fist in respect, clearly concerned about Qian Kuan's potential severity. Noticing O'Brien's apprehension, Qian Kuan merely nodded with a smile. Rest assured, I will not employ my divine weapon in our exchange. Lord Qian Kuan, please follow me. Let us find a suitable place for our spar, O'Brien said, transforming into a streak of crimson light as he led the way toward a desolate mountain. A moment later, in the air above a barren mountain, Qian Kuan and O'Brien faced each other, ready for combat. O'Brien, you may strike first. Qian Kuan gestured amicably. Taking a deep breath, O'Brien nodded, his will igniting a surge of flames that enveloped him, forming a fiery armor that made him appear as a fire deity. At the same time, dark red gauntlets materialized on his hands, flickering with flames. Entering the battle state, O'Brien radiated an overwhelming heat. Lord Qian Kuan, brace yourself for my attack, he shouted, his figure blurring as he lunged forward like a flash of fire, his flaming gauntlet striking toward Qian Kuan with tremendous force, warping the space around them. In the explosion of energy, Qian Kuan, adorned in his divine armor, absorbed the blow, his body jolting backward. O'Brien was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Qian Kuan had withstood his attack without retaliating, momentarily forgetting to continue the assault. With a gleam in his eye, Qian Kuan smiled broadly at O'Brien. Impressive. Though you have attained divinity through the refinement of the divine essence, your years of diligent practice have not been in vain. Your application of the fire element's techniques is commendable, and your attack is quite formidable. Hearing this, O'Brien couldn't help but smile ruefully. He had unleashed nearly his strongest attack, only to have it effortlessly blocked by Qian Kuan, leaving him with a sense of defeat. Now, let me test the defensive capabilities of your fire techniques, Qian Kuan declared, his figure flickering as he swiftly approached O'Brien. In an instant, he delivered a casual horizontal strike to O'Brien's chest, cutting through space as though it were mere parchment. The fiery energy armor surrounding O'Brien faltered momentarily before being torn apart by the rift in space. With a splash of blood, O'Brien's body was cleaved in two. As his severed half was sent flying, he quickly focused his divine power to mend his wounds, restoring himself in an instant. For all these years, you have not delved deeply into the other intricacies of the fire element, let alone their merging, Qian remarked, shaking his head in disappointment. Given O'Brien's strength, he had expected a more balanced contest against the High Priest. It seemed that the High Priest of the Yulan Empire was likely only of average strength, not significantly surpassing that of O'Brien. Having delivered a blow to O'Brien's pride, Qian did not linger, swiftly departing toward the Yulan Empire's ancient capital, where he intended to meet the enigmatic High Priest and acquire the secrets of life magic. In the ancient life temple of the Yulan Empire's capital, the High Priest, who had been meditating in a dim room, suddenly jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. A divine-level powerhouse, Qian? He has arrived in the capital without my knowledge. It appears that even if he is not a mid-level god, he must possess formidable spiritual strength as a low-level god to conceal his presence from me. With a flash of thought, the High Priest vanished from the dim room as if teleporting, reappearing in the high skies above the capital. There stood Qian upon a billowing white cloud, waiting with a smile. High Priest, you need not wear your mask before me. I wish to see your true face. A mere sweep of my consciousness will suffice, Qian said, smiling at the High Priest. The High Priestess remained silent for a moment, her green mask fading away to reveal her exquisite and alluring visage. Indeed, as Qian had surmised, the High Priestess was a woman. I should have never encountered you before. I have existed in the Yulan dimension for over 10,000 years, having ascended to the status of a godly being long ago. I am well acquainted with the god-level entities that emerged in Yulan over this extensive period. Yet, you seem to have appeared out of nowhere, with such formidable power. Have you perhaps escaped from a dimensional prison? The High Priestess inquired. Qian raised an eyebrow and smiled. High Priestess, you seem to be quite knowledgeable, even about dimensional prisons. However, I am not from one of those places. As for my origins, there is no need for you to speculate further. I am quite curious about your name, as referring to you simply as High Priestess feels rather awkward. I have been the High Priestess for millennia. She replied with a hint of indifference, and I have nearly forgotten my name. Then, with a gaze filled with curiosity, the High Priestess continued. You did not come here merely to see my true face and inquire about my name, did you? My primary intention is to make your acquaintance. Additionally, I have two modest requests. Firstly, I wish to spar with you, and secondly, I hope to explore the intricacies of life magic. Would you be willing to enlighten me? High Priestess? Qian stated with a gentle smile. The High Priestess maintained her cool demeanor, pausing for a moment before responding. A spar is acceptable. If you defeat me, I shall teach you life magic. How straightforward, Qian exclaimed, snapping her fingers in delight. High Priestess, you may strike first. I would like to witness the profundities of your understanding of the laws of life. The High Priestess remained silent, yet her entire being radiated a vibrant green light, exuding an aura of vitality that was quite comforting. The laws of life are indeed peculiar, Qian thought, furrowing her brow as she observed the High Priestess. In the next moment, with a wave of her hand, several green lights swiftly approached Qian, transforming into lifelike energy vines that sought to ensnare her. As the vines twisted and surged, the very fabric of space seemed to contort. What is this technique? One might mistake it for a binding artifact, Qian thought, her eyes widening in astonishment. As the green energy vines coiled around her, she produced a deep blue divine sword, and with a flick of her wrist, unleashed a cascade of azure sword light that effortlessly severed the vines into segments. Yet, to her surprise, the severed vines reconnected and continued their advance toward her. How troublesome. Severing the water only makes it flow more, Qian mused, allowing the energy vines to entwine her as she assessed their binding strength. She also sensed an intangible, cooling energy infiltrating her body, surging toward her mind. A soul attack? Alas, it is too feeble. It poses little threat even to a lower-tier god, let alone to me. Qian silently evaluated the High Priestess's offensive capabilities. Seeing Qian so easily ensnared by her attack, the High Priestess expressed mild surprise. Is that truly all you can do? Would you like to witness my other abilities? That is simple enough, Qian replied with a smile and with a thought. Flames began to engulf her being. The flames erupted violently, producing a series of explosive sounds, while the green energy vines disintegrated under the onslaught of the raging fire. The High Priestess's expression shifted in astonishment as she gasped, the fire elemental laws? You are adept in the fire elemental laws as well. Haha, High Priestess. I now understand why O'Brien could contend with you without defeat. He is a lower-tier god of the fire element, perfectly countering you. Qian laughed. Even if your comprehension of the laws of life is deeper and your strength surpasses his, you cannot overcome him, can you? The High Priestess did not respond directly, but took a deep breath to regain her composure, stating calmly, I am not your match. There is no need for a spar. If you wish to learn life magic, follow me. As she spoke, the High Priestess transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward a grove not far from the capital of the Yuan Empire. With a slight smile, Qian swiftly followed, her figure gliding like a gust of wind. In the not-so-dense grove, the High Priestess descended gracefully, her presence radiating an invisible aura of vitality that caused the surrounding flora to grow at a visible pace. With a series of crisp claps, Qian landed beside her and remarked, Life magic is indeed fascinating. Fascinating? The High Priestess's lips curled into a mysterious smile. And then Qian watched as the lush flora around her withered rapidly. What do you think now? Do you still find life magic intriguing? It seems I have come to the right person for life magic, Qian replied, somewhat evasively. With a knowing smile, the High Priestess inquired, Why do you wish to learn life magic? Do you aspire to cultivate the laws of life? You must understand that life magic, necromancy, and great prophecy are the three most difficult magics to master. Without a certain talent, one cannot succeed. Even if you are a god-level being with mastery over wind and fire laws, it does not guarantee proficiency in the laws of life. Indeed, I may not excel at present, but that does not preclude future mastery, Qian replied with a knowing smile. The High Priestess furrowed her brow slightly, clearly puzzled by Qian words, yet she refrained from pressing further and commenced the formal instruction of life magic. As Qian delved deeper into the intricacies of life magic, she realized her previous understanding had been flawed. While life magic shared many connections with the path of wood, the laws of life in the dragon-twisted world emphasized the essence of life itself. God-level beings who cultivated the laws of life could bestow vitality as well as strip it away. The laws of life were also deeply intertwined with the realm of the soul. Learning life magic was not akin to inheriting necromancy. Qian needed to absorb the teachings gradually. Despite her remarkable comprehension that astonished the High Priestess, it still took her over half a month to fully assimilate the life magic imparted by the High Priestess. During this time, the bond between Qian and the High Priestess grew, leading to a subtle yet profound fondness between them. However, both were beings who had lived for extensive periods. Having experienced much, their perspectives were not like those of youthful lovers. They could adeptly manage their emotions and refrain from easily entangling themselves in romantic notions. After mastering life magic, Qian departed the Yuan Empire, returning to the capital city of Qian in the O'Brien Empire. Within the estate of Count Watton, a joyful atmosphere filled the air as nobility gathered for the engagement banquet between Count Watton and Princess Nina of the Empire. Even Emperor Joan of the O'Brien Empire attended, along with the sword saint Hades and the revered war god, who had sent his two disciples, Lanko and Casret, to extend their congratulations. As the engagement banquet was about to commence, an unexpected guest arrived. An elderly man with white hair and a somewhat frail appearance, possessing enchanting sky-blue eyes, entered. He was Horden, the dimensional guardian of the Yulan continent. After the banquet, in the training grounds behind the estate, Horden summoned Linlei, seeking to entice him into exploring other dimensions. Hadon briefly explained to Linlei about the 7 elemental divine realms and the 4 supreme realms. Just as he was about to ask Linlei if he was willing to venture to other realms, a sudden cold laugh interrupted. Hadon, why are you so eager to send Linlei to hell? What are your true intentions? Hadon's expression shifted slightly as he looked up to see a figure, draped in a loose black robe, descending from midair. It was none other than Qian. The speed at which Qian appeared left Hadon feeling a chill of unease. Who is this person? Such swiftness. A mid-level deity? How could it be? How could an unknown mid-level deity suddenly emerge from the Yulan continent? Could it be that he escaped from the realm prison? But the realm prison is sealed. How could he have escaped? Lord Qian, Linlei exclaimed with delight upon seeing Qian, quickly approaching to pay his respects. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, Lord Qian, what did you mean just now? Is going to hell truly a bad thing? Qian did not answer directly, but instead fixed a cold gaze on Hadon. Hadon, if you do not leave now, do you wish for me to force you out? Do you truly believe that your status as a realm guardian intimidates me from eliminating you? Hadon glared at Qian with a mix of shock and anger. As a mid-level deity, his position in hell was quite insignificant. However, since becoming the realm guardian of the Yulan continent, he had not encountered anyone who dared to speak to him with such audacity, except for Bharat. Reflecting on Qian's terrifying speed, Hadon realized he lacked the confidence to confront Qian. After all, it would be tragic for a realm guardian to be slain. Though infuriated, Hadon suppressed his anger, snorted coldly, and took to the skies, departing. Once Hadon left, Linlei couldn't help but question Qian. Lord Qian, why did you provoke him? He is the guardian of the Yulan continent. And so what? Qian replied indifferently, glancing at Linlei. Do you know how many divine beings reside in hell? That realm is a world of gods, where the holy domain is akin to an ant in comparison to the humans of the Yulan continent. Even a low-level deity in hell holds a status comparable to that of a commoner in the Yulan continent. Tell me, what do you think will happen to you? A mere holy domain being, if you venture into hell? As Linlei contemplated Qian's words, he furrowed his brows, his expression darkening. Although he had considered his weakness, he had not truly grasped the gravity of the holy domain's lowly status in hell. Now, reflecting on the possibility of following Hongjun to hell, he feared it would not lead to a favorable existence. Lord Qian, surely Hongjun has spoken to every holy domain being of the Yulan continent in this manner. And he does not specifically target me, right? Linlei inquired. Qian shook his head meaningfully. If it were someone else, perhaps he would not be so deliberate. But you are different. There is no need to question why. In time, you will understand. Linlei, you plan to develop in the chaotic realm, correct? It is a commendable idea. If you can bring an end to the chaos there, it would be a significant achievement. However, always remember that strength is the foundation of everything. Do not neglect your training, Qian advised, placing a hand on Linlei's shoulder. Linlei nodded earnestly. Lord Qian, rest assured. I understand, and I will diligently cultivate to enhance my strength. Good, Linlei, I have faith that you will excel. I must take my leave now, as I too have to continue my arduous training. Please convey my regards to your father. I shall not see him again. Perhaps we will meet again in the chaotic realm, Qian said, his figure transforming into a gust of wind as he departed. Linlei, make sure to forge your own path and do not disappoint me. As Linlei watched Qian vanish, he clenched his fists, determination radiating from his gaze. Lord Qian, one day, I too shall become a powerful divine being like you. In the quiet passage of time, over a decade slipped by. Within the miniature dimensional space, Qian's true self and various divine avatars sat in meditation, each immersed in their own profound contemplation. Over these years, Qian's divine avatars had significantly strengthened, with mastery over earth, wind, water, fire, light, fate, and death, all reaching the mid-level deity realm. During this decade, after cultivating a life divine avatar, Qian had also begun to comprehend the dark laws and forged a dark divine avatar. However, as this dark avatar had not been cultivated for long, it still fell short of the mid-level deity rank, remaining a low-level deity. As for the laws of destruction and lightning, Qian had initiated his understanding in cultivation but had yet to ascend to divinity due to the brevity of his practice. Despite this, Qian's strength had experienced explosive growth over the past 10 years, particularly in the realms of earth, wind, water, fire, and light. He not only reached the mid-level deity tier but also grasped a significant portion of the profound mysteries associated with these elemental laws. At least 2 or 3 of these mysteries had begun to converge, and some were already in harmony, with complete integration merely a matter of time. Qian was not in a rush to hastily comprehend each law's intricacies. After all, to achieve great success and become a truly formidable force, the path of integration was paramount. Contemplating the path of destruction, Qian's true self suddenly opened his eyes, glancing towards the exit of the miniature dimensional space. He murmured to himself, so soon? Has Linlei's group discovered the external magic crystal mine and begun mining? I too must depart, Qian mused. His mind stirring as he merged with his wind divine avatar. His other divine avatars also coalesced, and he sat cross-legged in a corner of the miniature dimensional space, his form gradually dissipating into nothingness. Having integrated with the wind divine avatar, Qian rose and flew through the light gate, seamlessly merging into the external magic crystal mine before vanishing, only to reappear several miles away in a desolate wilderness. This technique was a manifestation of the earth element's earth-walking profundity. After years of arduous training, it was time to unwind. Damn it. My mouth is so dry it feels like I could wither away, Qian grumbled, his figure transforming into a gust of wind and disappearing. With Qian's speed, he arrived at the capital city of Barrack Kingdom, Barrack City, within a matter of moments. Over the past decade, this city, established after Linlei and his companions arrived in the chaotic realm, had flourished considerably, with numerous venues for dining, entertainment, and leisure. The Azure Water Paradise is the most prestigious entertainment venue in the Yulan continent, found in nearly every significant city across the land. More than half a month later, in the luxurious private room of the Azure Water Paradise in Barrack City, Qian, clad in a loose black robe and with unkempt hair and a bare chest, appeared quite disheveled, enjoying drinks and laughter with a group of lovely young women. Suddenly, the previously jovial expression on Qian's face froze, his eyes narrowing as he thought to himself, "Barut? He is still keeping tabs on me and wants me to meet him in the dark forest. It seems the Tomb of the Gods is about to open. It's south an intriguing place. I truly wish to see it. With his thoughts racing, Qian waved his hand, signaling the beautiful young women beside him to leave, and then silently transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing from the opulent room. Above the dark forest, for divine beings flew side by side, the fierce and determined warrior god O'Brien, the serene and natural high priest, the cold and enigmatic D-Ling, and the distant and languid Hiss, who wore a weary expression. Hiss, why the long face? Reaching the realm of divinity, one would expect you to be elated. The gentle voice of the high priest resonated. Hiss managed a faint smile. Lady Catherine, I have merely just entered the divine realm. Should I encounter peril in the future, I hope you will lend your assistance, or else my life may be forfeit, which would indeed be dire. Your life forfeit? The resounding voice of the war god interjected, his gaze piercing like lightning as it fixed upon Hiss. Having entered the divine realm, your cultivation must pertain to the dark laws concerning stealth and escape, correct? Among us, your ability to flee is likely the greatest. Hiss could only offer a resigned chuckle, while the ruler of the Beast Mountain, Dylan, remained silently airborne. Dylan. The high priest turned to him, her tone still warm and congenial. Congratulations on your escape from the Gobata Dimension prison. I must say, your fortune is indeed remarkable. Dylan cast a sidelong glance at the high priestess. Catherine, my luck pales in comparison to yours. Ah, so your name is Catherine. What a lovely name. Why didn't you tell me last time? A slightly exaggerated, light-hearted voice chimed, as a gust of wind coalesced into a figure clad in a loose black robe. Qian. Chapter 62. Beirut. Upon seeing Qian, Hiss, O'Brien, and Dylan all respectfully bowed, exclaiming, Lord Qian. The high priest merely rolled her eyes at Qian, displaying her indifference. Catherine, with a beaming smile, approached Qian, eager to jest with her. Enough. There will be ample time for idle chatter later. Come quickly. A hoarse, aged voice suddenly echoed in their ears. They recognized it to be the voice of Beirut, the ruler of the Yulan dimension, and thus hastened their pace, transforming into 5 streaks of light as they ventured deeper into the dark forest. Before long, the quintet arrived at the heart of the dark forest, where a dark metallic castle loomed before them. This was a fortress of metallic life, imbued with a certain sentience, capable of launching assaults against intruders. However, as they were summoned by Beirut, they entered the castle without hindrance. As it was Qian's first time in this metallic stronghold, curiosity compelled him to explore. The castle's layout was quite exquisite, with every metallic wall capable of shifting hues. The purple-red floor was remarkably smooth, reflecting light impeccably. Some metals were sculpted into rock-like formations, while the gardens flourished with an array of genuine blossoms, not artificially created by the castle. The group silently congregated in the castle's lounge, where they found an elderly man clad in a simple black robe, his long black hair cascading untamed, and a beard reaching his chest, seated on a metallic recliner. Engrossed in a book, Lord Beirut, the war god, the high priest, Dylan, and Hiss all offered respectful bows, with Qian following suit. Beirut lifted his gaze, his small yet luminous eyes twinkling like brilliant stars. A subtle smile graced his lips as he casually surveyed the four before his attention paused on Qian. You have likely surmised the purpose of my summons? Lord Beirut, you have gathered us to unveil the Tomb of the Gods, correct? The war god promptly inquired, nodding lightly. Beirut spoke as he returned his focus to the book. War god, high priest, you are most familiar with the circumstances surrounding the Tomb of the Gods. Please enlighten Dylan, Hiss, and Qian. Over 5,000 years ago, powerful beings from alternate dimensions descended upon us, many of whom were divine, including mid-tier and upper-tier gods. They clashed on the Yulan continent, resulting in the demise of nearly all but a handful of these formidable entities. Thus, the Tomb of the Gods came into existence. Containing the bodies of the gods, divine essences, and some relics, the war god elucidated. The Tomb of the Gods is overseen by Lord Beirut and is opened once every 1,000 years. All sacred realm and divine beings may venture within. Those fortunate enough may obtain divine essences and artifacts. The high priest continued, there are 3 passages leading to the Tomb of the Gods, one within the dark forest, another amidst a pirate ship in the northern sea, and the third deep beneath the southern sea. Each passage leads to a distinct Tomb of the Gods, with varying degrees of danger and corresponding treasures. This time, we shall endeavor towards the southern sea's Tomb of the Gods, which is the most perilous of them all. The war god stated solemnly, clearly aware of the dangers that lay within. Once the war god and the high priest concluded their introductions, Beirut spoke again. Well, you now understand the situation. Prepare yourselves. The Tomb of the Gods will officially open on March 2nd of the coming year. War god, high priest, Dylan, and Hiss, you may take your leave. Qian, remain behind. Understood. The four responded respectfully before exiting the metallic castle. Left alone with Beirut, Qian felt a flicker of anxiety. What could Beirut possibly desire from him? Qian, there's no need to be anxious. It seems we share quite a bond. The miniature dimensional space you previously secluded yourself in was one I had previously established for my own cultivation, Beirut remarked with a smile. I'm aware of your ascension to divinity and the creation of your divine avatars. I must say, your talent is quite astonishing, adept in numerous laws and rules. And your cultivation speed compels even this ancient being to marvel. Yulan Dimension has gained a prodigious genius. Hearing this, Qian could not help but smile wryly to himself. He had thought he had been discreet, yet here was Beirut, a supreme deity. If he wished, even retreating into that miniature dimensional space would not shield him from Beirut's scrutiny. Concealing anything from him was utterly unrealistic. However, what intrigues me most is your origin. Beirut continued, his gaze fixed on Qian. If I am not mistaken, you are not a being of the Yulan continent, are you? Startled, Qian hesitated before mustering the courage to nod. Indeed, I am not a being of the Yulan continent. Oh, then where do you hail from? And what brings you to the Yulan continent? Beirut inquired, seemingly calm and unflustered. After a moment of contemplation, Qian furrowed his brow, expressing a hint of anguish as he spoke. Lord Beirut, truth be told, I am unaware of my origins. It seems I have slumbered for an extended period in the depths of the Beast Mountain. Upon awakening, I appeared to have lost my previous memories. Yet, I retain my name and feel that my soul possesses an extraordinary strength. Beyond that, I truly do not know. Your soul is indeed remarkably powerful. Seemingly imbued with a unique potency, Beirut observed, pausing for a moment. Just as Qian wondered whether Beirut would believe his words, Beirut slowly spoke. Your circumstances are unlike anything I have encountered or heard of. However, there is no need for you to dwell on it. I am merely curious about your origins. Perhaps it is your soul's uniqueness that grants you such remarkable cultivation talent. Qian, devote yourself to your training. I believe you will achieve great feats in the future. And perhaps I shall bestow upon you a significant opportunity then. A significant opportunity? Qian silently breathed a sigh of relief, yet could not help but feel perplexed. Was Beirut contemplating making him a candidate for inheriting the position of the supreme god? While he might entertain such notions now, it was likely that once Lin Lei and the four elemental souls reached their pinnacle, his perspective might shift. Nonetheless, Qian felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the position of the supreme god. He wished to explore it, yet he did not yearn for it excessively. The main deity, endowed with the formidable powers of divinity, appears immensely powerful. However, it is also constrained by the very nature of its divinity, destined to never truly attain the great path. Even if a deity merges elemental mysteries to achieve perfection, the enhancement of their strength remains limited, and further advancement becomes impossible. Very well, prepare yourself. This expedition to the Tomb of the Gods will serve as a crucible for you, perhaps accelerating your cultivation, Beirut remarked, then continued, by the way, Qian. Every principle encompasses various mysteries. The mysteries of the same principle can indeed merge with one another. Among the upper deities, the more mysteries one integrates, the stronger one becomes. If you aspire to become a true powerhouse, you should endeavor to merge mysteries from the outset, rather than hastily striving to ascend as an upper deity. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Beirut, Qian replied respectfully, before departing the metallic castle. As Beirut observed Qian's departure, he squinted and murmured to himself, what is this lad's true origin? Can his words be trusted? Yet, his soul is undeniably unique, extraordinarily potent. Perhaps time will reveal the truth. Secrets are difficult to conceal indefinitely. Chapter 63, The Tomb of the Gods. Having exited the dark forest, Qian headed directly towards the expansive eastern grasslands. Arriving at the renowned Death Mountain within the southern Kashar region of the grasslands, in a canyon beneath a peak resembling a ram's double horns, Qian sat cross-legged on the grassy floor, extending his consciousness. He easily discerned that the howling winds entering the canyon had transformed due to the canyon's peculiar topography, causing the air's wind elemental particles to collide and produce an unusual sound wave, an inaudible resonance that spread outward. Upon slight reflection, Qian grasped the essence of the sound wave mysteries contained within. Having a profound understanding of the principles of sound, Qian spent merely half a day in quiet contemplation and significantly enhanced his comprehension of the sound principles. Sound waves and music, when intertwined, embody the essence of sound. Slowly opening his eyes and murmuring to himself, Qian's figure dissipated into thin air, vanishing like a breeze. Time seemed to pass swiftly as Qian leisurely roamed the Yulan continent, savoring the scenery and cuisine while diligently cultivating. In this state, his progress in cultivation appeared remarkably swift. Before he realized it, it had already become the second day of the third month in the year 10024 of the Yulan calendar. The appointed time to enter the Tomb of the Gods. Qian arrived early at the dark forest and, upon meeting Beirut, expressed a desire to peruse his collection of books. Beirut did not refuse, allowing Qian to explore his vast library at will. As night fell, Beirut called out to Qian and departed from the metallic castle, preparing to lead the group to the South Sea. Lord Qian? Observing Qian, who was leaving the metallic castle while engrossed in a thick book, Lin Lei refrained from approaching him, recognizing that with Beirut's command, the group had already set off. Accompanying the group to the South Sea, Qian flew leisurely while reading, exuding an air of casual ease that intrigued those around him, especially those unfamiliar with him, who began to view this Lord Qian in a new light. The South Sea surged with mighty waves. The expanse of the oceans encompassing the Yulan continent was immense, with the northern sea already vast, but the southern sea was even more astonishingly vast. At the edge of the South Sea lay a tumultuous spatial current. In the deep of night, the boundless waters appeared dark. Suddenly, Beirut, who was leading the way, halted mid-air above the ocean. At the deepest part of the seabed was the entrance to the Tomb of the Gods, approximately 20,000 meters beneath the surface. Beirut smiled lightly, stating, "I trust that the pressure of the deep sea poses no challenge for you. If you cannot withstand even this depth, it would be wiser to abandon the endeavor and return." With that, Beirut was the first to plunge into the water, parting the sea as he swam through. The waters roared, creating 5 channels, and Qian, along with the war god and others, followed swiftly into the depths. Over 80 human and beastly powerhouses entered the depths without hesitation. In the profound depths of the ocean, the silence was palpable, illuminated only by a few bioluminescent creatures. The South Sea was vast and home to numerous formidable and bizarre beasts, such as sea dragons, dragon turtles, hydras, and giant deep-sea squids, all of which were apex holy domain beasts. However, upon their entry into the seabed, the invisible aura emanating from the group terrified these colossal creatures, rendering them motionless, let alone daring to provoke them. Upon reaching the seabed, under Beirut's guidance, the group navigated through an underwater canyon until they arrived before a colossal black stone. This stone stood bare in the canyon's center, topped with a transparent portal radiating strange waves of energy. "Here we are." Beirut's deep, raspy voice echoed in each person's ears. This spatial gate serves as the passage to the Tomb of the Gods. Normally, it remains sealed, obscured by a layer of invisible energy. With that, Beirut unleashed a beam of black light from his body, striking the portal. Instantly, the calm waters of the seabed began to churn. The previously transparent portal radiated a dazzling light, as if a thin membrane had sealed it. However, it soon burst like a bubble, and with a pop, the membrane vanished. "Follow me, and step inside." Beirut soared toward the spatial gate, crossing effortlessly to the other side, disappearing from sight. Qian followed closely, and the war god and high priest also stepped forward without hesitation, one by one vanishing into the portal. Lin Lei, Fawn, and other holy domain powerhouses hurriedly followed suit. Soon, the multitude of powerhouses arrived in another realm. They remained at the seabed but in a different dimensional sea. This must be the divine realm Beirut established after ascending to godhood, Qian mused, perceiving an invisible force suppressing his divine senses. Following Beirut, the group flew for over 10 miles, finally catching sight of a towering structure resembling a mountain in the distance. The Tomb of the Gods? It is truly magnificent, exuding a unique aura of immense power. Could it be the remains of the 4 divine beasts? Gazing at the colossal Tomb of the Gods, Qian narrowed his eyes, contemplating. The walls of the Tomb of the Gods bore 4 faces, each adorned with giant reliefs of the 4 divine beasts, beneath which were densely packed small reliefs. Beneath the azure dragon relief, various bizarre beast forms resembling dragons and serpents were arranged in a specific order. According to the small reliefs, Beirut observed the numerous small sculptures beneath the azure dragon relief, stating, this time, "The guardian of the first 11 layers of the Tomb of the Gods is the divine beast, Bashi." Bashi? Lord Beirut, do they stand a chance of success? Lin could not help but inquire. Beirut glanced at him and replied with a faint smile, "This divine beast, Bashi, reached maturity tens of thousands of years ago. As far as I know, it has now attained the mid-tier divine realm. Don't even think about it. If any of you 5 enter, aside from Qian, you would face certain death upon encountering Bashi." The 80-plus powerhouses felt a tremor in their hearts, their expression shifting. A mid-tier divine beast? Are you joking? That divine beast Bashi could likely kill them with a mere breath. Fear not. This is not a path of certain death. Allow me to briefly explain the situation of the Tomb of the Gods. There are a total of 18 layers within the Tomb of the Gods, and the first 10 layers certainly lack divine attributes. From the 11th layer onward, there are undoubtedly the corpses of gods and divine essences, Beirut remarked. In the section you are about to enter, the first 10 layers are governed by the divine beast, the Bash. As for the layers beyond the 12th, they are inhabited by god-tier beings, and venturing there is akin to courting death. Soon, 2 passages to the left and right of the goddess cemetery opened. Upon Beirut's command, the human sanctuaries entered through the left passage, while the beastly warriors proceeded through the right. Should any of the entrants survive the first 4 layers, they would reconvene on the 5th layer. Once all the sanctuaries had entered the goddess cemetery, the high priest could not help but glance at Beirut and inquire, "Lord Beirut, what if Bebe encounters the divine beast Bash?" "Not to worry, Bebe will not meet Bash, for he is taking the right passage," Beirut chuckled reassuringly. His expression shifted. "Lord Beirut, do you imply?" Beirut responded with a calm smile. "When the passages opened, I had already inquired. And Bash resides in the left region, below the 5th layer. That is why I instructed the sanctuaries to enter through the right passage." Lin Lei and his exchanged hushed words. Beirut continued, "Let us hope for his good fortune. I cannot remain their protector forever." They willingly entered the goddess cemetery. "Now, let us depart and return in 10 years. Lord Beirut, may I remain here to cultivate for 10 years? Qian, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. After regarding Qian thoughtfully, Beirut pondered briefly before agreeing. "Very well. If you wish to cultivate here, you may do so. However, only god-tier beings are permitted entry into the goddess cemetery after 10 years. This rule cannot be altered." "I understand. I simply wish to avoid the back and forth." "It matters not where I cultivate," Qian replied with a smile. With a slight nod, Beirut then led the martial god and others back towards the entrance of the passage. Chapter 64. The God-Eating Worm. The realm where the goddess cemetery resides is vast yet desolate, devoid of life, resembling a true graveyard. Although Qian could not enter the goddess cemetery, his divine consciousness could easily penetrate its depths to ascertain the circumstances within. He was relatively well informed about the first 11 layers. The uppermost 18th layer housed the corpses of the 4 divine beasts, which did not surprise him. Under the scrutiny of his divine consciousness, the mysteries of the 12th to 17th layers gradually unfolded. Intriguingly, Beirut had indeed invested considerable thought into the goddess cemetery. After a moment of curious exploration, Qian settled himself in the plaza outside the goddess cemetery to prepare for his cultivation. This realm, created by the supreme deity, is rich in elemental essence, making the comprehension of arcane laws and principles relatively easier, a far superior cultivation environment than the miniature realms crafted by Beirut. Amidst the monotony of cultivation, Qian occasionally indulged his curiosity to observe the state of the goddess cemetery, keeping a watchful eye on Lin Lei's development. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years had elapsed. Seemingly unchanged, Qian sat quietly in the plaza outside the goddess cemetery, his mind now housing 2 additional divine avatars, the avatars of destruction and darkness, in addition to his wind element avatar. Thus, apart from the thunder element avatar, Qian had successfully cultivated 10 divine avatars. As the decade came to a close, Beirut and the martial god arrived punctually. Beirut merely nodded at Qian before entering the goddess cemetery through the passageway leading from the 11th layer, preparing to retrieve Lin Lei and the others. Soon, Lin Lei and the remaining 20 or so sanctuary warriors emerged from the goddess cemetery. "Ah, greetings." Lin Lei, Bebe was engaged in conversation with the fortunate survivor, Buck, when a sudden, whimsical voice interjected. A striking figure clad in green appeared beside them. "You must be Lin Lei." The green-clad youth laughed heartily. "How impressive that you successfully acquired a divine essence in the 11th layer." As he spoke, he reached out to ruffle Lin Lei's hair, attempting to evade. Lin Lei found himself immobile, ensnared by the grip of the divine domain. "Tarosha, come here," Beirut called from a distance. The green-clad youth hurried over, grinning. "Lord Beirut, let us hurry back to the Yulan continent. I've longed to return home. Allow me to introduce Tarosha. Many of you have met him before. He is also the overseer of the first 11 layers of the goddess cemetery," Beirut explained, ignoring Tarosha's exuberance. "The slumbering divine beast Bash." Beirut continued to scan the crowd. Tarosha cast a glance at the assembly, his gaze resting on a few god-tier beings. "I know all 5 of you. Catherine, we are old acquaintances." "Ah, this one is called O'Brien, and this one is Hiss, correct? And you are Qian? Impressive. I've heard you've cultivated in a short time, yet have attained mid-tier god status. I never expected such a prodigious talent to emerge in the Yulan realm in my absence. We must spar sometime." Tarosha grinned widely at Qian. Qian smiled back. "I would be delighted. I am eager to witness the true prowess of the divine beast Bash. Emperor Lin, my dear brother, you are indeed fortunate to have escaped the prison of Gobata. I am most thrilled to see you." Tarosha's eyes sparkled as he moved to embrace Emperor Lin, who furrowed his brow and stepped aside to stand beside Beirut. The recent tragedy of losing a son weighed heavily on his heart. Enough of your antics, Tarosha. What goes around comes around, Beirut stated coolly, causing Tarosha to fall silent, obediently standing behind Beirut. Beirut addressed the group. All right, everyone. Prepare to depart back to the Yulan continent. Yes, Lord Beirut. The collective response echoed as all the warriors, led by Beirut, alongside the 6 god-tier beings and 20 or so sanctuary warriors, embarked on the journey back to the Yulan continent. On this day, the 4th of March in the year 10034 of the Yulan calendar, a full decade had passed since Lin Lei and his companions arrived. Upon returning to the Yulan realm, the gathered warriors dispersed over the South Sea, leaving only Qian and Tarosha behind to find a suitable place for a friendly sparring match. The specifics of this impending battle remained unknown, but over a month later, on the 9th of April, as the 6 god-tier beings accompanied Beirut back to the goddess cemetery, Tarosha displayed an unmistakable warmth towards Qian, even exhibiting a hint of reverence, which struck the martial god and others as peculiar. Was it truly necessary for Tarosha, also a mid-tier god, to extend such courtesies to Qian? Upon arrival at the goddess cemetery, Beirut wasted no time, directly opening the passage to the 12th layer, allowing Qian and the other 6 god-tier beings to enter. The 12th layer of the goddess cemetery had previously been visited only by the martial god and the high priest, Emperor Lin, Hiss, and even Tarosha were not entirely aware of what lay within. However, Qian had spent the last decade probing the goddess cemetery, and he was well acquainted with the 12th layer's secrets. Upon entering, Qian and the others discovered a world reminiscent of a desolate wasteland, shrouded in darkness and silence. Devoid of life and sound, eerily still. It seems there is nothing here. Emperor Lin frowned in confusion. Hiss, however, squinted at the endless barren ground, sensing something amiss. No. It appears there are subtle energies at play, perhaps remnants of death. There are peculiar creatures lurking beneath, their presence concealed, and their numbers seem vast, Tarosha noted, furrowing his brow. Those are the god-eating worms. They feed on the corpses of god-tier beings and possess hard shells, making them difficult to kill. Moreover, one must never probe with divine consciousness. Otherwise, it would immediately alert them, for they possess an exceptionally keen perception of the mental prowess of divine-level beings. As the voice of the war god resonated, a thunderous vibration echoed, causing the barren ground below to tremble. Soon, a swarm of dark, glimmering eyes, akin to a cloud, emerged from the earth, surging towards the 6 divine-level beings, including Qian. Ahem, I couldn't help but probe with my divine consciousness just now, Tarosha awkwardly coughed. Getting entangled with the devourer insects would be quite troublesome. We must flee, the high priest urged, swiftly vanishing into the distant sky. Almost simultaneously, Qian, Tarosha, the war god, Emperor Lin, and Hiss also transformed into streaks of light, racing away with great haste. Just as they departed, the relentless devourer insects engulfed their previous location, sweeping towards the direction they fled like a tempest. Moments later, in another distant region of this world, Qian and the others finally halted after shaking off the devourer insects. With a crisp crack, Qian crushed a devourer insect in his hand, noting how remarkably tough its shell was. Glancing at the others, he mumbled softly, leaving them speechless. Even while escaping, this fellow was preoccupied with capturing a devourer insect for study. Chapter 65. The 13th layer. The war god surveyed the group and declared, "This layer of the world harbors nothing but the devourer insects. Let us not tarry and proceed directly to the 13th layer. Those devourer insects are pursuing us. Follow me to the entrance of the 13th layer." Casting a glance at the ominous void in the distance, the high priest urged. As they continued their journey, it took considerable time for them to finally shake off the devourer insects and arrive at an ancient rocky passage deep within the desert. These devourer insects can barely fly even under our divine domain. If a holy domain expert were to arrive here, even one at the peak of the holy domain would likely be devoured within seconds, Hiss remarked, shaking his head. Let us go to the 13th layer, the war god said, leading the way alongside the high priest into the passage that led to the 13th layer of the tomb of the gods. Qian, Tarosha, Emperor Lin, and Hiss followed closely behind. Upon exiting the passage, they found themselves in a vibrant forest world. Oh, the contrast between the 13th layer of the tomb of the gods and the 12th layer below is indeed quite striking, Hiss exclaimed in astonishment. However, the war goddess' expression turned grave as he cautioned, "This place is perilous. 3,000 years ago, Catherine and I nearly met our demise in this realm, returning to the 12th layer in utter disgrace without obtaining anything. No way. You two ventured here 3,000 years ago and traversed 2 layers without gaining anything? His eyes widened in shock. The war god merely shot him a piercing glance without further comment, while Catherine, remaining composed, added, "This realm is teeming with plant life of holy domain strength. But the true danger lies in the divine-level plant life concealed within. Many of them are colossal and brimming with divine power. 3,000 years ago, the war god and I were besieged by several divine-level plants, never even catching a glimpse of their true forms, and we were forced to retreat in disarray. Fortunately, they seemed to harbor no intent to kill. Otherwise, our survival would have been uncertain. Is it possible that the Tomb of the Gods shows mercy to divine-level beings?" Hiss inquired, somewhat taken aback. The war god scoffed, "Mercy? If we had been weaker back then and unable to withstand the onslaught of those divine-level plant beings, we would have surely met our end. Enough talk. I wish to see just how formidable these divine-level plants truly are," Qian declared as he soared into the dense forest ahead. Tarosha, Emperor Lin, and the others hastily followed, as it is indeed safer to stick together in this treacherous world. Initially, everything appeared tranquil. Qian and the others seemed to glide through a life-filled forest, inhaling the fresh air, surrounded by a comforting essence of vitality. However, it was not long before several vines surged towards them. As the concealed holy domain plant beings began to make their move, the strength of these holy domain plant beings is no trifling matter. Many possess profound understanding of the arcane, combined with robust and vibrant physiques. Had Qian and his companions not been able to exert their divine domain to bind them, it would have posed a significant challenge. Despite their formidable talents, even the most gifted among them, under the constraints of the divine domain, found their attacks easily obliterating the vines. As these plant beings are generally massive, hiding their true forms underground, killing them was quite difficult. They could only inflict wounds at best. As Qian and his companions ventured deeper into the forest, fewer and fewer holy domain plant beings dared to provoke them. Be cautious. It was here that we encountered those divine-level plant beings 3,000 years ago, Catherine suddenly warned during their flight. Just as her words left her lips, a cacophony of rushing air signaled the arrival of deep green vines, which descended upon Qian and the others like a net, distorting the very fabric of space. With their expressions shifting, Qian and the others reacted almost simultaneously, unleashing their most ferocious attacks. With a flick of his wrist, Qian wielded his indigo sword, transforming it into a flurry of shadowy blade images that effortlessly shredded the encroaching vines above him. The war god unleashed a torrent of searing flames, incinerating the vines into withered remains. The high priest, radiating a powerful green aura, exhibited extraordinary prowess, absorbing the life energy of the vines, causing them to wilt. Hiss. Employing the art of shadow clones to evade, concurrently attacked, severing the vines that threatened to ensnare him. Emperor Lin unleashed a devastating blow, shattering numerous vines with a single strike. Meanwhile, Tarosha invoked the mysteries of water elements, freezing the vines solid before shattering them into ice fragments. Subsequently, sensing their presence, the group retaliated fiercely, creating large craters in the ground and severely wounding the divine-level plant beings, forcing them to retreat in disarray. "Let us find the passage to the 14th layer," Qian commanded, and the group continued deeper into the forest. After repelling the divine-level plant beings, they faced no further obstacles and easily discovered the entrance to the 14th layer of the Tomb of the Gods nestled within the heart of the forest. However, at the entrance to the passage, they encountered a strikingly handsome young man with green hair, clad in a green robe, seated cross-legged, gazing at them with a gentle smile. He is a mid-level deity. Tarosha's voice echoed in their ears, causing the war god and the high priest to exchange wary glances. "Gentlemen, do not be alarmed. I have no intent to engage in a life-and-death struggle with you, nor will I obstruct your passage." The handsome young man smiled at Qian and the others. "I am merely here to offer you an opportunity, the chance to obtain divine status." The chance to obtain divine status? Qian and Tarosha remained relatively calm, but the war god and the high priest could not suppress their excitement. "What must we do to attain divine status?" the war god inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the handsome young man. "It is quite simple. Defeat me, and you shall receive a mid-level divine status that corresponds to the attributes of the laws you practice," the young man replied nonchalantly to the war god, the high priest. Emperor Lin, and hiss. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group soured slightly. What a ridiculous proposition. How could a lower deity defeat a mid-tier deity? If such an extraordinary lower deity truly existed, it would not be difficult for them to ascend to the rank of mid-tier deity by their own merits. So why would they seek to refine a mid-tier divine essence? Do not misunderstand. Observing their expressions, the handsome man chuckled and clarified. "When I speak of defeating me, I refer only to my water element lower deity avatar. As he spoke, a figure clad in blue robes emerged from within him. It was indeed his water element lower deity avatar. Upon witnessing this, the martial god and his companions felt somewhat relieved, exchanging glances before the martial god boldly stepped forward and declared, "I shall fight you." The handsome man nodded with a smile, gesturing for the martial god to make his move. His demeanor so nonchalant that it seemed he did not regard the martial god as a threat at all. This attitude provoked the martial god, who, in a flash, unleashed a relentless attack. However, to the astonishment of Qian and the others, the handsome man's water element lower deity avatar effortlessly blocked the martial god's assault and, with a single strike, sent the martial god reeling back, wounded and defeated. Chapter 66. The battle arena. Seeing the martial god so easily vanquished, the high priest, Isekai'd, and even Emperor Lin could not help but change their expressions. How formidable! Is this merely a lower deity already beginning to comprehend the profound laws? Tarosha could not suppress his astonishment as he narrowed his eyes at the handsome man's water element lower deity avatar, then turned to the handsome man, remarking, his mid-tier deity avatar must be even stronger. The high priest then stepped forward, her beautiful eyes glaring at the handsome man's water element lower deity avatar. Her voice icy, "I shall fight you." Before her words had fully left her lips, the high priest surged toward the handsome man's avatar like a gust of wind, delivering a light yet powerful palm strike. A vibrant green light blossomed from her hand, teeming with life, yet exuding a chilling sense of impending danger. With a muffled thud, the handsome man's water element lower deity avatar also struck out with a palm, forcing the high priest to stagger backward. A smirk curling at the corner of his lips. The rules of life? Alas, your understanding of them is still too superficial. Defeat. With a sharp cry, the handsome man's water element lower deity avatar darted before the high priest and struck again, his palm visibly coalescing into a layer of ice, a terrifying chill permeating the air. The high priest attempted to dodge, but was struck on the shoulder, her body shuddering as she coughed up blood and was sent flying, caught mid-air by Qian. As Qian gently set the high priest down, he glanced at the shattered ice left on her shoulder, his gaze turning icy as he looked back at the handsome man. Defeating you could yield a mid-tier divine essence. I wonder what we might gain from killing you? Kill me? The handsome man narrowed his eyes at Qian, pausing momentarily before responding in a low tone. If you kill me, you will gain nothing. Qian shook his head with a chilling smile, his eyes gleaming with a hint of murderous intent. I beg to differ. As he spoke, Qian rushed toward the handsome man with the swiftness of a tempest, his azure sword glinting fiercely, distorting the air as it cleaved a visible rift through space. The handsome man, enveloped in a rich green glow, hastily raised his hands to defend himself, yet was still pierced by the sword's light. A crimson line appeared across his face, and in an instant, his head was cleaved in two, revealing the green-hued divine essence within, its soul trembling before dissipating. Immediately afterward, with a swift motion, Qian dispatched the handsome man's water element lower deity avatar, cleaving its head in two as well, striking the divine essence with the same sword, shattering its contained soul. The martial god and the others could only stare in disbelief at the scene before them. A mid-tier deity had not even had the chance to wield a divine artifact in defense before being so effortlessly slain by Qian, who had dispatched both the main body and the lower deity avatar with such ease. Even Tarosha could not help but inhale sharply, realizing he had perhaps underestimated Qian's strength. As he collected the two divine essences and a spatial ring left behind by the deceased handsome man, Qian casually dripped a drop of blood onto the ring. Not surprised to see it roll off without merging, he concluded, indeed, this fellow still has a divine avatar alive. Let us proceed. Entering the 14th layer of the divine tomb, Qian tucked away the divine essences and spatial ring, heading directly into the passage leading to the 14th layer. The others, having regained their composure, glanced back at the corpses of the handsome young man and his avatar before hastily following suit. The 14th layer of the divine tomb was a world of magma, with vast lakes of molten rock and scattered dark red islands, each resembling a massive arena. Upon entering this realm, Qian and his companions emerged onto a dark red stone plaza extending toward the lava lake. There, seated like a volcano, was a burly man clad in dark red armor, his suppressed yet potentially explosive aura palpable. Brother, he is the one who killed my two divine avatars. A blue-robed, long-haired handsome youth shot in from a distant dark red island, landing beside the burly man and pointing an accusing finger at Qian, bearing a striking resemblance to the handsome man he had just slain. The burly man opened his eyes wide, his gaze blazing like two miniature stars as he fixed them fiercely on Qian, his voice a low growl. You are the one who killed my brother's avatar? Indeed, for he injured my companion. Do you wish to avenge him? Feel free to attack. However, I must warn you, should you engage me in battle, Be prepared for the possibility of death, Qian Kuan replied with a calm smile, exuding an air of nonchalance. In an instant, his aura surged violently, flames seemingly erupting from his eyes as the burly man scrutinized Qian Kuan. After a few breaths of silence, he abruptly calmed. My brother was simply outmatched. His defeat was a consequence of his own weakness. Brother. The blue-robed handsome youth's face paled at the burly man's words. Enough, do not forget our mission. The burly man reprimanded, then turned to Qian Kuan and his companions. Let me explain the rules here. There are a total of 18 battle arenas, with the first 9 guardians being lower deities of progressively increasing strength. The latter 9 guardians are mid-tier deities, also growing stronger. Your task is to challenge them sequentially, or selectively. Defeating the first 3 opponents yields no rewards. Only upon vanquishing the last 6 will you gradually earn some divine artifacts, divine essences, and other treasures. The quality of rewards correlates with the strength of the opponents you defeat. The handsome youth, gritting his teeth, cast a cold smile at Qian Kuan. If you have the guts, come challenge me. Remember, I await you at the 8th mid-tier battle arena. With that, the handsome youth vanished like a gust of wind into the depths of the expansive lava lake. Watching the direction he had departed, a flicker of coldness crossed Qian Kuan's gaze. Brother Qian Kuan, what shall we do now? Tarosha inquired respectfully. Qian Kuan nodded nonchalantly. You all should give it a try. Perhaps luck will favor you with some fine artifacts or divine essences. I am curious to see just how strong the mid-tier guardians are here. Tarosha declared as he took the lead, flying toward the depths of the lava lake. As the Emperor Lin, the martial god, the high priest, and his exchanged glances, they swiftly approached the nearest arena. Qian Kuan remained inactive, gazing curiously at the burly bald man. Among the mid-tier gods here, you must be the strongest, am I right? If I defeat you, or perhaps kill you, will there be a reward? The burly man regarded Qian Kuan and replied, if you could kill me, there would be no need for you to be here. The so-called rewards, even an upper-tier divine rank or a divine artifact, would hold little significance for you, wouldn't they? With a slight smile, Qian Kuan waved his hand dismissively. Oh no, perhaps I wouldn't care for the upper-tier divine rank. However, acquiring a suitable upper-tier divine artifact would indeed be delightful. By the way, if I were to defeat your brother from earlier, would I be entitled to such an artifact? After a moment of contemplation, the burly man nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Chapter 67, Double Kill. Qian Kuan chuckled at this and instantly transformed into a gust of wind, soaring deep into the magma lake. In the depths of the lake, on the penultimate combat arena, a handsome young man in a blue robe and blue hair seemed to sense something, looking up just in time to see Qian Kuan descending like a whirlwind. His eyes ignited with deep hatred and battle intent. You have finally arrived. Are you so eager to meet your demise? Qian Kuan chuckled softly. What gives you the confidence to believe you can defeat me? The handsome youth scoffed, drawing forth a slender, deep blue divine sword, as he infused it with divine energy. The sword trembled, emanating a fierce and terrifying aura that created tiny spatial rifts around them. An upper-tier artifact? Qian Kuan raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by the youth's weapon. He couldn't help but chuckle. So this is your trump card? No wonder your brother mentioned that defeating you would yield an upper-tier artifact. This is what he meant. Defeat me? That depends on whether you have the ability, the handsome youth retorted, his figure morphing into a whirlwind as he charged at Qian Kuan, the upper-tier divine sword slashing through space toward him. With the deep blue sword suddenly appearing in his hand, Qian Kuan appeared to casually swing it, producing a sharp, piercing sound that momentarily stunned the handsome youth. Shaking off the daze, he resumed his attack. Qian Kuan's deep blue sword deflected the youth's strike, which had lost much of its power, and he swiftly countered, slicing through space toward the handsome youth. The youth, alarmed, dodged but still found his arm severed by Qian Kuan's strike. Retreating, the handsome youth felt the surge of divine energy within him, and his severed arm quickly regenerated. An understanding of the mysteries of sound? You have grasped the mysteries of sound. The handsome youth looked at Qian Kuan, astonished. Is that surprising? Qian Kuan chuckled, and in an instant, his figure multiplied into 16, surrounding the handsome youth. All at once, they attacked, unleashing dimensional strikes that sent spatial rifts toward him. Cornered, the handsome youth's face paled as he realized he was on the brink of being torn apart. With a frantic roar, he swung his upper-tier divine sword in a sweeping arc, destroying the approaching rifts. At that moment, Qian Kuan had already reached his side, severing the youth's left hand that held the divine sword and striking his chest with his palm, causing him to convulse and spit blood as he was hurled from the arena into the magma below. With a single motion, Qian Kuan shattered the youth's severed hand and claimed the upper-tier divine sword for himself. Return my sword. The handsome youth roared, emerging from the magma lake, furiously charging at Qian Kuan. As Qian Kuan prepared to strike, a shadow materialized before him, revealing a burly man clad in black armor. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous crimson-armored giant, suggesting they were the same entity. Humph. Qian Kuan scoffed, transforming into 16 figures once more, leaving the burly man bewildered as to which was the real one. One of the figures, closing in on the handsome youth, suddenly wielded the deep blue divine sword, launching a spectral attack that blurred the surrounding space. The rapid and fierce strike left the handsome youth with no opportunity to evade. Just as he regained his senses, he felt a sharp pain at his brow, and then everything faded to black. With the handsome youth slain, Qian Kuan collected his divine rank and spatial ring, then turned to the burly man, whose fiery gaze burned with fury. So, do you also wish to challenge me? If I'm not mistaken, you must be the final guardian of this arena. Should I defeat you, what rewards await me? An upper-tier divine rank? Why slay him when he has already been defeated? The burly man inquired, his tone heavy with suppressed rage. The reason is simple. He sought his own demise. Qian Kuan replied nonchalantly, barely restraining the burly man from exploding with anger. With his face flushed with rage, the burly man let out a fierce roar and charged at Qian Kuan like a ferocious beast, warping the space around him into a swirling vortex of darkness, the oppressive aura threatening to engulf Qian Kuan. The enigmatic power of the dark laws. Qian Kuan's brow arched as he summoned an invisible binding force toward the burly man, utilizing the elemental laws of wind. Caught in the grasp of the wind's spatial binding, the burly man faltered, just as a beam of azure sword light flared before him. He could only let out a reluctant howl as a dark energy shot toward Qian Kuan from his brow, only to be cleaved through by Qian Kuan's sword. The dark energy penetrated Qian Kuan's body, but he remained unfazed. The potency of this soul attack is commendable, yet it poses no threat to me. Qian Kuan, having secured the dark mid-tier divine rank, chose to ignore the spatial ring. The burly man could be considered the overseer of the 14th level of the divine graveyard, and Qian Kuan deemed it prudent to show some restraint, opting to eliminate merely one of his divine avatars rather than extinguishing both his remaining avatar and true form. He did not charge at me. It seems he has not let rage cloud his judgment. Moments later, Qian Kuan noticed the burly man's fire elemental divine avatar remained inactive. He shook his head, discarding the bodies of the dark divine avatar and the handsome youth into the magma lake before settling onto the arena, extracting the spatial ring from the handsome youth and recognizing it by dripping blood to assess his gains. Indeed, within this spatial ring, there are actually mid-tier divine ranks for the 7 elemental laws and 1 for each of the 4 cardinal rules. After tallying his spoils, he probed with his divine sense and discovered that Tarosha and the martial god were each engaged in their own arena challenges. Feeling slightly bored, Qian Kuan began to meditate, preparing to await their return. Before long, Tarosha landed upon the arena where Qian Kuan resided, prompting him to open his eyes. Why, so swiftly have you reached this arena? Qian Kuan smiled up at Tarosha. Tarosha, however, shook his head with a hint of frustration. Don't mention it. The mid-tier guardians of the first 3 arenas were indeed lackluster, and I easily defeated them. However, the guardians of the middle 3 arenas proved to be considerably stronger. My water elemental avatar barely managed to pass the 5th arena, while my destruction avatar could only draw with the guardian of the 6th arena, unable to claim victory, let alone discuss any rewards. This graveyard of gods is not a place for bestowing gifts, but rather a crucible for honing the strong. Qian Kuan remarked, Tarosha, you must have gained quite a bit from your encounters with those mid-tier god guardians, right? Tarosha, taken aback, nodded and replied, Brother Qian Kuan, now that you mention it, I did have quite an exhilarating experience battling them. However, I had thought my strength was commendable among mid-tier gods. Yet, I could not even pass the 6th arena. I shudder to think how formidable the guardians of the last 3 arenas might be. Why not try the 7th arena? There's no rule stating that failing to pass the 6th arena bars you from attempting the 7th. Qian Kuan encouraged with a smile. At these words, Tarosha's eyes widened in disbelief. Qian Kuan, you mustn't jest. The guardian of the 7th arena will undoubtedly be far stronger than that of the 6th. I could easily fall victim to him. How about I accompany you for support? Qian Kuan suggested with a chuckle. Upon hearing that Qian Kuan would assist him, Tarosha's spirits lifted, and he eagerly urged Qian Kuan to fly toward the 7th arena. At the mid-tier 7th combat arena, the guardian appeared to be a striking young man clad in white robes. After Qian Kuan and Tarosha landed on the arena, the youth, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them and stood, slightly furrowing his brow as he addressed them. In this combat arena, only one challenger is permitted at a time in a one-on-one duel. It will be just me engaging in combat. My companion is here merely to observe, Tarosha stated as he stepped forward. The white-robed youth said nothing further but produced a beautiful silver-white staff. Pointing the staff at Tarosha, a flurry of white beams erupted forth, sweeping toward him like a spider's silk. What is this nonsense? Tarosha exclaimed, his eyes widening as he unleashed black beams of energy to counter the white rays. However, the white beams intensified, enveloping him in a radiant glow. Light element principle, holy light purification. Though Tarosha was infused with destructive power, he felt overwhelmed by the purifying force of the holy light, which seemed intent on incinerating everything to oblivion. The fusion of light element principles with purification is indeed formidable, Qian thought, noticing Tarosha struggling to withstand the onslaught. He swiftly moved beside Tarosha and pulled him away from the arena. As they exited the arena, the white-robed youth retracted his staff, and the overwhelming holy light dissipated. Hovering above the lava lake, Tarosha couldn't help but express his astonishment. That holy light purification is truly powerful. Each principle of the arcane is not to be underestimated once mastered to a certain level. Qian replied. This defeat is quite frustrating. Shaking his head, Tarosha quickly suggested, let us go check on Lin and the others. I wonder how far they've progressed in the lower-tier combat arenas. As soon as Tarosha finished speaking, a low, guttural beastly roar made his expression shift. Oh no. It's Lin. Let us go. Qian urged, and both transformed into streaks of light, racing back toward the lower-tier combat arena. Moments later, they spotted Lin, the high priest, Hiss, and the visibly battered and injured war god, O'Brien, outside the 6th arena of the lower tier. What happened? Tarosha asked, furrowing his brow. Was O'Brien fighting just now? Hiss quickly explained, Lord Tarosha, O'Brien encountered danger in the 6th arena, but thankfully Lin intervened in time. Otherwise, O'Brien might have perished. Rest assured, I had no intention of killing him. I didn't even use my full strength. He was simply too weak, a deep voice boomed. Drawing the attention of Qian and the others, they turned to see a massive man wielding a giant axe, grinning as if to greet them. O'Brien, nearly overwhelmed with frustration, thought, too weak? I was doing rather well. I made it to the 6th arena, and the high priest had also fallen to this brute. His couldn't even pass the 5th arena. Can you assess Lin with logic? He has already reached the pinnacle of lower-tier gods. His power is undeniably top-tier. He had no interest in challenging the guardians of the earlier arenas and was eager to spar with the latter three. I shall challenge you to a duel. Unleash your full strength, Lin declared, soaring back into the arena, his eyes ablaze with battle fervor as he faced the colossal man. The giant's smile widened as he swung his giant axe at Lin, the blow resembling a mountain crashing down, shaking the very air. Yet, Lin merely retaliated with a punch, his dark golden gauntlet radiating devastating power that collided fiercely with the axe. The giant was sent flying off the arena, while Lin staggered back, retreating toward the edge. You have won. I am no match for you. With your strength, passing the 7th arena will pose no challenge. And you might even have a chance at the 8th, the giant conceded, returning with a shake of his head. Lin's expression remained cold, and he swiftly departed the arena, heading for the 7th combat arena of the lower tier. Before long, the fierce battle waves began and concluded swiftly, clearly indicating that the 7th arena could not impede Lin's advance. Indeed, Lin's strength has significantly increased, Tarosha remarked, and he, along with Qian and the war god, hurried to witness Lin's impending battle in the 8th combat arena. This time, Lin's opponent was one who had mastered the fire element principles. The adversary seemed to have grasped the intricacies of the fire element's explosive nature, delivering astonishing attacks that momentarily placed him on par with Lin. Ultimately, after Lin unleashed his full power, utilizing the might of the third eye on his forehead, he narrowly secured victory. Having triumphed over the guardian of the 8th arena, he was rewarded with a mid-tier artifact armor. Observing the guardian present Lin with the reward, Qian couldn't help but shake his head inwardly, thinking, this Belrut is rather stingy. It seems his true intention in establishing this graveyard of gods is not to bestow divine artifacts but to refine the strong from the Yulan realm, hoping to discover a remarkable individual among them who could become a candidate for inheriting the divine essence. As Lin continued his winning streak, he confidently charged toward the final combat arena of the lower tier. Oh, this is intriguing. Qian raised an eyebrow, displaying keen interest as he realized that Lin's opponent was also a practitioner of the destruction principles. Their battle promised to be a spectacle. However, the outcome soon left Qian feeling disappointed. Lin's opponent was evidently formidable. Although he initially held back, he eventually unleashed his true power, utterly dominating Lin, who found himself retreating in a bloodied and disheveled state. How could this happen? As a lower deity, having cultivated the principles of destruction, Emperor Lin found himself momentarily stunned, gazing at his opponent standing on the arena. The indifferent guardian of the arena, clad in a black robe, shook his head slightly and coldly remarked, your strength is commendable. Yet the principles of destruction are not as simple as you perceive. Reflect upon it. Perhaps you will glean something remarkable, though the principles of destruction lack explicit profundity. The man's insight was evidently more profound, and Qian silently nodded in agreement. Chapter 69, The Divine Tomb. Emperor Lin furrowed his brow upon hearing this and fell into contemplative silence. The arena challenge presented a rare opportunity to spar with opponents of equal rank. Engaging in combat and gradually honing one's skills would greatly benefit their understanding of strength and the mysteries of the universe. Hence, there was no need to rush to the 15th level of the Divine Tomb, Qian advised. The martial god, high priest, and Shisa exchanged glances, their expressions brightening with newfound understanding. Tarosha then flew to Emperor Lin's side, clapping him on the shoulder with a smile. Emperor Lin, the guardian of the 8th arena, also practices the principles of destruction. Engaging with him a few more times may deepen your comprehension, perhaps even allowing you to ascend to the mid-level deity realm. Mid-level deity? I am certain I can achieve that, Emperor Lin thought, his eyes gleaming with determination. Though Tarosha had trained longer, Emperor Lin never considered himself inferior. If Tarosha could achieve the mid-level deity tier and cultivate both water and destruction avatars, why could he not reach that level as well? You all venture forth at your own pace. Tarosha, keep an eye on them. I shall enter the depths of the magma lake, awaiting your arrival at that combat arena. It is quite close to the entrance of the 15th level of the Divine Tomb. Once you feel adequately tempered, we shall explore it together. Qian declared with a smile, transforming into a gust of wind as he sped toward the depths of the magma lake. Tarosha, feeling somewhat disheartened, pouted slightly. It seems I have become a caretaker for this excursion into the Divine Tomb. Lord Tarosha, I must trouble you further, Shisa said politely, acknowledging that among them, he was the weakest. Though he possessed decent survival skills, he would only dare confront the formidable guardians of the lower deity tier with Tarosha's assistance. Tarosha rolled his eyes at Shisa. Worry not. We hail from the Yulan continent and are companions. I will not allow you to lose your lives here. As Qian immersed himself in quiet reflection, Tarosha accompanied the martial god and his companions, challenging one guardian after another. Time slipped away unnoticed, and years passed in the blink of an eye. One day, a wave of intangible cosmic energy reverberated through the air, awakening Qian from his meditative state. It's Emperor Lin. This fellow has engaged in numerous battles with the guardian of the 8th arena and has finally broken through to become a mid-level deity. Qian remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he opened his eyes. Meanwhile, Tarosha, who felt bored accompanying the martial god, high priest, and Shisa through their repeated challenges, sensed the cosmic wave of Emperor Lin's breakthrough. His eyes widened in excitement. Emperor Lin? He has finally made his breakthrough. What is happening? Is this energy fluctuation from Emperor Lin? He has ascended to mid-level deity? The martial god, high priest, and Shisa were astonished, their expressions tinged with envy. Emperor Lin's strength had already surpassed theirs, and this breakthrough would further widen the gap. Moments later, Tarosha, Emperor Lin, the martial god, high priest, and Shisa gathered at the combat arena where Qian resided. Emperor Lin, congratulations. You have finally broken through, Qian exclaimed, eyeing the spirited Emperor Lin with admiration. However, Emperor Lin could not help but chuckle wryly. Qian, please do not jest. I have merely just entered the mid-level deity realm. In terms of strength, I still fall far short compared to you. Do you still wish to compare with Qian? Emperor Lin, your strength is considerably inferior, Tarosha remarked, prompting Emperor Lin to feel a wave of frustration. The martial god then interjected, Lord Qian, we have trained here long enough. Should we not venture into the 15th level of the Divine Tomb? As of now, apart from you, none of us have acquired a divine rank. Fear not. Divine ranks are attainable. It's merely that you may lack the capability to obtain them, Qian replied nonchalantly. When we leave the Divine Tomb, should you wish to refine a mid-level divine rank, come find me. Shisa's eyes sparkled with delight. It seems Lord Qian reaped significant rewards after slaying that mid-level deity. The martial god, equally intrigued, felt a surge of hope. Having refined a divine rank to become a deity himself, his chances of breaking through to the mid-level deity realm were slim. Naturally, he longed to acquire another mid-level divine rank for refinement. Even the high priest couldn't help but cast a contemplative glance at Qian. Although she had independently ascended to divinity, her over 10,000 years of cultivation had not allowed her to break through to the mid-level deity realm. Thus, she recognized that refining a divine rank to reach that level might be her best option. Let us proceed to the 15th level of the Divine Tomb, Qian stated, leading Tarosha and the others toward a small island at the depths of the magma lake, where the entrance to the 15th level awaited. Upon arriving at the entrance of the 15th level of the Divine Tomb, a solemn atmosphere enveloped them. They could distinctly sense surges of overwhelming energy, an unmistakable aura of divine beings, and yet, It felt chaotic, reminiscent of the remnants of deceased gods. This is the true graveyard. They collectively thought as they gazed at the seemingly endless mounds of graves, feeling the diverse and tumultuous energies emanating from them. Tarosha's eyes glimmered as he observed. It seems many of these tombs harbor the essence of divine ranks and divine artifacts. Yet, acquiring those divine ranks and artifacts is unlikely to be straightforward. Dangers undoubtedly lie within, Emperor Lin cautioned. Upon hearing this, the martial god, high priest, and Shisa, who had initially been eager, found themselves momentarily sobered. It's all right. The dangers within these tombs progress from weak to strong. As long as you act within your limits, there will be no threat to your lives. If you seek divine artifacts and ranks, venture forth, Qian encouraged casually. With Qian's assurance, the martial god, high priest, and Shisa eagerly approached the tombs. Sensing the energies emanating from within and selecting tombs that aligned with their cultivation attributes, each finding an entrance to explore. Emperor Lin, will you not join us? Tarosha inquired. Glancing at Emperor Lin shook his head. There is no rush. These tombs may not be as easily navigated. I have reached the mid-level deity realm. What use would a mid-level divine rank serve me? Moreover, I have a premonition that obtaining divine artifacts and ranks at this level will be far more challenging than as a lower deity. Huh, Emperor Lin. It seems you've gained some insights from this excursion into the divine tomb. Qian chuckled, then added, all right, you all take your time exploring. I shall venture to the 16th level of the divine tomb. As Qian departed like a breeze, Emperor Lin could not help but shake his head with a resigned smile. It appears Qian holds little regard for the divine artifacts and ranks within the tombs. I wonder what awaits in the 16th level. Do not dwell on it too much. Let us first ascertain the dangers lurking within these tombs. Tarosha replied, shaking his head. As they conversed, Tarosha and Lin soared towards the seemingly endless multitude of divine tombs. With the formidable essence of Qian, they effortlessly detected the entrance to the 16th layer of the divine tombs and flew straight towards it. Upon exiting the passage, Qian was abruptly struck by a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens, prompting him to swiftly evade in panic. Chapter 70. The upper god having narrowly escaped the lightning, Qian focused his gaze ahead and noticed a young man in a purple robe, with a lightning mark on his forehead, hovering in midair. His entire being crackled with electric energy, and with a smirk of mockery, he looked down at Qian, exclaiming, Not bad, kid, you're quite fast. An upper god? Sensing the terrifying aura radiating from the purple-robed youth, Qian narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the youth, exuding a hint of arrogance, disdainfully addressed Qian. I advise you to retreat. The 16th layer of the divine tombs is not a place for someone of your caliber. If you insist on pushing through, you might very well lose your life here. However, ignited by a surge of battle spirit, Qian grinned at the purple-robed youth, retorting, If you wish to kill me, it won't be that easy. So what if you are an upper god? I truly wish to witness the extent of your power. You arrogant brat, then perish. Scoffed the purple-robed youth as he unleashed a colossal lightning dragon that surged towards Qian, the violent energy overwhelming him and causing his figure to dissipate. Almost simultaneously, Qian's form coalesced beside the purple-robed youth, manifesting as a mesmerizing sword shadow that fiercely struck towards him. The illusory blade distorted the very fabric of space, creating multiple overlapping images that rendered its trajectory indistinct. The purple-robed youth's expression shifted as he swiftly dodged, conjuring a shimmering divine sword crackling with electric energy, skillfully countering the ethereal sword shadow. The clash resonated with a crisp metallic sound, sending the purple-robed youth reeling backward. Regaining his footing, the purple-robed youth, now wielding the electric sword, cast a cautious glance at Qian, internally raging with disbelief. A mid-level god? How could this child possess such formidable power? Even if he practiced the laws of wind, he shouldn't be able to move so swiftly. Had I not reacted quickly, I might have truly fallen at his hands. How about it, upper god? Do you still believe you can easily eliminate me? Qian inquired with a hint of mockery. Your speed is indeed impressive, and your attack power formidable. You must have integrated some profound laws, the purple-robed youth conceded, shaking his head slightly. With a casual flick of his sword, a phantom-like electric serpent erupted from the divine sword, piercing directly into Qian's body without allowing for any chance of evasion. Yet, the purple-robed youth, initially brimming with confidence in his ability to vanquish Qian, soon found his expression paling. What? How could he exhibit no reaction whatsoever? Does he possess a soul defensive artifact? Soul attack? Qian chuckled inwardly. He was least afraid of such assaults. Even the soul attacks of a perfected upper god would likely prove ineffective against him. Moreover, the purple-robed youth, an ordinary upper god, posed no real threat to him. The purple-robed youth, now visibly distressed, resorted to physical attacks, summoning roaring lightning dragons that surged toward Qian, aiming to confine him completely. However, the next moment, his expression shifted again. Qian had transformed into over 100 phantoms. Although many were obliterated by the lightning dragons, several still managed to evade the onslaught, converging upon him. "You scoundrel!" The purple-robed youth seethed, summoning an overwhelming surge of electric energy, enveloping himself in a storm of lightning that radiated ferocious power, causing the approaching phantoms to collapse. Yet, one phantom approached him unimpeded. With a mocking laugh, Qian unleashed a fierce sword strike, cleaving through the purple-robed youth's head and striking the lightning-based upper god core. The force of the blow caused his head to explode, sending a water element mid-level god core flying alongside it, while the surrounding lightning dissipated rapidly. Sensing divine consciousness enveloping the area, Qian smirked coldly as he collected the remnants left by the purple-robed youth, including the divine core, artifacts, and spatial ring, before swiftly retreating back to the 15th layer of the divine tombs. In mere moments, radiant figures materialized at the sight of Qian's confrontation with the purple-robed youth, transforming into individuals with grim expressions, each exuding a potent aura, all upper god-level beings. How is this possible? A mid-level god managed to kill a being of upper god status, Oros? A robust man exclaimed in disbelief. A woman in a deep crimson robe, heavy with malevolence, remarked. Such a powerful mid-level god must surely be a prodigy of Lord Beirut's interest. He was astute enough to realize that the 16th layer was beyond his current capabilities and wisely retreated. Enough. Oros is dead. It's merely bad luck on his part. Let us go back, a cold man in black declared, vanishing with astonishing speed, on the steps leading to the 16th layer of the divine tombs. Qian glanced back and murmured, among the upper gods in the 16th layer, that purple-robed youth Oros was probably just the weakest. The true powerhouses there are truly unpredictable. Should I encounter a genuinely formidable upper god, I might only be able to resort to my soul techniques. However, that would serve little purpose. The upper artifacts and divine cores within the 16th layer hold little value for me. With that, Qian settled cross-legged on the steps, closing his eyes to continue contemplating the profound laws of the wind element. Time passed, and as the decade mark approached, Tarosha and the others could no longer contain their eagerness to meet Qian. As Qian slowly opened his eyes to see Tarosha and Delin approaching, he warned, "Do not think about entering the 16th layer of the divine tombs. I encountered an upper god of the lightning element there, and it was a struggle to kill him and return safely. With your strengths, entering would equate to courting death." Surprised, Tarosha and the others exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with wry smiles. "How did your explorations of the divine tombs go?" Qian inquired with curiosity. Isekai'd shook his head helplessly. "Lord Qian, among us, only High Priest Xingyun acquired a mid-level god core. The rest of us merely secured some artifacts. It counts as a modest gain." "Very well, as I previously mentioned. If you did not obtain a divine core, I can grant you one," Qian said calmly, gazing at Isekai'd and the warrior god Oberyn. "Isekai'd, Oberyn, you must consider carefully. Refining a divine core to become a mid-level god will significantly limit your future achievements." Warrior god Oberyn replied without hesitation, "Lord Qian, I have always aimed to refine a divine core to attain divinity. Cultivating to become a mid-level god is far more arduous. After thousands of years of cultivation, I have attained divinity, yet I am uncertain how much longer it will take to reach the realm of the mid-level deity." Isekai'd, shaking his head with a bittersweet smile, remarked, "I lack the patience to continue my cultivation. It would be more expedient to refine a divine core and swiftly become a mid-level deity." Without further ado, Qian produced a black mid-level deity core and a fire attribute mid-level deity core, tossing them to the warrior god, O'Brien, and Isekai'd, respectively. "Take your time to refine these," he instructed. "Thank you, Lord Qian," exclaimed both O'Brien and Isekai'd, their faces lighting up with surprise as they bowed in gratitude for the divine course. Chapter 71. Oga. When receiving their salutation with composure, Qian turned his attention to Tarosha and Delin. "Tarosha, Delin, you are already mid-level deities and do not require divine cores. Hence, I shall not provide you with any." He continued, "Delin, your child cultivates the rule of destruction, but I only possess a water attribute lower-level deity core. You must devise a means to procure a destruction attribute core for your child in the future." Securing a destruction attribute core would not be an easy task, Delin acknowledged with a hint of resignation. "Very well, the tenure period is drawing to a close. Let us await the arrival of Lord Beirut," Qian declared as he resumed his meditative state. Observing this, Tarosha and Delin exchanged glances before dispersing. The High Priest, warrior god, and and Isekai'd busied themselves refining their mid-level deity cores, while Tarosha and D-Lin engaged in rare moments of leisure and laughter, as their status as mid-level deities alleviated the urgency of cultivation. As time flowed steadily by, the decade passed unnoticed until the entire divine graveyard trembled slightly. Qian and the others were roused from their meditative states, each casting confused glances around them. In the distance, a passageway shrouded in black light materialized, from which emerged a figure clad in a black robe, his long black hair and beard marking him unmistakably as Beirut, the strongest being of the Yulan continent. The group instinctively stood, bowing respectfully to Beirut. Lord Beirut, the decade has elapsed. We may now depart the divine graveyard, he observed, glancing at the assembled individuals before smiling at Qian. Congratulations, Qian. I trust your journey through the divine graveyard has been fruitful. The high priest and the others have certainly benefited from your presence. Fast forward a few months prior, on January 16th of the year 10044 in the Yulan calendar, a fierce battle erupted at the Bosha Dike, located at the confluence of the Luo Empire and the Yulan Empire, between the godly powerhouse, Beaumont, and the Yulan realm's deities. Led by Lin Lei, Olivia, and Desley. At the outset of this conflict, Qian's Earth deity avatar, residing in the serene haven of Bishi Water Paradise within the capital of the Barak Empire, sensed the disturbance. Several of Qian's divine avatars had been in meditation within a miniature planar space, and this time, they had emerged to stretch their limbs, only to learn of the massacre of the ordinary citizens on the Yulan continent, whose souls were being refined into golden elixirs. In his previous focus on cultivation, Qian had regrettably overlooked this grim matter. Once it transpired, he found himself unable to intervene effectively. Although Qian noticed the battle at the Bosha Dike, he had no intention of intervening. Lin Lei and his companions were not in peril, and it was indeed due to Olivia's decisive strike that the dike was breached, releasing numerous powerful beings from the planar prison, thus rendering the Yulan continent's realm all the more intriguing. Before long, the battle concluded, and at the moment the dike was shattered, Qian's consciousness clearly felt the overwhelming surge of formidable presences flooding forth. These beings, though merely a fraction of those imprisoned within the planar confines, dramatically altered the landscape of the Yulan continent. Shortly thereafter, within the capital of the Barak Empire, while Qian's Earth deity avatar reveled in leisure at Bishi Water Paradise, he sensed a powerful aura approaching Barak City. Is Ogawen arriving? The avatar murmured, setting down his wine glass before gracefully soaring out of the window. As the Earth deity avatar ascended above Barak City, he beheld a multitude of individuals suspended in midair above the palace, among them a white-robed man emanating radiant white light, akin to a sun illuminating the sky, spreading an overwhelming heat that caused the surrounding space to warp, cascading toward the palace below. Ogawen, a mid-level deity, exhibited such audacity in his actions. You cannot harm these innocent lives, the Earth deity avatar resolved, gathering the earth element energies of the world to form a colossal yellow energy shield that countered the encroaching holy light. The holy light shimmered against the yellow energy shield, causing it to tremble, yet it failed to breach the defenses. Ogawen's expression shifted as he drew a massive white sword, cleaving downward toward the yellow energy shield. The impact shattered the shield, and Ogawen's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes upon Qian, who remained suspended in the air. Who are you to dare obstruct me? Ogawen. Gliding closer, Qian's Earth deity avatar smiled serenely at Ogawen. You are Ogawen, I presume? I am Qian, here in Barak City for leisurely pursuits. My relations with Hog, the founder of the Barak Empire, and Lin Lei's family are amicable. Thus, I cannot simply stand by while you wreak havoc. I recommend you depart to avoid unnecessary conflict. Depart? That depends on whether you possess the strength to compel me, Ogawen sneered, transforming into a streak of white light, wielding his massive sword as he charged toward Qian. The razor-sharp sword light sliced through the fabric of space, rapidly closing in on Qian's Earth deity avatar. Unperturbed, Qian's avatar produced a black heavy sword, seemingly effortlessly meeting the oncoming white sword. With a resounding clash, Ogawen staggered back, his expression morphing into one of shock as his aura diminished swiftly. In a flash, from Ogawen's dissipating form, a fiery red figure seized a glimmering white divine core, capturing his son, Kingsley, among his 4 lower-level deities, before vanishing in a blaze of light into the distant horizon. Decisive indeed, and quick to flee, Qian's Earth deity avatar remarked with a smile, shifting his gaze to the remaining 3 lower-level deities and nearly 100 holy domain experts who were still reeling from the sudden turn of events. As Qian's avatar scanned the scene, the 3 lower-level deities jolted, their instincts kicking in as they instinctively attempted to escape in different directions. Can you truly flee? Qian's Earth deity avatar scoffed, channeling the divine domain to ensnare the trio, significantly slowing their movements. In swift succession, his figure blurred as he approached them, effortlessly dispatching each one, seizing their divine cores, artifacts, and spatial rings, before turning his attention to the nearly 100 holy domain experts ensnared by his divine domain. Faced with the gaze of Qian Kuan's earth deity avatar, despair washed over the faces of the holy domain experts. Without divine status, they were ultimately nothing more than pitiful insects in the presence of a godly powerhouse. At that moment, a streak of azure light raced toward them, transforming into a robust young man clad in deep blue robes. Lin Lei. Lord Qian Kuan? I thought you had gone to the divine graveyard with the warrior god and others. How is it that you are here? Lin Lei exclaimed, astonished and overjoyed upon recognizing Qian Kuan's earth deity avatar. Observing Lin Lei's astonished expression, the earth elemental avatar of Qian Kuan could not help but chuckle. Haha, my wind elemental avatar and my true self have ventured to the tomb of gods. But what you see now is my earth elemental avatar. I happened to be in Baruch City when I encountered troublemakers in the city, so I took the liberty of resolving the issue for you. Lin Lei, you wouldn't blame me for meddling, would you? Regaining his composure, Lin Lei quickly shook his head and smiled with relief. Of course not. Fortunately, with you, Lord Qian Kuan, here, my Baruch Empire is spared from trouble. I am grateful for your assistance in repelling our formidable foes. I could never think of you as an interloper. Enough with the Lord business. It sounds rather odd. Since you have also ascended to godhood, if you don't mind, you may call me Brother Qian Kuan. It feels more amiable, Qian Kuan replied, waving his hand dismissively. Taken aback momentarily, Lin Lei's smile broadened as he responded, Brother Qian Kuan, had I known your earth elemental avatar was still in the Yulan continent, Olivia, Desley, and I would not have dared to confront Beaumont so recklessly. Had it not been for our battle with Beaumont, we would not have broken the seal of the dimensional prison, releasing so many powerful beings and causing such a commotion. As he spoke, Lin Lei could not help but shake his head in lingering trepidation. This time, if it weren't for you, Brother Qian Kuan, I truly shudder to think what might have become of my Baruch Empire. Uncle, Lord Lin Lei. A call broke through as two figures flew from the imperial palace of the Baruch Empire, revealing the undying warrior Ankh and the dragon blood warrior, Emperor Shini of Baruch. Seeing them unharmed, Lin Lei let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly introduced, Ankh, Shini, come here, let me introduce you. This is Lord Qian Kuan. Lord Qian Kuan. These are Ankh and Shini. Ankh is an undying warrior, and Shini is my brother Walton's son, now the emperor of our Baruch Empire. Lord Qian Kuan. Ankh and Shini bowed deeply in utmost respect to Qian Kuan. With a gentle smile, Qian Kuan nodded at them, before glancing at the nearly 100 sacred domain powerhouses he had bound in midair with his divine domain, addressing Lin Lei. Lin Lei, their leader, Ogawan, has been vanquished by my mid-tier divine avatar and fled in disgrace. 3 of his lower-tier gods have also been eliminated. Now all that remains is this group of sacred domain powerhouses, which I leave for you to handle. There is no need to slay them. Having a few formidable sacred domain warriors under your command will bolster the strength of your Baruch Empire. Uncle, this idea of Lord Qian Kuan is splendid, Shini exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. If we can recruit all these sacred domain powerhouses for our use, it would be immensely beneficial. As a divine-level powerhouse, you cannot personally attend to every matter. With these sacred domain warriors, many tasks will become much easier. At the same time, as Qian Kuan willed it, he retracted his divine domain, and the sacred domain powerhouses, regaining their ability to move, hurriedly bowed in reverence to Qian Kuan and Lin Lei. Thank you, Lord Qian Kuan, for sparing our lives. We are willing to serve under Lord Lin Lei and obey his commands. Stay with me for the time being. When you wish to venture to other divine realms, I shall not hinder you, Lin Lei assured them. Upon hearing this, the sacred domain warriors felt a surge of joy, realizing that Lord Lin Lei was quite agreeable. Although his strength was somewhat lacking, being merely a lower-tier god, the backing of Lord Qian Kuan, a figure of such might, would surely deter Ogawan from troubling them again. Lin Lei, to prevent Ogawan from returning for vengeance or other powerhouses from coveting your Baruch Empire, I will accompany you to the Dragon Blood Castle and temporarily oversee it until Tarosha and the others return, Qian Kuan said with a smile. Delighted by this, Lin Lei instructed Shini to arrange for him to bring his wife and children to the Dragon Blood Castle, and then he accompanied Qian Kuan back to the castle. With Qian Kuan present, Lin Lei felt a deep sense of security. Meanwhile, without a doubt, Ogawan's fire elemental mid-tier divine avatar was hastening towards the Aubrian Empire to seek refuge with the upper-tier god, Atkins, accompanied by his son, Kingsley. Ogawan was consumed by a profound fear and endless hatred towards Qian Kuan. His strongest light elemental avatar had been slain by Qian Kuan, leaving him with only a comparatively weaker fire elemental mid-tier avatar, rendering him insignificant even in Atkins' eyes. Hatred gnawed at Ogawen's heart like a venomous serpent, prompting him to ingratiate himself with the 3 mid-tier gods under Adkins. Eventually, he persuaded them. The 4 mid-tier gods believed that while Qian was formidable, he could not possibly contend with all 4 of them, especially Burnouse, the mightiest among them, who possessed an upper-tier divine artifact and considered himself among the elite of mid-tier gods. With a thunderous roar, 4 figures soared through the skies above the Aubrian Empire, their speed astonishing as they flew eastward. They made no effort to conceal their presence, the sound of their passage akin to a thunderclap, each emanating a ferocious and terrifying aura. Burnouse, Gaitinbi, Hambulite, and Ogawen flew in unison, their robes billowing, as Burnouse declared, "One must make a grand entrance. There is no need for stealth or ambush. That would be a disgrace to Lord Adkins." As the most powerful mid-tier god under Adkins and his most trusted subordinate, Burnou's orders were not to be defied by Ogawen and the others. Thus, they soared majestically towards Dragonblood Castle. Along their path, hidden sacred domain powerhouses and divine-level beings took notice, and whispers spread among many powerful figures who stealthily followed. Within Dragonblood Castle, in the courtyard, ethereal purple sword shadows danced like a dream, as Lin Lei moved in tandem with the sword shadows, occasionally accompanied by the sounds of sword chants. As he trained, Lin Lei's comprehension of the essence of speed deepened, and the power of the purple blood-soft sword gradually revealed itself. Suddenly, Lin Lei's expression changed as he sensed several formidable auras rapidly approaching from the north. Simultaneously, Ogawen grew increasingly excited as he neared Dragonblood Castle. Envisioning the scene of Qian falling in anguish under the onslaught of the 4 mid-tier gods, Mr. Burnouse, ahead lies Dragonblood Castle. Oh, so this is Dragonblood Castle? Burnouse gazed indifferently at the distant castle, his silver hair shimmering. As we journeyed, we have intentionally released our auras, ensuring that many have followed us. Understanding this, Burnouse was pleased. It was precisely the effect he desired. Never allow Lord Adkins to lose face. This time, they must decisively eliminate Qian to instill fear in other powerhouses. Hamburite, Burnouse called, his tone cold as he commanded, "You shall directly strike and obliterate this Dragonblood Castle. Those ordinary folk are not worthy of witnessing the battle." Hamburite's eyes sparkled with excitement as he shot forward, sneering as he extended his right hand. Instantly, the heavens trembled, and violent wind elements surged towards Dragonblood Castle, forming a massive azure vortex from all directions, with pale blue wind blades spilling forth. "Be reduced to ashes," Hamburite chuckled, pressing his right hand down. The colossal azure vortex hovering above Dragonblood Castle suddenly plunged, while countless pale golden wind blades cascaded down like a swarm of locusts. With a series of clear and crisp clashing sounds, the surface of Dragonblood Castle revealed a crystal-like barrier, upon which the multitude of pale golden wind blades struck relentlessly. Yet the barrier remained utterly unscathed. Chapter 73. The power of Qian upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Han Purit's expression darkened. Just as he was about to retreat behind Burnous, a brilliant white light erupted before him, accompanied by Burnous' urgent warning, "Han Purit, be cautious." In an instant, Han Purit's head was consumed by the white light, disintegrating into nothingness, revealing a divine fragment that emanated a greenish glow. Standing nearby, dressed in a flowing white robe with white hair, Qian brandished a white divine sword, effortlessly collecting the divine fragment and spatial ring left behind by Han Purit. He then turned to Burnous, whose face was etched with concern, and grinned. "Mr. Burnous, what brings you to the Dragonblood Castle?" "Ogawen, did you not say you practiced the Earth Law?" Burnous' face grew even darker as he could not suppress his anger and sent a thought transmission to Ogawen. Equally taken aback by the sight of the white-robed Qian, Ogawen quickly responded via thought transmission, "I had no idea. The one I encountered earlier indeed practiced the Earth Law, but could this be his light divine avatar? Fool, you don't even know how many divine avatars he possesses." Burnous scolded through thought transmission, glaring coldly at Qian as he produced an ancient spear, its bronze surface marred with stains of blood. Yet, when Burnous grasped the spear, he transformed into an invincible deity. The spear emitted a natural aura that tore through space, clearly a formidable upper-tier artifact. "An upper-tier artifact?" Qian raised an eyebrow, his smile unfaltering. "Mr. Burnous, are you certain you wish to engage me in battle?" Burnous offered no further words, his figure flickering like an illusion. In the blink of an eye, he soared through the sky, thrusting the ancient spear directly at Qian. Time seemed to freeze, only the spear remained, unstoppable. What a disappointing choice. The smile faded from Qian's face, his gaze turning frigid. In response to the menacing spear, the silver-white divine sword in his hand erupted with blinding brilliance, its dazzling light distorting the very fabric of space as it clashed with the spear in a resounding strike. With a thunderous roar, the energy reverberated through the air, causing the space to tremble violently, and both Burnez and Qian were propelled backward. What? His power is astonishing. Burnez stared incredulously at Qian. Qian merely chuckled coldly at Burnez, shaking his head, with an upper-tier artifact in hand. Is this truly your best effort? Join me in attacking. We must eliminate him. Burnez transmitted to Gaitinbi and Awaken. Though initially intimidated by Qian's formidable prowess, both Gaitinbi and Awaken hesitated, especially Awaken, who, having witnessed Qian's strength, was awakened to the vast disparity in their abilities. However, Burnez's command left them with no option for retreat. Disobeying would only invite dire consequences upon their return. Exchanging resigned glances, Gaitinbi and Awaken gritted their teeth and charged forward. Simultaneously, Burnez split into two forms, with his Lightning Divine Avatar and Earth Divine Avatar joining forces with Gaitinbi and Awaken to encircle Qian. Yet, Qian remained unperturbed, focusing his attention on Burnez's Lightning Divine Avatar wielding the upper-tier artifact spear, fully defending against its assault while allowing the attacks from Gaitinbi, Awaken, and Burnez's Earth Divine Avatar to strike him. His white robe trembled, but their combined efforts failed to breach the fabric enveloping him. What? How is this possible? Burnez, Gaitinbi, and Awaken stared in astonishment. Burnez, recovering first, darkened his expression. His robe is a special artifact. At that moment, a figure cloaked in earthy hues suddenly appeared behind Awaken, casually swinging a black heavy sword. As the ethereal yellow sword shadow penetrated Awaken's body, he trembled and lost all spark in his eyes. Not good. This is his Earth Divine Avatar. What a potent soul attack! Awaken has been slain in an instant. Burnez, glancing at the yellow-robed Qian, felt his expression shift and quickly transmitted to Gaitinbi. Gaitinbi, retreat at once. As Burnez and Gaitinbi hastily withdrew, merging into one form at a distance. Qian simply smiled indifferently, choosing not to pursue. After all, if he were to exert too much force, he might provoke Adkins, which would lead to complications. Without his true self present, Qian had little confidence in facing such a formidable upper-tier deity. When Burnez and his companions arrived, they exuded confidence. Now, they departed in utter disarray. Those watching the battle from the shadows were left in awe of Qian's strength, as he had single-handedly defeated 4 adversaries. Not only prevailing but also eliminating 2 mid-tier gods in the process, his prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. Lord Qian, truly remarkable. Below, at the Dragon Blood Castle, Linlei, Olivia, Desley, and other powerful beings gazed up at Qian with admiration, their hearts brimming with awe. Against a mid-tier god, Burnez and his companions appeared as mere children before an adult. It was not that they were weak, but rather that Qian was overwhelmingly strong. In the imperial palace of the O'Brien Empire, the autumn winds howled, rustling the robes of Burnez and Gaitinbi as they stood side by side, heads bowed. Unable to meet the piercing gaze of Adkins, seated above them. Adkins's expression was grim, his right hand clutching a glass of wine as red as blood. His gaze cutting through the air like a blade as he scrutinized the two. 4 of you to confront a single mid-tier god, and not only did you fail, but you also lost 2 of your number. How utterly useful you are. Adkins spoke coldly. He turned his attention to Burnez. Burnez, your strength among mid-tier gods is commendable. And you possess an upper-tier artifact, yet you could not best that mid-tier god. Does he also possess an upper-tier artifact? No, while his artifact is formidable, it appears to be merely a mid-tier one. However, his power is indeed outrageous, Burnez replied gravely. His Light Divine Avatar is already quite formidable, and his Earth Divine Avatar's soul attack is equally potent, having dispatched Hongjun and Awaken with a single strike each. Adkins's eyes narrowed as he contemplated the implications of such power. After a brief silence, he remarked, such strength must stem from the fusion of profound laws, perhaps even 2 or 3. With such intricate fusion, he is likely on the verge of breaking through to the upper-tier god realm. Once he ascends, his mastery of fused laws may surpass my own, posing a significant threat to me. Lord Adkins, are you suggesting? Burnez ventured, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. Is it not obvious? We must eliminate him before he ascends to the upper-tier god realm and becomes a threat, Adkins declared, rising abruptly, his eyes glinting with cold determination. At this revelation, Burnez and Gaitinbi's eyes brightened, their gazes fixed eagerly on Adkins. If Adkins were to intervene, could there be any doubt regarding Qian's fate? No matter how powerful Qian was, how could a mid-tier god contend against an upper-tier god, especially one as formidable as Adkins? As night fell over the Dragon Blood Castle, a grand celebratory feast unfolded, laughter and revelry filling the air with vibrancy. Suddenly, seated at the head of the table alongside Linlei, Qian felt an unsettling shift, his smile faltering as he furrowed his brow and peered outside. After a moment of contemplation, he vanished in a flash of light, Departing the Dragon Blood Castle. Chapter 74, Confrontation with Adkins in the Boundless Expanse of the Night Sky. A white beam raced forward, abruptly transforming into a white figure that came to a halt. Adkins, appearing youthful in a lavish robe. He actually left the Dragon Blood Castle? And came directly here. Has he discovered my presence? Impossible. Adkins furrowed his brow, his eyes glinting with suspicion, and then he quietly floated in the night sky, waiting. Not long after, a beam of white light shot in from the distance, swiftly transforming into the figure of Qian clad in a white robe. How did you know I was coming? Adkins asked in a low voice, gazing at Qian. The white-robed Qian shrugged with a faint smile. I guessed. Do you believe me? Adkins, I must say, I have overestimated your magnanimity. A dignified upper deity like you would personally come to kill me, disregarding your own status? Qian remarked, seemingly unafraid. Is it because you are merely facing my divine avatar right now? Indeed. Qian nodded decisively. Adkins, I understand your thoughts. You believe my power is overwhelming. That I am an anomaly destined to become a significant threat to you in the future, thus you wish to eliminate me early. But even if you kill me, it would only be my divine avatar. My strongest wind-based divine avatar and my true self remain in the divine cemetery. Do you truly think I would not seek vengeance in the future? Adkins scoffed. Vengeance? Do you believe I would grant you that opportunity? Once your true self and wind-based divine avatar leave the divine cemetery, do you think it would be difficult for me to kill you? But what if I stay by Lord Beirut's side? Do you think you would still be able to contend with me then? Qian countered. Humph. Beirut? Do you think I fear a junior who has only cultivated for a few million years? Adkins' expression darkened. A junior? Qian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What would Adkins' reaction be if he knew Beirut was a supreme god? Enough of this idle chatter. You will undoubtedly die today, Adkins declared coldly. His entire being radiating brilliant white light, transforming him into a sun-like figure. He drew forth a long, transparent blade that resembled ice, and in an instant, it became a white phantom, lunging towards Qian. The white-robed youth swiftly unsheathed a silver-white divine sword to meet the incoming blade. With a resounding clash of metal, Qian was violently thrown back, blood oozing from his grip on the sword. To think you could withstand a strike from me? Adkins' eyes glimmered with intensified, killing intent as he surveyed Qian. He then unleashed a phantom-like white blade of energy towards him, stating, I have fused the arcane laws with my soul attack. I refuse to believe you can withstand it. The ethereal blade pierced into Qian's body, causing him to shudder and stagger backward. In his mind, his earth, water, fire, life, fate, and death divine avatars encircled the essence of the light-based mid-tier deity, hastily coming together to fend off the encroaching white blade. Though Akin's soul attack was formidable, Qian managed to withstand it, thanks to the combined efforts of his several divine avatars. What? He was able to withstand my soul attack infused with arcane mysteries. How is that possible? Adkins stared, astonished, at Qian, who remained unscathed. Yet soon, suspicion crept into Adkins' mind. It appeared that Qian had fused several arcane mysteries, allowing him to leverage his mid-tier divine soul to resist Adkins' assault. I underestimated him. He is likely seeking to fuse even more mysteries before advancing to an upper deity. If I let him continue, once he becomes an upper deity, his power could rival that of the 5 great rulers of the dimensional prison. With this thought, Adkins' murderous intent surged. He must not let him live. Not only should his divine avatars be eliminated, but also his true self and avatars in the divine cemetery. Otherwise, I may very well meet my demise at his hands in the future. In a flash of thought, Adkins split his being into two, with his light-based upper deity avatar and dark-based upper deity avatar converging upon Qian. This guy. Is it really necessary to go to such extremes just to kill a mid-tier deity? Qian was startled and hastily split his form into two, with his light divine avatar countering Adkins' light avatar, while his earth divine avatar faced the dark avatar. Amidst the explosive sounds of energy clashes, both Qian's light and earth divine avatars were forced to retreat, sustaining injuries. Just then, a fiery red spearhead emerged abruptly, resembling a drill, aiming for Adkins' dark divine avatar, exuding a scorching aura that caused the very fabric of space to tremble. Caught off guard, Adkins' dark avatar hastily raised a hand to defend. But the fiery spearhead still struck him fiercely, resulting in a deep, resonant explosion. Adkins' dark avatar was sent reeling. It's just a bloody mess. Half of its body reduced to a pulpy state. Damn it, Adkins exclaimed in fury, turning to see Qian's fire-based divine avatar, clad in red robes and engulfed in flames. He had not anticipated that Qian possessed such a formidable fire-based divine avatar as well. At that moment, Adkins felt as if he had encountered a ghost. The sheer number of Qian's divine avatars was staggering, and each was immensely powerful. Words like abnormal scarcely captured the essence of the situation. It was simply unreasonable. However, an upper deity remains an upper deity. After a moment of astonishment, Atkins quickly regained his composure and unleashed his full power without mercy. Despite Qian 3 divine avatars working in unison, they were still suppressed and overwhelmed by Atkins. Moreover, Qian, wary of Atkins' soul attacks, refrained from deploying more divine avatars to avoid their defenses being shattered one by one. This situation cannot continue. A prolonged defense will inevitably lead to failure, and I will ultimately be overwhelmed by Atkins. If all these divine avatars are destroyed, the loss would be catastrophic. With a furrowed brow and a sense of urgency, Qian suddenly conceived a plan. Gritting his teeth, he withdrew and unified his 3 divine avatars into one, transforming into a streak of white light that darted away into the distance. Trying to escape? Atkins sneered, merging his 2 avatars into one and dashing after him. As an upper deity, and one skilled in speed through the cultivation of light element laws, Atkins was naturally swift. However, Qian, who had also cultivated the light element laws and fused more arcane mysteries than Atkins, matched his pace. Moreover, Qian possessed a secret unknown to others. Despite being merely a mid-tier deity, his powerful soul allowed him to absorb some upper deity power. Although this upper deity power clashed with his own mid-tier power, it served him well in a desperate escape, enabling him to consume and expend upper deity power while fleeing. Consequently, Atkins discovered that Qian speed was astonishingly swift, even surpassing his own slightly, making it impossible for him to catch up. Damn it! How can there be such an abnormal and bizarre being? How did he cultivate? What methods did he employ to achieve such speed? Has he fused 4 or even 5 arcane mysteries with the light laws? Atkins' mind was in turmoil. Undoubtedly, since he had engaged in battle, he must eliminate Qian. Otherwise, with such a formidable enemy, he would likely lose his peace of mind in the future. The 2 weaved through pursuit and evasion, soon crossing the Beast Mountain range, ultimately arriving at a mountain known as Copper Gong Mountain within the Sacred Alliance. From afar, Qian spotted a tranquil mansion nestled within Copper Gong Mountain, radiating a rich aura of earth elements, entirely formed from condensed earth elements. Qinghua, he is indeed here, he thought. Chapter 75. Qinghua. As Qian landed outside the mansion, he called out urgently. Qian requests an audience with Master Qinghua. The grand entrance of the Jia mansion swiftly creaked open, revealing a muscular bald man who cast a curious glance at Qian before stating, "My third brother has requested your presence." With that, the bald man strode confidently into the mansion, prompting a sigh of relief from Qian, who hurriedly followed suit. "I am Veggie," the bald man announced, glancing back at Qian. "Pay heed, when you meet my third brother, be sure to show him the utmost respect." Qian, taken aback, managed a polite nod and a smile. The figure known as Qinghua was a being of peak divine stature. Though not yet an absolute master of the fire element, he was undoubtedly on the precipice of greatness. Such individuals commanded immense reverence and admiration in both the divine and supreme realms. The mansion, entirely constructed from earth elemental materials, enveloped its inhabitants in a comforting embrace. Within its courtyard, 2 seemingly humble middle-aged men engaged in light-hearted conversation. One of them stood out, possessing long black hair and striking crimson eyebrows. "Are you Qian?" the crimson-browed man inquired, a gentle smile gracing his lips, clearly familiar with Qian's identity. "Indeed," Qian replied, offering a courteous bow. "I have come to seek your assistance." "Lord Qinghua." Qian's candor elicited a raised eyebrow from Qinghua. "Oh, assistance? What leads you to believe I would be inclined to help you? Moreover, how do you know my name?" "Lord Beirut has spoken of you," Qian replied calmly. "I hope, for Lord Beirut's sake, that you might extend your aid. Of course, it is possible that you need not lift a finger, for the mere sight of you will surely deter Atkins from acting recklessly," Qian added. Beirut murmured softly, his gaze fixed on Qian, but soon his attention shifted to the distant night sky, a frown creasing his brow. "What of Atkins?" Suddenly, a vibrational wave coursed through the space, and a blinding white light illuminated the night sky, spreading throughout the mansion. Despite its formidable power, the earthy glow of the mansion effortlessly repelled the white light, leaving it unharmed. Atkins's expression shifted as he gazed incredulously at the mansion below. How is this possible? It houses merely 2 middle-tier gods. How could a mansion formed by the earth elemental god withstand my purifying light? Shortly after, Atkins, his demeanor darkening, soared into the mansion and landed in the courtyard where Qian and the brothers Qinghua resided. Upon seeing Qinghua, Atkins's face paled, and he bowed deeply, exclaiming, "I humbly greet you, Lord Qinghua. I was unaware you resided here. I acted rashly. Please forgive me." "Atkins, what brings you here?" Qinghua asked, his tone nonchalant. Atkins hesitated, glancing instinctively at Qian before forcing a smile. "You see, Lord Qinghua, there was a conflict between my subordinates and Mr. Qian, which escalated into a battle. Unfortunately, My men suffered losses, resulting in 2 deaths. Thus, I felt compelled to seek retribution. However, since Mr. Qian is acquainted with you, I believe the previous conflict to be trivial, Atkins continued, smiling as he bowed to Qian. I sincerely apologize for my earlier recklessness. I hope you can overlook it. Qian felt a mix of disbelief and amusement. Atkins was indeed a master of words, capable of spinning even the darkest truths in delight. Yet, the stark contrast in Atkins's demeanor revealed his palpable fear of Qinghua. Very well, Qinghua replied with a nod. Since matters are clarified, I shall not keep you any longer. I trust there will be no further conflicts between you and Qinghua. Atkins, maintaining a smile, replied, of course. Lord Qinghua, I take my leave. He offered a slight bow to Qian before taking his leave. Watching Atkins depart, Qian couldn't help but chuckle. How amusing. Amusing? What do you find amusing? Qinghua inquired calmly. Slightly taken aback, Qian replied with a smile. I was merely contemplating how splendidly Atkins's expression must appear right now. You are quite bold, Qinghua remarked with a chuckle. A mere middle-tier god daring to provoke Atkins. Yet I wonder, how did you manage to escape with your life? Qian hesitated, uncertain how to articulate his experience under Qinghua's scrutinizing gaze. Seeing Qian's reluctance, Qinghua smiled gently. I am merely curious. Everyone harbors secrets. If you choose not to share, so be it. Qian, you are welcome to stay here as long as you wish. Should you encounter any challenges in your cultivation, feel free to seek my guidance. However, my expertise lies primarily in the earth and fire elements. I may only provide limited insights on other elemental laws. Thank you, Lord Qinghua. Qian's face brightened at the prospect of receiving guidance from a master of fire element perfection, knowing it would expedite his progress in that realm. Thus, after a brief exchange with Lin Lei, Qian settled into Qinghua's abode. During his time there, he occasionally sought Qinghua's counsel. After several discussions, Qinghua found himself astonished. Qian had already embarked on the intricate path of merging the fire and earth elements, demonstrating remarkable comprehension and rapid advancement under Qinghua's casual guidance. Such talent was unprecedented in Qinghua's experience, leaving him both incredulous and humbled. With time, admiration blossomed into awe, and Qinghua became convinced that, given time, Qian would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of divine mastery. As Qian continued his training on Gongluo Mountain, Qinghua's brothers, Budges and the man in white robes, had also sparred with him. However, after a single encounter, they found themselves utterly outclassed, feeling as if they were facing a superior god. Their first-hand experience of Qian's strength illuminated the vast chasm separating them from true genius, clarifying how Qian had escaped Atkins's wrath. Before long, Qian's true form departed from the dimensional prison with Terosa and the others, journeying to Lin Lei's Dragonblood Castle. With the upheaval in Yulan continent, both the Yulan Empire and the O'Brien Empire had fallen. The war god and the high priest, recognizing their diminished strength, could only band together to defend the Baruch Empire and the Dragonblood Castle. Chapter 76, How the Tranquil Days Passed Swiftly, and before long, a decade had elapsed since Qian's arrival at Gongluo Mountain. During this time, his bond with Qinghua blossomed into a camaraderie reminiscent of peer-like friendship. Qian's prodigious talent prompted Qinghua to regard him as an equal in discourse, and it became evident that, with Qian's potential, he would inevitably ascend to the ranks of superior gods, rivaling even Qinghua in strength. By a picturesque waterfall at Gongluo Mountain, Qian sat in meditation. His eyes closed as he immersed himself in the profound understanding of the earth elemental laws. Regarding the 6 profound mysteries of the earth elemental law, Qian has comprehended 5, the pulsation of the earth, strength, the art of earth movement, gravitational space, and the last one, the mystery of the force of life, has reached its ultimate threshold. Moreover, in a quiet and unassuming manner, Qian has already integrated the first 5 mysteries with each other, and has begun to harmonize the final mystery of life with the others on the path of fusion. In truth, Qian did not devote much serious contemplation to these laws. However, the process of their integration has sparked a multitude of inspirations within Qian, leading to a gradual, natural understanding of the mysteries. This outcome surprised Qian, who couldn't help but secretly marvel that indeed, the fusion of mysteries is the true path to mastery. Yet, if this news were to spread, it would surely incite the envy and frustration of countless deities, who would curse under their breath. Suddenly, an intangible wave of celestial rules descended, a manifestation of the divine realm. This wave reverberated, prompting many divine consciousnesses to probe toward Tongluo Mountain. With a slight frown, Qian opened his eyes and looked up, revealing a peculiar expression on his face. Alas, I have yet to perfectly fuse the force of life with the other 5 mysteries. And yet I have already been touched by the understanding of the force of life. Achieving complete comprehension of the force of life and then integrating it with the other mysteries would be considerably more challenging. If other divine beings were to hear Qian Kuan's thoughts, they would undoubtedly be incensed to the point of spitting blood. They yearn to swiftly grasp the various laws. Yet the path to understanding these mysteries is fraught with difficulty, and breaking through the bottleneck is even more arduous. Is Qian Kuan's Earth Divine avatar on the verge of ascending to a higher divine realm? Such rapid progress elicited surprise from Qinghua within the confines of the Tongluo mountain estate. Deep within the dark forest, Beirut, reclining in a lounge chair and engrossed in a book, furrowed his brow and lifted his head. Has he truly reached the higher divine realm so quickly? How many of the laws has he even integrated? He seems rather hasty. Even a prodigious talent cannot withstand the solitude of cultivation. Hastening toward the higher divine realm will inevitably diminish future achievements. So, Qian Kuan has broken through the Earth Law and ascended to the higher divine realm? In the imperial palace of the O'Brien Empire, Adkins, sensing the fluctuations of Qian Kuan's breakthrough, couldn't help but grimace. Fearing Qinghua, Adkins dared not seek further trouble with Qian Kuan, yet he pondered the day Qian Kuan would reach the higher divine realm, which would undoubtedly pose great challenges for him. However, he never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. Let us see if you dare to come and kill. With a cold snort, Adkins began to envelop the entire O'Brien Empire with his divine consciousness, remaining vigilant against any potential attack from Qian Kuan. Yet, after a long wait, Qian Kuan never appeared. Eventually, Adkins could no longer restrain himself and began to probe the entire Yulon continent with his divine consciousness, but he found no trace of Qian Kuan. After Qian Kuan attained the higher divine realm through the Earth Law, he bid farewell to Qinghua and did not head to the O'Brien Empire. Instead, he first visited the Dragon Blood Castle to reunite with his true self, then proceeded to the Dark Forest to pay his respects to Beirut and bid farewell. He then made his way directly to the polar ice fields. Qian Kuan? On the summit of a towering iceberg in the Arctic ice fields. 11 complex magical teleportation arrays in the shape of hexagrams were arranged in sequence. An old man with white hair, the guardian of the realm, Hongjun, looked at the figure descending from the sky with astonishment. Upon realizing he could not sense Qian Kuan's realm, he felt a surge of alarm and hurriedly bowed in respect. Lord Qian Kuan, casting a glance at him, Qian Kuan nonchalantly commanded, I wish to go to the supreme realm of hell. Open the teleportation array. Soon, the teleportation array leading to hell activated, and as Qian Kuan's figure vanished within a blinding light, Hongjun finally let out a sigh of relief. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, heavens, how long has he been cultivating to become a higher divine being? Thankfully, he doesn't seem to hold grudges. Otherwise, he could have easily killed me, and I wouldn't even have had time to seek help from Lord Sadishta. That would be an unjust death. To hell? There are many powerful beings in hell. What does it matter if he becomes a higher divine being? One day, he might encounter a formidable opponent and meet his end. Hongjun thought to himself with a quiet sneer. One of the 4 supreme realms, hell? A crescent moon of deep purple hung in the night sky, emitting a mesmerizing, otherworldly violet light that draped over the seemingly endless ocean below. Amidst the vast sea, an island emerged. The dark waves relentlessly crashed against the shore, the tide ebbing and flowing. In the center of the island stood an ancient castle constructed entirely of azure crystal-like minerals, faintly emanating a dreamlike glow. Inside the castle, the expansive floor was paved with a transparent, crystal-like substance, impeccably smooth and reflective. In this open space, 2 colossal magical arrays, each spanning 100 meters, stood side by side, far more intricate than the teleportation array in the Arctic ice fields. Beside these 2 massive arrays stood 2 burly men clad in azure armor, draped in black robes adorned with dark golden edges. With a hum, one of the giant magical arrays began to emit a hazy glow once more, and a figure appeared at its center, distorting the magical patterns. As the ethereal light faded, Qian Kuan, draped in black robes, became clearly visible. A higher divine being? The burly man with scaled skin standing beside the giant magical array turned to Qian Kuan, his eyes widening in surprise. He quickly composed himself and bowed respectfully, Greetings, my lord. With a casual glance, Qian Kuan asked, What place is this in hell? My lord, this is Blue Star Island in the Star Mist Sea, the burly man replied, momentarily taken aback before hastily providing an answer. Do you possess a map of the entire hell? A simplified map will suffice. Or even just a map of the Star Mist Sea. Qian Kuan continued his inquiry. The burly man sighed with a helpless smile. My lord, I am but a mere mid-tier divine being. I seldom leave this place, so how could I have a map? I have a map of the islands in the Star Mist Sea. A woman with a single golden scale on her forehead and dressed in a delicate golden robe approached. Her enchanting smile directed at Qian Kuan. Qian Kuan turned to her, recognizing that this beautiful lady was a higher divine being. Likely a high-ranking member of the Star Army stationed here to guard the teleportation array. Miss, could you provide me with the map? I would be willing to exchange treasures. Divine essences or artifacts, Qian proposed earnestly. My name is Yuji. Oh, no need to be so formal. Consider the map a gift. The enchanting woman with the golden robe giggled as she playfully extended her hand to Qian. Handsome man in black, you haven't told me your name yet. I am Qian, he replied. Qian? Such a unique name. The golden-robed beauty, slightly taken aback, stepped forward, taking Qian's hand with warmth and enthusiasm. Come, Qian. Let us go to my residence and rest for a while. We can enjoy a cup of tea. And I will give you the map of the Star Mist Sea when you leave. Chapter 77, that Rod Yuji's residence was in a secluded area of Blue Star Island. A grand castle of purple and gold. The grounds surrounding the castle were adorned with a variety of flowers, blooming like a sea of blossoms, creating a stunningly beautiful sight. The interior of the castle was exquisitely arranged, yet it was strangely devoid of any inhabitants, not even a single small creature, lending an air of eerie solitude. Come, Qian. Try our Mist Spirit Tea from the Star Mist Sea, Yuji offered as she personally brewed tea in the castle's lounge, smiling as she handed a cup to Qian. Thank you. Qian accepted the teacup with a faint smile, but suddenly raised an eyebrow. A hint of surprise crossing his face as he noticed Yuji's fingers gently caressing his palm while handing him the cup. Was it a flirtation? Or an invitation? At first, the exuberant demeanor of Yuji puzzled Qian. Moreover, Qian had discreetly observed the Star Army guarding the teleportation array. Their glances at Yuji were peculiar, imbued with an odd blend of strangeness and a hint of unwarranted reverence. This peculiar behavior ignited a deeper curiosity within Qian. What, indeed, were Yuji's intentions? In the ensuing playful banter, Yuji openly flirted with Qian, her boldness unmistakable, as if she were determined to lure him into her bed without relent. Having not been intimate with a woman for quite some time, Qian found himself undeniably stirred. Thus he succumbed to the flow and engaged with Yuji. For over 10 days, Qian remained at Yuji's residence, indulging in unseemly activities from dawn till dusk, delighting in their shared intimacy. Yet, amidst this enjoyment, a sense of perplexity lingered in Qian's heart. It appeared that Yuji merely sought a physical relationship with him, devoid of ulterior motives, which gradually dulled his interest. She was merely a wanton woman, albeit an alluring one, and Qian found himself growing weary of the novelty. One day, just as Qian prepared to take his leave from Yuji, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the castle, accompanied by a furious voice that echoed within its walls. Yuji, come out. Startled, Qian, who was savoring delectable dishes delivered by the Star Army alongside Yuji, furrowed his brow, pondering the identity of this intruder. Was this an enemy of Yuji? Could it be that Yuji had ensnared him to assist her against a foe? Barefoot, draped in a sheer, golden garment that subtly revealed her enchanting figure, Yuji nestled in Qian's embrace. Upon hearing the furious shout, a mysterious smile graced her lips as she turned to Qian and said, Qian, trouble has arrived. Can you help me resolve it? How would you like me to resolve it? Shall I kill him for you? Qian inquired casually, a smile playing upon his lips. With a playful giggle, Yuji replied ambiguously, if you possess such skill, feel free to eliminate him. Then, I will cooperate with you in whatever you desire. That's what you said, Qian jested, wrapping his arms around Yuji before vanishing from the castle in a flash. Upon emerging from the castle, Qian beheld a tall, slender figure clad in purple robes, crackling with lightning. The man's face darkened upon seeing Qian holding the nearly naked Yuji, and fury radiated from him as he bellowed. You scoundrel! Release Yuji! Who are you? On what grounds should I let her go? Qian retorted, sensing that the situation was diverging from his initial assumptions. The slender man in purple glared at Qian, his teeth clenched, and spoke to Yuji in a restrained yet furious tone. Yuji, is this how you find joy? By retaliating against me? Regardless of the circumstances, I was once your husband. You will always be my woman. Dream of leaving me? Unless I am dead, you shall never escape me. Any man who dares to touch you is courting death. Wait, you two are married? Qian exclaimed in shock, hastily releasing Yuji and stepping aside. Insisting, misunderstanding. I was unaware of the situation. Brother, resolve your marital issues on your own. I shall take my leave. Trying to leave? Too late. The purple-robed man transformed into a bolt of lightning, blocking Qian's path, his expression twisted with rage, radiating a terrifying aura. Since you have touched my woman, you must be prepared to face death. Internally cursing his curiosity, Qian felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, faced with the violent wrath of the man. He felt a flicker of murderous intent. Though he acknowledged his fault, if the man insisted on pursuing him, he could hardly be blamed for being ruthless. After all, he was merely a god of lightning. Did he truly believe himself invincible? However, Qian Kuan quickly realized that the man indeed possessed considerable strength, with the audacity to act as he pleased. With a thunderous explosion of energy, the man summoned a lightning spear, striking Qian Kuan and sending him reeling. Goodness, this fellow is remarkably powerful. Qian Kuan thought, astonished. He must have fused at least 4 or 5 mysteries of the lightning principle. Such strength rivals that of a top-tier 7-star demon or even a lord of hell. Qian Kuan never anticipated that upon his arrival in hell, he would encounter such a formidable opponent. Unbeknownst to him, the myriad islands within the Star Mist Sea were divided into over 10 domains. And this man was the lord of one such domain, an apex powerhouse in hell, terrifyingly adept in the lightning principle. Yet, the man also failed to realize that Qian Kuan was no ordinary god. His mastery of the earth element principle had ascended to the path of 6 mysteries, surpassing even the lords of hell. As long as he was facing a fully realized upper god, Qian Kuan felt unperturbed. Even if it were a fully realized upper god, Qian Kuan believed they could not contend with him. After a brief skirmish, both Qian Kuan and the man recognized each other's strength, and they ceased holding back, unleashing their utmost power. As they battled fiercely, Yuji watched with wide eyes, her hand covering her mouth in shock. She had not anticipated that the handsome upper god she so casually flirted with would prove to be such a formidable warrior, equally matched to the man before her. With a deafening roar, the lightning energy enveloping the man coalesced into a vortex as he unleashed his mightiest attack, thrusting the lightning spear at Qian Kuan. An illusory spear shadow accompanied his strike, merging material and spiritual assault in one devastating blow. A technique he had used to vanquish adversaries and claim his position as the Lord of Hell. In response, Qian Kuan's gaze hardened as he wielded his dark sword, radiating an earthy glow, akin to a small mountain, and met the lightning spear head-on. The clash produced a resounding metallic ring, quickly swallowed by the ensuing explosion of energy. A ferocious energy storm erupted, and the man, caught within its tumult, trembled as he let out a defiant roar before being obliterated, reduced to ashes in the chaos, leaving behind only 2 divine cores, the lightning spear and a spatial ring, which Qian Kuan collected with a thought as he sheathed his black sword. Chapter 78, The Island of Moro. You killed him? Yuji gazed at Qian Kuan, who returned calmly, her eyes wide in disbelief. Yes, I have slain your husband. Qian Kuan replied nonchalantly, you must despise me now. Despise? Yuji hesitated, then shook her head, her expression complex. No, perhaps I should be grateful to you. You have liberated me from living in the shadow of that man, allowing me to escape that unbearable existence. That's good to hear. Qian Kuan nodded, preparing to take flight. As he turned to leave, Yuji called out, Qian Kuan, are you really just going to leave? You wanted the map, did you not? No need. Hell is vast. But I won't lose my way, Qian Kuan replied calmly, disappearing into the distance. Watching him depart, Yuji found herself momentarily dazed, and after a while, she shook her head with a bittersweet smile as she returned to her castle. The crystal-clear sea, shimmering with a hint of violet, ripples gently. In this boundless sea of starry mist, even in the absence of wind, 3-foot waves arise. The vast expanse of pale purple water, akin to gossamer mist, exudes a refreshing vapor that evokes an invigorating sense of tranquility. Amidst the fog-laden celestial sea, a streak of light darts through the haze, representing Qian Kuan, who is journeying across the starry mist after departing from Blue Star Island. Suddenly, Qian Kuan, racing through the skies, perceives a multitude of lightning serpents surging through the thin fog ahead, resembling electric snakes. In an instant, countless serpents spread forth, extending over 1,000 miles, and Qian Kuan is inevitably enveloped by the crackling energy. A deep rumble resonates, as innumerable electric serpents entwine with the mist. Above, a vortex, vast enough to span 10,000 miles, emerges, formed by the swirling serpents and fog. This colossal lightning vortex shines brilliantly in the night, casting the silhouette of Qian Kuan within its embrace. Surrounded by the crackling energy, Qian Kuan remains steadfast in the sky, as if the violent lightning poses no threat to him.
Bathed in electric energy, Qian Kuan gradually closes his eyes, absorbing the power as it draws even more lightning towards him. From a vortex's center, a torrent of lightning descends,
striking fiercely at Qian Kuan. Thus, after months of standing quietly in the lightning vortex, a wave of invisible cosmic laws descends, causing the gathered lightning to retreat slightly, losing some of its ferocity. Soon, a rich concentration of lightning elemental energy gathers above Qian Kuan's head, transforming into a divine essence surrounded by electric light. Through the laws of lightning, Qian Kuan ascends to divinity. He chooses to split his soul, swiftly forming a lightning avatar beside him. This place is ideal for comprehending the profound mysteries of the lightning laws. Gazing upward at the continuing strikes of lightning, Qian Kuan feels a surge of inspiration and allows his lightning avatar to merge within him, a smile gracing his lips. Moreover, absorbing lightning energy here will refine my physical form. enhancing my corporeal strength. It seems I shall seclude myself for a while to cultivate. Consequently, Qian abandons his haste and devotes most of his time to seeking the lightning vortex and understanding the profound mysteries of lightning. Years swiftly pass, and on a desolate island within the starry mist, Qian sits quietly on the beach as lightning incessantly strikes down from the fog above. His body emits a faint golden glow, radiating a subtle yet powerful aura. Now, Qian has attained the intermediate divine level in the laws of lightning and embarked on the path of profound integration. His other avatars have also made progress. The water avatar has become the second to reach the upper divine level after the earth avatar, beginning the path of merging the 6 mysteries of water elements. However, Qian most significant achievement in these decades has been through the lightning energy of the starry mist, which has tempered his body to a level surpassing even upper divine artifacts. Such a formidable physique is rare to find across all realms. Drawing a breath and retracting the golden aura, Qian slowly opens his eyes, stretches his neck, and stands. Squinting into the distance, murmuring to himself, "It is time to depart. The Hell Realm is teeming with powerful beings, a splendid environment for honing my skills. Engaging with stronger opponents will only facilitate my path of cultivation. The starry mist harbors a formidable Azura warrior on Moluo Island, does it not? Moluo Island is a verdant paradise, adorned with towering trees and fresh air that invigorates the spirit." Qian arrives quietly on Moluo Island. Gazing at the numerous castle-like structures and luxurious restaurants that dot the landscape, with a continuous flow of people traversing the wide streets. Among them are the green-skinned elves with pointed ears and the scaled whale warriors, showcasing a diverse array of beings. Although attaining divine status allows one to assume human form, some unique races retain distinguishing features of their heritage, such as the fox people's tails and the fish scales of the aquatic races. After such a long period of cultivation at sea, Qian indulges in a rare moment of relaxation, strolling around before entering a beautifully decorated and lavish restaurant, ordering a variety of delicacies to satisfy his appetite. Undoubtedly, the culinary delights of Hell surpass those of Yulan continent in both refinement and taste, given the vast array of rare and unique ingredients found therein. After dining, Qian departs the restaurant and heads directly to the renowned battlefield of Moluo Island. The battlefield spans an extensive area of over 100 miles, accommodating millions of spectators. However, combat is strictly forbidden among the audience. Any infractions will result in merciless punishment from the island's guardians. To enter for observation, one must pay a fee of 100 inkstones. The battlefield is divided into 3 tiers: the upper divine battlefield, the intermediate divine battlefield, and the lower divine battlefield. There is only one upper divine battlefield, 3 intermediate divine battlefields, and 3 lower divine battlefields. Qian makes his way toward the upper divine battlefield, not to spectate, but to participate, to encounter the Azura warrior ancestor, Moc Bagasheo of the Bagasheo family. The best path is to achieve 100 victories in the upper divine battlefield and receive an invitation to the hidden realm of the West Island. Upon registering for the upper divine battle, Qian awaits at the entrance. Soon, he hears the enthusiastic and resonant voice of the host. "Now, let us welcome the next combatant." Without hesitation, Qian soars onto the battlefield, greeted by a wave of cheers, and observes his opponent, a statuesque woman nearly 2 meters tall. Robustly built, yet possessing a strikingly alluring figure. With long brown hair, she wields a dark golden wolf-tooth club, charging toward Qian with a fierce determination. The club glowing with a yellowish hue, causing the very air to tremble. An upper divine practitioner of earth laws? Qian is momentarily surprised, then shakes his head and unsheathes his black heavy sword, effortlessly deflecting her strike, sending her flying off the battlefield with a spurt of blood. Subsequently, Qian faces a series of new challengers, effortlessly defeating them with a single move. He refrains from killing anyone, yet the atmosphere of the battlefield gradually simmers with excitement. Soon, after 10 matches, Qian stands victorious with 10 consecutive wins. To continue competing, he must wait until the next day, meaning achieving 100 victories will take him 10 days. On the 10th day, the atmosphere in the battlefield ignites with fervor as spectators gather in droves. Yet, standing in the arena, Qian cannot help but feel a sense of monotony. Throughout the previous 9 days and 90 matches, none have surprised him. Even his strategy of refraining from lethal force to attract stronger upper divine opponents yielded only a few 5-star demons. He has yet to encounter any 6-star or 7-star experts. The repetitive nature of one-strike victories has dulled his enthusiasm. Finally, on the 10th day, a true opponent emerges worthy of his attention. During the 3rd match, a tall, pale-skinned woman clad in a black robe appears on the battlefield. She was strikingly beautiful, yet exuded an aura of coldness, akin to an eternal glacier that never melts. Without uttering a single word, the woman made her move, wielding a slender, semi-transparent black divine sword. As she struck, The very fabric of space appeared to warp and tear, creating minute fissures. In the depths of hell, the ability to rend space itself suggested that this woman was at least a 6-star demon. The principles of darkness? Her strength seemed formidable indeed. Observing this, Qian narrowed his eyes slightly and casually countered with a sword strike of his own. The resounding clash of metal echoed, causing the woman in black to stagger back, a trickle of blood seeping from her hand that gripped the dark sword. A faint trace of blood also marked the corner of her lips. She regarded Qian with a hint of surprise, and then spoke, her voice cold and melodious. Devoid of any emotion, "You are strong, I concede." Qian was taken aback by her swift admission of defeat. This battle was proving to be rather anticlimactic. He had shown restraint, yet this woman, merely wounded, was unwilling to continue the duel. This left him feeling somewhat disheartened. The tumultuous cheers from the battlefield surged to the heavens, but Qian frowned slightly. His heart tinged with irritation as he glanced at the retreating figure of the woman in black. His annoyance stemmed not only from her hasty surrender, but also from a vague sense of sorrow emanating from her. This emotion seemed to penetrate her very being, radiating from the depths of her soul. Were it not for Qian's keen perception, he might have overlooked it entirely. Yet, to the untrained eye, the woman appeared excessively aloof, making it difficult to connect with her and failing to reveal her unique nature. In the subsequent 7 battles, all against opponents of relatively average strength among the upper-tier gods, Qian effortlessly swung his black heavy sword 7 times, dispatching each foe with ease. Soon, another upper-tier god emerged victorious from the arena. Shortly thereafter, the Bagshaw family dispatched representatives to invite Qian to their esteemed home, where they intended to escort him to the secret domain of West Island to witness the Bagshaw family's collection of powerful warriors in combat. Upon arriving at the Bagshaw estate, Qian was quickly greeted by the family's direct descendant, Master Sikra, who personally led him and other victorious mid-tier and lower-tier gods to West Island's secret domain. To their astonishment, the secret domain lay submerged within the ocean. After a brief descent, they beheld a colossal black castle, sprawling across several dozen miles at the ocean's depths, resembling a monstrous beast lying in wait. Even more alarming were the countless figures patrolling its periphery, indicating a significant presence. As they approached, a squad of guards clad in black armor and cloaked in dark capes swiftly approached. These guards emanated an intimidating aura, their expressions cold and detached, unmistakably seasoned warriors. Master Sikra, the leader of the squad, saluted respectfully. "They have arrived. Let us proceed," Sikra replied nonchalantly. And the 10 black-armored guards guided Qian and his companions toward the castle, where the imposing black gate stood wide open. This black castle had evidently existed for an indeterminate length of time beneath the sea. Strangely, it seemed to emanate an invisible force that repelled the surrounding seawater, creating a dry zone around it, as though an ethereal barrier shielded the ancient fortress from the encroaching tide. Upon entering this arid area and stepping into the castle, they soon arrived at a spacious courtyard. "Please wait here. Someone will arrive shortly," Sikra stated coldly. "You will need to undergo an examination to gain access to the secret chamber." With that, he turned on his heel and left, while Qian furrowed his brow, quietly awaiting the arrival of the others. Moments later, a massive ancient door, 10 meters tall, thunderously swung open, revealing 6 individuals. At the forefront stood an elder with hair and beard as white as snow, donned in crimson armor and a flowing red cloak. The 5 behind him wore black armor, yet also bore red capes. "Welcome to the Han Emperor's castle," the elder exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uri." Before he could finish, Qian interjected, slightly impatient. "Mr. Uri, spare me the pleasantries and take me directly to meet Lord Mosi." Uri's expression shifted, surprise flickering across his face as he regarded Qian. "Who are you? How do you know the Lord's name?" "I have merely heard of the Lord's reputation," Qian replied casually. "Mr. Uri, please inform Lord Mosi that I have come at the behest of Lord Beirut, and I believe the Lord would be inclined to meet with me." Upon hearing the name Beirut, Uri's countenance changed again. "Lord Beirut of the Blood Peak Continent's Azure Mansion? Please wait." Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Uri closed his eyes in silence for a moment, then abruptly opened them, addressing Qian with newfound seriousness. "The Lord has agreed to meet you. Follow me." As he spoke, Uri instructed his companions and personally led Qian deeper into the castle, traversing a corridor adorned with intricate carvings, until they reached a grand hall at the corridor's end. Uri approached a fireplace along one wall, revealing a mysterious, expansive passageway lined with blood-red stones that exuded a disquieting aura of death. At the passage's end stood a blood-colored door framed with black patterns, where Uri halted. "Teacher, the envoy of Lord Beirut has arrived," he announced respectfully to the door. The envoy of Lord Beirut? Qian couldn't help but smile inwardly. The name Beirut certainly carried weight. "Very well, let him enter," A deep, gentle voice came from within. The door opened slightly, just enough for one person to pass through. Without hesitation, Qian stepped inside, encountering a vast hall shrouded in an atmosphere reminiscent of death, where a solitary figure stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The man towered at an imposing height of 2.5 meters. His robust frame complemented by short, needle-like red hair. He wore a simple, sleeveless armor, and his massive arms gleamed with a bronze hue, exuding strength. "You are Qian?" he inquired, his piercing gaze locking onto Qian. "I have little connection with Beirut. Why has he sent you to seek me?" "Actually, it is not Lord Beirut who sent me. It is I who sought you out," Qian replied with a calm smile. "My purpose is straightforward, to witness the prowess of Lord Mosi." "Is that so?" Mosi's brow furrowed, his tone turning cold. "You came here merely to challenge me? Young man, you truly overestimate yourself. Do you believe that possessing the strength of a 7-star demon qualifies you to face me? Did Beirut not inform you of my capabilities?" Qian shrugged with a bemused smile, choosing not to confirm or deny. "A ruler of the Inferno, I can certainly imagine Lord Mosi's strength. However, I must inform you that decades ago, I eliminated a fellow named Nerod. I trust you are familiar with him?" "Nerod? You were the one who killed him? It seems you are well prepared." Mosi's eyes narrowed in surprise as he regarded Qian. "Mosi, I didn't come to engage in idle chatter. I am here to battle you." "Enough with the preamble. Let us begin," Qian declared directly. Mosi's expression darkened slightly at this. "Very well, since you seek combat, I shall oblige. But I hope you will not regret this decision." As he spoke, a massive black hammer materialized in his hand. "Young man, let us see if you can withstand a single strike from me. If you cannot endure even that, I suggest you return whence you came." With that, Mosi effortlessly swung the black hammer. In silent execution, the hammer sent forth a peculiar wave that rippled outward, appearing slow but arriving instantly above Qian. As the gaze of Qian sharpened, a heavy black sword materialized abruptly in his hand. He swung the sword slowly, causing the very fabric of space to warp and indent, meeting the oncoming massive black hammer. At the moment of collision, the hammer seemed to quiver slightly, akin to a stone dropped upon water, creating ripples. The black sword in Qian's grip trembled violently, emitting a mournful wail. Simultaneously, the black hammer in Moc's hand also shook, as if buffeted by successive waves, causing Moc to stagger backward uncontrollably. Qian, having taken a few steps back to stabilize himself in midair, regarded Moc with a serious expression. "The destructive rules you cultivate are indeed formidable. You must be a strong Shura-level warrior, capable of obliterating divine avatars." "What?" Moc exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Qian. "The Earth's laws have reached such a level. Undoubtedly Shura-tier strength. No wonder you could slay that rod. This pulsating attack must be a fusion of several profound principles to possess such might. All right, receive another blow from me." Moc's gaze ignited with fervor as he grinned, then swung his hammer once more towards Qian. A low, thunderous sound reverberated as Moc's strike unleashed a terrifying force. The black hammer trembled slightly as the surrounding space fractured like shattered glass. At first glance, it appeared that Moc struggled to contain the power of this blow. "I cannot hold back any longer," Qian declared, narrowing his eyes as he swung the heavy black sword. The motion resembled lifting a mountain, appearing laborious and slow, rendering the surrounding space seemingly frozen. With a deep thud, a black hole-like rift spread out from the point of contact between the hammer and the sword, expanding to nearly a yard in diameter before gradually slowing its spread. Both Qian and Moc felt as if struck by an immense force, sending them careening backward. Qian fared relatively well, but Moc appeared more disheveled. His palm was lacerated, blood streaming forth, and his face flushed red as he spat blood, clearly wounded. "Haha, delightful." Moc laughed exuberantly, seemingly unconcerned with his injuries, his eyes glistening as he gazed at Qian. "It has been ages since I fought a true peer. Qian, I never would have imagined you possessed such strength despite your unassuming reputation. It seems my seclusion in the Hongjun fortress has made me somewhat out of touch." Qian chuckled and shook his head. "Moc, do not fault yourself for being unaware of me. To be honest, I have only been in this hell for a few decades." "Oh, were you previously dwelling in the material plane? How could you cultivate to such strength before arriving in hell?" Moc asked incredulously. "There is nothing impossible," Qian replied with a smile. "If I told you I know someone who has nearly reached the pinnacle of mastery without leaving the material plane, would you believe me?" Moc's astonishment deepened. "Incredible! Does that person hail from the same material plane as you? What realm do you come from, where such powerful upper-tier deities abound? Were they perhaps released from a prison of dimensions?" "He rose in a dimension prison and was fortunate enough to escape. However, I am not like him," Qian explained, shaking his head. "I simply lacked the strength to venture into hell before. You must understand, hell is teeming with powerful beings. I was merely a mid-tier deity. Encountering a slightly stronger upper-tier deity could have led to my demise. Mid-tier deity? Were you deliberately avoiding reaching the upper tier to merge the principles? MOC inquired. Unable to hide his surprise, Qian nodded with a faint smile. Indeed, decades ago, I broke through to upper tier and then departed the material plane for hell. MOC regarded Qian, momentarily at a loss for words, before shaking his head and chuckling. You truly are a patient one. I suppose you haven't had the opportunity to contend with the truly top-tier warriors since arriving in hell. Since you came to challenge me today, I will not hold back. Allow me to showcase my strongest techniques. Come, I know your greatest strength lies in the path of death. You can control the 7-star demons. Your prowess in the realm of souls must be nearly at the pinnacle, not far from achieving it yourself. Let me witness the true power of your soul attacks. MOC's expression turned serious. You are correct. I am indeed close to perfection in the realm of death. In terms of the soul, among the 7 divine planes and the 4 supreme planes, apart from the pinnacle, none dare claim to surpass me. My soul attacks can overwhelm even Shura warriors lacking strong defenses. Are you certain you wish to test this? Fear not. I possess confidence in my soul defenses. Qian replied with a self-assured smile. Aside from the main deities and pinnacle upper-tier gods, I do not believe anyone can kill me. Very well, if you are so confident. Then brace yourself for my soul attack, MOC declared, his aura sharpening as he transformed from the previously chaotic energy of destruction to a thick, suffocating atmosphere of death. In that moment, he resembled a reaper, his eyes cold and devoid of warmth. Raising his hand slowly, MOC conjured a phantom gray-black palm imprint, which he then sent hurtling towards Qian at blinding speed. Be wary, receive my soul annihilation palm. Qian stood his ground, not flinching as the ethereal palm imprint penetrated his being, causing him to furrow his brow and close his eyes. Within Qian's mind, the soul annihilation palm surged into his consciousness, heading towards the glowing brown upper-tier godhead. Concurrently, his mental energy surged forth like a tide, manifesting as illusory sword shadows that clashed against the palm imprint, causing it to momentarily falter and fade, yet it continued to inch closer to Qian's godhead. In the tumultuous interior of Qian's mind, his mental energy continued to form phantasmal sword shadows, repelling the soul annihilation palm. After depleting a significant portion of his mental energy, the palm imprint finally dissipated into nothingness. MOC's soul attack was indeed formidable, Qian thought to himself, releasing a breath as he opened his eyes. Seeing Qian unscathed, MOC let out a relieved laugh. Haha, brother Qian, your soul defenses are quite impressive. I did not hold back just now. I truly feared I might inadvertently kill you. To kill me is not so simple, Qian responded with a smile, exuding confidence. However, MOC suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Brother Qian, your power is indeed top tier among upper tier deities. Your physical attacks and soul defenses are remarkable, but that does not mean no one can contend with you. Even if not against pinnacle upper tier gods, there are still some extraordinary Shura warriors with bizarre abilities or formidable innate powers. Should you underestimate them, you might find yourself in grave peril. Thank you for the warning, Mr. MOC. I will heed your advice, Qian acknowledged, recognizing MOC's genuine concern. MOC then chuckled heartily. Good, as long as you don't mind my rambling. Brother Qian, it is rare for us to meet as equals. Today's battle has been truly exhilarating. Why not stay with me for a while? We could share ideas and learn from one another. What do you think? With such warm hospitality from Mr. MOC, I shall not hold back, Qian replied with a smile. Subsequently, Qian resided in the Han Emperor's castle for over half a year, during which he engaged in numerous exchanges with MOC, enhancing his understanding of the rules of destruction and death significantly. As equals in strength, Qian and MOC formed a deep bond, their friendship blossoming. After bidding farewell to MOC, Qian quietly departed from Miluo Island, embarking on a leisurely journey towards Blood Peak continent. Although hell is vast, Qian found himself largely unfamiliar with most places, having little inclination to wander aimlessly. His motivation for traveling to Blood Peak continent was straightforward: the presence of the 4 Divine Beasts clan in the Azure Blue Mansion, and the fierce competition with the other 8 prominent families from various divine realms and supreme planes, who were like sworn enemies. The anticipation of witnessing their final confrontation was too enticing for Qian to resist, as he was in no rush. Having hardly used metallic beings for travel and occasionally stopping to meditate and refine his skills, it took him several centuries to reach Blood Peak continent. During this time, his fire and light divine avatars ascended to the upper god level, each possessing the strength of a Shura. His wind divine avatar, having mastered 8 of the 9 profound laws of the wind element, was on the verge of a breakthrough. Even his lightning divine avatar, though still at the mid-god level, had integrated 3 profound laws, and was attempting to comprehend a fourth. In addition to the avatars brought to hell, earth, wind, water, fire, light, and the lightning avatar cultivated after his arrival, his other 5 divine avatars of fate, life, destruction, death, and darkness, left behind in Yulon continent, while not yet reaching the upper god level, had progressed significantly, each merging at least half of their respective laws. Upon arriving at Blood Peak continent, Qian did not stir up any commotion. He rarely entered cities, preferring the tranquility of the wilderness to focus on unifying the profound truths of a particular law. Naturally, he encountered some bandits or tribal forces in the wild. Although his upper god level power was quite imposing, being a non-demon, he lacked the menacing aura typical of such beings, which occasionally led to unwarranted provocations. Qian showed little mercy to those seeking their own demise. For conflict and bloodshed were commonplace in hell, and he had grown accustomed to decisive action. At times, when he encountered weaker holy domain or god-level beings, he would lend them a hand or offer guidance in their cultivation. This existence was serene and fulfilling, and Qian found it to be a delightful experience, feeling as though his own path was undergoing a profound transformation. Over a century later, Qian finally arrived at the azure blue mansion of Blood Peak continent and set off towards the ancestral home of the 4 divine beasts clan, the Tianji mountain range. This range, the largest in azure blue mansion, boasted towering peaks that seemed to pierce the heavens. Each mountain's height was astonishing, and it was named Tianji Mountain Range for this very reason. Soaring gracefully through the sky, Qian soon spotted a colossal avian creature, ablaze with flames. Soaring alongside the peaks, its fiery red feathers and azure plumes exuding a formidable aura. However, it was merely a grand sculpture, not a living creature. Navigating around the southern part of Tianji Mountain Range, Qian proceeded to the eastern side, where he beheld the scenery of the Qinglong lineage, the Reading family. There, a serpentine dragon, measuring over 10,000 miles, coiled within the mountains. This was not a real dragon, but rather a structure designed to resemble one. Adorned with dragon scales and serving as a passage, radiating a blue luminescence from afar, appearing as a fearsome dragon. Upon closer inspection, the dragon's form was, in fact, a passageway surrounded by numerous castles and residences forming a harmonious ensemble. At the pinnacle, the most magnificent golden castle hung above like a resplendent dragon pearl. Such was the legacy of the 4 divine beasts clan. Even in decline, their grandeur and presence remained awe-inspiring, leaving Qian somewhat astonished and in agreement. With narrowed eyes fixed upon the golden castle, Qian unhesitatingly dove from the sky toward it. As he descended and observed the winding dragon path, he clearly saw countless soldiers clad in azure armor patrolling, numbering in the thousands, each one an upper god. Who dares intrude upon the sacred ground of the Qinglong clan? Before Qian could approach, the soldiers stationed at the golden castle's entrance, led by a commanding upper god, could not contain their indignation, shouting fiercely at him. Qian, however, merely smiled and inquired, "Is the clan leader, Guilizan, present? Who exactly are you? What business do you have with our clan leader? Please state your name, so I may inform him." The lead upper god responded, their tone shifting to a more respectful demeanor upon hearing Guilizan's name. "No need for formality. Even if I provided my name, your clan leader would likely not recognize me." Qian waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "Just tell your clan leader that I am here to challenge him, and I shall wait here for our duel. Should he choose not to emerge, I will not hesitate to enter your Qinglong clan uninvited." Upon hearing this, the upper god's expression darkened, and he bellowed in anger, "How audacious! You dare disrupt the Qinglong clan? Do you think us to be easily bullied? Brothers, let us strike together and eliminate him." Well, this is troublesome. As Qian saw the upper gods preparing to attack him simultaneously, he furrowed his brow, feeling a hint of irritation. "I merely came to challenge your clan leader. Must there be such a dramatic response?" Chapter 82, Guilizan recently. Qian sought merely to engage in a friendly contest with a few leaders of the 4 divine beasts clan, not to take lives. Yet, the upper god warriors of the Qinglong clan showed no mercy in their assault. Should he decisively eliminate them, it would only provoke more warriors from the 4 divine beasts clan, escalating the situation further. What to do? As Qian skillfully evaded their initial wave of attacks, he pondered a solution. He levitated in the air, closing his eyes as if ignoring the approaching upper gods from the Qinglong clan. An invisible force of soul energy emanated from him, causing all those touched by it to faint and plummet from the sky. Qian's method was not a soul attack imbued with profound laws. Rather, he released a modicum of divine power, employing an illusionary technique to render the upper gods unconscious without causing them any harm. This intangible divine power spread from Qian, affecting a radius of several miles. Any nearby Qinglong upper gods who approached fell into a daze, clumsily crashing to the ground before regaining their senses. Quickly, they were intimidated by Qian's display. keeping their distance and warily observing him without daring to approach. Who dares to act so recklessly within the four divine beasts clan? Amidst the chilling exclamations, three figures adorned in azure armor, embellished with intricate golden patterns that exude an air of antiquity and nobility, emerged from the golden fortress. These three formidable members of the Azure Dragon clan, draped in capes inscribed with complex magical runes, were accompanied by a throng of higher deities clad in various robes and armors. The one who spoke, a middle-aged man radiating an aura of icy authority, had previously led a contingent of 30 elite warriors to interrogate Qian regarding his intentions. What? The mere act of standing still can cause the nearby higher deities to lose consciousness? The blonde-haired woman among the trio's expression shifted dramatically. The indifferent middle-aged man and the silver-haired elder exchanged apprehensive glances, their expressions growing serious as they turned to Qian. Such formidable spiritual prowess, he must be a superlative master skilled in soul manipulation. Why would such a powerful being come to our Azure Beast clan to create turmoil? Realizing Qian's strength, despite their lingering doubts, they hesitated to provoke him further. Pray tell, who might you be? What brings you to our Azure Beast clan? The silver-haired elder ventured, attempting to gauge Qian's motives. Did I not make myself clear? I have come to challenge your clan leader, Leek. Is he not present? Qian replied, his tone tinged with exasperation. If he is here, let him come forth swiftly. If not, summon the leaders of the Zhuke, Xuanwu, and Baihu clans. I would be pleased to engage them as well. Upon hearing this, the indifferent middle-aged man could not suppress his ire and laughed harshly. You are exceedingly presumptuous, treating our Azure Beast clan with such disdain. How can you, in the absence of our ancestral protection, still regard us as formidable? With a slight shake of his head, Qian scoffed. You truly believe that without the guardianship of the ancestral spirits, the Azure Beast clan retains its grandeur? To insult the Azure Beast clan is to court death. The indifferent middle-aged man, filled with rage, charged directly at Qian. Mokul. The silver-haired elder's countenance shifted as he attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Facing the oncoming assault from the indifferent middle-aged man, Qian merely shook his head, refraining from drawing a weapon. As Mokul closed in, Qian unleashed an intangible wave of spiritual might, which caused the cold middle-aged man to falter, plummeting from the air as if his strength had been sapped. Before he hit the ground, Mokul regained consciousness, his face pale with disbelief as he gazed up at Qian, who hovered above. The silver-haired elder and the blonde woman exchanged astonished glances, their expression shifting from shock to a cautious respect as they regarded Qian. No longer daring to underestimate this enigmatic challenger to their clan. Casting a cold glance at them, Qian stated, You are not my match. It would be prudent to summon your clan leader post-haste. Mokul and the others felt a surge of humiliation, as elders of the Azure Dragon clan. They were not accustomed to being so belittled. Yet, reason prevailed, and they recognized the overwhelming strength of this mysterious figure, particularly in the realm of soul manipulation. Just as they stood there, grappling with their predicament, a towering figure approached from the distance, cloaked in flowing robes. He landed before them, revealing a stern visage, his azure hair billowing majestically. Clan leader, Mokul and the other elders, along with their followers, bowed respectfully to this imposing figure. This newly arrived leader was none other than Leek, son of the supreme deity of the Azure Dragon. Without acknowledging their greetings, he fixed a piercing gaze upon Qian. You seek to challenge me? Indeed. I am Qian. Having diligently cultivated my skills, I have reached the level of a higher deity. Yet I find it rare to engage in true combat with formidable opponents. Hearing of the Azure Beast clan's abundance of talent, I have come to test my mettle against your strongest. You, Leek, are my first challenger, Qian declared, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Leek's brow furrowed as he probed further. You come to our Azure Beast clan solely for the purpose of challenge? Is that truly your intention? Is there any other reason? Qian replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. Surely, you do not believe I would trouble the Azure Beast clan unprovoked? Even with my strength? I could not hope to rival an entire clan alone. He shrugged lightly, to be candid. I intend not only to challenge your clan, but also to confront your 8 sworn enemies. The leaders of those 8 clans would be worthy adversaries for me. Upon hearing that Qian aimed to challenge the leaders of their long-standing rivals, Leek raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Very well. I trust that a being of your caliber would not engage in deceit. Since you wish to challenge me, I, Leek, shall accept your invitation to battle today. As he spoke, Leek gestured for the 3 elders and several other Azure Dragon clan members to step back, aware that the clash between such powerful beings would be catastrophic if they were too close. In the high skies above the dragon path, Qian and Leek faced each other, their invisible auras swirling around them, casting an oppressive atmosphere over the spectators. With a thought, Qian summoned an icy blue divine whip. preparing to wield the mysteries of the water element in their confrontation, knowing well that Geizleisen specialized in the same elemental force. Geizleisen did not immediately draw his artifact. Instead, he tightened his fist, forming a layer of ice upon it. In an instant, he lunged forward, uncompromisingly attacking Qian. Observing that Geizleisen had not employed his weapon, Qian similarly retracted his divine whip, forming ice around his fist, mirroring Geizleisen's approach as he struck back. A resounding clash echoed as their fists collided, shattering the surrounding space like cracked ice. Both combatants recoiled, their fists trembling from the impact. Geizleisen's hand bore a trace of blood, the dragon scales upon it fracturing under the force. Yet Qian remained unscathed, a grin spreading across his face. As expected of the son of the supreme deity, Geizleisen, your physique is indeed formidable. To withstand my strike, you have merely lost a few scales. What? He remains unharmed? Could his flesh be stronger than mine? How is that even possible? Geizleisen stared at Qian in disbelief. The surrounding elders and higher deities of the Azure Dragon clan bore expressions of shock, unable to fathom that Qian could stand toe-to-toe with their strongest leader without faltering. Previously, they had only acknowledged his prowess in soul manipulation, unaware that his physical might was equally formidable. Geizleisen, take another punch from me. Qian bellowed with laughter, advancing to deliver a powerful blow, his fist distorting the very fabric of space around him. Geizleisen, not daring to underestimate the threat, tightened his fist once more, encasing it in ice as he braced to meet Qian's incoming attack. Amidst the resounding echoes of powerful collisions, Geizleisen was once again sent flying, his fist encased in shattered ice, followed by the complete fragmentation of his dragon scales, leaving his hand drenched in blood. Such a strike was formidable. Could it be that he had not exerted his full strength previously? Geizleisen found it difficult to maintain his composure. The fervent and spirited Qian charged at Geizleisen again, leaving him no choice but to reveal his prowess. Gritting his teeth, black gauntlets materialized around his fists. In the subsequent clash, it was Qian who was forced back, blood appearing on the back of his hand. Observing the blood on his hand, Qian raised an eyebrow, a look of astonished amusement directed at Geizleisen's black gauntlet fists. Geizleisen, your divine artifact gauntlets possess remarkable power. Though they may not match the primary divine artifacts, they certainly surpass the lesser ones. With a resigned smile, Geizleisen replied, your strength is overwhelming. Without the divine artifact, I would hesitate to confront you directly. Since you've unleashed your divine artifact, I too shall engage you fully, Qian proclaimed, his body shimmering with golden light, an ethereal aura causing the surrounding space to tremble. Geizleisen's expression shifted slightly as he witnessed Qian transform into a streak of golden light, hurtling towards him. The repeated explosive impacts reverberated through the air, drawing a crowd. The battle between Qian and Geizleisen was awe-inspiring, each punch capable of collapsing space, leaving onlookers astounded. Such force, if it were to strike a person, who could withstand it? After an intense exchange, the other three clans of the four divine beasts, the Zhuke, Xuanwu, and Baihu clans, arrived, their leaders and elders gathering to witness the spectacle. With a thunderous explosion of energy, both Qian and Geizleisen were sent sprawling back. Qian, seemingly unharmed and with a radiant smile, was in high spirits, while Geizleisen appeared battered, bloodied in multiple places, and his dragon scales in ruins, as though he had been thoroughly trampled by Qian. How exhilarating! Geizleisen, I do not wish to bully you. Let us conclude this battle. Qian laughed heartily. Geizleisen's face flushed slightly, feeling a mix of frustration and embarrassment, yet he could not deny the vast difference in strength between himself and Qian. Without the divine artifact in hand, a life-and-death struggle with Qian would likely result in his demise. I shall fight you. A deep, cold voice echoed, resonating in the chest like thunder. Suddenly, a towering figure, a giant at least 3 meters tall, soared into view, his rock-like muscles creating a stunning visual impact. Upon seeing him, Qian's eyes sparkled with interest. The leader of the Xuanwu clan? As the offspring of the divine beast Xuanwu, your physical form should be formidable. And with your mastery of the earth laws, your offensive capabilities must surpass Geizleisen's. Why not test it and see? Replied the Xuanwu leader. As dark golden armor manifested upon him, his massive fists encased in gauntlets adorned with short, sharp spikes, emanating a terrifying aura not from himself, but from the armor he wore. The mere presence of this aura caused the surrounding space to tremble perilously. As Qian beheld the armor on the Xuanwu leader, his eyes narrowed. A primary divine artifact armor? And gauntlets as well? The divine Xuanwu truly spared no effort for his only son. Receive my punch, the Xuanwu leader declared, transforming into a blur as he charged towards Qian, unleashing a punch that sent shockwaves through the air, causing the space within several feet to quiver and collapse. In the eyes of the astonished Geizleisen and others, Qian met this fearsome punch head-on, his golden fist gleaming brilliantly, though it appeared diminutive beside the Xuanwu leader's giant fist. With an explosive sound, Qian Kuan was sent hurtling back as if struck by a mountain, flying several miles before regaining his footing, his hand now bloodied and mangled. Meanwhile, the Xuanwu leader was also thrown back, staggering in disbelief as he gazed at Qian Kuan. The power behind Qian Kuan's punch had far exceeded his expectations. Had he not been protected by the primary divine artifact armor, he would have surely been annihilated by that strike. To the Xuanwu leader's astonishment, it was evident that Qian Kuan had employed the earth laws in that punch. Previously, during his confrontation with Gazelson, he had utilized the water element laws. How could his understanding of the earth laws be equally formidable? A top-tier powerhouse with 2 divine avatars possessing Shura-level combat strength. Such a phenomenon was unfathomable. What amazed the Xuanwu leader most was Qian Kuan's physical resilience. To withstand a primary divine artifact's force and emerge merely wounded, what strength must that body possess? Such physical prowess? Impossible. Could it be the will of a peak expert aiding him? The Zhuge leader, adorned in a regal crimson robe, could not help but voice her skepticism. Beside her, the Baihu leader, draped in a tiger-patterned robe, narrowed his eyes. Peak expert? That is not out of the realm of possibility. He is too strong. My brother possesses primary divine artifact armor and attacks with divine artifact gauntlets, yet he cannot truly harm him. To contend with a primary divine artifact, such robust flesh is unlikely. Earth laws and water element laws are not particularly adept at soul attacks. If you claim his soul techniques are formidable, I shall see just how powerful they can be, the Zhuge leader declared, preparing to engage Qian Kuan. Among the 4 divine beast leaders, she, with her fire elemental soul techniques, was the strongest. Moreover, she wielded an attack primary divine artifact bestowed upon her by her mother, the divine beast Zhuge, equally formidable in material assault. Understanding that he could not contend with Qian Kuan, the Xuanwu leader retreated, yielding the floor to the Zhuge leader. Zhuge leader? Qian Kuan smiled knowingly, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the noble woman in crimson. Let us not test each other further. Unleash your most potent attack. Qian Kuan had discerned that Gazelson and his companions, in terms of their understanding and integration of the laws, fell short compared to him. Their inherent advantages and primary divine artifacts had merely allowed them to reach the Shura level, which was not particularly exceptional. Rather than seeking enlightenment through combat with them, it would be more beneficial to engage in a full-blown battle, perhaps yielding some insights. Very well, then let me demonstrate a soul attack. The Zhuge leader replied, her fiery gaze igniting as she summoned a miniature ethereal Zhuge, which rapidly approached Qian Kuan and directly merged with him. As Qian Kuan trembled slightly, he maintained his composure. And after a few breaths, he grinned and remarked, Zhuge leader, your soul attack techniques are indeed impressive, yet they pale in comparison to MOC. MOC? The Zhuge leader's brow furrowed, suddenly realizing something, her beautiful eyes widening. The MOC of Miluo Island? Have you battled him? Qian Kuan nodded with a smile. Indeed. In the realm of the soul, his prowess is second only to that of a peak upper deity. Alas, even with a primary divine artifact in hand, I fear I cannot contend with you. The Zhuge leader conceded with a hint of resignation, retreating. Baihu leader, are you not going to make a move? Surely you must let me witness your most formidable attack. Qian Kuan called out, turning to the seemingly reluctant Baihu leader. The leader of the White Tiger clan sighed helplessly and approached. Qian Kuan, in terms of strength, I cannot compare to my older siblings or the second brother. My cultivation revolves around the principles of wind elements, and I am not adept in the realm of the soul. My speed and attack are merely my strong suits. However, I fear my primary divine artifact may not have any effect on you at all. Then let us set aside the primary divine artifact and use a higher tier artifact instead. I will refrain from using artifacts. This is merely a sparring session, and we need not mar our relationship. Qian Kuan replied with a faint smile. Mar our relationship? The White Tiger clan leader felt a surge of frustration. Challenging all 4 leaders of the Divine Beast clan single-handedly was akin to slapping our clan in the face. To think he still spoke of maintaining harmony. Even from a distance, Gazelson could not help but twitch at Qian Kuan's words. Nonetheless, given Qian Kuan's request, the White Tiger leader felt compelled to comply. In the past, the 4 Divine Beast clans might not have cared about a figure of Qian Kuan's caliber, but in their current state of decline, they could not afford to offend him lightly. Their spar began swiftly and concluded just as quickly. Undoubtedly, although the White Tiger leader's attacks were fierce, they did not affect Qian Kuan in the slightest. In truth, the White Tiger leader had only integrated 7 profound elements regarding the wind, and without a primary divine artifact, he would rank quite low among experts at the Azura level. After their duel, Qian Kuan lost interest in facing other powerful members of the 4 Divine Beast clans and took his leave. Due to the White Tiger leader's initiative to seal off the news, this encounter remained undisclosed. and even within the Four Divine Beast clan. It was treated as a taboo seldom spoken of. After all, the previous confrontation where the leaders of the Four Divine Beast clans could not contend with Qian was indeed embarrassing. Following this, Qian commenced his plan to challenge the 8 great families, the sworn rivals of the Four Divine Beast clans, one by one. His interest lay solely in the strongest leaders of these 8 families. Their strengths varied, with the weakest not inferior to the leaders of the Four Divine Beast clans, and the strongest among them being at the pinnacle of the Azura level, as 7 of them were primary divine envoys, with one being the most powerful among them. However, challenging the leaders of the 8 families was no simple task, as Qian's reputation was not well known. It was challenging to even gain an audience with the leaders of these families. Thus, he had no choice but to demonstrate his strength, drawing the attention of their leaders. Among the 8 families, Qian first approached the Renar's family for a challenge. The battle was intense. Although the Renar's leader wielded a primary divine artifact and unleashed a drop of annihilation divine power in a final burst, he was decisively slain by Qian. Although wielding divine power can significantly amplify strength, the Renar's leader was ultimately unable to withstand Qian's full-force onslaught. Even at the moment of his demise, the Renar's leader could hardly believe that Qian's soul attack was so formidable, even with the use of divine power. He could not withstand the immense willpower behind Qian's soul attack. In his final moments, the Renar's leader suspected that Qian had reached the pinnacle of perfection. For such potent soul attacks could only be wielded by those at that level. This battle sent shockwaves through the 8 great families, prompting the leaders of the other 7 families to feel a sense of dread. Following Qian's challenges to each family, their panic intensified. Did this formidable being intend to eradicate all 8 families? Thus, under the pressure of Qian's prowess, although he merely defeated the leader of the Din family without killing him during his second challenge, by the time he approached the 3rd family, the Edric family, all 6 remaining leaders gathered together. Observing the 7 leaders lined up in the air before him, Qian chuckled. What? Are you all preparing to join forces against me? Humph. What if we do? You have slain Renars and made enemies of our 8 families. Even if you are strong, do you think you can battle all 7 of us simultaneously? Scoffed the leader of the Vina family, from the Wind Realm. Qian shrugged nonchalantly. Then by all means, give it a try. Perhaps you really might be able to kill me. Attack. At Qian's teasing words, the 7 leaders felt their anger surge, with the leader of the Bolin family issuing a stern command. As the Bolin leader's white wings of light unfurled and the sacred white divine power enveloped him, he gazed coldly at Qian, unleashing a translucent white arrow that sliced through the air towards him. Simultaneously, the other 6 leaders also activated their divine power, employing their most potent soul attack techniques. How ruthless! Qian's expression shifted as he hurriedly dodged, but he was still struck by 2 of the soul attacks. His body shuddered, and in a moment of daze, he saw the Vina leader flick his wrist, sending a green curved blade flying towards him, cleaving through the very fabric of the hellish space. Reacting just in time, Qian raised his hand to meet the green blade. The golden light radiating from his palm collided with the blade, sending him reeling back, a line of blood appearing on his palm. What? He withstood a primary divine artifact with his bare hand, and his hand was severed, only slightly injured. The Vina leader's eyes widened in disbelief. The other 6 family leaders were equally astonished, with the Bolin leader's face darkening as he looked at Qian. Didn't he even use divine power? Without divine power, how could he possibly withstand the combined soul attacks of me and Edric through divine power? Could it be that he truly is at the pinnacle of perfection? Now this is getting interesting, Qian chuckled, his palm's divine energy circulating rapidly healing his wounds. The laughter sent chills down the spines of the 7 family leaders. Chapter 85, The Primary Divine Being for a moment. The 7 leaders found themselves at a loss to continue their assault, with the Bolin leader unable to suppress his voice. Are you at the pinnacle of perfection? Pinnacle of perfection? Qian paused before shaking his head with a bemused smile. I have yet to reach the pinnacle of perfection, so you can try again. Who knows? You might truly have a chance to kill me. Go on. Bring it on. Hearing this, the 7 leaders felt their faces twitch, cursing inwardly. Was this man mad? Yet, with no way to retreat, they gritted their teeth and continued to engage Qian. What followed was a spectacular and fiercely intense battle, with 7 powerful Azura surrounding a single individual. Such a confrontation, even across various divine realms and supreme dimensions, would be a rare sight. However, those observing from the Edric family felt no thrill. As the battle dragged on, their hearts sank further into dread, their bodies growing cold. Heavens! What were they witnessing? The leaders of the 7 families, even when joining forces, could not contend with this single individual. Just how formidable was this mysterious figure? The existence of such a being in the depths of hell shattered their understanding of strength. The leaders of the 7 families grew increasingly alarmed, frustrated, and even fearful. They felt as if they had returned to the day they faced Barut, who, wielding a black staff, easily inflicted wounds upon them all, rendering them defenseless. Even if Barut was not at the pinnacle of perfection, his intimidating presence was no less than that of one. Before Qian Qian, they experienced the very same sensation. The physique of Qian Qian is as extraordinarily robust as that of Beirut, and when it comes to the realm of the soul, it is nearly impossible for them to simultaneously launch an assault on Qian Qian. Even if they could, without the utilization of divine power, Qian Qian can effortlessly withstand the combined soul attacks from 2 or even 3 individuals wielding divine might, remaining unscathed in the process. They have begun to suspect, and are even certain, that Qian Qian possesses a divine artifact for soul defense. With an invincible soul defense and formidable physical strength, how could they possibly contend? Gradually, Boring and his companions also realized that Qian Qian fought without employing any divine artifacts. He relied solely on his fists, instilling in them an overwhelming sense of impotence. Qian Qian had no intention of striking with full force. Otherwise, he would have easily defeated them one by one. After a prolonged period, Qian Qian, feeling somewhat bored with the play, suddenly unleashed his power. With just 7 punches, he sent Boring and his 6 companions reeling, all except for those protected by divine armor, who were left severely wounded and spitting blood. What a delightful battle! Qian Qian exclaimed, laughing heartily as he took his leave. As Qian Qian departed, the disheveled leaders of the 7 major families gathered once more, exchanging glances that revealed their collective sigh of relief and wry smiles. Could it be that he truly came merely to spar with us? The towering patriarch of the Burberry family could not help but exclaim. Boring's expression darkened, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He is too powerful. He didn't even use any artifacts. We are clearly no match for him. Even if he hasn't reached complete perfection, he is certainly nearing it. Another Beirut, the patriarch of the Ashcroft family from the underworld, known as the Serpent of the Underworld, spoke bitterly. The other patriarchs fell silent, for this battle had stripped them of their pride, evoking a profound fear in their hearts, a fear of confronting a truly top-tier powerhouse. Indeed, their strength was among the finest in hell, yet there existed beings far more formidable, capable of effortlessly extinguishing their lives by a stream nestled within a grove. Qian Qian sat serenely upon the grass, digesting the insights he had garnered from the recent battle. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through him, and he instinctively opened his eyes, lifting his gaze. In that fleeting moment, he keenly sensed an ominous wave of danger approaching. A glance revealed a sudden whirlwind materializing in midair, as the surrounding trees silently dissolved into nothingness, and a figure emerged from within the vortex. It was a silver-haired man, with a hooked nose and elongated eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, sending a chill through one's very core. This silver-haired man regarded Qian Qian with a detached air of superiority, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. You must be Qian Qian, to have slain Rienals, and to toy with the 7 patriarchs of the Boring family while under their siege. Even if you have not attained complete perfection, you are undoubtedly close. What do you say? Are you interested in becoming my divine envoy? Divine envoy? Qian Qian was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at the silver-haired man. You are a deity? The silver-haired man smiled silently, radiating an ethereal blue light, as an overwhelming and terrifying aura enveloped the area, causing Qian Qian to shudder, the sense of peril intensifying. This was the might of a deity. No matter how strong a divine being, they appeared as mere ants before a deity. Qian Qian had encountered a deity before. Regaining his composure, Qian Qian quickly rose and bowed slightly to the silver-haired man. You have yet to answer me. Are you willing to become my divine envoy? The silver-haired man inquired again. With a fleeting glance, Qian Qian could not help but ask, I still do not know which deity you are. I am Telesia, the deity of the wind, the silver-haired man replied with an air of haughty pride. Telesia? Qian Qian was momentarily stunned. The name sounded familiar. Wasn't he the one who sought to obtain the supreme divine artifact from Lin Lei, only to be intercepted and slain by Beirut when Lin Lei and Bei Bei returned from the Acheron realm during a spatial turbulence? This individual was no trifling matter, a mere lower-tier deity with considerable ambition. What? Are you unwilling to become my divine envoy? Telesia's tone grew slightly ominous, revealing a hint of irritation. Startled back to reality, Qian Qian quickly smiled and replied, Of course not. I am simply taken aback and delighted. It would be an honor to receive the favor of a deity and serve as your divine envoy. I am willing to do so. Good. Telesia's expression softened, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Now, tell me, what divine artifact do you require? After a moment's contemplation, Qian Qian smiled at Telesia and said, Deities. I request a divine artifact for attack, preferably a sword. A divine sword of attack, you say? Very well, I shall grant you a divine sword, Telesia murmured in agreement, extending his hand to reveal a slender, light azure divine sword. Even without being activated, the invisible sword energy distorted the surrounding space, indicating its formidable power. Qian eyes brightened at the sight, and he hurriedly reached out to take the divine sword, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, O deity," while outwardly appearing excited. Qian inwardly regarded Telesia as a Navi benefactor. After all, he would eventually be slain by Linlei. Why not acquire a divine sword for himself? Once Telesia was gone, he would be free to roam without restraint. Furthermore, even as a divine envoy, he need not remain constantly by Telesia's side. Overall, it was a favorable arrangement. Unbeknownst to Telesia, who was in high spirits for having acquired such a powerful divine envoy, he generously bestowed upon Qian not only the divine sword, but also 100 drops of divine power from the deity of wind, 100 drops of divine power from the great earth deity, and 100 drops of divine power from the water deity. Clearly considering Qian's proficiency in earth and water laws. In truth, for a deity, gathering divine power from other elemental laws was not a daunting task. For deities, divine power was an inexhaustible source of energy. Compared to the challenges faced by divine beings in absorbing divine power from the elemental ocean, deities could effortlessly draw from the depths of the elemental ocean. As Chapter 86 unfolds, Qian, appearing pleasantly surprised as he accepted the gifts, remained quite composed internally. Was it merely divine power? Upon reaching the upper-tier divine level, Qian's true essence could delve deep into the ocean of divine power, sensing the boundless divine power within, and even gradually absorb drops of divine power. However, this method sounded far-fetched, and Qian could only keep it to himself, never mentioning it to anyone. He had avoided using divine power previously for fear of raising suspicions about its origins. In the days that followed, as Qian anticipated, Telesia did not require him to accompany him, but instead engaged in light conversation before departing. Given the might of a deity, it was uncommon for them to assign tasks to their envoys. In the ensuing days, Qian enjoyed a carefree existence. However, as Linlei arrived in Hell and gradually honed his skills, ultimately returning to the four divine beast family, the conflicts between the four divine beast family and the 8 major families intensified, becoming increasingly brutal and fierce. After Linlei was appointed as an elder of the Azure Dragon clan, his remarkable prowess was revealed through several confrontations, gradually instilling fear in the 8 major families, who plotted to eliminate him. Due to betrayal from within the family, a scheme to ambush Linlei quietly unfolded, lying in wait for him to fall into their trap. In the city of Mill, within the Yolan estate, Qian leisurely indulged in delectable dishes and fine wines at a restaurant, while simultaneously extending his consciousness over a vast area centered around Mill, encompassing the grand estate purchased by Tarosha and the others. He discovered Linlei, accompanied by Delia and their newborn son, Veggie, preparing to depart. The audacity with which Qian released his divine consciousness without fear of being discovered stemmed from his ascension to the upper echelon of divine beings. Upon reaching this level, he realized that his powerful primordial spirit, bolstered by his soul's will, rendered his divine consciousness nearly undetectable, akin to a formidable great perfection master, even by the likes of the Azura. Once the colossal metallic creature resembling a silver wolf, which Linlei and the others were aboard, departed from Mill City, Qian stealthily followed suit. Not long after the metallic entity left Mill City, Delia, who was conversing with Linlei in one of its chambers, suddenly sensed 8 divine consciousnesses simultaneously enveloping the metallic life form. Every individual within was fervently searching within their range, causing many members of the upper divine Qi Long clan to involuntarily change their expressions. Linlei, 8 upper divine beings are probing this metallic life form. Delia urgently transmitted through her divine consciousness, barely having time to articulate her concern. Linlei's face paled in shock as he extended his divine consciousness outward, only to witness 8 figures in gray robes rapidly descending upon the metallic life form. Among them, 3 exuded a terrifying energy that sent shivers down his spine. He instantly recognized that it was the power of the main god. The power of the main god? Linlei's expression shifted dramatically. Among the 8 gray-robed figures, one slowed down while the other 7, particularly the 3 infused with main god energy, charged directly towards the metallic life form and the isolated chamber where Linlei resided. Linlei, flee. Pusro and Tevela's voices resonated within Linlei's mind, evidently having detected the threat before him. Yet, it was too late. Their assault was too sudden and swift. The overwhelming energy surged towards the metallic life form, rendering it as fragile as paper, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Fragments of metal scattered in all directions as Linlei bellowed, his dragon scales erupting forth, instantly transforming him into his dragon form. Delia instinctively ducked to shield her son. Veggie. Delia, hurry and escape. Linlei pushed Delia away, simultaneously transmitting to her, Tevela, protect Delia. It was clear that the adversaries were targeting him, and such a battle could only be managed by him and Pusro. Linley, Delia, propelled like an arrow, enveloped her form with a divine energy shield to protect little Weddy. Yet, she turned back to see a hazy, yellowish light dispersing the gravitational space, while a blue halo emanated, indicative of the water element's main god power. In that instant, Linley unleashed all his might. A fiery red figure charged forward, simultaneously transmitting, Delia, move to safety, leave the battle to us. A deafening explosion reverberated from the core of the yellow light shield, fracturing the surrounding space as violent energy cascaded outward like waves, causing the weaker clan members to be obliterated. In the blink of an eye, a fiercely intense battle erupted. Faced with the onslaught of 7 seven-star demons, 3 of whom wielded the power of the main god, Linley found himself in an unprecedented crisis. Despite his desperate resistance, his dragon scales were torn, blood sprayed, and he plummeted to the ground like a meteor. Simultaneously, a brilliant red light streaked across the sky, accompanied by anguished cries. As Linley crashed into the ground, Elderness, enveloped in the energy of the main god, fell from above, his head having been incinerated. This was the result of Pusro's intervention. The once mighty 8 elders were momentarily stunned by Pusro's sudden strike. The remaining 7 gazing in astonishment at the robust red-haired man radiating the aura of the fire element's main god power, who wielded a long spear resembling a bull's horn. Linley. Pusro disregarded their shock, transmitting to Linley below. Linley. Delia's face turned ashen as she urgently relayed, Elder Tevela, quickly assist Linley and the others. Understood. But you must keep your distance and avoid harm. Tevela cautioned through divine transmission before resolutely harnessing the power of the main god to charge forward. Causing the far-off elders to take notice, their expressions shifting dramatically. They quickly conferred, deciding that the strongest Elder Chaba would engage Pusro while another female elder, Isekai'd, would attempt to impede Tevela, leaving the other 5 to eliminate Linley. Chaba took the lead, soaring towards Pusro, unleashing countless green vines that spread outwards, enveloping Pusro in a haze of green mist. This was Chabu's most powerful immobilizing technique, the dance of life, not aimed at killing, but at ensnaring. The 5 elders led by Elder Tanpu plunged underground to confront Linley. The earth trembled and cracked as Linley and the 5 elders emerged in succession. Linley, upon seeing him, tears streamed down Delia's face as she beheld Linley's severed arm, blood still oozing, and an astonishingly deep wound on his chest, exposing white bone. Elder Chabu, seeing that the 5 had yet to subdue Linley, grew anxious, and at that moment, Elder Isekai'd fell to Vitra's assault. Linley, I'm coming to help you. Vitra rushed towards Linley, ready to assist. Haha, your main god power is nearly depleted. Let us see how you can hold me back. Pusro laughed triumphantly. The dance of life was indeed a formidable restraint technique, consuming vast amounts of main god power at an alarming rate. Tanpu, we must eliminate Linley. Elder Chaba roared, his body emanating countless glowing green orbs that rapidly dispersed in all directions. Pusro finally managed to strike down Elder Chaba with his spear. However, the myriad of green orbs continued to scatter rapidly, causing many to be struck and fall unconscious from the sky. Delia, be careful. Bebe pushed Delia aside, several green orbs embedding themselves within Bebe. Weddy. Delia, disregarding her own safety, shielded Weddy with her body. Just as 2 green orbs approached her, a hand appeared, seemingly grasping them like fireflies, absorbing them into its palm. Bebe stared in astonishment at Qian, who had appeared beside Delia. Lord Qian? Haha, Bebe, it's been a while. Qian chuckled heartily, then added, we will catch up later. I must assist Linley. As he spoke, Qian instantly materialized beside Tanpu, who was shrouded in black light, lightly slapping his head, causing Tanpu's form to dissipate into nothingness, leaving only a divine fragment behind. Big brother Qian? Linley stared in shock, clearly awed by Qian's formidable strength. Flee. The other 4 elders, who had been encircling Linley with Tanpu, turned pale, losing their courage to fight, scattering in retreat. Yet, could they escape? Pusro and Tevela were both poised to strike. Pusro hurled his spear, effortlessly slaying one of them, then arced it towards another. Seizing the opportunity while main god power was still available, Tevela decisively pursued and eliminated another. As for the last remaining elder, seeing the distance between them widen, Qian glared at Linley. What are you staring at? Go chase after them. Upon realizing the situation, Linley promptly rushed after them. However, moments later, he returned, accompanied by a chilling scream of despair and the thunderous sound of energy explosions from afar. Observing Linley, whose injuries had nearly healed, Qian couldn't help but chuckle. Linley, wasn't that quite exhilarating? The 8 great families went to great lengths to eliminate you. You were almost finished. Brother Qian, please don't make fun of me. If it weren't for your timely arrival, along with Pusluo's assistance, I might have truly met my end, Linlei replied, a wry smile crossing his face. A hint of lingering dread evident in his demeanor. Pusluo, intrigued, turned to Qian Kuan with intense curiosity. Qian Kuan, are you the one who killed Rhaenyra's? Are you looking to spar with me? Qian Kuan responded with a smile, glancing back at Pusluo. As the two seemed poised to engage, Linlei hurriedly interjected. Brother Qian Kuan, Pusluo, this is not the place for your sparring. We should leave promptly, once we return to the Four Divine Beast clan. There will be ample opportunities for competition. Indeed, let us prepare to return. By the way, I noticed that several of your clan members have been affected by Elder Chabu's attack. We must quickly get them onto the metal life. While there is still time, I will exert myself to help save them. Otherwise, the longer we wait, the more challenging it will become, Qian Kuan remarked, casting a glance at the unconscious members of the Azure Dragon clan. Ecstatic, Linlei quickly called over Elder Tawaira and other unaffected clan members, retrieving a metal life to place the unconscious individuals inside. As they set off back to the Four Divine Beast clan, Qian Kuan began to tend to those in need within the metal life. Though Qian Kuan had not yet reached the apex of divine rank, he had extensively studied the path of life. With the aid of his formidable spiritual prowess, healing these individuals was hardly a challenge. Within half a day's time, he had successfully revived everyone. After all, the green light's attack was relatively weak. It merely assimilated the soul's energy into light point energy, making it increasingly difficult to rescue the afflicted the longer they were affected. The journey thereafter was relatively tranquil. After approximately 2 months, the group finally returned to the Tianji mountain range. The Azure Dragon clan had already received word of their return and summoned Linlei and his companions to meet with Gazelisen. Alongside Linlei, Qian Kuan and Pusluo approached the residence of the clan leader, Gazelisen. Other elders of the Azure Dragon clan who remained within the clan also gathered. Linlei, what exactly transpired? Why did the 8 elders from the opposing clans band together to ambush you? Gazelisen asked, seriousness etched across his face. Pusluo boldly responded, Gazelisen, what's there to be puzzled about? Clearly, there's a traitor within your Azure Dragon clan who leaked Linlei's whereabouts to Mill City. Otherwise, how could the 8 great families have coincidentally dispatched 8 elders to hunt him down? Upon hearing Pusluo's words, the elders erupted in shock, with Elder Fulhan's expression turning pale and his heart racing in disbelief. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. No one besides me knew that I informed the 8 families. If I don't speak, who would know? Even if Linlei suspects, who has the evidence? Fulhan quickly regained his composure. Gazelisen frowned and directed his gaze at Pusluo. Pusluo, are you suggesting that our Azure Dragon clan has a traitor? Do you have any evidence? If not, it would be best not to speak recklessly. Gazelisen, how could Pusluo be speaking recklessly? Qian Kuan interjected calmly. Linlei mentioned to me that he suspects an elder named Fulhan in your clan transmitted his whereabouts to the 8 families. Which one is Fulhan? At this, everyone instinctively turned to Fulhan, whose face was now a mask of anger. Linlei looked at Qian Kuan in astonishment. He had merely suspected, never anticipating Qian Kuan would state it so directly. Fulhan rose, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Qian Kuan. Lord Qian Kuan, even if you possess formidable strength, you should not slander me. As a 3rd-generation member of the clan, I have slain 2 of the 8 family 7-star demons over the past 10,000 years. My son lost his strongest divine avatar in battle against our enemies. And you dare call me a traitor? Huh. Fulhan's sorrowful laughter caused the elders to waver in their belief of him. Qian Kuan, Fulhan is my son, and I have known him well over the years. He is absolutely not a traitor, nor could he ever be. On what grounds do you claim he is? The Grand Elder stood up, fury emanating from beneath her silver mask. Qian Kuan, however, maintained a calm smile. Grand Elder, nothing is absolute. How can you be certain that Fulhan is not a traitor? The truth can be easily revealed. I merely need to employ a soul manipulation technique on Fulhan, and he will confess the truth. Soul manipulation? Fulhan's expression shifted slightly, but he soon found himself laughing coldly. You think you can manipulate my soul? I am a 7-star demon with innate azure light protection. Even a fully realized upper-tier deity would struggle to perform such a feat on me. Fulhan, you seem quite composed. Do you believe yourself so strong, endowed with the Azure Dragon clan's innate azure light, that I lack the ability to manipulate your soul? Qian Kuan observed Fulhan with a smile, noting his dismissive huff, and closed his eyes lightly. Very well, I shall test just how formidable your azure light truly is. As he spoke, an invisible wave emanated from Qian Kuan's brow, sweeping toward Fulhan. Soon, Fulhan, who had previously appeared troubled, suddenly seemed slightly dazed, furrowing his brow before shaking his head, but his gaze quickly dulled, and he appeared almost entranced. As Fulhan fell under Qian Kuan's soul manipulation, astonished glances filled the room. Indeed, the rumors held truth. Qian Kuan's soul techniques were formidable. Qian Kuan, you cannot simply act on a whim like this. You have gone too far. The Grand Elder rose in anger, glaring at Qian Kuan. Lizen also stood, reaching out to grasp the Grand Elder's arm. Enough, sister, since it has come to this. We might as well let him inquire. Humph. I look forward to hearing how you will justify your son's innocence once he is proven not to be a traitor. The Grand Elder coldly huffed as she sat back down, suppressing her anger. Whether he is or not, what can you do about it? Qian Kuan replied with a light chuckle, disregarding the Grand Elder's reaction as he directly addressed Fulhan. Fulhan, tell me, did you notify the 8 elders about the ambush on Linlei? Instantly, all eyes in the hall turned to Fulhan, including Lizen, the Grand Elder, and several others. With Linlei intently watching the now-dazed Fulhan. If not, this could end rather poorly. Yes. Fulhan responded monotonously, his eyes devoid of life, speaking mechanically. His voice echoed in the hall, prompting a profound silence. The Grand Elder, though masked, conveyed her incredulity through her eyes. Did you hear that? Qian Kuan smiled lightly at Lizen and the other elders of the Azure Dragon clan. How is this possible? The elders were in shock. Fulhan, the Grand Elder's son, the direct descendant of the Azure Dragon clan, could not possibly be a traitor. Ask him why. The Grand Elder trembled. Unwilling to accept that her son could have reached such a point, Qian Kuan glanced at the Grand Elder and continued to inquire. Why did you send word to kill Linlei? He deserves to die, Fulhan declared mechanically. As a descendant of the family, how could he be worthy of the ancestral main artifact, the Azure Dragon Ring? It would be one thing if he only possessed the main artifact. But my son has also suffered the loss of his strongest divine avatar because of him. Moreover, he is merely a mid-level god. If he is this formidable now, once he ascends to a higher level, he will undoubtedly surpass me within the family. To have me, Fulhan, living under his shadow daily is nothing short of torment. Thus, he must perish. Mid-level god? Many elders in the hall looked at Linlei in astonishment, unaware that he was a mid-level god and possessed a main artifact. Is that so? Is that so? The Grand Elder stood up, murmuring. Suddenly, she moved swiftly to Fulhan's side and struck his head with a powerful palm, resulting in a loud explosion as his skull shattered, followed by 2 divine cores flying out. Seeing this, Linlei couldn't help but gasp in shock. This Grand Elder. The hall fell into an instant silence, with everyone staring at the Grand Elder in astonishment. Traitors of the family shall have all their avatars executed. The Grand Elder spoke gravely, though her eyes glistened with tears that evaporated almost immediately. I never expected it to be him. A deep sigh resonated through the hall. It was Lizen, and his expression was far from pleasant. Brother, Fulhan has already violated the family rules. The Grand Elder responded coldly, this matter is settled. I shall take my leave. Very well, go rest. Lizen nodded lightly, understanding that his sister was in pain. Wait. A voice suddenly rang out, causing the Grand Elder, who was about to depart, to halt and turn to Qian Kuan, saying ominously, Qian Kuan, is there something else you desire? Beneath her calm demeanor lay simmering anger. Her son was dead, and yet he persisted in this matter? According to the rules of your 4 divine beast family, those who betray the family face execution of all their avatars, correct? Qian Kuan asked with a faint smile. I wish to know how many avatars Fulhan possesses. The Grand Elder fell silent for a moment, her masked face obscuring her expression, yet her body trembled slightly, clearly seething with rage. Counting the main body. There are 3 avatars, however, my son's main body is merely a sacred domain, so if I kill him, there will only be 2 divine cores. I wonder if you find my answer satisfactory? Sister, Lizen exclaimed, sensing the Grand Elder's tone was far from cordial, and that provoking Qian Kuan could lead to trouble. Yet Qian Kuan merely smiled serenely, it's quite all right. I can empathize with your feelings regarding the necessity of killing your own son. However, Gaia, I hope you remember that your son is a traitor to the family and deserves to die. Relative to your Azure Dragon clan, I am merely an outsider. And I had no intention of meddling in your affairs. Now that I have identified the traitor, I seek no gratitude, yet at the very least, a modicum of courtesy would be expected, would it not? Courtesy? The crowd was rendered speechless, while the Grand Elder's teeth clenched in anger as she glared at Qian Kuan, her hands tightening into fists. The audacity of Qian Kuan, who indirectly caused her child's demise, to demand courtesy was infuriating. Haha, Gaia. I must admit I rather admire your temperament. Qian Kuan laughed heartily, approaching the Grand Elder, and as he drew near, he whispered, why bother with a traitorous son? If you desire, I might consider giving you another son. The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback, only to react with widened eyes, a mix of indignation and embarrassment. But she saw Qian Kuan laughing heartily as he walked away. Linlei and Pusro exchanged bewildered glances at the Grand Elder's intense reaction before hastily following Qian Kuan out. I never anticipated Fulhan was a traitor. The elders left the hall, simmering with resentment. Observing the Grand Elder standing in the center of the hall, seething, Gaze-Lizen approached her with a furrowed brow, asking, "Sister, what did Qian Kuan say to you? He's nothing but a scoundrel." The Grand Elder spat, her voice low but filled with rage, before turning to leave, leaving Gaze-Lizen even more puzzled about what Qian Kuan had said that could elicit such a reaction from his normally composed sister. In the subsequent days, Qian Kuan remained with the four Divine Beast family, residing alongside Lin Lei and occasionally seeking out the Grand Elder Gaia for discussions about life. Naturally, it was mostly Qian Kuan doing the talking, while Gaia found it increasingly tiresome. Initially, the Grand Elder contemplated using force to expel Qian Kuan, but she soon realized she could not match his strength. After a confrontation, their clash ended due to Gaze-Lizen's intervention. For the next few hundred years, the conflict between the four Divine Beast family and the 8 great families intensified, leading to an increasing loss of powerful warriors. Eventually, the four Divine Beast family found themselves on the brink of collapse and convened a council of elders to discuss sealing the mountain and ceasing their activities. Following the conclusion of this meeting, Qian Kuan discreetly approached Gaze-Lizen with a modest request. "What?" Gaze-Lizen exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing Qian Kuan's proposition. "You and Gaia? How could that possibly be?" Qian Kuan, reclining casually in a chair, replied, "Why is it impossible? Gaze-Lizen, consider this. If I were to marry Gaia, I would become your brother-in-law. That would make me part of the four Divine Beast family as well. In that case, I would naturally align myself with your family to combat the 8 great families. Wouldn't that resolve your troubles?" Gaze-Lizen felt a flicker of temptation at this notion. Yet he soon frowned, conflicted. "Take your time to ponder it. I'm not in a rush." Qian Kuan shrugged with a smile before rising to leave. Chapter 89. The Grand Elder's outburst in the canyon where Lin Lei and his companions resided. The weather was pleasant in the morning. By a small lake, Qian Kuan was instructing Lin Lei's son, Yeeted, in his training. Yeeted, a scion of the four Divine Beasts family, had undergone the ancestral baptism upon reaching adulthood and had naturally become a lower-level god with water elemental affinity. Thus, he had dedicated himself to mastering the water element's laws. Unfortunately, his talent paled in comparison to his father, Lin Lei, and after 2 to 3 centuries of diligent practice, he had yet to reach the mid-level god realm. Knowing Qian Kuan excelled in water elemental laws, Lin Lei gladly entrusted his son to him for guidance. Smiling as he instructed Yeeted, Qian Kuan suddenly sensed something and looked up. Accompanied by spatial fluctuations, a figure rapidly approached from the distance, soon revealing itself as the Grand Elder. Clad in a black robe and wearing a silver mask, upon her arrival, the Grand Elder was enveloped in the aura of a main artifact armor, and a powerful presence emanated, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Qian Kuan, letting out an angry huff before launching herself at him with a fierce punch that distorted the very fabric of space. "Yeeted, get back." With furrowed brows, Qian Kuan swiftly pushed Yeeted aside to safety. With a resounding clash, Qian Kuan met the Grand Elder's punch head-on, feeling a jolt as he staggered slightly before soaring toward her. Seizing her wrist, he exclaimed, "Gaia, what madness has overtaken you? Let go of me." The Grand Elder shouted as she swung another fist toward Qian Kuan. In a flash, Qian Kuan grasped her other fist, preventing her from breaking free to strike. However, the Grand Elder retaliated by lifting her leg to kick at him. It should be noted that her main artifact armor was a complete set, which included battle boots. The power of a kick delivered with those was no less formidable than that of her fist. One could say that clad in a set of formidable armor, every part of one's body could be wielded as a weapon. "My goodness, do you wish to eradicate my lineage?" The exaggerated exclamation from Qian Kuan prompted him to swiftly retreat, narrowly avoiding the Elder's kick. The Elder, upon hearing this, became even more infuriated, muttering a curse and lunging once more at Qian Kuan. "Hey, you're employing such underhanded tactics as a low blow, and yet you dare call me a rogue?" Qian Kuan retorted, dodging while glaring. This commotion soon attracted the attention of Lin Lei and others. Observing the Elder chasing Qian Kuan in what appeared to be a farcical skirmish, Lin Lei and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, stifling their laughter. Restraining his amusement, Lin Lei waved for everyone to disperse. They had long grown accustomed to the antics of Qian Kuan and the Elder. Ultimately, after a prolonged pursuit, the Elder, seemingly exhausted, demanded Qian Kuan vacate the Four Divine Beasts clan, expressing a desire never to see him again before soaring away. Such brutality. It is no wonder no one has sought her since her husband's demise. Once the Elder departed, Qian Kuan chuckled to himself, stroking his chin. Fortunately, the Elder was far enough not to hear his remarks, otherwise he would undoubtedly be pursued once more. As decades passed, regarding Qian Kuan's marriage proposal, Gaze-Lizen neither declined nor accepted, leaving an ambiguous response. However, Judging by the elder's demeanor, it seemed Gazelisen could not take the lead in matters concerning his sister. Yet, amidst this uncertainty, another joyous event unfolded. Linlei's good friend Bei finally wed, later welcoming a daughter named Ina. Though endowed with the bloodline of divine beasts, Ina effortlessly reached the sacred realm upon adulthood. Nevertheless, attaining divinity proved to be a formidable challenge. However, with commendable talent and comprehension, Qian took a particular liking to the young girl, making it his routine over the ensuing decades to mentor her in her cultivation. Even Weidi could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Since Ina's birth, he had been somewhat neglected by Qian. One day, while Qian was instructing Ina in her training, Weidi observed from the sidelines when suddenly a ripple of spatial disturbance surged forth. It appears the 8 great families have come to confront us. The decisive battle is about to commence, Qian mused, raising his brow. Accompanied by the faint sound of air splitting, Linlei, Delia, Bei, and others arrived. Linlei directly addressed Qian, Brother Qian. I am uncertain of the situation. Shall we go and investigate? Qian nodded lightly, taking to the skies alongside Linlei and the others. Upon reaching a vantage point, they beheld a vast throng of figures resembling a swarm of locusts descending upon the southern skies of the Tianji mountain range. Some even bombarding the forest below. The sheer number was staggering, likely exceeding hundreds of thousands. Such a commotion not only startled Linlei and his companions, but also roused nearly all the descendants of the 4 Divine Beasts clan. Many members of the Azure Dragon clan could not resist soaring into the air, gazing at the terrifying spectacle above. Stay here and do not scatter. It's dangerous. Quickly return to the Great Canyon. I must check on the clan leader, Linlei instructed Delia and the others, then turned to Qian, Brother Qian. Will you accompany me to see the clan leader? Qian waved his hand dismissively. I shall not join. I prefer not to interfere in the matters of the 4 Divine Beasts clan. Furthermore, your elder may not be inclined to appreciate my assistance. Linlei found himself somewhat at a loss for words, merely nodding to Delia and the others before soaring toward the end of the dragon path. The 8 great families had resorted to unscrupulous tactics, erecting numerous fortresses around the Tianji mountain range, provoking and insulting the 4 Divine Beasts clan, inciting many of their descendants to retaliate in anger. Even those who managed to maintain their composure found their patience wearing thin against the incessant taunts. Not only the proud 4 Divine Beasts clan, but even Qian, an outsider, began to find the situation intolerable. Thus, despite his initial reluctance to intervene, Qian could not help but leave the Great Canyon, resolved to confront the leaders of the 7 families, urging them to silence their incessant buzzing like bothersome flies. As Qian departed the Great Canyon and soared out of the Tianji mountain range, he witnessed a colossal battle unfolding upon a massive arena. The combatants were none other than the Elder and a 7-star demon elder from the 8 great families. The battle concluded swiftly, with no doubt that the 7-star demon elder met his demise at the hands of the Elder. Gaia, it seems today you have sought your own demise, echoed a formidable voice as the experts from the 8 great families arrived. Seek death? I am eager to see who among you can slay me today, the elder replied, her icy gaze sweeping over them, unafraid. For over 10 millennia, the elder had been pushed to the brink of madness. The loss of her father had caused her immense suffering. During her family's escape, her husband perished while being hunted by other families. Centuries ago, she had also lost her only son, Fulhan, at her own hands. The pain and repression she bore were beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Yet, her unwavering dedication to her family had kept her going. However, of late, the 8 great families had swarmed around her like flies, insulting and mocking, forcing the 4 Divine Beasts clan to resort to constructing massive elemental formations to block out the noise, an act that filled the elder with shame. She could no longer endure it. She refused to suppress herself any longer, fearing she might lose her sanity. Let the slaughter commence. Only through bloodshed can I release the fury within me. The elder stood proudly upon the platform, a speck of blood staining her silver mask. Who among you dares to challenge me? Chapter 90. Interference. The elder's gaze swept over the 7 leaders of the 8 great families who had arrived, a scornful smile playing on her lips. The 7 leaders, including Borland, felt a sense of trepidation. The 2nd-generation members of the 4 Divine Beasts clan possessed primary artifacts. For instance, Gazelisen wielded a sole defensive primary artifact, while the elder Gaia had one fused within her dragon scales. Though the 8 great families were not intimidated by the presence of defensive artifacts, the elder was indeed a formidable opponent. Burberry clan leader, you should find this manageable. Go forth, Borland urged. The Burberry clan leader, with fierce eyes, nodded slightly, and then took flight onto the platform. I knew it would be either you or Den. The other 5 lacked the courage, the elder scoffed. Possessing a defensive primary artifact rendered her immune to physical attacks, enabling her to retaliate with her formidable physique. Additionally, her soul defense was robust, bolstered by her innate azure light and a standard soul defense artifact. Yet, while she was formidable, the 7 clan leaders were equally powerful and not easily subdued. "Gaia, today shall be your last," a resonant voice proclaimed. Echoing from within the chest of the towering Burberry clan leader, who brandished a green whip that unfurled like a massive serpent. Who meets their end remains to be seen. The elder retorted fiercely, propelling herself forward, swiftly crossing the platform. The Burberry clan leader advanced with large strides, swinging the whip to form loops that ensnared the elder. The low thuds of their clashes resonated as the Burberry's whip, a primary artifact, collided with the elder's equally formidable armor. The intensity of their confrontation was palpable. In terms of comprehension of the water element laws, the Burberry clan leader surpassed the elder. Thus, despite the battle quickly devolving into a grueling struggle, the elder found herself at a disadvantage, compelled to adopt a defensive stance against the relentless onslaught of the whip. Amidst the fierce battle, Geisleisen, Beirut, and Linley arrived. Beirut's purpose for coming was to bring an end to the prolonged strife between the 4 divine beasts family and the 8 great families. In the blink of an eye, the clash between the Grand Elder and the Patriarch of the Babari tribe had escalated to its zenith. The long whip seemed to transform into countless serpents, weaving a relentless pattern across the arena. The more the Patriarch fought, the more effortless it appeared, as the single whip seemed to multiply into thousands, continuously ensnaring the Grand Elder. If this continued, it was likely that the Grand Elder would eventually be captured alive. "Lord of the Manor, my sister's condition is deteriorating. We must pause," Geisleisen implored Beirut, a hint of urgency in his voice. Before Beirut could act, Qian, who had been quietly observing, instantly appeared at the center of the stage as if teleporting. With a low thud, he grasped both the long whip and the Grand Elder's dragon claw. "Remarkable," Geisleisen, along with the leaders of the Zhuke tribe and others, felt a pang of shock. The Grand Elder's fist was akin to the strike of a primary artifact, and the whip was also a primary artifact, elusive and unpredictable. Yet, Qian easily caught both, showcasing an overwhelming strength that left them all bewildered. Beirut couldn't help but express surprise, his eyes widening with astonishment, pondering the immense power Qian had attained. Could his physical prowess rival mine? How could this be? "Enough. Let us conclude this," Qian declared with a calm smile, casting aside the Babari Patriarch from the combat stage. "Qian, why did you not inform us of your arrival?" said the jovial Bolin Patriarch, exuding friendliness. Few families dared to provoke individuals like Qian and Beirut. Even during their peak, the 4 divine beasts family, backed by the primary gods, did not wish to entangle themselves with such formidable figures. Qian chuckled softly. "Oh, have I now become Lord Qian? Bolin, are we so familiar that I must notify you in advance? To be honest, I have resided within the 4 divine beasts family for several centuries now." "What?" The expressions of Bolin and the other 6 patriarchs changed dramatically. Qian had been residing within the 4 divine beast family all along. What was his relationship with them? Anxiety gripped their hearts. If Qian were to ally with the 4 divine beast family, their only recourse today might indeed be retreat. As Bolin and the others pondered, the once silent Grand Elder suddenly transmitted a message to Qian, her eyes flashing with determination. "Qian, if you help the 4 divine beasts family repel them, or eliminate a few of the 7 patriarchs to instill fear, I shall agree to marry you. Is that so?" Qian's eyes sparkled with interest as he turned to the Grand Elder, then grinned widely. "Very well, I shall unleash a massacre today." After relaying his intentions to the Grand Elder, Qian fixed his fierce gaze upon the patriarchs of Bolin and the others, a palpable killing intent emanating from him. "Bolin, I advise you to return whence you came and cease your troubles with the 4 divine beast family. Otherwise, I shall ensure that all 7 of you remain here. Even if I cannot capture you all, I am confident I can secure at least half." The 7 patriarchs exchanged startled and furious glances at Qian, instinctively recoiling slightly. Having faced Qian before, they were acutely aware of his terrifying power. If he truly sought to kill them, it was likely someone among them would perish today. Was it worth sacrificing their lives for the enmity with the 4 divine beasts family? The answer was clear and the choice easy. As Qian advanced step by step towards Bolin and the others, poised to strike, a shadow suddenly materialized beside him, transforming into Beirut clad in a black robe. "Enough. Qian, there is no need for violence," Beirut interjected, addressing Bolin and the others. "For over 10,000 years, I have witnessed your conflicts within my domain. The 4 divine beasts family has suffered enough losses, their reputation severely tarnished. I believe the punishment has been sufficient. I suggest the 8 great families return whence they came." "Return whence we came?" The faces of the 7 patriarchs flushed with anger, while the elders of the 8 great families seethed with indignation. "Lord of the Manor," Edric Patriarch exclaimed, unable to contain his fury. "For many years, we have adhered to your directives, and we did not invade the Tianji mountain range. You once stated that as long as we did not enter, you would not intervene. Why now do you choose to meddle?" The 7 patriarchs resented Beirut for his lack of integrity. Beirut, however, merely smiled lightly, remaining silent. Bolin Patriarch's voice, now hoarse, resounded, "Lord of the Manor. While many from the 4 divine beasts family have perished, have not our own losses been significant over the years? Moreover, during the time of the 4 primary gods, the 4 divine beast family owed us a blood debt. My son was slain by their kin simply for his wife's beauty. Lord of the Manor." The Ming Snake Patriarch added somberly, "I had 9 children, now only 1 remains. The deaths of my other 8 were all unjust. As for my Ashcroft family, if it were not for our deep-seated hatred, we would not risk our elders' lives to annihilate them." The other patriarchs echoed their outrage, each voice filled with fury. After years of conflict, both they and the 4 divine beast family bore heavy blood debts. To simply withdraw and relinquish their animosity was an impossible task. I understand that the 8 great families harbor deep-seated enmity towards the 4 divine beast family. However, with the loss of 90% of their elders and their reputation in tatters, the entire realm will be aware of this matter. The honor of the 4 divine beasts family has been shattered, and their numerous elder deaths suffice," Beirut stated calmly. "Moreover, they never sought your annihilation. Lord of the Manor. You once promised that we would not invade the Tianji mountain range, and you would remain uninvolved. Why do you now choose to intervene?" Bolin Patriarch pressed, his voice filled with urgency. The other 6 patriarchs, along with a multitude of elders, fixed their gazes upon Beirut. The 4 divine beast family members also looked at Beirut, their frustration mounting as each felt profoundly tormented. What they desired most was for the conflict between the 2 factions to conclude, to understand and resolve this enmity. "I indeed made a promise," Beirut replied with a gentle smile. "You have not invaded the Tianji mountain range. However, today it is not I who intervenes, but the great primary god." As Beirut spoke, he produced a piece of parchment adorned with intricate magical runes. As the parchment ignited, a peculiar energy began to emanate. The primary god? The patriarchs were incredulous, momentarily stunned. Just then, a unique energy began to coalesce throughout the heavens and earth as black energy rapidly gathered high above. This black energy was unmistakably the power of the destroyer god. A vast amount of this divine energy converged in the sky, ultimately forming a colossal black visage towering several meters high, releasing an overwhelming pressure. The primary god, as the terrifying force enveloped them, the patriarchs, numerous elders, and over 1 million clansmen below held their breath in trepidation. Soon, many dropped to their knees, anxiety palpable in the air. "Primary god," Beirut slightly bowed, while Qian also inclined his head in respect, and the grand elder knelt outright. The black visage smiled faintly at Beirut, then thundered with a voice like rolling thunder, "The matters between the 8 great families and the 4 divine beast family end here. Where you came from, return there." Yes. Although the 7 patriarchs felt a twinge of reluctance, they could only respond respectfully before the primary god. They feared both Beirut and Qian, let alone the primary god. The might of the primary god was insurmountable. To extinguish them was but a fleeting thought, an effortless task. The god of Blood Peak then turned his gaze towards Qian, his tone indifferent, revealing no hint of emotion. "Qian, is it? Previously. It was you who took the life of my divine emissary, Rienals, was it not?" "Indeed, my lord. However, I had only recently arrived in hell and was rather uninformed. I was unaware that Rienals was your divine emissary." As this realization struck, Qian felt a sudden jolt of anxiety, yet he maintained a semblance of composure, speaking with a tone that was neither deferential nor arrogant. The Blood Peak god regarded Qian with a momentary silence, and amidst Qian's unease, he spoke again. "Your prowess is indeed formidable. Alas, I did not have the opportunity to recruit you as my divine emissary, and instead, that privilege has fallen to that fellow, Telesia." "Beirut." The Blood Peak god then turned his gaze towards Beirut. Qian let out a silent sigh of relief as he observed Beirut bowing in response to the Blood Peak god. "Who was the young man standing there?" the Blood Peak god inquired. "Aside from you and Qian, there is only this one young man present." Beirut, momentarily taken aback, instinctively turned to look. Guylizan and the others also glanced up in curiosity. They beheld Lin Lei standing motionless with his eyes closed, an enigmatic smile gracing his face. Beirut, somewhat astonished, promptly replied to the Blood Peak god, "My lord, this is Lin Lei, the one I mentioned to you. After all these years, it seems that someone is immersed in enlightenment at the moment of my arrival. Such an occurrence has never been witnessed before." The Blood Peak god observed with keen interest as he regarded Lin Lei. A peculiar wave of the heavenly laws enveloped the surroundings, a sensation all too familiar, signaling the emergence of a deity or the transformation of divine essence. From within Linlei, a divine essence radiating a warm, earthy glow emerged, undergoing refinement by the heavenly laws while his soul simultaneously transformed. The Lord, the leaders of the 4 divine beasts, the heads of the 8 great families, hundreds of elders, and countless clansmen bore witness to this spectacle, perhaps the most significant ascension to a higher deity in Hell's history. After a moment, Linlei opened his eyes to find himself the focus of innumerable gazes, startling him. What is the matter? As Qian observed Linlei's dazed expression directed towards the looming black visage of the blood-peaked god, he couldn't help but feel a mixture of amusement and disbelief. How intriguing! The black visage's lips curled slightly before it vanished in an instant, the immense power of the god of destruction dissipating as if it had never existed. Beirut approached Linlei, unable to contain his laughter. Linlei, I said I would grant you a divine weapon upon your ascension, but there was no need for you to rush into a breakthrough at this very moment, was there? I find myself at a loss for words, Linlei replied. I had no inkling that this enlightenment would arrive at such a time. Qian also approached the Grand Elder, smiling broadly. Now that the troubles of the 4 divine beasts have been resolved, you promised me. What I promised was that you would drive back the 8 great families or intimidate them, after which I would marry you. However, it is now the assistance of Lord Beirut and the god that has facilitated this. You have done nothing, the Grand Elder retorted. Qian stared wide-eyed at the Grand Elder, momentarily at a loss for words. The sudden change in tone was rather swift, was it not? At the pivotal moment of the god's descent, Linlei unexpectedly attained enlightenment, which astonished the powerful members of the 8 great families. They had previously suspected that Linlei's mastery of the laws was nearing perfection, allowing him to wield the strength of a 7-star demon at the level of a mid-tier deity. Now that Linlei had ascended to a higher deity, even if he had not reached complete mastery, he was undoubtedly far stronger than before, and they feared they could no longer contend with him. The leaders of the 7 families were engulfed in complex emotions, soon turning away. The forces of the 8 great families retreated, leaving behind a plethora of vacant castle structures. The members of the 4 divine beasts, however, erupted in excitement and joy, with many shedding tears on the spot. From this day forth, the 4 divine beasts would no longer endure a life fraught with crises and humiliation. Everything had come to an end. Days later, a figure soared from the Tianji mountain range, halting midair to glance back. It was Qian. There was no longer anything keeping him in the 4 divine beasts. He yearned to venture to more exhilarating places and engage with greater champions. Qian, just as he was about to depart, a somewhat urgent, clear voice called out. In an instant, a shimmering figure darted before him. It was the Grand Elder, adorned with a silver mask. Her beautiful eyes fixed upon Qian. Are you truly leaving? After a brief silence, Qian responded. I intend to go to the battlefield of realms. You must be aware of its dangers. I am not afraid. Qian, let me accompany you. Regardless of where you go or what dangers lie ahead, as long as you are with me, I shall be content, the Grand Elder declared, her voice calm yet resolute. Unable to resist, Qian replied, but you have not agreed to marry me. What does this mean? My grandson is already quite grown, with numerous descendants. Do you expect me to host a wedding for you within the 4 divine beasts? Do you not find that embarrassing? I fear I would be ridiculed, the Grand Elder retorted. Qian was momentarily taken aback, but his eyes lit up with delight as he stepped forward, wrapping his arms around the Grand Elder. Gaia, I truly believed you were an unyielding ice block, forever impervious to warmth. Chapter 92. The Battlefield of Realms. After Qian and the Grand Elder Gaia departed the Tianji mountain range, they made their way directly to the Sea of Starlight Mist. To reach the realm prison, one must traverse the depths of Hell's Purgatory, located within the vast expanse of the Sea of Starlight Mist. In passing, they made a trip to Moyuo Island, where they met MOC. Encouraged by Qian's invitation, MOC expressed a growing interest in joining the Battlefield of Realms. Thus, their journey transformed from 2 to 3. With MOC, the leader of Purgatory, guiding them, Qian quickly learned of the Purgatory's circumstances. After spending some time in Purgatory, Qian chose to challenge the Purgatory leader, defeating him to become the new leader of Purgatory. Subsequently, he, MOC, and Gaia utilized the teleportation array within Purgatory to arrive at the Battlefield of Realms, commencing their adventure. Initially, the 3 traveled together, but most of the powerful beings in the battlefield recognized MOC and were intimidated by his prowess, causing them to flee at the sight of him. Thus, over the span of a decade, they failed to encounter any formidable foes. Feeling somewhat dejected, Qian proposed they separate and act independently, with himself and Gaia together, while MOC ventured alone, maintaining a safe distance. Should combat arise, they would swiftly converge and unite their strengths. This strategy proved effective. For just a few days after their separation, Qian and Gaia encountered a formidable adversary who sought to ambush them. Clearly, their unfamiliar faces were perceived as soft targets by the seasoned warriors of the battlefield. Yet, this was precisely Qian's intention. How else could he draw out the enemy's stronghold to secure the 10 badges needed for a divine artifact? It must be noted that while Qian was not particularly concerned about the divine artifact for himself, he could certainly bestow it upon Gaia. Although her strength in the realm of Shura was not overwhelming, with a material defensive divine artifact and an additional soul defensive divine artifact, even a fully realized higher deity would struggle to defeat her. The allure of the battlefield of realms lies in the hope of acquiring divine artifacts. With a commanding shout, a shadow cloaked in an enigmatic black glow surged towards Qian. Simultaneously, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in white, radiating a soft white light that enhanced her ethereal aura, also approached from another direction. Without hesitation, she unleashed her divine authority, launching a soul attack in the form of an illusory white blade aimed at Gaia. With no time to evade, Gaia resolutely summoned a drop of water-based divine power to counter the terrifying soul assault. In a thunderous explosion, the dark shadow engaged Qian, only to be sent reeling backward by a single blow. He did not employ the power of the supreme deity, yet he was still able to force me back. How could he possibly be this formidable? The cold-eyed youth in the black robe, regaining his balance, stared incredulously at Qian, gritting his teeth. He transmitted a message to the aloof woman in white. The opponent is too strong. Eliza, we must flee. Flee. Is it truly that simple? Qian's figure shimmered as he pursued the black-robed youth, moving with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Qian closed in on him, prompting the black-robed youth to grit his teeth and draw a black short sword, thrusting it toward Qian, distorting the space around them and causing minute fissures to appear. With a resounding clash of metal, Qian was jolted back, glancing at the blood on the back of his hand before turning his gaze to the similarly propelled black-robed youth. Narrowing his eyes at the short sword in his hand, a supreme artifact? The black-robed youth, cautious in his earlier approach, had not utilized his supreme artifact during the initial encounter. However, upon witnessing Qian's true strength, he could no longer afford to hold back. Using the recoil from their clash, he fled at an even greater speed. Casting a glance at Gaia, who was withstanding the soul attack from the white-robed woman without immediate danger, Qian made a decisive move, channeling a drop of supreme deity power to accelerate toward the retreating black-robed man. In just a few breaths, bolstered by the deity power, Qian caught up with the black-robed youth, positioning himself directly in his path. Wind-type supreme deity power? The black-robed youth's expression darkened as he witnessed Qian's figure darting toward him like a gust of wind. He had no choice but to brace himself for the confrontation. With both fists unleashed, Qian struck, leaving the black-robed youth vulnerable as his defenses faltered. Following this opening, Qian delivered a devastating kick imbued with the intricacies of Earth's rules, causing the lower half of the black-robed youth's body to tremble and collapse. Then, pressing forward, Qian landed a punch on the black short sword wielded by the black-robed youth, sending the supreme artifact flying from his grasp. In a swift motion, Qian's bloodied fist crashed into the black-robed youth's head, causing it to explode instantaneously. Having just dispatched the black-robed youth, Qian clearly felt a violent surge of energy emanating from Gaia's direction. Furrowing his brow, he collected the golden emblem left by the deceased youth and hurried back. Upon his return, Qian found that the white-robed woman had vanished, leaving only MOC and Gaia amidst the desolation. What happened? MOC? Did that woman escape? Qian alighted, his brow furrowed as he questioned MOC. MOC, with a wry smile, replied, "She possesses a supreme artifact for material defense, rendering my destructive attacks ineffective. She cultivates the rules of fate and is formidable in terms of soul power. Even my strongest soul attack could not defeat her, allowing her to flee." "And you, Qian? Did you eliminate that black-robed man?" Gaia inquired impatiently. Qian nodded slightly. He had an attack-type supreme artifact, but I still managed to kill him. However, I wasted a drop of wind-type supreme deity power in the pursuit. To slay an enemy commander, a drop of deity power is a small price to pay. MOC waved his hand with a smile. In the battlefield of realms, one cannot afford to be stingy with supreme deity power. Those who come here are generally formidable fighters who will inevitably use their deity power in battle. If you hesitate to use it, others will, and you will have to follow suit. That makes sense. Qian acknowledged with a nod, then tossed the golden emblem in his hand with a grin. After more than a decade in this battlefield, I finally have something to show for it. MOC laughed. There will be even greater rewards ahead. Qian, if we join forces, there is little to fear except for the perfected upper gods. However, Most commanding figures in this realm possess supreme artifacts. Particularly those with both material and soul defense artifacts are exceedingly difficult to defeat. If we encounter one with both, it would be futile to engage. Indeed, encountering such an indomitable opponent can be quite vexing, Qian chuckled. Yet, those types of formidable beings are exceedingly rare. It is unlikely we will cross paths with one. As for those who only wield either a material or soul defense supreme artifact, they usually cannot withstand our methods of assault. Gaia rolled her eyes at Qian. Enough with the self-praise, Qian. Haha, whether it's self-praise or not, wait until I slay a few more commanding figures, and you'll see for yourself. Qian laughed heartily. Chapter 93, Convergence in the Blink of an Eye. Qian, MOC, and Gaia had spent 200 to 300 years in the battlefield of realms. During this time, their collaboration yielded significant rewards. Qian had obtained 4 commander emblems, MOC 3, while Gaia had not acquired any. After all, in terms of strength, she was relatively average among the Shura-level warriors. Those weaker than her typically did not dare to venture into the battlefield and seek death. Simultaneously, many powerful figures in the battlefield were aware of MOC's arrival and had begun to uncover the background information of Qian, who was associated with her. The trio's reputation grew due to Qian and MOC's ruthless efficiency. They had slain a total of 7 enemy commanders within just 200 to 300 years, prompting other strong beings in the realm to regard them with caution, leading to a general tendency to flee upon encountering them, thus diminishing their hunting efficiency. With no strong foes approaching due to their separate actions, Qian, Gaia, and MOC decided to regroup. It's been decades, and we haven't secured a single emblem. At this rate, it seems unlikely either of you will gather 10 golden emblems by the end of this war, Gaia remarked, unable to contain her frustration. Not necessarily. This war of realms still has a long way to go. Qian replied with a faint smile, suddenly raising an eyebrow. Fortuitously, someone approaches. Prepare for action. Soon, MOC and Gaia saw a towering figure with unruly golden hair striding toward them, seemingly shrinking the distance with each step. Black Hermes, is that you? MOC exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the hulking man, who offered a resigned smile. This individual was a deity born from a small mountain in the realm of Earth. Upon becoming a deity, he was appointed as a divine messenger and granted a soul defense supreme artifact, coupled with his formidable physical prowess. He possessed terrifying offensive capabilities despite having integrated only 4 mysteries, rendering him nearly invulnerable, with few able to contend with him except for perfected upper gods. Upon spotting MOC, Black Hermes widened his eyes and grinned. MOC. Long time no see. I heard you made it to the battlefield of realms. I thought it was just a rumor. Come, let us have a spar and see if your destructive rules have progressed. MOC felt a pang of reluctance. He truly did not wish to engage in battle with the seemingly indestructible Black Hermes, as it felt utterly frustrating. No matter how he attacked, it was utterly ineffective. Fighting him was simply a waste of time. Black Hermes, I also cultivate the earth laws. How about we spar? Qian stepped forward with a smile. You? The new Shura powerhouse from the underworld accompanying MOC? Black Hermes scrutinized Qian before chuckling. I've heard tales of your strength. Let us see if you truly are as formidable as the legends claim. As the conversation unfolded, Hymos surged directly towards Qian, delivering a powerful punch that sent ripples through the fabric of space, akin to flowing water. With a subtle smile, Qian responded without hesitation, his own fist striking out and causing the very air to shudder. In the ensuing deep clash of sound, the golden-hued fist of Qian collided with Hymos's fist, resulting in a violent distortion of space that threatened to tear apart. Both warriors staggered back, their bodies trembling from the impact. Indeed formidable. It seems your physical prowess is not at all inferior to mine. What manner of cultivation has led you to such divinity? Hymos inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Qian. The question struck Qian as oddly accusatory, as if it implied his humanity was in question. I am indeed human, he thought, feeling a slight annoyance at the implication. With a nonchalant smile, Qian replied, Hymos, our battle bears little significance. We cannot truly harm one another. It may be wise to end this here. How tedious. I shall seek stronger prey, Hymos retorted, slightly miffed, before turning away. Watching Hymos depart, MOC shook his head with a wry smile. Hymos is truly a tough opponent. His reputation spans various divine realms. Fortunately, our strength is considerable, otherwise, he would not so easily relent. No sooner had he spoken than both MOC and Qian sensed a powerful surge of divine energy. Their essay battle. Let us see if we can seize an advantage, Qian declared, propelling himself towards the source of the disturbance. MOC and Gaia followed closely behind, and soon the trio beheld the combatants in pursuit. Gravity space? Is that Rishjing? No, if he were Rishjing, He wouldn't be fleeing so desperately from Benfield of the celestial realm. Mos mused, furrowing his brow in confusion. In the distance, the unmistakable yellowish glow of the gravity space was evident. Following that, an enormous azure dragon phantom, coiling and twisting, loomed above the gravity space, causing the white-robed figure of Benfield, who was hastily pursuing, to hesitate. Is that the divine ability Dragon's Roar? Could it indeed be Linlei? What brings him to the battlefield of realms? Gaia pondered, her surprise deepening as she recognized the identity of the conjurer. Without hesitation, Qian accelerated, bypassing the gravity space to confront the angrily pursuing Benfield. Who are you to obstruct me, Benfield? Benfield demanded, his voice low and filled with ire as he regarded Qian. Brother Qian? As the gravity space dissipated, Linlei and Bei, who had come to a halt, turned in astonishment to see Qian, and soon after, Mos and Gaia arrived. Lord Mos? Elder? Benfield's expression shifted as he too recognized Mos. Mos? What brings him here? Could this individual be? His countenance darkened at the realization of Qian's identity. Brother. A swift crimson serpent approached, upon which sat a formidable figure clad in black armor, both calling out to Benfield. Haha, Mos, Linlei, greetings. A cheerful voice rang out, as a charming bald youth and a towering figure, nearly 4 meters tall with a bronze physique, sped toward them. Linlei, puzzled, turned to glance at the youthful figure, failing to identify him, but Mos recognized him instantly and grinned. Reese Jing. Is that truly you? I didn't expect to see you here on the battlefield of realms. Reese Jing? You are Reese Jing? Linlei exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening at the revelation. Ah, how many years have passed, and you still do not recognize your teacher? Reese Jing feigned a lament. Teacher? Linlei chuckled, while Benfield furrowed his brow at Reese Jing. Reese Jing? Since we are all acquainted, there is little more to discuss. Benfield. It seems you are intent on pursuing Linlei. How shall we resolve this? Qian asked coldly, fixing a steely gaze on Benfield. I propose that you relinquish your golden insignia, or we shall unite to eliminate your 2 companions. What say you? Reese Jing's eyes brightened at the suggestion, clapping his hands in delight. Excellent idea. Benfield, did you hear that? Surrender your golden insignia. After all, there are still several hundred years until the end of the realm war. You have ample time to slay a leader of your own faction and claim their insignia. However, should you refuse, while you may save yourself, your companions will most certainly perish under our onslaught. Benfield glared at Qian and the others, hesitating before begrudgingly conceding. Very well. I acknowledge defeat this time. I shall hand over the golden insignia. But with so many of you, how shall it be divided? Reese Jing waved dismissively. No more chatter. Just hand over the insignia and depart. How we handle it is our business, not yours. With a derisive snort, Benfield produced the golden insignia and tossed it aside before hastily retreating with his companions. Qian picked up the insignia and casually tossed it to Reese Jing, smiling at Mos. Had it not been for Reese Jing's presence, Benfield would not have capitulated so easily. Shall we grant this insignia to Reese Jing? I have no objections, Mos replied with a smile, recognizing that if Qian was willing, he too held no reservations. Their relationship with Reese Jing was already amicable. With a grin, Reese Jing accepted the insignia. So you are Qian? You are indeed forthright. I shall count you as a friend. What say we form a small team? Together, we can dominate the battlefield of realms. Form a small team? With so many of us, can it still be called small? Qian chuckled, shaking his head. It would draw too much attention. We might find it difficult to encounter targets for hunting. Who would dare to stay when they see such a large group? Reese Jing paused, then nodded in agreement. You have a point. Let us do this. Linlei, Bei, and I will team up, while the 3 of you remain together. This way, we won't attract too much attention. That sounds reasonable. I trust Linlei will be safe with you, Reese Jing. Qian replied with a smile. Reese Jing beamed. Rest assured, Linlei and Bei will be perfectly safe with me. After all, my mother is a high deity. Even the most accomplished upper gods must show me some respect. That may not be the case, Qian thought to himself, maintaining a facade of agreement while inwardly skeptical. Thus, the 7 dispersed, forming a trio and a quartet, embarking upon their respective journeys through the battlefield of realms. 500 years swiftly passed since Qian and Linlei parted ways. While the fortunes of Linlei's group are left unspoken, Qian, Mos, and Gaia found their gains modest over the half-century, with each acquiring merely 2 golden insignias. This was primarily due to Qian's wind deity avatar achieving a breakthrough to the upper god realm, which attracted several individuals who were promptly dealt with by Qian and Mos, netting them 3 golden insignias, with the last one acquired through sheer luck. The formidable leader on the battlefield of dimensions remarked, "They are indeed more cunning than monkeys," as he wandered through the desolate expanse of the dimensional battlefield. MOC shook his head and replied, "Enough, Qian. Let us not complain. Our efficiency in obtaining badges has been remarkably high. Many leaders have participated in several dimensional wars and still failed to gather 10 leader badges." Qian nodded with a smile. "Indeed, with our combined efforts, we could exchange them for a main artifact. But enough of this aimless wandering. We should find a place to rest." As they approached a small hill, Qian stomped his foot, causing the ground beneath them and the small hill ahead to tremble, revealing an underground passage. He called to MOC and Gaia and led the way into the tunnel, arriving deep within the mountain, where a vast underground mansion awaited them. "Qian, your mastery of the Earth's principles is truly remarkable," MOC exclaimed, admiring the intricately designed underground dwelling with numerous rooms. Without delay, MOC entered one of the rooms to rest. "Gaia, look, MOC is already resting. We should do the same," Qian said with a mischievous grin. Rolling her eyes at Qian, Gaia also entered a room, prompting Qian to chuckle and follow, sealing the door behind him as it transformed into a wall. After an unknown duration, an overwhelming surge of energy reverberated through the air, sensed even from afar by MOC, Qian, and Gaia. They quickly emerged from their rooms. "Such intense energy fluctuations. I wonder which powerful one is engaged in battle. Should we investigate?" MOC inquired. "Of course," Qian replied, his eyes narrowing. In truth, he had already extended his consciousness and discerned that it was by Yi, a pinnacle wind elemental, causing trouble for Lin Lei and his companions, intending to eliminate Bei Bei. In the battlefield of dimensions, Qian's spiritual will was formidable, rivaling that of a high-ranking deity, allowing him a wide range of perception. However, he knew Bai Yi could not harm Bei Bei, so he refrained from rushing to the scene. Yet, once this battle concluded, another confrontation would soon commence. One that would likewise prove perilous for Lin Lei and his companions. Lin Lei was being pursued by Yuman, while Bei Bei rushed to aid him. But the situation for Lei Jing and his companion Lei Hong was equally dire. The laughter of Montello, the leader from the Augusta family, echoed across the vast battlefield as he unleashed countless resilient threads like a spider, ensnaring Lei Jing. The true danger lay not in the thread's resilience, but in their astonishing speed, each thread darting forth like a flash of light. "Montello, if you possess the capability, face me in a fair duel. Resorting to such vile tactics is hardly commendable," Lei Jing declared, wielding his spear with such dexterity that it became a blur, shattering numerous threads. Yet, despite destroying thousands, Montello continually emitted more. As long as Montello's divine power remained intact, he would not fear depleting his threads. Though Montello could not kill Lei Jing, he could certainly bind him. Meanwhile, Lei Hong faced a dire situation, surrounded by 6 attackers. Though not all were leaders, they clearly possessed leader-level strength. The onslaught from these 6 was overwhelming, and even Lei Jing could not withstand it indefinitely. In the face of their assault, Lei Hong entered a frenzied state. With a low growl, his body expanded, transforming into a 10-meter-tall titan of steel. His fists struck out like meteors, each blow carrying immense force, warping space and creating ruptures that deterred the 6 assailants from approaching. With a sole defensive artifact, Lei Hong was unperturbed by spiritual attacks. As a king among earth giants, he could absorb vast amounts of mineral essence to fortify his body, making him nearly indestructible. Even if the 6 managed to inflict wounds, he could recover in an instant. When Qian and the others arrived, the battle reached its peak. The silver-robed woman, Lanisha, employed her innate abilities to bind Lei Hong, allowing the green-clad girl and the pale blue-robed youth to seize the opportunity and strike at Lei Hong's head. With a deafening sound, fists and blades collided with Lei Hong, causing his head to explode. Strangely, however, not a single divine essence fell. Simultaneously, Lei Hong's formidable fists targeted the green-clad girl and the pale blue-robed youth. "Look out!" Lanisha cried, sensing the imminent danger, but the two could only react by attempting to shield themselves with their artifacts. The impact was like 2 mountains crashing down, sending them crashing into the ground before they quickly ascended, joining the other 4 in the air. "We were mistaken," Lanisha communicated in a hushed tone to the others. "This giant is the Earth King, not a mere human. In his current form, his vital point lies within his heart core, where both his soul and divine essence reside." "Ah, I see," the pale blue-robed youth laughed. "Now that we know his weakness, killing him should be straightforward. I will use my innate ability once more. The rest of you, prepare." At that moment, 3 streaks of light descended from the heavens, charging toward the 6. Leading the charge was Qian. With a resounding crash, Qian's golden palm struck toward Lanisha, sending ripples through the space as if it were water. Realizing the danger, Lanisha hastily crossed her arms to block Qian's blow, but she was thrown back with a violent jolt. A material defensive artifact? Qian mused, then communicated with MOC. Let us combine our efforts for a spiritual assault against that woman. Almost simultaneously, Qian and MOC unleashed their spiritual attacks. A yellowish spectral sword and a gray-black spectral handprint darting toward Lana Shah at lightning speed, leaving her no chance to evade. As they penetrated her body, Lana Shah trembled and began to plummet, her energy waning. Is she dead? Such a powerful spiritual attack? The expressions of the other 5 shifted dramatically. For Lana Shah was among the strongest among them, effortlessly dispatched. Only one among them possessed a soul defensive artifact. Lana Shah. The pale blue-robed youth and another in a purple robe shouted in anguish, then furiously charged at Qian and MOC. The bond among the 3 was evident. Their partnership was not to be trifled with, thus the loss of Lana Shah drove them into a frenzy. Meanwhile, Lei Jing managed to temporarily block Montello with his purple crystal barrier, hurling his purple artifact spear at the green-clad girl. The girl, startled, hurriedly raised her fist to defend, but was still sent flying by the force of the impact. Revitalized, Lei Hong charged at the aloof middle-aged man, Xia Siwei, while Gaia took the initiative to confront the silver-haired elder. The fierce battle raged on, but the tides had shifted dramatically. Just as Montello broke through the purple crystal barrier, he witnessed Qian's fist strike down upon the pale blue-robed youth. Gazing at the unfolding battle with alarm, Montello urgently transmitted, "Stop fighting. We must retreat." As Montreux issued his command and swiftly took flight, the others hurriedly followed suit, fleeing alongside him. However, the young man in the purple robe continued to engage in a frenzied battle with Mosi. Armed with the primary artifact of material defense, he showed no fear of the destructive might wielded by Mosi's black hammer. Regarding soul attacks, having cultivated the path of lightning, he was equally adept in that realm. Mosi's strongest soul attack was insufficient to take his life. Montreux may have escaped quickly, but Rejing, with a cold snort, felt a twinge of irritation. He then turned his gaze to the young man in purple, calling out to Qian. "Qian, let us join forces, unleash a soul attack, and eliminate him." Qian nodded slightly, and almost simultaneously they unleashed 2 formidable soul attacks that penetrated the body of the young man in purple. A tremor coursed through him, and he momentarily lost his bearings, providing Mosi the perfect opportunity to execute his most powerful soul attack, which struck like the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back, causing the purple-robed youth to plummet from the air, his vitality waning. How infuriating. 3 lives claimed, yet all we find is a single golden badge, Rejing muttered. Landing beside the lifeless form of the silver-robed woman, Lana Shah, picking up the solitary golden badge with discontent, he tossed it to Qian, saying, "You made the kill. The badge is yours." With a faint smile, Qian accepted the badge but casually tossed it to Mosi, stating, "Mosi also played a part in this. Thus, this badge belongs to him." Mosi accepted the badge and glanced at Qian, choosing not to engage in further discourse. As for the young men in blue and purple, they belonged to the dark divine realm, possessing only blood-red badges, which were of no use to Qian and his companions. After addressing the golden badge, Rejing and Lei Hong departed first, intent on locating Lin Lei and Bei Bei. Meanwhile, Qian, Mosi, and Gaia quickly vacated the battlefield. Before long, Rejing and Lei Hong reunited with Lin Lei and Bei Bei, and shortly thereafter, they clashed again with Montreux's faction, resulting in the demise of Montreux, the green-clad girl, Sha Sui, and the silver-haired elder. This battle, however, sowed the seeds of future calamity for Lin Lei and his companions. The Augusta family would not pursue Rejing, nor would they easily target Bei Bei, but they would not relent in their quest for vengeance against Lin Lei and Lei Hong. To ensure the absolute destruction of Lin Lei and Lei Hong, the Augusta family summoned Magnus, the pinnacle of fate, to intervene. Faced with Magnus, Lin Lei and Lei Hong had but one choice: to flee, to escape with all their might. Unfortunately, Lin Lei's fortunes seemed to have abandoned him this time. He sought refuge deep underground, hoping to evade capture, yet Magnus relentlessly pursued him, unleashing the most potent soul attack empowered by the god of fate, leaving Lin Lei's soul gravely wounded and on the brink of death. From the onset of this confrontation, Qian sensed the disturbance yet chose to remain uninvolved, for he understood that it was Magnus who had orchestrated Lin Lei's rebirth through perilous trials. Without this brush with death, Lin Lei would not have transcended into the primordial realm later on. This was Lin Lei's destiny, his greatest opportunity, and Qian would not intervene to disrupt it. In the aftermath, Lin Lei, accompanied by Mosi and Gaia, hastened to Qinghua, where Rejing and others safeguarded Lin Lei's temporary refuge within the mountain's core. "Lord Qinghua, what transpired?" Lin Lei inquired, his brow furrowed with concern for Lin Lei's well-being. In the hall of the mountain's core, Qian feigned ignorance of the situation. Beside him, Bei Bei, filled with anguish, explained the circumstances to Qian, who sighed, "Had I known, I should have accompanied Lin Lei. Even if you had, it would have made no difference. Qinghua replied, shaking his head. Magnus is a being of the highest order. Even you could not stand against him. After a moment of contemplation, Qin asked, what shall we do now? Shall we simply wait, hoping for a miracle? What choice do we have? We can only wait and hope that a miracle will indeed occur. Qinghua sighed, mirroring the heavy sentiments of the group, as doubt clouded their hearts, leaving little faith in the possibility of a miraculous outcome. Sometimes, waiting is indeed a torment. Though Qian had long foreseen Lin Lei's impending rebirth from the flames, he couldn't help but be swayed by the emotions of those around him. As the days passed, Lin Lei remained unconscious for 15 days, the remnants of Magnus' soul attack wearing thin, with only a fragment of the soul stone remaining. Yet, a sudden change occurred. Lin Lei's soul began to mutate, an unprecedented transformation of the 4 elemental souls. No one had ever heard of such a phenomenon, nor had anyone succeeded in achieving it. The odds of Lin Lei succeeding appeared exceedingly slim. Chapter 96. Transformation within the stone chamber of the mountain's core, Qinquan, Mosi, Rezjing. And Qinghua gazed in astonishment at the still figure of Lin Lei. He lay there, devoid of breath, resembling a lifeless corpse. Yet, around his body, an ethereal aura enveloped him, comprised of the 4 elemental forces, the earthy hue of the earth element, the fiery red of the fire element, the pale blue of the wind element, and the verdant green of the water element, all swirling and converging around Lin Lei. Could this be the manifestation of a soul mutation? Though none had witnessed such a phenomenon, the scene before them prompted speculation. Bei, eyes brimming with tears, fixated on the unconscious Lin Lei. With 4 divine avatars and a soul mutation, no one had ever achieved success in such a feat. Lin Lei's chances seemed dismally low. As Qian sensed the elemental energies that clung to Lin Lei, he was transported back to the primordial chaos, reminiscent of Pangu's creation of the world and the birth of the 4 elements. The elemental energies intertwined, as if they were gradually merging into one, emitting a unique and profound vibration that resonated deep within Qian. In that moment, seemingly oblivious to the world around him, Qian closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, immersing himself in the sensations of that vibration. Qinghua and the others exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Although they were uncertain as to why Qian experienced enlightenment in such a situation, they chose not to disturb him, quietly leaving the chamber, leaving Bei by Lin Lei's side, accompanied only by Qian, who remained lost in contemplation. As the remnants of Magnus' soul attack gradually dissipated, the tiny fragment of the soul stone continued to support Qian's soul mutation. Although the consumption slowed significantly, it would ultimately run out. Lin Lei's soul was fragile, and without the support of the soul stone, could he endure the mutation? The group held no confidence in the outcome. Yet, Lin Lei's soul proved remarkably resilient, enduring for 18 years before it began to weaken slightly. It seemed as though he could not sustain it any longer. However, even under such dire circumstances, Lin Lei persevered for an additional 18 days. Remarkably, after this period, his soul began to regain strength, akin to the growth of an infant. Now, 34 years had passed since Lin Lei fell into unconsciousness. Over the years, his soul had continuously evolved, growing increasingly powerful. As Lin Lei lay there, the elemental energies that once surrounded him had dissipated. Suddenly, his brow twitched, and his closed eyes opened. In that moment, Lin Lei's true self and the 3 divine avatars simultaneously regained consciousness. As he sat up and surveyed his surroundings, he acutely sensed the spatial fluctuations around him, perceiving even the presence of Qinghua and the others outside the hall with clarity. This feeling of absolute control over his surroundings instilled in him a sense of dominion over the fates of others, akin to that of an emperor. This sensation, Qian had always possessed, a testament to the formidable power of the will of the soul. The awakening of Lin Lei immediately captured the attention of Qinghua and the others. They rushed into the stone chamber, their faces alight with joy and excitement at the sight of Lin Lei. After engaging in a conversation with everyone, Lin Lei quickly noticed Qian, who was quietly seated nearby, deeply immersed in his cultivation. What is happening? How is it that brother Qian is cultivating beside me? Who knows? When the boss experienced his soul mutation, it seemed as if Lord Qian suddenly attained enlightenment and began his cultivation. He has been in this state for decades without awakening even once, and no one knows what he has been cultivating, Bei remarked with a slight pout. Qingshu then chuckled. All right, let us not disturb Qian's cultivation any longer. Let us go outside to converse. Once outside in the hall, Lin Lei shared his sensation of being able to manipulate the surrounding space, which caused Qingshu's eyes to brighten. He confirmed that Lin Lei's soul was powerful enough to contain the will of intent and wanted to spar with him to gauge the extent of his current strength. The ensuing battle was truly spectacular. Each of their attacks contained the power of intent, effortlessly tearing apart the spatial fabric of the battlefield. The two blurred figures seemed almost indistinguishable as they collided, creating rifts in the air that appeared and vanished intermittently, leaving MOC, Lacey Jing, and the others utterly dumbfounded. In the midst of the chaotic space, both Qishu and Lin Lei remained unaffected by the gravitational pull of the rifts, avoiding the turbulent currents of space. This exemplified the exquisite utility of the power of intent. Although the perfected state of intent was far from the might of a supreme deity, it was still quite capable of counteracting spatial attraction. Just as their battle was nearing its conclusion, Qian emerged silently from the mountain's depths. Has Lin Lei succeeded? The perfected state is indeed formidable, Qian mused, his eyes narrowed as he observed the fierce clash between the two, unable to restrain a note of admiration. Haha, brilliant. Simply brilliant. As the two ceased their combat, Qian clapped his hands and flew over with a smile. Lin Lei, congratulations. Your elemental soul mutation has succeeded, and your strength has remarkably ascended to this level, comparable to the perfected state. Impressive indeed. Bei, seeing Qian unable to contain his curiosity, immediately asked, Lord Qian, since you have attained enlightenment and cultivated for so long, how has your strength improved? Surely you must not be able to match my boss now. Ha, you little rascal. Qian chuckled, shaking his head lightly in amusement at Bei's prideful demeanor. I have indeed gained significantly from this enlightenment, and my strength has improved greatly. As for the exact extent of my enhancement, it requires someone to assist in testing it. Lin Lei could not help but step forward, astonished, and asked, Brother Qian, have you perhaps broken through to the perfected state as well? Qishu, equally incredulous, looked at Qian, unsure of how he could have achieved such a breakthrough in such a short time. The perfected state? Qian smiled enigmatically and replied, Lin Lei, let us spar and you shall find out. Upon hearing this, Lin Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he laughed. All right. Then I shall engage in a spar with Brother Qian today. The others looked on with eager anticipation, their gazes fixed on the two who hovered in the air, poised to confront each other. With a thunderous roar, Lin Lei charged at Qian, delivering a punch that caused the surrounding space to shatter and collapse instantaneously. With a serene smile, Qian appeared to raise his hand casually, yet the surrounding space seemed to freeze in response. A deep, muffled sound echoed as Lin Lei was violently repelled, while Qian merely took a slight step back, the space around him seemingly elastic, pulling him back into place. Suspended steadily in the void, Lin Lei appeared to dominate the very fabric of space, controlling it at will. How could this be? It felt as though it was not merely the power of intent, yet how could he manipulate space? Lin Lei gazed at Qian in disbelief. Qishu, equally astonished, furrowed his brow, his gaze on Qian tinged with confusion. With a light chuckle, Qian called out to Lin Lei, Come, try to take a strike at me. Before his words had fully settled, Qian's figure flickered as if traversing through space, appearing right before Lin Lei with astonishing speed, catching him off guard. As Qian's seemingly effortless palm approached, Lin Lei gritted his teeth and unleashed the full power of the Destruction Supreme Deity, striking towards Qian's hand, with torrents of destructive energy manifesting as massive constricting serpents aimed at him. However, the invisible spatial bindings disregarded Lin Lei's assault, rendering him immobile, and his striking force diminished significantly. Qian then delivered a palm strike to Lin Lei's chest, sending him stumbling backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Upon witnessing this, Qingshu's expression shifted dramatically, his heart filled with disbelief and suspicion. He simply could not fathom how Qian's strength had suddenly surged to such heights. Even if he had reached the perfected state, such capabilities seemed implausible. Chapter 97. The Grand Showdown. MOC and the others were equally astounded. Lin Lei already possessed strength comparable to the perfected state, yet he could not overcome Qian. Could it be that Qian's strength surpassed even that of a superior deity in the perfected state? How could this be? Even injured, Lin Lei gazed at Qian with wide eyes, unable to grasp the reality. Brother Qian, your strength. Lin Lei sensed that Qian had shown restraint. Otherwise, that palm strike could have easily been lethal. If Qian could kill Lin Lei, then he certainly had the power to eliminate other superior deities in the perfected state. It was a widely accepted notion that perfected beings could not harm one another, adheres to Qian, an anomaly-defying logic. Particularly, Qian's spatial manipulation bore an uncanny resemblance to the profound mysteries of the wind element's spatial laws. Yet Lin Lei keenly felt that this was not merely a simple understanding of wind space, but something far more intricate. While perfected beings could exert some control over the surrounding space, Qian's mastery was evidently superior. Bound in such a manner, even perfected beings would find it impossible to break free, left at the mercy of Qian. Such a technique was terrifying. Was it a divine talent? Lin Lei found it difficult to comprehend. Qian, have you reached the perfected state? Qingshu could not help but approach, earnestly questioning Qian. Glancing at Qingshu, Qian shook his head with a smile. No, I have not attained the perfected state. It is simply that the enlightenment I experienced over the past several decades has granted me some unique insights into the mysteries of earth, wind, water, and fire, resulting in the abilities I possess now. The abilities you speak of are the mastery over space? Qingshu asked, scrutinizing Qian skeptically. Indeed, just a minor technique. Slightly more formidable than the wind element's spatial laws, Qian replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Bei could not help but interject. Slightly more formidable? The ability to bind even perfected beings is simply extraordinary, far surpassing my own divine talent of devouring God. To my knowledge, among the 4 divine beasts, the white tiger's divine talent is the ability to freeze space, which is immensely powerful. However, I suspect that even the white tiger's divine talent, before becoming a supreme deity, could not match this in strength. Lacey Jing could not help but add, such a technique, to be comprehended, is indeed remarkable. How could it be understood if it is not a law's mystery? Qian chuckled lightly. It was merely a stroke of fortune, a moment of enlightenment. I cannot quite explain the nature of comprehension, yet this moment of enlightenment has propelled you to heights surpassing the perfected state. Qingshu lamented with a wry smile. Shaking his head, he had endured countless hardships and spent a long time gradually merging the 6 mysteries of the fire element's laws to reach the perfected state, believing it to be a substantial accomplishment. Yet, unexpectedly, Linlei was one thing, but Qian, who had cultivated for an even shorter time, was continuously surprising everyone with his exceptional prowess. It seemed that nothing was impossible for him. Perhaps one day, someone would tell Qingshu that Qian had become a supreme deity through his own efforts, and he would not be surprised. With Linlei attaining the strength of the perfected state, Qingshu felt entirely at ease and soon parted ways with Qian and the others. As Qian departed alongside MOC and Gaia, they realized their collection of golden badges was still insufficient. They needed to hunt down several more enemy leaders. Time passed, and with each of Qian's strikes, a number of leaders from the radiant divine realm fell, gradually making his prowess known among the formidable beings of the battlefield. The onlookers could not help but marvel at the emergence of yet another pinnacle powerhouse. Due to Qian's merciless slaughters, the leaders from the radiant divine realm soon refrained from appearing, rendering the battlefield increasingly desolate. This left Qian somewhat disheartened. The cowardly ones evading confrontation left him with no recourse but to wait for the final decisive battle to eliminate a few leaders from the radiant divine realm. Although Qian's primordial spirit was exceptionally strong, with a range of divine perception surpassing even that of a perfected being, allowing him to effortlessly encompass the entire battlefield with his thoughts and locate the hiding leaders. He understood that repeated confrontations might raise suspicions as to how he found them so easily. It is known that even perfected beings struggle to locate individuals on the battlefield. If he attracted the curiosity and suspicion of the supreme gods, it could lead to trouble. Thus, he resolved to act only during the decisive battle. In the time leading up to this confrontation, Qian, MOC, and Gaia found a secluded place to cultivate and prepare for the impending conflict. Amongst their meditative practices, Qian found immense pleasure in engaging in procreative activities with Gaia. A woman of cold demeanor and lofty pride, Gaia, once conquered, proved to be exceedingly obedient. Having chosen to accept Qian, she did not shy away from their intimate relations. Furthermore, through their shared experiences, Qian was able to impart his profound insights on the water element's principles to Gaia, enhancing her understanding in a remarkably short time. What captivated Gaia the most, however, was Qian's mastery over space. Despite lacking willpower, Qian's forceful teaching allowed her to grasp the fundamental mysteries of earth, wind, water, and fire, leading her to gradually develop a simplified method of spatial control. Though it paled in comparison to Qian's abilities, it was significantly superior to the innate divine capabilities of the White Tiger clan. With this newfound skill, Gaia's strength surged, unbeknownst to her, reaching the pinnacle of the Azura realm. However, further enhancement seemed nearly impossible. Nonetheless, Gaia was elated. She had once been at a bottleneck, with little room for improvement. Had it not been for her defensive artifact, she would have been at the bottom tier within the Azura realm. Now, she undoubtedly ranked as the second strongest among the 4 divine beasts, only surpassed by Linlei, who was on par with a perfected divine being. Unbeknownst to them, a millennium of conflict on the battlefield was drawing near. With only a month or 2 remaining until the final battle, Qian, Gaia, and MOC emerged from their secluded training, ready to partake in the grand confrontation. Upon returning to the camp of the Dark Divine Realm, their arrival sparked quite a stir, with many leaders rushing to meet Qian, eager to forge connections. A perfected being naturally commanded attention wherever they went. Somewhat weary of the attention, Qian chose to retreat with Gaia to their designated quarters within the military camp, preferring to focus on their intimate activities. The grand battle soon commenced, a spectacle of overwhelming scale with armies of supreme gods clashing, resulting in the fall of numerous powerful beings, a truly staggering sight. Amidst the chaos, Qian and Gaia strolled leisurely across the battlefield, searching for suitable targets. Despite the swift evasions of the leaders from the Radiant Divine Realm, Qian's strength enabled him to swiftly eliminate 4 targets, thereby amassing 10 golden badges. Unless provoked by an audacious warrior from the Radiant Divine Realm, Qian refrained from further attacks, for he deemed it somewhat unfair to target those leaders given his overwhelming prowess. As the battle raged on, Qian and Gaia quickly became aware of a significant commotion. The clash between Lin Lei and Magnus had stirred both armies. The confrontation between these two perfected beings was nothing short of breathtaking, particularly when Lin Lei unleashed his talent, the Dragon's Roar, banishing Magnus into a realm of chaotic space. Left all spectators in stunned silence. Lin Lei was truly formidable. As Gaia marveled, a sense of pride welled within her. For Lin Lei was also a descendant of the Azure Dragon clan. Observing the dazzling Lin Lei, Qian could not help but think it was time to leave the battlefield. Chapter 98. 1,000 years after the battle between Lin Lei and Magnus, Lin Lei bid farewell to Reese and the others, preparing to journey to the underworld. Meanwhile, Qian, Gaia, and MOC made their way directly back to Hell. Upon their return through the teleportation channel from the battlefield, they arrived at the purgatory of Hell, where they received a message from the Wind Elemental Supreme God. Felicia, Qian, come visit me. After informing MOC and Gaia, Qian proceeded to meet Felicia. Having heard of Qian's ascension to the rank of perfected being, Felicia was eager to make his acquaintance. The presence of a perfected supreme god emissary was a source of pride for Felicia, especially since she had recognized Qian's potential even before his transformation. Qian could distinctly sense Felicia's warm demeanor towards him, treating him more like a friend than a subordinate. She even bestowed upon him a supreme god token. With Qian now possessing 10 golden badges, Felicia graciously granted him a soul defensive artifact and generously offered him 1,000 drops each of the divine power corresponding to 11 different laws. Such generosity was indeed remarkable. However, for Qian, these divine powers were merely icing on the cake. Following the acquisition of the artifact, he reunited with MOC and Gaia, promptly gifting the soul defensive artifact to Gaia. Initially reluctant, Gaia eventually accepted it due to Qian's insistence. MOC was in high spirits as well. During their time on the battlefield, he too had gathered 10 golden badges and exchanged them for a material defensive artifact. As a supreme god emissary of destruction, he had long possessed an offensive artifact. Given his considerable achievements in the realm of the soul, second only to that of a perfected being, his material defense had been somewhat lacking. Now, equipped with a material defensive artifact, MOC became an even more formidable opponent. After departing from Purgatory, the trio planned to visit MOC's Moluo Island. However, just a few months after leaving Purgatory, Gaia discovered she was with child, a testament to the fruits of Qian's relentless efforts on the battlefield. During their journey, Gaia carried their child for 10 months, ultimately giving birth to a son named Hiwei. As the infant was quite small, Qian and Gaia had to part ways with MOC, seeking refuge on an island shrouded in the endless sea of stars, where a city thrived with numerous deities. There, they resided until Hiwei matured and ascended to the realm of the sacred domain. Only then did the family of 3 prepare to return to the azure blue province of the 4 divine beasts. By the time they departed, their family had expanded to 4, with the prospect of soon becoming 5. It is not that Gaia has reappeared, but rather that Heavy's has taken a wife, and she is one with the strength of a mid-tier deity. Heavy's wife, named Yuya, is a waitress at a restaurant frequented by Qian and Gaia. Through their frequent encounters, Heavy's became well acquainted with her. Although Yuya is significantly older than Heavy's, she is a kind-hearted and wonderful girl, much to the satisfaction of Qian and Gaia. Qian never anticipated that this rascal, Heavy's, who only possesses the strength of a sanctuary, would so quickly find him a daughter-in-law, and soon enough, he would be a grandfather. Yuya, despite being a mid-tier deity, possesses only an average cultivation talent. Her attainment of such a status is primarily due to her long years of training. In stark contrast, Heavy's, as the son of Qian and Gaia, has exceptional training talent. Under Qian's careful guidance, he achieved deification in the realm of wind element before even returning to the 4 divine beasts clan for the ancestral blessing. During this period, due to Yuya's childbirth, Qian Kuan and the others lived on another island within the Starry Mist Sea for 2 or 3 decades. It was only after Heavy's and Yuya's daughter, Dyla, had grown and entered the sanctuary that they continued their journey to the Four Divine Beasts clan. Compared to the outstanding Heavies, Dyla appears quite ordinary. Although she easily entered the sanctuary due to her Azure Dragon bloodline, her talent for elemental laws is severely lacking. It is uncertain how long it would take her to cultivate independently to achieve deification. Even if she could attain deification in the water element through the ancestral blessing, it would be difficult for her to achieve significant accomplishments. However, Qian Kuan is not overly concerned. In fact, he dotes on his granddaughter Dyla, regardless of her abilities. She is his only granddaughter. Gaia, on the other hand, feels somewhat disappointed. She had high hopes for her granddaughter. In truth, Gaia genuinely adores Dyla, which is why she wishes for her granddaughter to excel in all aspects. Dyla bears a striking resemblance to Gaia, and gazing at her granddaughter evokes memories of her carefree childhood under her father's protection. The family journeyed tirelessly for nearly a century before finally returning to the Four Divine Beasts clan. Their return was met with warm welcomes from the higher-ups of the clan, including Gailaizen, primarily because Qian Kuan had attained the pinnacle of power. Since learning of Lin Lei and Qian Kuan's accomplishments on the battlefield, the Four Divine Beasts clan has been overjoyed. As a powerful being at the peak level and Gaia's partner, Gailaizen personally ordered the construction of a grand estate in the Azure Dragon tribe for Qian Kuan, featuring numerous palaces and castles, capable of comfortably accommodating hundreds or thousands of residents. The family of 5 settled here, and Gailaizen arranged for many maids and servants, offering hospitality that left them speechless. Soon after, Gailaizen arranged for Heavies and Dyla to undergo the ancestral blessing, elevating them to lower-tier deities with the gift of Azure Light Energy. However, their skills were still too weak to utilize their innate divine abilities. A few decades after Qian Kuan's family returned to the Four Divine Beasts clan, Lin Lei returned from the underworld, bringing with him many descendants of the clan from the Yulan continent and 3 close friends, along with Beibei's parents. This large family arrived in Hell. The subsequent years were quite peaceful, at least for Qian Kuan, who had little to attend to aside from cultivation. Besides practicing and spending time with Gaia, he occasionally offered guidance to his grandchildren. As a millennium passed, Qian Kuan's grandchildren grew significantly, each, due to their Azure Dragon bloodline, easily reached the sanctuary. With the ancestral blessing granting them long lifespans, the population gradually increased, and Qian Kuan became akin to an ancestral figure. Having spent a millennium in the Four Divine Beasts clan, Qian Kuan felt a sense of ennui and decided to venture to the material plane. The little ones, despite their weak abilities, were now limited to mid-tier deities at best. In Hell, their current strength would likely lead them to their demise if they ventured out. As Qian Kuan prepared to leave, most of his grandchildren chose to accompany him to the material plane. Thus, he took them all along with Gaia, his son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter, departing the Four Divine Beasts clan through the teleportation array at the Iron Knife Gorge of Blood Peak, heading to the material plane. The Okaluan plane, one among countless material planes, is comparable in size to the Yulan continent. However, while over 99% of the Yulan continent is covered by ocean, a substantial portion of Okaluan is land. This plane features 2 vast continents, Fog Continent and Beast God Continent, each spanning over 100 million miles. The Fog Continent is ruled by humans, while the Beast God Continent is governed by beast men. At the center of the Fog Continent lies a terrifying forest known as the Misty Forest, covering an area exceeding 10 million miles. Deep within this forest stands Weisler Mountain, the tallest peak within the Misty Forest, rising to a height of 100,000 meters. Atop Weisler Mountain, there are 11 colossal teleportation arrays, alongside a modest courtyard constructed from ordinary stones. The guardian of the Okaluan plane resides here. Chapter 99, The Heavy's Empire. Suddenly, the 11 enormous teleportation arrays lit up, and a tall, slender man with 2 blue horns emerged from the stone courtyard. His expression one of surprise as he gazed at the radiant teleportation array. It is from Hell. Traveling from Hell to the material plane incurs an extravagant cost, and the tall man approached the array, bowing respectfully. Those who can arrive from Hell must be the top-tier powerhouses. Yet, he wondered what such a powerful being could want in the Okaluan plane. Could it be that a powerful figure who once left the Okaluan plane has returned to their homeland? As the hazy light from the teleportation array dissipated, over 100 figures materialized, mostly young men and women, each displaying a sense of eagerness and curiosity as they scanned their surroundings, even releasing their divine senses to investigate. Leading them were Qian Kuan and Gaia, along with their son Heavies, daughter-in-law Yuya, and granddaughter Dyla. Most were lower-tier deities, with a few at the sanctuary level, and about 10 mid-tier deities. However, the black-robed youth and the cold woman at the forefront were completely inscrutable. They must be upper-tier deities, thought the tall man, observing Qian Kuan and the others with a mixture of respect and contemplation. With a swirl of thoughts, the tall man respectfully bowed to Qian Kuan, addressing him, "My lord, you are the guardian of the Okaluan Plain, are you not?" Qian Kuan glanced at the tall man and asked nonchalantly, "You are the guardian of the Okaluan Plain?" The tall man responded with reverence, "Yes, my lord. I am the guardian of the Okaluan Plain. My name is Bien." "Very well. Bien, remember, you have never seen us," Qian Kuan said. Casting a glance at the slightly taken aback Bien, his gaze flickered with an imperceptible wave that enveloped Bien. Instantly, Bien appeared dazed, murmuring to himself, "I have never seen them. I saw nothing." Qian Kuan. This prompted Gaia to look at him in confusion. "Why conceal our presence just for a visit to the material plane?" "To avoid trouble," Qian Kuan replied casually, beckoning as he and Gaia led the 100 or so descendants away from Weisler Mountain. Qian Kuan conjured a misty cloud using his water element divine power, enveloping them as they departed from the misty forest from above, quietly entering the human world of the fog continent without alerting the sanctuary and divine-level powerhouses of the Okaluan Plain. The misty continent spans vast territories, encompassing over 100 million miles. While this immense expanse may seem trifling in the realm of hell, it dwarfs the Yulan continent by thousands or even millions of times, boasting a population in the trillions. On the misty continent, the sheer number of empires, kingdoms, and alliances is staggering, with many individuals spending their entire lives unable to traverse its breadth. Months later, in the eastern region of the misty continent, the perpetually war-torn Chaos 28 Kingdoms suddenly announced their unification to establish the Heavy's Empire. Upon its inception, the Heavy's Empire comprised a staggering 28 provinces, and within just half a month, it launched offensives against neighboring kingdoms and principalities. The empire advanced with remarkable momentum, expanding its territory by thousands of miles in a mere 2 to 3 months, now bordering other powerful empires. These three great empires, unlike the modest O'Brien Empire of the Yulan continent, are vast and formidable, founded by numerous godlike beings, with the shortest among them having existed for millennia and the longest boasting a history of 50,000 years. However, within mere weeks of the Heavy's Empire's territorial expansion, the royal families of these three great empires announced their withdrawal from imperial titles, with their emperors pledging allegiance to the Heavy's Empire. This news reverberated throughout the eastern region of the misty continent, shaking countless empires, kingdoms, and alliances. The Heavy's Empire, having rapidly consolidated its power, emerged as the most renowned empire in the eastern misty continent, distinguished by its brief establishment yet astonishing growth, an occurrence almost unprecedented in the continent's long history. The Heavy's Empire's meteoric rise instilled fear among neighboring realms, who dreaded the possibility of being consumed by its expansion. Surprisingly, however, the Heavy's Empire ceased its aggressive conquests, opting instead for internal development over the subsequent century, never instigating a single war. It became the most prosperous and commercially advanced empire in the eastern misty continent, with its citizens taking immense pride in their affiliation with the Heavy's Empire. Despite its peaceful development, no one dared to challenge the Heavy's Empire's authority, particularly the formidable beings from the sacred domain and a few godlike figures who were acutely aware of the empire's formidable foundation. The royal families absorbed into the Heavy's Empire, while enjoying high status and significant military and political roles, remained unwaveringly loyal to the Heavy's royal family. The founder of the Heavy's Empire was Heavy's, the son of Qian Kuan. He ruled for nearly a century, fortifying the empire's strength and prosperity before passing the imperial throne to his only son, the 21-year-old Qian. Heavy's had fathered Qian with one of his consorts decades after arriving in the Okaluan Plain, making Qian the sole grandson of Qian Kuan. The descendants who accompanied Qian Kuan to the Okaluan Plain were, in fact, the progeny of Daila. The capital of the Heavy's Empire, Heavy City, was built from the ground up over a century of meticulous planning and expansion, now standing as the largest and most prosperous city in the eastern misty continent. With a population numbering in the millions, the Grand Palace occupies a tenth of the city's area, with only one-third designated for the emperor and his consorts, while the remaining two-thirds resemble a vast and tranquil estate, housing a select few of Qian Kuan's descendants, including nearly 10 mid-tier gods, among whom are Qian Kuan and Gaia. In a serene chamber of an independent castle where Qian Kuan and Gaia reside, Qian Kuan sat quietly, holding a diamond-shaped red crystal that radiated a mesmerizing crimson light. This red crystal was one of the three supreme divine tokens, and the news of its existence had spread throughout hell. Not long ago, Qian Kuan had acquired it from its previous holders, the Brody couple. The red crystal, a supreme divine token issued by the Life Supreme God, contained profound mysteries of life rules. After taking a deep breath, Qian slowly opened his eyes, stowed away the red crystal, and exited the chamber. Upon encountering Gaia outside, he was met with urgency. Qian, today is our grandson's coronation day. You must hurry. We cannot delay the ceremony. Isn't it merely a coronation? What significance does it hold? Qian replied, casting a resigned glance at Gaia before departing the castle with her. Qin's coronation ceremony was indeed grand, with nearly every nation and power in the eastern Misty continent sending envoys to congratulate the new emperor of the Heavy Empire. Many high-ranking officials and sacred domain beings gathered at the palace to witness the splendid event. Though Qian and Gaia did not make a direct appearance, they concealed themselves above the palace to observe the proceedings. As time passed, over 30 years slipped by. Qin had ruled as emperor for more than 30 years. Despite his youthful appearance, he was now in his 50s. His lengthy tenure, combined with his ascent to the sacred domain, had endowed him with an imposing presence and authority, capable of instilling trepidation in his ministers with a mere glance. The upper echelons of the Heavy Empire understood the significance of royal bloodlines. Every royal descendant possessed the potential to easily ascend to the sacred domain due to their noble lineage. However, such nobility also led to a scarcity of heirs. For instance, Qin had been married for over 30 years, and despite having numerous consorts, only one bore him a pair of twin daughters. Even the esteemed queen from a prominent family had been unable to provide him with a son. To this day, the Heavy Empire remained devoid of a male heir to inherit the throne, mirroring the initial decades of Heavy's reign. This predicament weighed heavily on Qin's heart, as he longed to retire and devote himself to quiet cultivation with aspirations of becoming a god. Alas, without a son to succeed him, he was compelled to continue his reign as emperor. Fortunately, his two princesses were not only intelligent and beautiful but also exceptionally gifted, each possessing remarkable talents in water and fire magic. Now approaching their 30s, both princesses had achieved the status of 9th-level warriors under normal circumstances, and upon transforming into dragonblood warriors, could reach the sacred domain. Additionally, they had recently ascended to the rank of 8th-level mages. Countless young elites within the empire aspired to marry the princesses, and prominent families sought to align themselves with the royal bloodline. The allure lay not only in the princesses' noble status and prodigious talents, but also in the potential enhancement of their family's prestige through such a union. However, given the princesses' esteemed lineage and their acute awareness of royal heritage, they held little interest in the typical offspring of the powerful and affluent. In the palace, by a tranquil poolside within the castle of Qian and Gaia, a serene woman clad in a deep blue robe, with flowing dark green hair cascading over her shoulders, sat alongside a stunning figure adorned in a vibrant red gown, her dark red hair similarly draped. Opposite them was Qian, donned in a loose black robe, his long black hair cascading down his back. Isekai'd, Yana, dear sisters, do not be overly discerning, Qian advised with a hint of exasperation. Marriage does not necessarily require one to wed a paragon of genius. What truly matters is finding someone who treats you well and whom you cherish. He had begun to understand the concerns of his elders, who often worried about the marital affairs of the younger generation. With a smile, Yana in her fiery red attire chimed in, Grandfather, it is essential to note that neither my sister nor I have yet found someone we truly admire. So why the rush to marry? Beside her, Isekai'd spoke with calm conviction, I wish to focus entirely on my cultivation and aspire to become a sage-level sorceress. Listening to their words, Qian, with a bittersweet smile, turned suddenly to gaze towards the western horizon, his eyes narrowing. The fire element great perfectionist, Balmer? At last, the grand spectacle is about to commence. Grandfather, what is approaching? What spectacle is to unfold? Yana queried, puzzled. Nothing of consequence. There are matters that would be of little significance for you to know, Qian replied, casting a glance at Yana. Now, you two should return. I have matters to attend to, and I will guide you in your magical practices another time. As the sisters departed, Gaia emerged hurriedly from her secluded chamber. Qian, my divine avatar has just received news from my elder brother. Many deities are now aware of the red link crystal's whereabouts. They are likely to send formidable great perfectionists to the Awaken dimension. I am aware, the fire element great perfectionist, Balmer, has arrived, and the death element great perfectionist, Dannington, is also present. Qian responded with an air of composure. Surely, more than one great perfectionist has come. Aren't you the least bit concerned? Gaia pressed, her brows furrowing with urgency. A slight smirk played on Qian's lips as a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. The red link crystal is no longer in my possession. I have placed it where it belongs. I have no desire to engage in the strife over the red link crystal. Should Balmer and his ilk seek to trouble me, I would not hesitate to eliminate a few great perfectionists to make it clear that I am not to be trifled with. Eliminate a few great perfectionists? Although she believed in Qian Kuan's capability, Gaia could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment at his nonchalance towards such grave threats. Qian Kuan, however, remained unfazed. Let us feign ignorance regarding Balmer's arrival and continue living our tranquil lives, unbothered. We shall see if they dare to come looking for trouble. I will summon the little ones back and ensure they remain safely in Heavy City. Very well, Gaia conceded, somewhat resigned, as it seemed there was no better course of action to take. Meanwhile, Balmer, the fire element great perfectionist, arrived at the Awaken dimension. His consciousness sweeping across the realm like a tidal wave. There are over a dozen mid-level gods gathered in one city. Wait, is that Gaia, the elder of the Azure Dragon clan of the four divine beasts? It appears that many of the clan's offspring are present. How could they be here in the Awaken dimension? Have they arrived even earlier than I? Strangely, while Balmer discovered Gaia and her companions, he did not perceive Qian Kuan. Brow furrowed in confusion, Balmer noted another teleportation array illuminating, and without further thought, he seized the dimension's guardian, leading a considerable entourage of upper-level gods away from Weisler Mountain. Gaia? Shortly thereafter, Dainington, another great perfectionist, also recognized Gaia, his expression shifting to one of surprise. In rapid succession, numerous great perfectionists, accompanied by several upper-level gods, arrived at the Awaken dimension, their presence unmistakable, causing a tremor among the realm's powerful beings. They understood. The gods had descended, and significant events were imminent. Soon after, Lin Lei and Bei Bei arrived at the Awaken dimension. Upon spotting Gaia, they made their way directly to the Heavy's empire. In the grand hall of the castle where Qian Kuan and Gaia resided, the four Qian Kuan, Gaia, Lin Lei, and Bei Bei took their respective seats. Big brother Qian Kuan, your ability to conceal your aura is truly remarkable. I could not detect you despite my probing, Lin Lei remarked, admiration shining in his eyes. Though he had made significant strides in his power over the past millennium, he still felt that Qian Kuan remained an enigma, and should they engage in combat, victory was far from assured. Bei Bei grinned widely, adding, "This is splendid. With Lord Qian Kuan present, our chances of acquiring the red link crystal have increased immensely." The red link crystal? If you wish to obtain it, you must do so on your own. I shall not assist you in seizing it, Qian Kuan responded nonchalantly. Shaking his head, Bei Bei's smile faltered, and Lin Lei could not help but furrow his brow at Qian Kuan's words. Big brother Qian Kuan, are you not going to intervene? Many of my descendants are in the Awaken dimension. I must consider their safety. It would be unwise to antagonize so many great perfectionists for a mere red link crystal, Qian Kuan explained. Lin Lei, momentarily taken aback, nodded and rose. Very well. In that case, I shall not trouble you further, big brother Qian Kuan. As Lin Lei prepared to depart with Bei Bei, Gaia, her brow slightly furrowed, swiftly stood and called out. At that moment, a fearsome wave of intense heat descended upon Heavy City, enveloping it entirely. As a deep voice resonated within the castle's grand hall, Gaia, Lin Lei, come forth to meet me. Balmer? Lin Lei frowned, turning to Qian Kuan. Big brother Qian Kuan, I believe Balmer has come because of my presence. I will send him away. I will not allow him to cause chaos here. Without objection, Qian Kuan observed as Lin Lei and Bei Bei soared into the air, then approached Gaia. His eyes narrowed coldly as he surveyed the scene outside. Did you see? A commoner may be innocent, but possessing a treasure brings trouble. Even without the treasure, troubles still descend from the heavens. I did not wish to concern myself with such matters, yet now, evasion is futile. Let us confront this fire element great perfectionist. As Qian Kuan and Gaia flew out from the castle, they beheld Balmer and Lin Lei poised for confrontation, tension crackling in the air. Noticing Gaia and Qian Kuan, Balmer's expression shifted, astonishment overtaking him. Qian Kuan? You are here? How did I not detect you earlier? As a fellow great perfectionist, he found it perplexing that he could not perceive Qian Kuan's presence. Qian Kuan, now alongside Gaia, regarded Balmer with icy detachment. Balmer, what is your purpose in coming here? Qian Kuan, I truly did not expect you to arrive in the Awaken dimension so soon. From what I gather, you have been here for over a century. Several decades ago, Brody and his wife came to the Awaken dimension. You must be aware of this, yes? You have likely heard the news of the red link crystal and may even possess it by now. I advise you to hand it over, Balmer declared, his gaze sharp. Qian Kuan could not help but chuckle coldly. The red link crystal? If I had acquired it, would I have waited for you to come and take it? That is debatable. For a great perfectionist, no material realm is entirely secure, Balmer countered. Is that so? Qian Kuan replied, somewhat impressed by Balmer's imagination. Even if the red link crystal were in my possession, do you truly believe you could wrest it from me? Beside him, Lin Lei cast a sharp gaze towards Ba Mo, urging, Ba Mo, I advise you to take your leave. Otherwise, my brother Qian Kuan and I shall join forces. Even if we cannot eliminate you, it would be a trivial matter to cast you into the chaotic currents of space. Ba Mo merely shook his head with a scoff. You are not the only one seeking the crimson lattice diamond. As his words faded, a sudden gust of wind swept through, coalescing into a figure clad in white robes with white eyebrows. None other than Bai Yi, a master of the wind element. Lin Lei's brow furrowed at the sight of his old adversary. He had previously encountered Bai Yi on the battlefield of realms, where the latter had attempted to slay Bei Bei but failed. Qian Kuan's expression darkened as he cast a cold glance at Bai Yi before addressing Ba Mo sternly. Do you truly believe that the two of you can intimidate me? Ba Mo chuckled. I have heard that this is the imperial capital of the Huai's empire, founded by your son. Surely, there are many of your descendants here. Are you certain you wish to engage in battle and risk the destruction of this city? Upon hearing Ba Mo's words, a glint of coldness flashed in Qian Kuan's eyes, and a murderous intent surged within him. Lin Lei, hold Bai Yi at bay for now. Rest assured, Brother Qian Kuan, I will handle Bai Yi, Lin Lei declared, but could not suppress his concern as he transmitted, Brother Qian Kuan. Are we truly going to fight here? If a battle ensues, this city may be devastated, resulting in countless casualties. Just hold Bai Yi for me. Leave the rest to me, came Qian Kuan's reply, as he swiftly moved towards Ba Mo. Ba Mo's expression darkened, his anger flaring as he thought. Do you think I fear you? If you care not for this city, then do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Suddenly engulfed in golden flames, Ba Mo twisted the surrounding space, creating fissures. As Qian Kuan approached, Ba Mo transformed into a blazing entity, darting through Qian Kuan's body, only to reappear behind him in his original form. Qian Kuan turned calmly, his expression still indifferent as he regarded Ba Mo. Is this all you are capable of? Why do you not react? Ba Mo was taken aback. The culmination of fire element mastery, whether through physical or spiritual assault, was formidable, yet his previous attack seemed to have no effect on Qian Kuan. Meanwhile, Lin Lei cast a cold stare at Bai Yi, stating, if you choose not to act, I shall find it quite convenient. Should you engage, I could easily cast Magnus into the chaotic currents of space, and doing the same to you would not be a challenge. Bai Yi's face darkened at Lin Lei's words. He wisely opted not to engage, for the crimson lattice diamond had yet to reveal itself, making a confrontation with Lin Lei unnecessary. It is my turn, Qian Kuan declared coldly, fixing his gaze on Ba Mo. With a swift movement, he appeared before Ba Mo as if traversing space, his palm aglow with golden light, directly striking at Ba Mo while simultaneously binding the surrounding space, rendering Ba Mo unable to evade. Unfazed, Ba Mo summoned a massive crimson sword, ready to counter Qian Kuan's palm. The clash produced a deep thundering noise, sending a tremor through Qian Kuan's body and causing his hand to tingle slightly. What? Ba Mo's expression changed dramatically upon realizing that Qian Kuan's hand remained unscathed. His crimson sword, a primary artifact, should have inflicted harm, yet it failed to even scratch Qian Kuan. The backlash from the clash left Ba Mo gasping in pain, and with the surrounding space still constraining him. He coughed up blood. Astonished, he wondered, what manner of technique is this? Can Qian Kuan manipulate space to bind me? Though the wind element contains the profundity of wind-based space, it should not possess such potency. Before Ba Mo could ponder further, Qian Kuan appeared before him at lightning speed once more. Under the immense spatial constraint, Ba Mo struggled to raise his crimson sword for defense, only to find Qian Kuan suddenly vanish.